The battle for London continues today here. It's the Blast Open London where all these teams are trying to fight their way through, and some today will fall and not have a chance of making it. There's a lot on the line, from VRS points to getting into an arena and playing some LAN matches at the same time. But it is not easy, it is not simple, even for some of the best teams in the world. We have seen the struggles, we have seen them fail, but there's more questions to be answered today, and these two gentlemen will be answering all of these questions. Pimp and Vu. Vu, I didn't join you for dinner last night, so how are we cooking today?
We're doing pretty good. It's good you didn't join me because I had some suspect food. I don't feel that great, but you know, we're getting some good games.
Please do tell, explain. Suspect food?
We don't need to explain.
No?
We can move on from
that. How's the tummy feeling?
Not great.
Oh, sick.
He's literally sick, yeah. What about you, Pimpy? How was your evening?
Great. Guess what I was doing?
Biking.
Yeah.
Of course, he's back on the grind.
Yeah, back on the grind. Maybe I would have preferred bad food over biking, to be fair. I think it was pretty rough yesterday.
Well, do you know who had a bad time yesterday? Some of the teams, because we look at yesterday's results, we got to go through it all. And even some of the teams that were winning were not exactly winning. I think we can start off with the first one, Imperial versus Liquid. No one was really a winner in this game.
Does it feel like there was two losers in that game? I think that's a little harsh, but I see where you're coming from, James. Not gonna lie. We kind of portrayed it, we were saying that Liquid, they just had to find a way to survive. They just had to find a way to win. And if that was the goal, then they did that. Was it pretty? Was it good? Nope. Did they win? Yes.
What I was saying after that game is that if they go on and win their next series, we'll forget all about it.
Sure.
And then Spirit ended up going to the lower bracket. Liquid is going to play Spirit, so I think we're going to be remembering that Imperial close victory.
More VS points for Liquid. That's great, isn't it?
More VRS points, more opportunity for more VRS points. Not naturally guaranteed.
It's a tough language, right?
Yeah. Yes, I know. Sometimes we do struggle with it for sure. But looking on the other side of the pond, we had FlyQuest taking on Legacy. Now this one, you guys did predict the whole Legacy should be favorites in this. They should be showing up, but really, the same team we saw at Austin is not here.
The more I see of Legacy, the more I get confirmed in what I said a month ago, that I think they overachieved and overperformed during the Austin Major. Take nothing away from Legacy. I think they are a team with interesting aspects to them, but they're kind of they're not versatile enough for me to really like them. I think they have one specific way of playing Counter-Strike. When that works, it looks good. Dumao, Lado, definitely players that can take it a step up, but apart from that, losing to FlyQuest in the fashion they did yesterday, I wasn't really impressed.
I like teams that play their style unabashedly, unashamedly, as they need to, and the problem with Legacy is they need to evolve. They need to find that next step. And they don't have that late round player that you saw from like a 2019 Fury that had the same early round aggression, but could close it out with a K-Serato in the late round. So they need to find a way to adjust themselves. When Dumao was having an off game, as he was in a couple of those maps, find a way to win even with that happening, and then they're a scary team.
Now, this one's interesting for me because I'm really excited to pick your brains on it. MOUZ versus G2. Now, you look at it, it's a 2-0, but there's more to this game. So are we satisfied with this level of G2, we sure?
I mean, what can we really expect? It's still relatively early. I think what we've seen so far from G2, the designs during Cologne, during EWC, and now here at Blast so far as well, it's a team that has a lot of potential. They're not there yet, and I think it's going to take some time before we see the full version of G2. They struggled on a couple of T sides, especially in the first map yesterday, and had to make the game look closer than they maybe were, but I'm not worried on behalf of G2. They lost to MOUZ, who's been the second best team in the world for a long time, maybe third, fourth now, who cares? But MOUZ is not supposed to lose to G2, so I can't really say that I'm surprised.
I'm not worried for G2, but I do think we start having to think about Hunter as an IGL. He's done great in the fragging department, but 11-1 on T-side Ancient, where MOUZ weren't really pulling out this deep playbook. It was just G2. Their only round win was a half buy where there was a clear mistake out of MOUZ. That could have been a 12-0, and then they bring it back to 13-10. They have great CT sides, but Hunter's leading, I think, hasn't gotten to the level we need it at yet. And maybe we have confidence in Saw, but we need Hunter to get a little better in that regard.
It's been a month and a half. Let's just see what happens. I agree with you. It could be that in a month and a half from now, we'll start to criticize. We'll start to see certain tendencies, certain ways of direction for G2. But for now, it's literally been a month and a half. Let's just, calm down just a tiny bit here.
Give them some more time with it. Well, two teams that probably don't need any more time is our next game. Spirit taking on Furia. And, Furia, they came out with not just a dominant Molodoi performance, K-Serato was popping off as well. This was a huge win for them.
I love watching Furia play at the moment. I'm not going to lie. It's been 4 years of hating watching them play, to be honest, where they've just been irrelevant, where they couldn't get it going. This whole new iteration of Furia with falling in-game leading as a rifler, with Molodoi coming in, with Yakinda finding his second youth again, it's such a fun team to watch. Are they perfect right now? Not necessarily. Is it a team that I think will be consistently in the top 5? Not necessarily, but they can make these upsets and they play some solid Counter-Strike, which is the first time in a very long time.
I think Cadian should take notes from how Fallen switched to rifling. Fallen has been so good on the rifle. His op IGLing, I thought he always played the op a little too aggressively recently. It made so much sense for him to switch to the op or to the rifle. And then you see them, they've talked a lot recently. We want to be more confident in our bomb site holds. We want to be a top 5 team. They're talking about pushing to top 5 instead of just being a top 10 team. I've questioned it a little bit because some of the results have faltered a little bit recently while doing that. But this is the type of result you need.
The rumors, though, were like at the end of the year, we would see Fallen like maybe retire, go into coaching, whatever it was. Yeah. If he can keep this up, do you think he just scraps it again and pushes it further?
It's not even a rumor. Fallen has said it himself. He was planning on retiring, but with the performances they're having, don't retire. Yeah. Stick around. Stay with us.
If it's working, you better keep going. Push it as far as you can. Now we're going to switch things up a little bit, though, and talk about a recent news rumor. Astralis. Well, we're not talking about their gameplay right now. Why are you laughing already before we even get to it, Pim?
We have to talk about Danish Counter-Strike. It's rough at the moment.
Well, guess what? They're going to maybe bring Magisk back in.
Yeah. What is that going to solve?
I don't know.
No, that's my issue as well. When I saw that rumor, when I look at this lineup and I look at what direction Astralis want to go in, nothing against Magisk. I think he can still be a solid player. I think he can be a solid role player within Astralis. But my biggest issue with Astralis at the moment is the lack of firepower that is coming out of that team. And Magisk is not going to add more firepower. You're recycling old talent. He's a very expensive player to acquire as well. Trust me, he's not going to play over there for just 5K a month. He wants a big fat salary. So if you're investing a lot into Magisk, I hope there's a follow-up plan with that. I can see him work on a good team, but Magisk being the only signing, the only one coming in for 2025 and 2026 perhaps, I don't see how that makes sense.
It looks like the type of move you make when you're trying to bring back old fans, because from the gameplay in the server, Stare and Yabi, they're both great at their roles. They're fantastic role players. I might even say in the current day and age, they're better role players than Magisk. And you want to put them into these star roles because they do so well at their little kind of their side roles, their second, third best on the team roles. But I think you needed, if you're going to replace Down, you needed to replace him with someone else. You need to replace him with someone that could go into those star roles. You have Stare and Yabi as the role players, and then you have a really solid team. If you're going to have Stare as your best player in the star roles, I just don't think you can be an Astralis that's pushing the top 5, pushing for championships.
What makes me incredibly sad about this, it also is a clear sign of the direction Astralis are still going towards, which is staying within Danish Counter-Strike. I've advocated this a lot of times, and I know the Danes don't necessarily like to hear it. I think the only way you save Astralis if you start to look at international talent, international prospects out there. It's over. This whole era of Astralis, you know, having the Danish fans and having everyone in Denmark fall in love with them with all the great performances, it's over now, right? It's time to move on, time to take a step into international Counter-Strike like we see with a lot of other different teams. You open up yourself to international players. The talent pool is significantly larger because Danish Counter-Strike is struggling. With this move, if that is the case, it's still a rumor. It suggests to me that they're still sticking with Danish CS only, and at that point, you limit yourself.
Is Down being the one that goes to be cut making sense to you, though, right? Because he has been underperforming, but would you say he would be the first one you'd look to change?
I can make the case for it. I can make the argument for why it should be Down. What we have to remember as well is we don't know what's it like in practice. We don't know his level of motivation. We don't know how he's working within the team. That's something we always have to take with a grain of salt when we look at it from the outside. But I agree with you. You know, if you take Magisk, you bring him in Down's roles, that's not going to like unless you want to make Magisk a star player all of a sudden. And then you remove Yabi and Stare from 2 roles they actually are quite functional in. So from that point of view, it doesn't make too much sense.
Yeah, Stown kind of had to be removed, though, I think. When you look at Stown, he's been a cap on them for a long time. He can do well in group stages. He can do well against lower level opposition. But you look at him play against the Spirit. He plays against the Mouse. I think he really struggles. He just doesn't have the aim there. The question is just, is Magisk the solution? And I don't really think he is.
Well, let's see if the rumors do end up being true. We'll cover it if it does break at any time across this. But let's also look at today's matches that are coming your way. Because it's always 4 best-of-3s, very exciting. 2 games right at the bottom that are very interesting here is G2 Prime potentially get an easy game, right? Then Liquid versus Spirit. Poor Liquid, they need all his VRS points. Not much hope in that one. M80 could cause a huge upset against NAVI, who are not in their best shape. But we're kicking things off with GamerLegion taking on Fnatic after the break. And we've got some fantastic interviews for you as well.
This is
And how would you describe the dynamic of the team right now and how things are working?
I mean, I would say we've had it's currently a learning process. We've had to change the dynamic a bit since the new season, but I think we're improving very quickly.
Is it still the situation where you can call the way you want, or has it even been like some changes for you of how you needed to do things?
I mean, we've had to change the way we play a bit, or the way, and the way I call, but I feel like I'm getting more and more comfortable every day, and yeah, I think soon we're gonna see the team at full capacity.
That's certainly good news as well. Now today you're going up against Fnatic, and okay, you won't underestimate them, but do you think there's a big gap between teams like them and yourselves?
Yeah, I mean, I would like to think so. So I just hope that we're locked in today and we can show them that big difference as well.
You're playing GamerLegion today. I wanted to ask you, how much of a gap do you feel there is between a team like them and yourselves right now, obviously with them playing a lot more of the big events?
I think it's hard to know because we also had a new roster. I think we could easily play up with these kind of teams before the break when we were in a good period in the end. But of course, when you change a player and there comes a new team dynamic, you have to build up again. So I don't know how big the gap is, but I guess we're gonna see today. I hope it's not too big.
GamerLegion right now are not the same team that we saw at the beginning of the year. Some changes have happened and they've slightly fallen off, but they need to rejig themselves, refigure things out, and find their way of playing that suits these players so they can dominate. Where Fnatic, they had a surprise. They didn't expect to lose Maddie's, at least from what Fear told us. Now they're on this rebuild. They add Cypher in. They're trying once again. They're competing at a LAN while also playing this online. They're going full on into Counter-Strike to make things work and hopefully find their way to London. And honestly, some of the gameplay we see is pretty impressive. They're not completely out of this.
I think it's been uplifting to follow Fnatic as of recently. Again, it's been a team that I think the best way to phrase this game is that GamerLegion is everything Fnatic wants to be. They want to be relevant, you know, at the tier 1 team. They want to be able to get into the tournaments and sometimes have an upset win, but they struggle getting in there at the moment. That's why they're playing an extra lane. That's why they're trying to get as many VIS points as possible. In terms of the level of gameplay, yeah, I think Fnatic have done well so far this tournament. We've also been following them at the Dracolan and seemingly doing great into the grand final over there. So a team that is trending upwards, but how far is the gap between GamerLegion and Fnatic? I think that's one of the answers we could, one of the questions we get answered today.
I think the thing with Fnatic is we're happy with how they've evolved losing Matisse. Like when you look at Matisse on gun rounds, he was such an unbelievable player. You replace him with Cypher, even if Cypher was playing well, and I think he struggled, he is just not the same guy. And they've gone into that. They've had Blame F. He's struggled without getting as much space from his entry ahead of him. It's just a Fnatic where we want to see them continue to improve. And this is a GamerLegion, I think, they're in reaching distance. There's a team they could upset here and it wouldn't be completely crazy.
But if you're looking at Blame F in particular, right, everyone knows him from the glory days of it. Now he's on Fnatic, and it's not like he's lost because he's performing very well. But is he too good for this team?
100%. I think he is. I think people are giving him a lot of flack for his old roles, his old way of playing Counter-Strike. I think he has evolved a little bit, and let's be honest, Blame F is not a player that's supposed to be stuck on a team that is fighting to be top 20 or top 25 or top 30 for that matter as well. As you said, his statistics are still very consistent, plays at a high level. Is he necessarily good enough to be on a top 5 team, top 3 team? Maybe that's where we can start to have the conversations, but to make the case that he's not good enough or not too good for Fnatic, I think that's being disingenuous.
I mean, we just talked about Magisk replacing Stown. I think that would have been a great
100%.
look. Astralis picking up Blame F would have been such a good shout because Blame F he has evolved. He isn't quite the same player. I never loved him as an IGL, but I think as an individual, he's been incredible for such a long time. One of the problems he's having, though, is I think he is struggling with the roles that we see. When you swap Cypher with Matisse, he's had to play a bit more aggressive. He's moved away from the pack roles that he's really great at, and he's been struggling against top teams. I want to see that change today.
And I want to hear from Blame F to see how he's feeling of all the changes got on Fnatic and his personal skill as well. Where would you say you're at currently in your individual level, especially just through the ups and downs of what Fnatic's been like?
Probably not at my highest. I think my highest was probably before the break. I was very comfortable, I think. But it's all right, I think. It's up and down, but the most important thing is just that we try to win these games.
It certainly is. And how is it for you currently playing under Fear and his way of leading?
I think it's same again. Like it's fine. Like I think I've played with him like for a pretty long time now, like 8 months or something maybe.
Yeah.
So definitely understand his way of doing it and stuff like that, and I like it.
So he's liking how things are going with Fear, but I think it just comes on to the point that you were saying, Vu, right? That there are changes for him now, which is understandable why he's changed as well.
I mean, when you look at him for 2025 as the year, against top 30 teams, he has a 1.1 rating. This last month, since that change, since you brought in Cypher the last maybe couple of months, he's got a 0.94. He's against top 30 teams.
Yeah.
His stats against all opponents have remained static. They are consistent as you'll ever find. But when he plays top teams right now, he hasn't been the blame F we've known him for years.
All right, well, from Fnatic to GamerLegion, you said GamerLegion's everything Fnatic wants to be. Well, GamerLegion, they have higher expectations of themselves. They want to break through to the next level.
I think they set the bar high, having recruited good talents for a long, long time. Somehow had the ability to send off the talents as well, then find new one and integrate them into the lineup. I think there's a couple of names that stands out in that regard. Obviously, PR, now part of GamerLegion. I think he's doing a fantastic job. I think he's the next one to be shipped across the globe to somewhere else, to another team. Question is, for how long can you keep him satisfied within GamerLegion? That's always going to be the way they operate. Right now, they're looked upon as the Ajax of football, sort of. They're developing talent and they're selling off that talent and finding new talent. And I guess the organization, from a financial standpoint, is pretty well off, because they generate money, they generate revenue, and these players are not getting paid too much, yet they perform above what should be the expectations.
PR is a player that I first heard of because he was getting accusations because he looked down at his keyboard during a clutch. And I think Ash saw that and he was like, oh boy, there's some cheating accusations. He must be good. Get him on the roster. And he's been better than good. He's been incredible for this team. Better than you could have honestly hoped for him to be. And the same goes for Rez as well.
And talking about that, you mentioned Rez. How helpful do you think it is to a player like PR to have Rez? Like the experience he brings, having this as like the kind of duo of the team?
Did an interview with Ash during IM Cologne this year, and he said it himself, like getting Rez is one of the best signings ever to that team. He comes in with experience, obviously. He's refound love for the game. He's excited. He's happy. You see him smile all the time. It's nice to see that you can leave NIP and come back into another team and still be a human being, still be happy. We saw it with Brolin. We've seen it with Rez now.
It happens a lot.
Yeah, it can happen. You just have to get away from NIP, I guess. Fact of the matter is, I think he is helping out PR a lot, but that's the difference between the two. They may perform at a similar level. As you can see, the stats are almost identical, but there's a future prospect in PR, and you feel he can get better, whereas Rez, I feel like we have seen the best of him, but where he's at right now is still very, very acceptable.
The scene was out on Rez. It's the same thing as when Bleed picked up Nexa. You were looking for this player that you thought was underutilized. Nexa, I don't know if he popped off the same way Rez has, but Rez has come back, a resurgence. He's been so good in that duo. The rifling core, when you look at GamerLegion, is just incredible. It's the other aspects that I think struggle a little bit.
Now, the other player we have to talk about when looking at GamerLegion is Kersey. He was having the critical eye put on top of him, and he has not hit maybe to the expectations, but neither has any AWPer that GamerLegion's had. So is this a GamerLegion problem, or is it a Kersey problem?
That's a good question. That's a very, very good question. You'd argue that as much as we want to praise Ash and GamerLegion for always finding these new talents, you can't hit them all. You can't be 100% right every single time. And by the looks of it right now, I still want to give him a little more time, but it's running out right now. I feel like Kersey will need to show something at bigger tournaments. Right now, he's underperforming. Right now, he is an issue, and right now, he's a liability, dare I say, for GamerLegion, and that's not good enough.
The reason I want to give Kersey a little more time is because he's actually struggling against teams that you would never expect him to struggle against in his previous roster. He struggled against Wildcard. He struggled against BetBoom. These are teams that I think he's good enough to perform against, but he's not, and that makes me think it's a mental issue, that he's just not there. He's not confident. He's not comfortable on the team yet. You give him a little more time, but when you have PR and Rez, we talked about them, such incredible rifling stars, you can only give Kersey so long before you have to say maybe he's never going to make that mental leap.
Now we've got the veto up here, and I was expecting the train pick to come out from Fnatic, but I mean, this is a map the GamerLegion play very well themselves, so it's a battle of who is going to be best on the day. And right now, would you give that edge to GamerLegion?
I would, I think GamerLegion are the favorites. I just like the approach from Fnatic in this video. It screams to me like, okay, listen, we are on par with you. We are equally good as you are. We're playing our strengths, and we know we are good on train. We know you can play the map, but we're not going to stay away from picking train just because you're also decent on it. So I think this is a proving ground for Fnatic. As I said, GamerLegion is everything they want to be. They get invited to the bigger tournaments, they play the PGL events, they play IM Colognes, etc., etc. That's where Fnatic want to be. And if you want to take over GamerLegion, the best way of doing so, by beating them.
Before that game against Vitality, I would have said Fnatic were clear favorites on Train, but man, GamerLegion looked good. They, Vitality needed ZywOo to bail them out with like a 4K and near the end of the round. I like the way Fnatic play this map. They've got a couple smokes they like to throw. They give them a lot of space near T-Con. They're a little heavy towards ladder and pop, and we'll see if GamerLegion can play against that.
We will see, and it's going to be happening right now. We're moving to Train, and it's a great start for an opening day of the series, and we've got two incredible commentators. It's Hugo and Harry.
Thank you, James. Yes, Fnatic taking on GamerLegion here, Hugo. Fnatic, they've had some good times. They're playing at 2 events at once as well, which is always a treat, trying to grind some VRS points. I do love that. And, if you remember, Cypher, when we got to watch him, he was hitting hard. I hope that's the Cypher we have again today. Obviously, at this LAN, they're at Draculan. Blame F has had a couple of fantastic games. So maybe that keeps up.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, for Fnatic, they're on the clock. They got a grand final in a few hours, so they've got to make quick work here of GamerLegion, but not a team we can underrate right now. Getting a map off of Vitality with all the swell, all the conversation around Kersey, still managing to take Inferno away from... we're going to call them world number 1. It's weird because they're in a bit of a downfall right now.
Dude,
but
I really like this GamerLegion project for the rifling talent. Always have. It's been an easy sell, right?
Safer
PR, real good. Rez, kind of looking reinvigorated in this roster. Thorsten, I think, has some nice runs at the entries too. But I'm going to be honest, I've largely dodged even watching these guys since the Kersey edition. Even on day 1, Hugo, I wasn't here when you covered them. But everyone's saying he's the worst guy, worst player of all time, maybe even.
Yeah, I'm not also sold that he's the worst player of all time. I haven't seen.
Yeah, I'm just going off of what I've been reading, what I've been seeing.
That's what I've been hearing as well.
Everyone says like he's like the worst player of all time or something.
In the one game I've casted him, he was fine. He was fine. It was against VP on their way out, so keep that in mind. But I think the takeaway, Harry, in that game, in GamerLegion's debut to this event was PR. He's got it. That's not news. You know that. I told Pimp that we played on a stage with PR. He laughed me off. He didn't realize the lore of the caches.
Oh, we go way back.
But we go way back, Harry. And yeah, PR's a real talent. I mean, he was playing out of his mind against VP and keeps it going into that Vitality matchup as well. So very excited to see. I also think Thorsten was really, really good in that game, and he was statistically the outlier in the Vitality match as well. So coming in with a lot of firepower on the rifles have GamerLegion as of late, and I'm really enjoying what I'm seeing from this team. But at the same time, Harry, let's talk about their opponents, because Cypher, the Brit, looking to make it to London. Mezzi's already locked in a spot. Do you think Cypher could possibly join him here in this lower bracket run?
I hope so. We need it. We need it. We need more Brits.
Yeah, but it's not an easy bracket, Harry. We got GamerLegion into NAVI M80.
See,
are you believing?
I'm kind of believing.
It's
I don't
not
know.
Impossible, is it?
I do think it's 2 very, very tough opponents back to back. GamerLegion aren't going to be an easy one for Fnatic to quell, and then NAVI M80. If that goes how we're probably thinking it goes,
don't even think I'm thinking that.
Really?
Yeah, I think that one's also
okay.
up for debate. I don't think NAVI have looked insurmountable right now at all. So I don't know. I don't know what to make of this bracket.
I give Fnatic like 40% chance, a healthy chance.
40% to win the whole bracket.
Yeah,
you're giving them a lot of chance.
I'm giving them a lot of chance, but I think NAVI are the other big dog.
Sure. I'm unconvinced. We'll see. We'll see what happens, Harry. We've got a couple of games today.
Maybe I'm going to lower it to a 30%.
I've put the pressure on now.
Nah, because even this game, dropping. I think, is mega threatening.
Yeah.
GamerLegion are hungry. Not like for food, for wins. Wins are their food, Hugo.
They live off of it. I mean, they're big favorites as well. Even though Fnatic, on land right now, as we can see at Draculan, they won against Ents, Eyeballers, and Monty in the last 2 days. They had a long day yesterday, 10 a.m. opening game into like a 7, 8 p.m. match. So Fnatic have been grinding. They might be a bit exhausted and they might be warmed up. We don't know what we're going to get from Fnatic versus a GamerLegion playing at home here. BO3 just to survive to the final day of play here, to make it to London. Train, Fnatic's map pick, Ancient for GamerLegion, and Overpass as our decider.
Oh, it's a good pool, man.
I do like that.
Yeah. You know what everyone's just happy about? No Inferno.
Yeah, all the bad maps banned.
Shout out
and
Fnatic for getting rid of that one. Is Inferno the worst map? Just ever?
Yeah, not ever, because that's a different conversation.
Yeah,
right
no,
now, yes. Yeah. No, Inferno,
Present day.
can't say ever. Historically, Inferno has had some of the biggest bangers ever. But I think right now, objectively, the least enjoyable map to watch, to play. I say objectively, it's subjective, but I think most people think this.
Objectively, subjectively, it's the worst.
Objectively, I think.
Yeah.
Because that is true. That is what I think. I don't know what else would be in the conversation. Like, what could even come close? Like, people would say, like, Train, because it's, you know, people aren't really ready on it yet, and it's still a bit shaky. But I still think it can provide entertaining games. People are figuring it out. And maybe Fnatic have got an answer here on Train. T-side start for them.
All right, we're in. Let's see what form we get from Blame F.
P250 in the pistol.
As we say, it's some great games at LAN. Yeah, like Cypher, sometimes you're going to die doing that.
He jumped backwards. He got a headshot.
That's just PR things, man.
Backwards jump parry.
PR's so good.
He is so good, but that's crazy.
His name, by the way, if you don't know, we found out the lore on PR comes from Pringles. His favorite thing. That's not even a bit. It's real. And then you realized I'm pretty damn good at CS. If I'm going to go pro, I probably shouldn't be the name of a brand. And so he changed it to PR. Which, for the particularly astute among you, is the first two letters of Pringles.
I got it now. Yeah, okay. Wasn't sure.
All right, Kersey. I kind of want to see him play really well. I've heard nothing but, you know, even the desk were throwing some flack his way.
Yeah.
I want Kersey to hit the ground running, and there we go. One kill from him. He's done his part in the round, but the site has been given up. Fnatic moving in.
That smoke is not going to do much help here for Fnatic. They've got con control at least. And they've realized they missed their smoke, so that's reassuring. It's a cool post plant, but they're getting pinched right now. 4v2. Someone's got to force a kill. That would have been the way for Crims, because low health, but now he's boxed in and there's too many players. PR comes through with a multi, and Rez helps him out as they pick up that pistol. GamerLegion, some sharp shots to start off. I want to see that PR Ivy tap. Putting production on the spot for that one. In round one of the day. But you know they're good for it, Harry. Look at that. That's crazy. Just looking at the ground, Harry.
Yeah, but like they said in Rings of Power, Hugo, a
what
stone only looks down or something like that, and so it sinks. But a ship always looks up.
Yeah?
I don't
Is
know.
that a real quote?
Yeah, that's a real quote. Close enough. I paraphrased lightly,
Don't
but
worry,
genuinely,
no
it's
one
horrible
watched,
writing in that
No one
show.
watched Rings of Power.
It's horrible, horrible writing. But it's fine. It's not like it's one of the most, you know, respected series of all time. That's fine.
Well, definitely.
Not like they've butchered something fantastic. It's fine. Here we are. It's a 4-spy here for Fnatic. 2 Galils, bunch of Deegs, bit of util. Let's see what they do with it. Had some players over towards B right off the rip, but they're all walking back. So this is just looking like an A-side exec for Fnatic.
I'm just watching PR's face on the minimap, man. I just want him to be in the right place at the right time. But right now, it's 3B still. So GamerLegion going to have to shuffle them. Swapping players over, or the util rather, but they're going to need some help on this yard. Resin, the Ivy side, able to get one, but he is boxed in right now. Molly does not spread. Rez has the room to move. Double Molly finally hits him, and he's going to get a dink on the way out. PR teed up for the round here. Is he good for it? One kill, drops off, and there's so much cover here. Crossing past these open sight lines is not meant to be. PR with 3. GamerLegion stopped that 4-spy in its tracks.
Very crisp from PR.
That's good. Pringles, crisp. That's funny. Yeah. I like that. More of that today, please, Harry.
Yeah, don't worry, I'll keep them coming.
Little eco here for Fnatic.
Chance for some eco farming. Everyone likes that. Healthy amount of deagles. You know the Jambo Deeg can look real good. Oh, double swung. Even his deagle has its limits, and of course it's PR again. It needs to chip off the old block right now. PR leading the way for GamerLegion.
Straight down the tube of Ivy.
Another one in the can for PR.
It's just, once you pop, you can't stop, Harry. 2 eco kills. Torsen ratting it. Able to squeeze 2 through, and GamerLegion, nice clean 5 alive round. Here's Fnatic's buy on the T side. It needs to come in quick. It needs to come in hard, because this first half can get away from you very quickly.
Rez with a bit of aggression in towards main. In a slow round from Fnatic. In an interview before this game, BlameF described his captain as fine. So let's see what Fia has up his sleeve in this round. Pop through the main smoke. Good catch for Cypher on that trade, and as they start to steamroll in, Fnatic get away with all the space. Nade for Kersey.
Crims. Crims.
It's very small. Right under the man in con.
That's one way to do it. Could maybe spam this bomb out.
Kersey's keeping pressure on.
Oh.
Throws a punch at himself with the flashbang, but
Still.
giving Torsen room to make a move here, and this is a 2-on-4 for GamerLegion that they've pulled all the way back. Even the spot now on Cypher, trapped in, that nade's gonna find him. Oh,
no.
Catches him and dodges the nade, it misses rather. That's wild. Cypher knows he's living on borrowed time, catches them with nades in hand, and that's how Fnatic get on the board.
Oh my goodness, shocking kill for Cypher. He has no right to be alive there. To think the Molly comes in first. If the nade did, well, if it landed, it would have found the kill, but let Cypher fall off the box, force his fight. Shocking round for Fnatic to win, but really strong entries out A, just going through the smoke. Showing GamerLegion we won't respect your util early in this map. Very fast to pop. Cypher just going out up a B. That's a crazy path. And look at them panic as well. His whole team are in pop right now. The callers come. They're in B, but the numbers are not clear. Meanwhile, Fnatic walk outside A. Rez is alone in this site. CTR coming back through the connector, but look at the space Fnatic have. Jambo just cuts that rotate down. And Cypher's come from B through con to A. Where are these rotates? They're stuck back at spawn. That's a crazy round for Fnatic. Because the comms are probably so jumbled for GamerLegion, they hear like, oh, they're starting 4B, you know, 4 upper, whatever. And, or all 5 in this case. And then Fnatic, they run a man out B. Thank goodness he gets the entry. Just makes GamerLegion full panic on the rotate. Meanwhile, they're going pop the whole time. Good way to clutter the comms. GamerLegion panic. They have to save this AWP. Even that is not guaranteed. Yeah, I get it now.
No.
No,
Come on. It's still so early days.
It's one shot.
I think he's been fine thus far.
It's one shot.
Dude, yeah, Cypher. I mean, look, when you want someone to do something wild, Cypher is the guy to put on the case.
True. Ooh. Ooh.
And so just sprinting out B upper, a pace that Torsten just simply wasn't ready for. You don't really anticipate that play. You think you're going to get a bit more of a telegraphed hit. And now they break the money of GamerLegion. Denying that save is a big deal as well. Nothing to work with in this round. And so a chance for Fnatic to just spread their wings.
Fnatic got that boot camp buff as well, you know, high fives, fist bumps, shouting at each other. It's definitely a benefit to playing online. GamerLegion show many Ivy and then rotate full B. Hoping Fnatic just pop into their bomb site. But even if they do... Oh, I say even. Look at the spread. Fnatic are not going B. It's a cool camera smoke from the safety of Pop as Fnatic walk in 3-3.
I mean, they've done a good job of taking control of the early game, right? They've got GamerLegion right where they want them. Chance to keep them on the back foot in a big way in the early stages of Train. Now, I don't imagine we're about to get a unicorn round. GamerLegion, they are coming with these pistols.
They're going to blame. He's not going to them. Oh, dear. No way. Someone kill them. Hello?
Oh, my
What's
God.
happening?
And so it's a high damage round here at a GamerLegion.
Smoke on the bomb, but yeah, they don't believe it. It's a sick eco. 3 kills and an AK. No complaints. Cursey Orb.
I want Pringles to be PR's snus. You know, he just slides one in when he's having a rough game.
Or like over his teeth.
Yeah.
You can't com. Or the duckbill, maybe.
Yeah, the duckbill works. Or PR with one hell of a catch. Darts out around this red smoke and offers up assistance to his captain. Fnatic try their hand at a faster round, but I mean, everyone falls and dies on trying to get this E-box control on the spillover. PR 2 kills deep, finally shut down. Jambo clutch!
Oh, God.
Missed shot for Kersey!
They can swing.
Jambo with another! And Kersey had to make up, had to pick up the slack, and he will lock it in, stopping Jambo 1 kill shy of the 1v4.
That would have been so Jambo, right? Just pitch perfect shots on the AWP. Mobile, counter-strafing every single time and nailing it. Very strong AWP player, even in the chaos. And so far for the eye test, Kersey, it's the pistol and it's the M4 that's bailing him out. It's not the AWP. Missing his shot there, at least doesn't let the clutch happen. They peek him together. It costs everyone but Kersey.
Looking fine to me, Hugo.
Yeah, I mean, winning the rounds.
That's what matters. You know, he stopped the clutch. Everyone else died. So well handled.
I'm just saying the AWP, you know, I'm
I
just
know.
talking about the AWP
I know.
right now.
And it's actually kind of fair.
And that is his gun.
Yeah.
So You need to be able to.
Yeah, that's fair.
But I'm with you, Harry. I said coming in, I don't want to jump on the Kersey hate train. I want to see some more.
Kersey hates train? Why are they
That might
playing
be
it
his
then?
problem. I want to see a little bit more before I judge.
Oh, here he is. Pop spawn.
Pixel gap.
Okay.
That's why people don't do that anymore.
Didn't even want to fight, just wanted to block him in. ZTR UMP put down as Jambo shows up in an explosive way. Kersey with an awkward miss. And Jambo and Cypher, two mad dogs, run out through Ivy and get 3 openers.
Oh my god.
Jambo just ain't stopping.
Dude, he's so good. That's my AWP right there. That's what you want to see. Incredible opening kills now for Jambo. Feeling hot off the near clutch. And BlameF is always in the backline, running you down. Jambo finding all the impact required to win that round. Dude. See, it's interesting PR is not that tight, you know, like on that angle.
Not that tight, but he hits that so fast.
Yeah. I mean, he pre-fire, full pre-fire. If PR sees that perspective, he won't do that again.
Nice! Rodion, it was insane call.
Energy is very good for Fnatic.
I mean, you know,
Vibe team.
It's nice to see. And you do have a very exciting mix of explosive players. Then you have a safer pair of hands and someone like a BlameF and Crims.
Yeah.
No, it is a very complimentary roster. BlameF.
Oh god.
These are usually his favorite rounds, but right as he pulls the util, that's when the pistols find him. GamerLegion, last time their USP round was pretty darn good in the end.
The bomb is late.
The bomb's lost. Jambo, get out of there! That's the bomb gone! Cypher trying to go back and make up for it! Kersey on the rifle. Rez on the AWP. On the swing. Kersey will get one, but it's left to Rez. Still watching over this bomb. A round that was never supposed to be this close. Can Rez make it any more interesting? Doesn't know where Fear's got to, and the walk through the smoke proves to be enough. A little sigh of relief there for Fnatic, is now twice over. These pistols, these vanilla pistols, have found 3 kills in both of these full eco rounds.
You see Fnatic like call the panic, and they're like, okay, just go. But when you see that bomb at the back, you've got to get a little bit worried. Jambo is left to die by his team. Nice couple of kills for Cypher. And Fear walking through the smoke. I mean, it's a risky play, but it's what wins the round for Fnatic. 2 very close anti-ecos. These USP rounds for GamerLegion, keeping the game interesting. Keeping their buys coming.
Or Kersey v Jambo.
Okay.
AWP head-to-head.
All right. Nice
and
shot.
Kersey, well, what more can you say than that, Hugo?
You're coming at me like I'm trying to bench him.
I know, you were.
I'm just saying I want to watch him up today.
You were complimentary about him.
I thought
this is more for everyone else. I'm using you as a metaphor for the wider audience. Kersey again. Nails a second.
Yeah, Harry. Look at him go, Harry. Oh, Fear.
All right.
Is there something in this?
You're putting the fear in Gamerlegion right now. Ooh, he's right on the edge.
Yeah, I like this.
There's 2 smokes to hide in.
Surely they
could
spam
be
it.
anywhere, in theory. The spam comes through. Fear allowed to reposition. As he creeps out wide, Rez has the spot. And so playing a contain, GamerLegion never move a muscle. They know it's uncomfortable the whole time for Fear, and eventually the fights might just come to them. They get that, and they'll tie this game up again at 5-all.
Surprising to see Jambo lose that opening fight. That feels like a good engagement for him, but guess not wide enough. Kersey a little bit off on that angle. Strong B-hold for PR again. And the clutch attempt makes it interesting, but GamerLegion have it on lock. Trading rounds now, and Fnatic, they would be buying full every round if not for these USPs, but it's made it very expensive. Galil's, Deagle. At least Jambo has his orb. GamerLegion, every round, very deep main molly.
Oh
and now they're
God.
going to push behind it.
This is one way to go about a main take. They do it very, very deep, looking for players lining up nades, looking for players playing passively, expecting to find Blame F here.
But even just a deep main molly every round is really nice because we see a lot of teams just kind of lob nades over the top, but it stops the orb from getting in main and going for a pick. You can't stop the E-box cross. You can't beat camera or sandwich. So deep molly denies Fnatic the AWP entry. That's why Jambo's just been going Ivy every round. Right now he's holding pop with the AWP. Kersey on B. GamerLegion have stacked B a lot of this game, but they've yet to need to. This round could be a good time to start. Oh my god, Kersey dropping his util, spotted. Might need a repos. Jambo hopes for a mistake, and he gets it. Don't need to commit here. Yeah, 2 players still back in spawn. A tantalizing.
Rez might have to go huge. PR's smoked off. His teammate back in con gonna struggle, but it's the run through the smoke. PR arrives, and he lets them know about it. Does not respect that smoke in at camera. Only 8 seconds left on the round. Crim's looking for space, leaves it to Chance on that jump shot, and there just isn't time for Blame F, even as he gets that final kill. Round 1 by GamerLegion. And PR with a startling display, sprinting the camera smoke, does not respect it, gets out towards the new box, and just lays waste to Fnatic.
Yeah, not Fnatic's first PR disaster here on the Ivy push. $14 and 8 had monumental impact on this CT side. Fnatic go fast again. Blame at the front of the pack. Cancelled out by, would you guess it, PR. Bomb coming late again on Jambo. This is just pistols here for the final round as Fnatic try and punch a hole in this B bomb site.
Pistols coming through. Ooh, Cypher with the opening. Kersey trying to reclaim some ground here on the AWP, and that D gets shut down. It's just Jambo, 1v4, and locked out by the PR and Rez duo. The 2 star riflers for GamerLegion showing up in fantastic form to open up on Train and securing a 7-5 lead over Fnatic. GamerLegion have an edge here on Train, winning out the half 7-5. And interestingly as well, always getting some good results for them on the pistols, which was kind of paramount to how that first half plays out. Fnatic running out of money down the tail end of that T side, which feels a little weird considering they had many a chance to make plenty of cash. GamerLegion have given themselves a way in on the Fnatic map pick of Train, but this is where the going is supposed to get tougher as Fnatic move over to the CT side.
Yeah, it's not exactly a bad half for Fnatic, but it does beg the question what it could have been. GamerLegion winning out on a map that Fnatic have tried to make their own and have had great results online and even on LAN just this weekend. Fnatic have a grand final to play later today.
What time's that at, Hugo?
4:30. So they're fine. They're going to make it.
Plenty of time.
Yeah.
It would actually be impressive if they miss it.
It'd have to be some serious overtimes here. But London is cooling. And here in the lower bracket, loser eliminated. Winner goes on to play the winner of M80 NAVI, which is our next game of the day.
Who do you think's winning that, Hugo?
I don't know, man. It should be NAVI, right? Obviously. But
you said you don't think you're in?
I don't know. I just don't think they're going to like come in and stomp that game 80-20. And, you know, I think M80, look, I bought into M80 after that Vitality game. They beat VP as well, so I don't know.
I also think, I mean, they did more than beat VP. They killed VP.
They did kill VP. VP were already dead, but they stopped any sort of resurrection, I'd say. Another last place finish for Virtus Pro.
See, no, that's why we should thank NACS.
Yeah.
They've saved us.
They did save us from the electronic in-game leader. Probably for the best, for everyone involved.
I also like Hexed, I think,
It's good fun.
Just like a little nutcase in the
He
best
is a little
way.
nutcase.
Yeah, it's really, really good, man. It's really good. It's a squaring off against NAVI. And NAVI, where there are some questions around them, that's coming up later today. A bit of a weird one. I don't know how to feel about NAVI. Because Cologne, good time, right? First showing with Makazi. Managed to go on a very deep run there, falling to Spirit, but I think that's fair enough. In the semis, they'd go on to win the whole event. But then, Bounty, bit of a weird one. Didn't have Blade at that event, if you remember, in the game that saw them get eliminated. Astralis took him down. It was EWC, where you started to get a bit more nervous, losing the 3D Max. Oof.
Yeah, that is oof.
And falling to who, Hugo? Who did they fall to
here
in London?
FaZe, Harry. They got
FaZe.
banged out.
Yes. FaZe back.
FaZe back. You said you were all out on FaZe. You didn't believe in...
Dude, I don't know. It's like, it's the most reluctant being out I was ever at, because everyone loves FaZe. You can't not love FaZe Clan.
Brokey's
you always
back.
want to believe.
Brokey's so back.
I just hope it hasn't been like a flash in the pan for Brokey. I want to see him, you know,
cook.
Yeah, I want to see him cooking. Exactly. Man, that's so good, Hugo. You're so smart with words.
No, don't do that. Little crash from Cypher, if you're wondering why we're rambling.
Guys, do we think FaZe are back? In a couple of minutes when we get the answer, I'll react to it then.
We'll move. So
remember that I've asked this.
We'll have moved on. Sorry.
All right, then, go on. If you're so keen to move on, Hugo, what are we talking about now?
Brokey.
So we're right back.
No, I'm trolling.
Good troll, man. Good troll. Here we are. Train, Fnatic's map pick. Trying to get another Brit in London. That's the goal for Fnatic. Also a British.
British?
British.
Is that the water filter?
British, yes. British water
Yeah, the new
filter.
player, BR, is coming to the scene soon. Just you wait. He loved that clean water.
He did. BR. Enazan.
Nice.
Yeah.
What about British player?
Trying to get another British player and a British organization into London, Hugo.
That would be cool. Cypher v Mezzy, that's what I want.
Cypher does have like a cult following in British Counter-Strike. Folks loved him ever since Paris, always wanted the best for him. This would be a golden opportunity to get to see him again.
We are live, folks. Seven round CD side for GamerLegion. Let's see what ZTR has cooked up. PR and Rez, firepower duo. Rez still gets the preferential treatment, P250 out. Known for his pistols. Kersey v Jambo rages on. And Kersey's got him again. I didn't get it.
What more can you say than that, huh? Here we are, Fear. Out towards E-Box. They've already crossed in and passed him. Two players now out at red. Crims arrives in pop from a B push. So at this point, Fnatic know it's the A play. They know what's coming their way. They've spotted guys out in the open. Crims is cleared up. Cypher's committed to a big old wraparound. And that double B push forces GamerLegion to try and go. They look to battle Crims. Are they going to try and change their mind on this? Well, it won't matter. They're dead in the pop dog, dead in the yard. And that pistol round falls dominantly in favor of Fnatic.
They got the kill they wanted. They just didn't do anything with it. They just sat forever behind red. No movement. It allowed all the time in the world for Crims and Cypher to get set up and go on the big flank. Fnatic picking up a much-needed pistol. I feel like GamerLegion are kicking themselves. The opportunity was right there. A weakened A bomb site. For Eco, just a jump, a jolly into B.
Yeah, even though they made the USP rounds interesting, it's going to be way harder to do it with Glocks. Running out of range versus these rifles, but still GamerLegion. They're going to try and milk this for all they can, so let's see. Never say never, Hugo. ZTR's cooking up a route to try and plant this bomb. That's
you go A, I plant B.
It's the classic.
You think Blame F is leaving his bomb site? Ha! He's not.
Well, if Fear says there's 4 Glocks in main, that won't get his attention. Well, what if there's no Glocks in main? There's this Deagle keeping Fear pinned in, but the bomb is lost. The classic strat of you go A, I'll plant B does not pan out for GamerLegion.
Yeah, Blame did actually push up the ramp and was fast flanking Spawn, but Crims had B on lock. I'll admit, the sound of Glocks pulled Blame from across the map. I'll put my hands up and say that. Dun, dun, dun. Dun. Dude, sorry, it's a banger. It plays in my dreams.
But it feels like you didn't even do it right.
No, I didn't.
You've done like an alternate retelling of
I like adding beats. Yeah, I think they should be.
You add your own beats to the already 5 blast beat.
Got another crash here for Crims, unfortunately.
Okay, wait, then I am checking in on the last kind of semi-poll I ran on chat, asking if FaZe were back.
A lot of no's, Harry.
There is a surprising amount of no's. There's some maybes. There's some brokies. Everyone's saying brokey life game, but that's it.
Fair. But if he does it twice... Of course, FaZe looking for Vitality in that upper final.
That's the true test of backness, isn't it?
Yeah. Is that tomorrow? That's tomorrow. We get FaZe Vitality tomorrow.
Yeah. Why do you sound so shocked?
I don't know. Monday? Monday's coming? Monday's tomorrow?
Monday is tomorrow.
That's cool.
Bad news, everyone.
Yeah, sorry.
It's Monday tomorrow.
But nothing makes a Monday great, like a FaZe Vitality.
True. You know, you at least have that to look forward to at midday. So maybe you'll be watching that from work or something.
Yeah.
Maybe you don't have a job.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, that's the good life. Yeah, I'm just job searching right now. And I have been for the last 6 months. And there's just no jobs available. And watching the CS is honestly doing as good a job as working.
Dude, it's a full-time job. There's so much Counter-Strike. It's never stopping. Crims is coming back. That looks good.
Crims's job is Counter-Strike.
Lucky guy. Been on this team for 9 years in a row, 11 years total. Mr. Fnatic at this point.
Funny there wasn't the little godsend hiatus in there. It would look so clean and crisp.
Crisp? I know a guy.
Yeah, Mr. Pringles. Actually, no, sorry, someone else called him Mr. Crisp, which is just funny.
He is pretty crisp.
Mr. Crisp, PR.
Live in 5. Fnatic GamerLegion. We've had the pistol, anti-eco, nice and clean. And now we've got the game here for GamerLegion on the T side, pulling out the guns.
Alright, Cypher dead first. Could pick up for Rez, and it's going to give him a bit of runway to start moving in. Now, Fnatic have entirely left A.
Oh dear.
And so, Rez is, I imagine, kind of shocked with all the room he's got right now as they're reacting heavy over towards B.
Will he find them? Oh.
He's just seen the leg. One little spot of the foot, and that's all Rez needs to know what's going on in this round.
They need to be scared of pop. Yeah, he saw them push B. At this point, you've got to realize it's all of them. I think GamerLegion are confused at how open this round is right now. Really weird gamble for Fnatic. Don't know what they based that off. No one was B. Maybe it's just losing the first man and making a read. It just came so early in the round. Ivy Util was coming in. Very strange rotate from Fnatic.
Kind of just felt like they wanted to fight on someone at B. And then to come in on like a grouped pop flank. But yeah, it just gave up so much room. And maybe you're hoping Rez doesn't go and take that space and kind of call the contact walk up, call their bluff like that.
Walk through the smoke.
Yeah, so I know there was an idea there for Fnatic. But an idea that did not work out. And it's left them in a bit of a weird way now. They have these saved guns to work with. Rez, another opening.
Just tapped Fear over that new box.
Jambo also missed that timing in a really awkward way over towards Pop. And Rez watches on. The bomb's here with him.
Shouldn't be a way to win this unless they don't clear Cypher, but Rez is looking keen. Good force of the kill for Cypher, traded quickly, and now lots of players spotted. Blame and Crims trying to lay down the law, but that smoke cuts out the scout. Crims even burns. Got to go back behind that Molotov. GamerLegion full control here. Slow and steady on these T-side rounds.
Oh, Crims. Dead, of course. And for Blame F and his scout, not really going to have much to do here. Oh, there's a bunch of low players. GamerLegion are far away. But Kersey with the wraparound stops Blame F in his tracks. That was an eco around the saved guns. Oh, bro, if Rez keeps getting opening kills like this, I don't know how you're going to stop it. He is hitting very hard right now, is Rez. Timeout from Fnatic, because they've got to stem the bleeding here. This is their map pick. And GamerLegion just keep building upon this lead.
Norp out for Jambo for the first time in the CT side, so he didn't feel like he was really trying to force kills on the T side last half. Just going for the occasional Ivy pick. Let's see if CT side is any different here. Will attempts be made, or no, just Ivy scope up against PR of all people. He's holding the right angle, but shot off the flash. PR lucky to be alive. Keeping pressure on with Util, but after seeing the AWP, no interest in committing here. His team heading B. Blame and Crims. Blame having a bit of a poor game here, 5 and 12. Chance to redeem himself on this hold.
Blame F. Out with his swing. ZTR will find him. And so it's left to Crims to defend this side of the map. But as he plays forward, it's right into Torsen. Cypher given a fight there. ZTR might regret giving that one away, but still, they've got to have faith in this duo, Rez and PR. They're both committed to a wraparound. PR's linking up with Rez, and with him dead back in con, I mean, maybe PR has an element of surprise now to work with for that one kill. They're gonna have to play through this smoke. He drops it in, cuts off the line from Jambo's AWP. It's held by Cypher. B play repelled. Fnatic able to scramble the rotates, get there in time. Crims buys just enough.
Yeah, not really on the same page there are GamerLegion. Everyone getting sort of split up. Player on the site not prioritizing plant. Player on upper trying to cover. Rez taking space. All in the meanwhile, PR is on a very late lurk. Fnatic have no trade, or GamerLegion have no trade potential on that B bomb site. despite a couple of nice opening kills as well.
Counter-terrorist.
Timeout after the tech. GamerLegion call it in. Because these are the kind of defining moments of this game.
Do we have coach cam? Do we get to see Ash? It is HD, full DSLR camera. Not today, I guess. Someone call coach.
This was a tech pause into a tech pause into a tech pause.
Well, there's gotta be a tech after
TTT. There's trouble in tech pause town.
Online CS indeed. PR's crashed now.
It's fine.
Bro, why did he? Okay,
What?
I want to rant.
Yeah, what?
Why does everyone crash all the time? I never crash. My PC never crashes.
bro.
You guys are pro players. Why are your PCs crashing? Fix your PCs.
Oh, man.
Don't get me wrong,
I
this
don't
game
even
is
wanna-
buggy. This
I
game
don't
is
even
really
wanna-
buggy. This game
I
does
can't
crash.
even endorse this.
Are y'all tabbing out? No, this game is buggy. Yeah, sure. I'm playing both sides here. Game is buggy, but why are you crashing so much? Every game. We have like 10 crashes. Get a better computer. No? Is that unreasonable? Maybe.
I think, Hugo,
Yeah.
you know, they're not just, if you're catching my drift here,
Yeah.
they're not rocking up and playing on just VAX secure servers. There are other things at play. You also are recording and whatnot. You know, there's a whole bunch of little
They're using their
planks.
phones to record. They are.
Wait, really?
Yeah, well, yeah, in most cases, players use their phones.
No.
Not in every case, I'll admit.
But look, man, I don't know. There's just extra variables at
No,
play.
there are. I'm
that
just
put
shocked at how
stress
many.
on an already buggy game.
Yeah, the
Hugo.
game is buggy. I'll admit that. I'll put my hands up. I'm just kind of shocked at how many techs from.
And it's like
at
anything,
home.
you know? It's Murphy's Law. Anything that can go wrong will, or whatever that law is. We've all seen
You
in
nailed
Stellar. Like, how does it go?
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
How does
Is
it
that
go?
how it goes?
The spinning
I think it
sound.
goes.
Dun, 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 dun. And they're like, that's PR right now in his chair, spinning around.
That's how it
It wasn't
goes.
my best. It wasn't my
Yeah,
best
now you see.
rendition of a classic there. But I think I got better the second time instead of like the Peter Griffin cover, the Peter Griffin a cappella cover. Meh. This is PR's setup, so he's just currently getting it ready.
He does play black and white. Not sure why. "49 minutes this game's been live, Harry. You've seen like, what, 9 rounds? And then 8 more rounds. Some unfortunate moments.
Imagine you took the tag pause, you talk everything through.
Alright, guys, you ready?
okay, we know what
ready?
we're
Yeah,
doing, we
okay,
know what
let's
we're
go.
doing.
User disconnected from your channel.
And PR's gone. I'm trying to crunch my back right now, Hugo.
Yeah, let me know how it goes.
I messed it up on the driving range. I don't know how.
You were driving?
On the range.
Oh, wow.
In the range.
In the range.
Pulling up in the range to the driving range. Car pelted with golf balls because I came in on the wrong side. They should add like, if there was like kind of a jousting component to golf,
Okay.
that would be fire. Like, you know, in hockey, it used to be the ice hockey. It used to be the case that like you could just start a fight, and that was
Yeah.
like an accepted. You know, like, yeah, this happens. Put them in the little fight box. That's
No,
where they would send them.
Yeah.
If you could do that, but in golf, so you could challenge your counterpart to
No,
a
I
joust.
think better than joust, I think you add a basketball element when you can kind of snatch the ball
What, you
if it's
just
not in
play
their hands,
there?
but like you have to do it after they hit it. So there is a risk
Never in your
element.
hands in golf.
No, but you know, you can't just take it off the tee.
Oh, but maybe you
But when
send
they've-
you actually each team gets like each
A
golfer
goalie.
gets like a goalie, and if they catch the golf ball,
They win
but
the
it's-
game.
They
It's like a
can only
stitch.
wear a golf glove, so it hurts if you mess it up.
Yeah, no, that
It
was
has to
my
be
point.
pain.
There's an element of danger.
Yes.
Why are all the gamers playing golf these days, Harry?
I don't know. I
an
actually
old-
think there's some similarities between golf and Counter-Strike.
Sell me.
You have access to the same tools as everyone else, but it's about how and when you use them.
Isn't that every sport is on a level playing field?
Well, yeah, but
You could say that about any sport.
yeah, true. You could say that about any
I don't know what sport where one team has everything they want and the other team has nothing.
True. But you know, let's take another. Let's
Make
take,
it better,
Let's,
make
let's
it-
take
you
one
can-
of.
you can
Let's
do
take
better
one of
than
your
that.
favorite sports, okay?
What's my
Which
favorite
is
sport?
Is polo the one played on horses? It is, or is that horse polo? I don't know if there's.
I don't know enough about polo or horse polo. There's water polo.
There is
It's
water
like-
polo,
But that's more like what's on with the net when you hit the ball over the net? You play on a beach.
volleyball.
Volleyball.
Or
Water
netball.
isn't volleyball.
like
is right.
volleyball is the
Isn't
beach
water polo just volleyball in the water? Am I wrong there?
I don't know. I know there's
Because
like
you
a
don't
whole.
play
like, if,
you don't play
if
water
if
polo
you
with like seahorses.
No,
that's
but
not how
you
that
could.
works. A bit small.
or just regular horses in the
horse.
water.
They can walk in water, not on in. They've got
God
long
horse.
legs.
The god horse.
Be more of a Jesus horse.
Yeah. Jesus, look at his horse. And then there it is, walking on the water with him.
I wouldn't say it's my favorite sport per se. Per ne.
Jesus couldn't play water polo
Why not?
because he couldn't get in.
What, do you think he's forced to
And-
walk on water? He can't shower, can't have a bar. He just has to walk on top of it. It's actually really
if
annoying.
ever his team are getting wrecked, he just turns it all to wine anyway.
Oh, true.
Think about checkmate, atheists. Here we are.
Okay, wow, we got a game on our hands.
We're back in. The tech timeout's over.
Okay, get ready for some virtual polo in a way. It's kind of like golf. They
Kind of
all
like
have
golf.
clubs, they all have balls.
Maybe Blame F is on his Bryson DeChambeau-esque redemption arc. Because everyone's suddenly talking about him in a very positive light again.
Yeah, how did that happen? Let's find out. Oh, it's messy, but it is done by Rez. Another opener from main. Flame finds one, and Ivy side denied. Jambo doesn't realize he's close. It's the new Ivy. Surprise! PR pops his head up. And maybe pops another. Rez tries to play through the smoke. CTR needs to do something here. 6 and 12. It's going to be his time. Denied by Blame.
All right, PR, how much can you do?
Not this, surely. Bomb loose.
1 versus 3, bomb away from him. And a reroute around to try and pick it up for PR. Looks for this first incision, but I think Cypher just got the spot there, maybe. No, he didn't. And so PR will get this bomb back, has a chance at the 1v1. Hang on a second, this could build to something. It's Blame F and Crims. These are meant to be your safe pair of hands players, and Blame F will connect the spam. Clutch denied for PR, and Fnatic tie this game up again.
That's really awkward for
I'm
Jambo,
not buying
right?
that we're going live, bro.
No, you think another tag?
Just to really make sure it's
Every
all
round.
fixed.
We're live. 2 in a row for Fnatic. Cypher having another great game as he did against Ecstatic. Kersey hero gun. It's a weird buy. I guess he's not going to AWP next round. He'll play Scout instead. Kersey, got to save him here. Cypher giving away nothing, looking really locked in. Cypher wants London, man. Cypher's coming for London.
London man.
Take him by the hand.
Trying to take him to his land. Torsen finished off and Fnatic back into the lead.
Don't you understand? 4 kills from Cypher. He's just played great this whole tournament. Fnatic take the lead here. ZTR actually gives Kersey the gun after Kersey bought Hero AK last round, so respect. Realizing he's having a bit of trouble here. It's a good captain. BlameF pushing the pop volley. I like this, getting a bit aggressive. Some space taken. God, he went on first timing there. He walked into the angle too. I liked it until he did that. Could have been a better peak from Blame, but he's not feeling it. 8 and 14. Kersey double kill. Still up for debate, but spreading out over this A site with the AWP missing for Jambo. That might be GamerLegion back in the game. Hunting these guns would go so far. But GamerLegion aren't rich either.
All right, no kills on the hunt, so Crims and Jambo at least get out. Ah, Jambo. No, Jambo.
Oh, Crim saved the AWP at least, but yeah.
Jambo. That's rough.
He's not having a great game. He had a couple of really nice rounds.
He had that sick charge out Ivy and the almost 1v4 clutch.
Everything else has been no bueno.
B-site completely empty for Fnatic at the start of this round. Crims will be going back there eventually, but they haven't really been worried about a high pace set by GamerLegion over towards this B side of the map.
Yeah, throwing that pre-smoke that puts out the molly at least puts the fear that GamerLegion aren't going to like rush B. They think Fnatic are on the ramp, so you can afford to play heavy A to stop the rush. There is no rush. Jambo in main needs to hit this one, and he does. Res found. Fnatic, a cheeky double setup, now get to pull back into something more standard. This 2B hold again. I like how active Fnatic is staying, clearing Pop Dog. Might make you think it's B, but Cypher stays attuned to this position. As GamerLegion do go for the execute.
Kersey trying to lead the charge.
Oh, Cypher!
Quick flick round on a Cypher who whips that spray.
No.
Unable to stop the spillover. Pop control taken and out through main. Jambo needs to hit some shots on this AWP, but the nades are whittling him down. BlameF, big flank. Crims acting like a big red flag that GamerLegion is so focused on. It lets BlameF slide on in for a free kill at the back. Follow-up from BlameF as him and Crims go for the 2v1. It's just CTR left to beat. Bottom of the board for GamerLegion, but low health on BlameF. Looking for feet. BlameF gets it.
That's such a BlameF clutch. He just waits out his opponent to move off backside. And BlameF's had a pretty horrendous game, but that is a high-impact round right at the end to win it out. 3K on the flank, clutch up, Blame saves the day. After Cypher, I mean, that's Counter-Strike right there. Cypher having an amazing game, full whiffs on a player who doesn't clear him. And Blame having a horrendous game, huge triple kill flank, wins the round, saves Fnatic in this map. What a clutch. And what a time to pull it off for BlameF.
mean, both teams are really at the breaking point in terms of the money. This round decides a hell of a lot, and so Jambo and BlameF both finding kills to open is a big deal for Fnatic.
Oh, see ya.
Fear up top, and it quickly gets away from GamerLegion.
What happened?
Decimated on this push, can't scale out past the red train, and that's where they die. The pop play mopped up as well with aggression from Jambo and BlameF. And so it's just PR. As mentioned, this was all in for GamerLegion, and while it was a chance for them to break Fnatic's money, that deed has now been done onwards, and now GamerLegion are broke. 12 rounds to Fnatic, 2 chances to close, and this is the golden opportunity to do just that.
Fnatic just making plays towards the end of this CT side, not afraid to get stuck in, pushing B with the AWP. Jambo, despite the whiffs, has come in with a couple of crucial opening kills in these last few gun rounds. Pop takes, main takes, Fnatic fearless. And looking to finish what they started here. Not wanting to allow this game to go any longer. 2 Galils, pistols running amok. Cypher caught at the pop dog, and Torsen double entry on the Galil. No business for this. It's still not done though. They don't have the weaponry for the job. A missed chance on Ivy, and Rez goes back, wanting to play this bomb instead. GamerLegion in a great position. This flank very late for Blame. Final smoke going out, but it's perfectly placed. Are they really going to save? Can they rely on Blame? He's being held.
I mean, it's fair to give him the time and see if anything comes of this. Going for a late retake by the looks of Fnatic. Crim's getting one is kind of huge. This could be another for BlameF. They're risking it all on the last second move in. Rez, much needed kill, gets himself set up to stop this defuse, and there shouldn't be a world to win this. They get all the kills, but no time. GamerLegion are still in this thing.
My God, what a push into Ivy as well right at the end. That bought the couple of seconds they needed. The bit of space they didn't have, all stuck on the bomb train. And too slow for Blame on the flank. They waited for him, they gave him time. They got set up, in position. But Fnatic, a round they had no business losing, opens up the chance of overtime on this map. That was 2 Galils, 3 pistols. Torsen found the double entry. Nice shots matter not. GamerLegion have got more to give.
Insta main smoke, but it's not been respected.
Oh dear.
Rez already out and past it. Fnatic might regret not beating them when the money was run dry for GamerLegion. They've at least stopped Rez on this path of aggression. And so that's going to slow the round down. Easing back into a 4-on-4. Hang on, PR. Looks like he wants to make a bit of a move here. Oh my God.
Block, or he's walking.
Oh my God!
Will he realize?
Yes, he will! BlameF pieces it together. PR dead in the smoke. Fnatic wrestle back the control. It's Jambo and BlameF. And the 2 heavy hitters for GamerLegion both gone.
How do you get out main here? No nades, AWP on the line. Miss Molly could have made this easier, doesn't matter. Jambo just gonna hit it. Getting out as well. UMP not known for the range game, and it feels like Fnatic have done enough down the stretch. They win it out, taking train, their map pick. It's new territory for GamerLegion. They get so close, they just can't quite hold back Fnatic.
This was going to be the battle of who could step it up on train. Both teams capable of playing it to a high level, but Fnatic won out this early war. A lot of back and forth, round for round trading, anything could have happened, but they didn't manage to break Fnatic's economy at the end there, and that saved them on these last couple of rounds.
That was a brawl of a game. You're not wrong, James. It was very much back and forth. You know, at certain points in the game, you felt like, Fnatic, you're losing control.
Yeah.
GamerLegion is going to come back, and then the following round, Fnatic would win out of nowhere, and you'd be back to square one, where you feel like, I can't figure out who's going to win this game. I agree with you. I think the biggest win condition right here in this game for Fnatic was that all the players showed up in different moments of the game. Every single one of them had moments. I know BlameF was pointed out as having a horrible game, which is true. He went 0 for 6 in opening kills. He was at, 8 kills, 22 rounds into the game. Then he wins a massive clutch, and then he wins a nice little duel right here towards Ivy in the last round as well. So even your worst performer on Fnatic had a lot of impact, and I think that was the biggest difference.
I think that was kind of a classic Fnatic game. They have an advantage at times. You're looking at the T side, they're getting the later parts of the half, and you're thinking they can bring it to a 7-5 for themselves, but they can't convert. They go into second half, start out at a bit of a disadvantage, and then you have Cypher. He kind of loses a couple rounds where he misses a few easy shots, but then you have BlameF kind of convert in the late round, and that's what Fnatic have for them for so long, is BlameF converting those late rounds even from a disadvantage. You have Jambo with a couple nice plays. That was Fnatic as a team together.
And talking about Fnatic as a team, also some of the good team strategy coming in there, but also the utility view.
Yeah, round 5 is what I was talking about specifically, is that you have this smoke that Fnatic throw that's like a lurk smoke from T-spawn, and they actually have like 3 different ways they throw this smoke, but they use this so they can play really heavy towards inner and towards pop when they want to. So in this one, they actually have Cypher throwing a fake towards inner. He gets a kill, which draws a rotate, and you have Fear because of this smoke. It gives him a little bit more space to work with. He can get that solo lurk. Doesn't end up working, but because of the kill from Cypher, you have the whole team rotate over to B. You get lots of space for them to get out into outer, into a 4v4, and they just catch them rotating back in, not quite ready for Fnatic to be in position. And if you looked at the rest of the half, the casters, Harry and Hugo, they were talking about how GamerLegion were so aggressive in towards T-Con. That's when Fnatic weren't throwing that smoke, because you can just molly back T-Con, you can get full control. It made it a lot harder for Fnatic when they weren't kind of protecting themselves.
A very strong start from Fnatic in this one. And I will say as well, right, this was all about understanding who could be the better trained team. Both teams like it to a high level. Would you straight away say this is now a bit disappointing for the likes of GamerLegion?
I think they had opportunities to definitely win this match here. And I think, again, GamerLegion, it's a team that always plays as the underdog in most of the tournaments they show up for, this one included, Cologne, etc. They play as the underdog, and I feel they thrive being the underdog. So here it's a game where you'd expect him to take control. It's in a game where you expect him to be Fnatic and be in control of the game. But as I said, at no point did they feel like they were in proper control of it. It was very much back and forth, not helped by all the tech delays as well. That's also going to mentally, throw some of the players off guard, especially considering they're sitting at home, not together like Fnatic. They could still look at each other, talk to each other, have a good time. It's very frustrating as a player sitting at home in your own room, having all these tech delays, being under pressure of a game. You can't really get under control, and then to deal with that on top of that. So yeah, I do feel that I was not necessarily disappointed in GamerLegion, but I expected more.
Well, looking at that disappointment you might have in GamerLegion, there were some rounds where they threw away advantages in this view.
Yeah, I want to say this was probably a communication problem, and this is the type of thing you're talking about when you look at GamerLegion. They were kind of such a good upset team for a while, and they've tried to build a slightly different style where they can be more stable, but they've struggled with it. So you have here, they get the double entry in towards inner while they trade on Crims into a 4v3, and I think it's a communication problem because Crims is going to die, and then ZTR is going to peek out the same angle, and he's expecting likely Rez to peek out from lane there to help him out with that kill on Cypher, but Rez is thinking of his own thing, means they give up a kill, they give up another one, and then credit to Fear for being aware, well, there's 2 players alive, they're not fighting us, where could he be? He could be in Z, stares at the smoke, they turn it into a 2v1, and they convert the 2v1 from there. But this is one of those ones where GamerLegion, they're up 9-7, it's a buy from Fnatic, they close that one out, I think they're closing out the game.
Yeah. I'll tell you what is frustrating for GamerLegion, and just to add to a point, as I said before, you feel like you should have grasped control over this game, but you didn't. You win the opening duels in this game 17-7, right? GamerLegion, you win 17 opening duels in this game in the span of 24 rounds, and yet you still lose the game, not in overtime, but in regular time. So it's not like they didn't have the opportunity to convert on a lot of these rounds. Great example right here showed by Vu, but there was a lot of rounds where they got the initial kill where you could have argued that this is the round where you take control. This is the round where you not only win the round, but maybe you survive 3 or 4 players if you play it to perfection, and then you kind of make it known to Fnatic that we are in in control of it. But they just failed to do that over and over and over. And do I want to give credit to Fnatic for, I guess, withstanding that pressure? Or do I want to look at GamerLegion and be like, that's a little bit disappointing? I think when you're the favorite like GamerLegion right here, it is disappointing you're not able to convert.
And Rez was one of these players that was very good in the openings, and PR was also having a good game. This is normally the win conditions for GamerLegion, so tough times.
I mean, we're talking about Rez and PR as the win conditions. I would call them more like the stable conditions. They're kind of almost always there. That's why we talk about Kersey in the pregame, because he is the player, I think he has the highest damage or kills per round win of anyone on the team, and that's because Rez and PR are going to deliver. They're going to get those frags. When Kersey gets his kills, that's when they can win the rounds. Kersey wasn't getting all the kills we needed, I think, from him in this game.
His stats during this game is inflated. He finished with 15 kills, but I think he played a horrible game of Counter-Strike, to be completely honest. AWP in his hand on the CT side. We saw him miss a couple of times in crucial moments. Again, part of the reason why GamerLegion couldn't take control of the map. You then look towards Yambo on the other side. They have similar stats in terms of kills on the scoreboard, but as Harry and Hugo said during the cast, you could definitely feel the impact of Yambo's AWP. He had rounds, he had moments where he single-handedly would win a round, or at least give Fnatic a chance of winning a round. Whereas for Kersey, it was more so in save rounds, even in a anti-eco where he had a USP, he got a double kill in a round that essentially doesn't matter. So I think the biggest difference between the two teams was that all the players from Fnatic had moments. As I said, Blame F, worst performer for Fnatic, he still won a couple of rounds on his own.
Yeah.
Whereas for Kersey and CTR as well on the side of GamerLegion, if it's not Rez, if it's not PR, then it's nobody within that team. And that is a bit of an issue right now, that the skill ceiling or the skill gap between top and bottom within GamerLegion is too big.
It is a little bit too big, but you know who wants it big and he wants to go to London? It's Cypher on Fnatic, because we're talking about him. Sometimes he can just have these games and he just gets going, he's feeling it and he wants it. This is the monster unleashed.
It's nice to see Cypher play well. I think he reminds us what kind of player he can be. I just, for the sake of everyone watching at home, want to remind you that he has been playing Counter-Strike actively also since the Paris Major, where he broke out when he was in BC game. His average rating was around 0.95. His beginning in Fnatic has been around 0.98 at some point. At this specific tournament, I don't know what it is at Blast, but he's playing fantastic. Even at the Dracula LAN, he's a little bit under the weather. So I don't know what it is with Cypher at this specific tournament right now. He's just owning it up.
Before this game, he was at a 1.45 for this event. It would be his best event since 2022, where he played a UK only, or I believe UK only tournament, and dropped a 1.5. This is an incredible showing from Cypher, and that game as well. I mean, entry after entry, trade after trade, he was there.
Maybe it's the London motivation, you know, because he's also playing a lane right now simultaneously at Dracula, where he's not performing well. So I don't know what it is about Blast, but he's doing well here.
Well, honestly, I think it's a mentality thing with him, right? I think if he can get going early in a game and he can have some good moments, then he can just switch and turn on. But if he gets bad, it's maybe hard for him to come back into, because I've seen this way too many times there.
Could be that he's a bit fragile in that sense. There's other players as well who used to have that tendency. Dupree, back in the days, actually, you know, a guy that we're around all the time. We always described him as a mood player as well. He then grew into and got a lot of experience where he could overcome that, and maybe that's the next thing Cypher has to work on.
Well, Cypher certainly has a good mood after that game. Let's see if we can keep it up as we go into Ancient next. But before that, we're heading to a quick break, and then we will see what can happen between Fnatic and GamerLegion.
He's jump.
Nice,
Backside.
Nice. Great hold.
Nice push, nice push.
AVP backline. AVP back.
Oh, low back kick. Nice.
Sit fucking down!
Nice.
Nice.
A can side.
So fucking good, Fred.
A can side.
Pop out.
Nice! No, fuck! Fuck this shit, bro! Come on, bro!
Come on, bro, let's go. There's a difference between these two teams. One's on boot camp, one is not, and you can kind of tell from the energy and the comms because they're both winning rounds there.
I think that's fair to point out. The intensity within the two teams is different. It's not the GamerLegion's comp were by any means bad or anything. No. It sounded like the mood were fine in there, but they're playing with a different intensity, in the Fnatic camp, and that's what you get when you're at boot camp. That's what you get when you're sitting all together. And let's be completely honest, that can be a deciding factor. It's one of the smaller nuances when it comes to Counter-Strike, but having a mood and having that energy to play with, it's different as a player.
Yeah, but let's think about it like this, okay? For Fnatic, it's their chance to beat GamerLegion. For GamerLegion, it's just a Sunday. It's just a Sunday. It's just any other Sunday.
Casual Sunday.
This is they might be looking past to the next team. They're thinking, how do we get to the LAN? And Fnatic, they know that they're the underdog here. They know they need these rounds.
But that's a fool's game looking ahead too far. And we are coming on to Ancient. Okay, it's GamerLegion's pick in here, but I'm just going to remember, we covered the game where this is where Cypher had one of those crazy games where he felt like he could do no wrong. I know it was against Ecstatic, but he's already on a heater.
If you just look at the statistics and Fnatic's win rate in the past 3 months, you may be fooled, right? You have it on your stat right here. They played it 14 times, only won 50% of those. Heading into the player break, they won the map in 8 out of 9 games, and they were playing fantastically well on Ancient against tier 3 opposition. Let that be said. Coming out of the player break, post Natus, they've now lost 7 out of 8, in that map. So something changed during the player break. Is that only down to him not being on the team anymore? Is that them not practicing it anymore? I don't know, but one could be fooled to think that Fnatic is a bad team on Ancient. They showed just a month ago that they can win it 8 times in a row. It's not too shabby.
And I think when we look at the game they actually won, they beat Ecstatic, when it was based around retaking mid. They were constantly retaking mid. We talked about it on the desk. They had a timing they were going for. Ecstatic needed to adjust, and they didn't. I don't think you're going to see a GamerLegion team that isn't capable of adjusting. And GamerLegion is so aggressive, so effective in middle with PR, especially getting those entries, PR and Res sometimes together. It's going to be tough for Fnatic to combat that.
I'll tell you what, anything Cypher can do in this map, Res can do better. And he showed that in the first game. He showed that in this tournament. There's a sick point of view clip from his pistol round on Ancient where he's just destroying his opponent. Against Vitality, I believe that is. Res is he's a bang on this map.
And he's also a content creator at the same time from the looks of it. I've been watching those POV clips as well. But let's get into it. It is time for Ancient. It's time to see if GamerLegion can battle back or if Fnatic will be a step closer to London. Hugo and Harry, take it away.
Yeah, now we go to GamerLegion's map pick. We're heading on to Ancient. And I too am pretty optimistic that they can turn things around here. I mean, Train was already a super close affair. This one, I love what Cypher gave us yesterday. But I don't know if you're going to be able to get away with the same thing. It wasn't yesterday.
No, I know.
Days ago now.
Yeah,
but you get what I'm saying.
Yesterday.
It was all yesterday in the grand scheme of
yesterday.
things. So yeah, I do think it's going to be another close game.
But who do you think is going to win it, Harry? Are you leaning in the GamerLegion
I kind of
favor?
just said, yeah, I think GamerLegion.
They love a bit of Ancient. I mean, I think I like the Vu's joking around a little bit, but he's also right. This is just another Sunday for GamerLegion. Sure, being down a map is never fun, but at the same time, GamerLegion, big favorites, especially on a more proven map like this. They don't have a lot of experience on Train, losing it 3 out of 3 times coming into this season. So for Ancient, I have a lot more hope for a GamerLegion. Their T-sides are really exciting. PR is a big piece to watch as well, coming out middle. So we'll keep our eyes and see if Fnatic actually have a chance to take this series and go on to the final match to qualify for London. It's a cool story to get behind for Fnatic, no doubt about it. But this is still a challenge to get through this series unscathed. In we go, and fast up B for GamerLegion.
Insta put down, Rez. Dead first in the pistol, but his team will get the site control. It's a full smoke exec here, so you don't have a lot of room in the post plant. I wonder if they're gonna go searching for it because you have this flash on PR, and so looking like we might get some long aggression here. PR's flash comes out, and it's on the smoke fade. They walk right past Fear. who continues his hot streak in this pistol round. 3 kills deep now, even the hunt onto PR. And it's a cleanup from Fnatic.
Really well handled there, considering that's a nice flash on long side and multiple players blinded. Fear still able to lay down some very keen shots.
I also hope this series goes the distance. I want to see some overpass.
Yes.
Real ones know that this was actually the map that launched Ash's YouTube career. If you remember, first ever video he made was the one about them versus Virtus Pro on Overpass.
That is exciting.
And so surely been doing some cooking there, have GamerLegion.
Yeah, only a couple of maps played for them. Fnatic obviously grinding, playing a lot of games on every map except Nuke, their perma. Ancient, no exception to that rule either. I'm outside B, but 3 A main. Flame jiggling donut Crimson. Scary angle. Somewhat committed here. GamerLegion do look for that mid split. As Fnatic get info down B, it won't matter because this play is coming out regardless of whether you know it or not. Good block. GamerLegion's hand forced. They go through red instead.
They have nades to break these smokes, but elect to just head on through. They kind of fake break the donut smoke and actually look into the red room. They go into this crossfire. Jambo and Cypher get the bomb away from GamerLegion. And there's just no winning this, surely. You don't have the time. Torsen, out of the park.
Flame sends him to space.
Da-da-da-da-da-da. He went flying.
Yeah, and Fnatic...
Do we have that on replay? I'm
Surely.
loving the ragdolls.
Surely.
They're so goofy.
Big round for Fnatic, and it all comes off of that info play down B. They walk down the ramp, they get that early info, and without that, whoa.
Bro,
Crazy.
it's a home run. Flamewap's so strong. He just, even his bullets hit harder.
Without that info down ramp, they wouldn't have had the free up rotation back to CT and been able to crossfire that red take, so... Oof.
Ooh, PR, drive-by, Crims, sit down. And a little strung out round for GamerLegion. These pistols getting dealt with. Rez could do something funny here. Has a chance to backstab Fear. Instead, might just be Kersey dying to this push down the ramp, and Rez only going now. Misses his window of opportunity. Fear starting strong, and honestly, this was exactly how Ancient went for this Fnatic squad just the other day.
Yeah,
Fear with a strong start, long enough for Cypher and the rest of the team to get switched online.
Expecting more from GamerLegion, though, than we got from Ecstatic, that's for sure. GamerLegion, who took down VP on this map nice and cleanly as well. You know, this 3-2 setup is exploitable, though, because while we saw GamerLegion go red after Blame smoked him, every time he smokes in Donut on that jiggle, he just goes back to the bomb site. So GamerLegion could call the bluff. We'll see if that comes into play later in this T side. Right now, Fnatic actually fighting for middle, and GamerLegion get the chance to leave. It's a good choice. Back in with a nade. PR takes Blame's head. Ooh, and Rez is sharp as well. 2 kills outside B. Round seemingly over. As long as GamerLegion don't make any big mistakes, but they've walked into A contact, and that is perfect. PR.
I mean, the PR and Rez wombo combo mid-split is a very terrifying prospect. All 4 kills in this round coming from those 2 names. on that pathing out through elbow and heaven.
Save is nice, especially for the AWPer, keeping some money. And can probably buy it up next round if he wants as well. So GamerLegion get on the board. That's coming off the back of Fnatic's first mid take. Of course, they have to. They can't just keep running the same setups, right? They have to stay dynamic. They have to throw in mid takes every now and then to get some respect. But GamerLegion, perfect nade flash combo, and Rez pathing up heaven with good timing. Gonna expect Fnatic to go back to just their triple B. No AWP for Jambo, stays on the AK. Triple B it is. More standard Fnatic round. Crims even takes main though, so they have early warning. They try and trade on the ramp. Rez gets out. Ooh. He's trying to leave as well. It's good info for Fnatic. But this is sneaky. Blame.
He's got no idea. Turns around.
What?
Manages to get out with one on a PR, and now Crims drops the bomb. Jambo trying to give chase, cut down over in middle, so it's got to be Crims. It's all Crims, and he holds on. Kersey dead as well. Torsen doesn't know where Cypher's gotten to. The reroute out through middle and linking up with Crims in main is not what Torsen's expecting. On the spam, Crims knocked down, but there's Cypher as the second piece. The whole time, Torsen chasing ghosts, anticipating a CT rotate from Cypher, last seen over towards B.
I can't believe Blame gets that opening kill, though. He has no business winning that fight on A, caught with his back turned. Excellent job, and followed up with a huge double from Crims, dropping that bomb, giving Fnatic time. Just a perfect round for Fnatic when you consider GamerLegion found the gap, got a 1-for-1 at B. Felt like a perfect storm for GamerLegion. Are they running into the wall here? It's not looking good right now. We'll need PR to bail them out of this T side. But that's what he's here for. Double cave made clear, Rez won't challenge. And with no mid-info, Cypher just spots a red room. They don't think it's B. They are leaving the site entirely. Looking for the late round mid re-clear as GamerLegion take Donut. Good block.
He's got the read. I almost wonder, would you have rather they committed here?
Oh.
Still able to box them in, I guess, out in middle. It's Rez with the trade and a chance to group in this 3-on-4. Blame's now pushing his own smoke in Donut. Cypher holds on to the wraparound. Blame's confirmed they're not here in Donut. They're looking somewhere else.
Oh,
Cypher with the spot, can't knock him down. And they're wrapping onto the A site, ending up back at their original target. Crims proved to be a safe pair of hands in the last round, but he's only good for one here.
Blame got lost in the hands of time. He will still find his kill. Can he stop the bomb? No. Gets set up with deep control on Temple. Kersey given a chance to clutch. Rifle 1v2. But it's a CT plant. He cannot go Donuts. He must stay in the site. It's right there for the taking. Kersey getting walked on, takes his one. Blame is one shot gone, and Kersey finds it. Big clutch for GamerLegion from the AWPer. Out of nowhere. Awkward for Blame. He's trying to track them the whole round, but keeps getting left behind. And Cypher needed a kill in that position as well. GamerLegion will take it. It's not pretty, but it's around.
Because his rifling is good, man.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, obviously he's the AWPer. But, you know, sometimes you are a French Nikados, and that's fine. You know, who holds the record for the best rating?
Blame F.
Online.
Oh, okay, online. Blame F, probably. No, I get the joke you're making. It was Nikados on a rifle.
And Hugo, he's tied with someone who...
Config?
No.
No, Blame F?
It's most kills. You're conflating a couple.
Sorry,
together.
best rating. He's tied with someone. Saiwu? I don't know. Who? Donk? Should I know this? What?
Yes.
Tell me. Stop. Tell me. World edit. Oh, yeah, man. Yeah, sorry.
I
forgot about the Shara Life game. My bad. Look, Harry, we have new rating, okay? I don't trust anything that I've remembered. I need to re-up on all my stats. Oh, world edit. Most kills in a half. I think you're conflating.
No, and highest rating.
Have you double-checked it?
Pretty certain.
3.0? Forget the past, Harry. We're living in a new world now. As a terrible ramp molly. They molly themselves. That lets GamerLegion or lets Fnatic walk down. GamerLegion, it still works out. A bit of a mistake grants them the triple entry. Oh dear. Bomb has been planted. That's not what they wanted.
GamerLegion are finding their way back in, and I mean, Rez is such a huge part of this right now. Loves the multi-kill. His old mate Rez here on Ancient. And so with him coming alive, it's holding a lot of promise, and it's letting GamerLegion stay in this T side early on. That's the Oakland MVP you're looking at, Hugo.
God damn. 19.
Well, actually, none of these guys. He was on screen when I said it, but when you've looked up.
1974, Oakland MVP. It was before my time.
Dude, GamerLegion is Rez's Oakland. He's always in that Oakland form.
Oakland form, man.
He got that Oakland drip.
Smoking that Oakland pack.
Goatland.
Yeah, I was thinking that, yeah.
Which also kind of sounds like, is it Gotland?
Yeah. Tough as concrete, Harry.
Yes, is famous for its concrete.
Concrete jungle, in a way.
Shout out any Gotlanders.
Boys, let's fucking go.
Yeah,
Go,
they
boys.
know they need to be desperate to win this map, so let's go, guys.
Fnatic need to be desperate, and I'd say that's a good assessment given some of the mid-reclears, some of the gambles Fnatic have had to make. But desperation, Harry, it sometimes works. Not against Rez. Just doing it calmly, cleanly on this B hit. Couple of smoke spams for these M4s, but bomb
Enough to
planted.
keep you interested still if you're Fnatic. Fear coming in on a backstab as well. Both these rifles find their way out towards the Rap side, and they're trying to take some space away. It feels like this is building into a safe. Fnatic don't seem all that convinced, even as Crims is teetering on the edge of a fight. That's gonna reinvigorate them.
No kick, gotta
Blame
go.
F was ready to leave. Now they try and follow through on these kills. ZTR, he's got a molly. No smoke. There it is, lobbed in, and it lands, but the DPU's already held, burns him down.
He's
and
won
with
it.
no kit, ZTR gets that util in just in time. Straight fire from GamerLegion's captain.
That's what you want to see. One Molotov in a 1v3, and Fnatic, unfortunately, no smoke, no kit, no chance, no solution to that play. It's out of their hands. ZTR, highway robbery, takes the bag. Such a sick play. Just love it when that comes together. And even though it was a nice start for Fnatic, GamerLegion have woken up. Rez putting on rounds.
Nearly a lineup for Fear, but you can't take a swing at the Oakland MVP and miss. Rez, another opening, and even the molly to burn out Cypher here. Ooh, just gonna try and get away, play to evade. Jambo pushed down the ramp, too late to find Rez, who's already pushing through the cave. The rest of his team, by the way, while we're focusing on this fight on the other side of the map, are all in main. And with Crims dead, that's the red carpet rolled out. All right, Blame F, it's time. He's got to do something here.
Oh, smoke's a problem. He might just have to go through. He could cancel that plant, though. Blame F takes it away. 2 kills off the spray. Torsen stuck in a world of hurt, low health. Gets a spam, but the grenade will end it. And Blame F comes through to save the day here for Fnatic. Keeping them in this half and very much in the game with a round like that.
Just a beautiful transfer as well, like far from an easy spot to be in. Smoke push for Blame F. And day saved. Chance now to do big damage to GamerLegion. Could be another 1 out half for Fnatic.
Whoa.
As they charge him down, Rez, who's hitting hard, is going to have to hit real tough in this round. It's him and ZTR left in a 2v5.
It's more like it from Fnatic, that fear aggression in the cave that you mentioned early in this half. They go back to it, crunching in middle. More typical. And fear aggressive punishes on cave side, so armed and even more dangerous now are Fnatic. With GamerLegion's money hanging in the balance, you would like to save, but so early in the round, and Fnatic is still coming through. Look at Blame F push. Trying to finish this round off, and Fear missed shot, but he's got the nades to buy room. Support for Rez. He can't go anywhere. And it's done, so Fnatic looking to win out the half. It's going to be a broken bye here for GamerLegion. 1 AK, that is it.
Ooh. Like that for Crims. But that felt good, just a couple of clean taps. And so money broken. Chance at the 7-5 for Fnatic. This time they go lax on lane control. Don't want to battle for the cave up against the low econ round. They instead put Crims and Blame F back on the mid patrol. Torsen hasn't checked the cubby yet. Fear in position to succeed. Allowed to spring out with 2. Important trade on Kersey. But the Jambo AWP hits. Getting chased down. Jambo with a follow-up. And it's just the PR Deeg. Back lines. Crims found. That's an AK right there. Jambo's missed the chance of catching him on the first cross. This is far from impossible for PR. Bomb down in no man's land, sure, but he's got plenty of time to work with. He can let the fear creep into Fnatic in this 1v2. Oh, that's rough.
Yeah. Oh, double orb through the wall. That's how you do it. Fnatic somehow winning out the first half on GamerLegion's map pick. Could they truly eliminate GamerLegion from contention?
We're here in Malta, me, Maui, Scrawny, and our goal today is to have the best day ever. Just north of Africa, just west of Italy. Man, what a place it is. My love as of late is golfing, so we're starting here at the Royal Malta Golf Club. So how we decide who goes first, we're gonna play the hesitation game. 3, 2, 1, vegetables, celery.
Carrots. Potatoes.
Parsley.
Damn it. I was gonna say celery. I was gonna say celery.
Set one high and right.
Yeah.
That was pretty nice though.
Right on. Tally-ho. Oh. Yeah, I didn't see where your ball went. It's somewhere around here, I'm pretty sure, like in these trees, I think.
Oh, you just walked by it.
Oh,
Let's
Yeah.
go. Nice.
Mickelson for birdie. Nice.
Oh. Oh! Damn, that was good.
What I tell you guys, this is the perfect start to the best day ever.
We're here at Rampila Restaurant in downtown Valletta. We want to get into the best day ever in Malta, and you got to have one of the best meals ever. We got a very traditional Maltese dish here in rabbit. They really exploded in popularity when the Romans came over, because Romans, they actually think if women eat rabbit, they'll become more beautiful.
Cool, let's eat.
Bon appetit, fellas. I think we all get one ravioli each. You know what? I'm grabbing 2. Hey, we're in Malta, am I right?
I've never seen that happen in my life.
I think you'll be grabbing one now.
The Maltese eat more rabbit per person than any other European nation.
It's actually like a more flavorful chicken thigh.
Yep.
Yeah, wow. Delicious. Another hit.
I think I'll go for 2.
So it's been a wonderful day, but I thought we would end the day, gentlemen, with a little bit more violence, a little accuracy, you know, things that really embody Counter-Strike, a little bit of archery. We've got plenty of targets.
Well, then I'm going for the GOAT, obviously.
A delicacy.
Goodbye, Simple.
Archers ready. Oh!
Oh, you're shooting lasers. Now, what if I get the otter on top?
Make it happen.
Oh!
Damn.
Whoa, headshot
Bullseye.
on the goat.
Goat for dinner. Unfortunately, all great things have to come to an end. I had a blast from start to finish.
Who knew going outside could be so much fun?
Yeah, this was a perfect day.
Well, Fnatic might send GamerLegion outside if they win this one, looking for the 2-0 to keep their run to London clean. Fnatic in this lower bracket are sitting favoured at the end of the first half of Ancient. 7-5 half, can you believe it? On a map GamerLegion have made their own. A pistol round feeling required for GamerLegion, coming in a little slow to this second map. Ouch.
You can alleviate a lot of worries starting strong in this pistol, and that's exactly what Torsen, Rez, and Co seem determined to do. Blame F fed a couple down here in mid, and Cypher,
Winnable.
bomb dropped out at elbow, but he's got time to work with here, time to kill. Fane's footsteps, hoping that that puts a bit of doubt in the minds of GamerLegion, and it has triggered a reposition. They bite down on those fake footsteps. Out into the red room they go. Missed his window to pluck a freebie out of the round, but we'll have a route to maybe... Oh, go get the bomb back. Might not be needed. Rez dead. And now Cypher clawing this back inch by inch. Another dink down range. One more bullet ends this. He doesn't like that angle versus the USP. goes both ways, right? One well-placed shot for ZTR also ends this clutch. They're going to meet over in the cave.
No way.
ZTR
it's perfect
tucked in close. Is Cypher ready for this? No! ZTR, a sigh of relief, low health, picks up the pistol for GamerLegion.
I can't say that I didn't want Cypher to win that after some outstanding shots and a big clutch that could have sent Fnatic through this series. But ZTR, that's a thinking man's clutch. Puts himself in the perfect position that will never be cleared. As Cypher walks right into it. Look at these Glock shots, man. Very impressive, but not enough to beat the captain of GamerLegion. NT is all you get. Now Fnatic have to earn it in gun rounds.
Oh my god,
Cypher's
what?
Playing out of his mind.
What? They've clawed this one back with just pistols. Cypher and Blame F bring us into a 2v2. GamerLegion aren't out of the woods yet. ZTR, more heroics might be required, but he's so blind! Cypher chases for one more. And now Blame F with a bomb to play around. Smoke for Torsen. No kit though. Tries to draw a fight out, and he catches Blame F at the very first tap. GamerLegion, another close round that they just see through. Considering that's up against pistols, it starts so clean. It's a marvel that Fnatic bring it so close.
Dude, I'm just loving all the little moves Fnatic are making. That decision to re-flash Cypher back into spawn, finding a third kill for him, putting Blame in a clutch. It's just the smoke tap is always going to force a peek. You're not going to call that bluff. So GamerLegion, two very difficult rounds, but 2 rounds they find. Nukes in middle. Fnatic avoid them. Spot on that push. Cypher gets banged through the wall. Looking to avoid nades now. Jambo. Oh, do you want to take this fight with how last half ended?
I mean, it was Jambo who got the kill, right?
That's what I mean. Don't spam back. It's so much easier for the T side. Crims with a cracker onto Kersey. CTR eats that utility in red.
Oh, that's gonna feel rough. Blame F, patience is a virtue in this round. Crims is about to confirm that the A side's open. They've run into Torsen, and he's also got his captain here alongside him. And so just playing a contain right now, Fnatic, but this is right as GamerLegion are moving around the map. Crims has been spotted, needed to win that. And he'll hold on for all 3. Crims with a hat trick, a great round from the veteran of Fnatic.
Yeah, him and Blame. He runs away from mid and they re-clear it, but they don't check elbow, thinking, hey, I heard Crims leave, but Blame's taking that position instead. Crims takes a lot of space on A, and they bail from the B plan. Perfect mid-rounding from Fnatic. First gun round falls in their favor. This is a very interesting game. I really thought GamerLegion were going to step up in a big way and kind of force us to a third pretty easily, but Fnatic have got more to show here. A team that's been in the lab, a team that's been grinding, that is playing a LAN Grand Final later this afternoon. And right now, trying to qualify for London in the meantime. Trying to bring their Brits there, and he is putting in a shift as well. Phenomenal showing on Train for Cypher. Some high impact rounds here as well. Everyone pulling their weight. That's the difference here for Fnatic. Look at that scoreboard. 11 plus for everyone. PR's got a bit cold here. He's got the FAMAS on this eco. Force up for GamerLegion, trying to stop the rush.
Trying is very much the word. They do not succeed. Kersey 1v4, backstab with the 5-7. And that's to stop this lead growing. Kersey goes no further.
Fnatic never afraid to pop through this ramp smoke. We saw it in the Ecstatic game, doing it in pistol and in gun rounds. Just HE on the smoke, get the info no one's close or kill him, and then they just run through left and right of the smoke, and GamerLegion don't have the manpower to deal with that. One more man in the site. Fnatic run over him. Too many angles of attack. So GamerLegion's money is in a whirlwind right now. It's getting thrown out the window. They've got 2K a player. Chance for 10 rounds on this T side before their next full buy.
I mean, ZTR having back-to-back really rough games. And, you know, he's not a fragging in-game leader by a large shot. But I sometimes feel like, you know, if he kind of upped his individual level, because I like his cooling. He's a career captain, but just so often you get these like single-digit games from him, and you know we're really not in the era, in the time period where that's acceptable anymore.
Definitely true. They consider Fear on the other side putting in a shift. It's not making your job any easier. It's also PR's quietest game yet of Open, so it's not a good sign for it to appear in their elimination map. Fnatic. They get rid of this eco with ease, just walking into B, keeping it simple.
And this is the 12th map they've played this month. And in 6 of them, it's single-digit games. Not saying he has to be the best player on the roster. But it certainly has to pack a bit of a punch. And like you said, like highlighting Fear is a good example of that, right? Like someone who will put up numbers, someone who will be there. He was the guy who got the ball rolling for Fnatic Hell here on Ancient twice over now when they've played it on this attempt to run through the lower bracket.
Yeah, this would be quite a loss for GamerLegion. Not a good time to find it. Having trouble coming into this new season. After some playoff appearances, Melbourne, Dallas. It's been some trouble for GamerLegion as of late. This is after a map against Vitality. And a decisive beating of VP. But Fnatic right now are stepping up. Nice check for Torsen. Cypher flushed out of the corner. They speed up on this A split.
PR lets them pass. Chased down by Fear's Mac 10, who is very diligent in the clear there. Wraps all the way around to make sure they haven't hit that timing, and so PR doesn't get a heroic moment. It's got to be Rez and Torsen, the two heavy hitters for GamerLegion, to try and recover this. Rez in the right place, has a chance to sneak out Temple right now. Crim's not covering. They're going to get on the line. You'd like to think he's got this trade in the bag. Swedes clash. Crims comes out ahead, now pushing forward. A bit more follow-up damage. ZTR brought down very low. Both players one shot from certain death. They've spotted Blame F back of Donut, and they kind of have to chase him down, but they're just lacking the HP to do so. ZTR closing the distance, and Blame F playing for time. Walks that clutch over the line, teed up for it with all the damage from his teammates. And 2 bullets was all he had to land to make that rounds Fnatic.
Yeah, that's not the guy you want to see alive in that clutch. Blame F, perfect round for him. As soon as GamerLegion realized they're in the 2v1, no kit, no smoke, no health. Blame and Donut, what are you meant to do? They try and come for him, and Blame just plays the steps to perfection. Poor PR as well, tries to let them past him, but like you said, diligent. Full clear by fear around the world in Donut to check it. And they're getting hyped because Fnatic know that qualification to London is not an impossibility. It may require them beating NAVI, a team that pushed them into this lower bracket. But if they can dispatch of GamerLegion this clean, who's to say that the revenge couldn't be on the table? It's hard not to buy into this Fnatic story right now. 11-7, GamerLegion absent.
Just look at how even it is as well. Like, this is really a win by committee, and everyone's playing well. There's not a weak link for Fnatic.
I'm buying in. Blame F out mid first. No one here. It's only pistols with an SMG on Torsen. This is GamerLegion giving a 5th round in a row away to play a full buy. And then try and come back off that. Just screams Fnatic 2-0. Is there a hero? Is there someone to save GamerLegion at their hour of need? Rez has tried valiantly in this game. But when you talk about how everyone is pulling their weight here for Fnatic, the same cannot be said about GamerLegion. Oh, missed Donut. It's not even a block, just full miss. Stack here. Oh, uh-oh.
Oh. Crims tries to regain some semblance of control, but this has gone disasterfully for Fnatic. From missed smokes, unable to brave the stack. Now Fia left running away. This is heard. Torsen's even giving chase. He is going to miss this timing, I think. Fia will get away from him.
Oh, just.
But no time to win the round. No chance. GamerLegion keep their heads above water here, denying map point. And it does feel like he's going to die after time.
Just run. 100% worth it. Yeah, Torsen gets him gone. And that's a crazy round to win. PR up close with a 5-7 double kill. They get eaten alive. What an unreal round win to save GamerLegion in this game. If that can't re-inspire you, nothing can.
All right, Cozy gets his AWP, 7 kills. Far quieter here on Ancient.
Well, it's not going to get better. He's stuck on A. One cross. Oh, Jambo! That smoke didn't even break. It was just off the spam.
And they're going to group for an A hit. After that kill, after spotting the AWP boosted at B, they're hoping that that's put the fear in GamerLegion, who are making a heads-up play. ZTR with aggression down the ramp has pieced together that this half of the map is empty. And so said that Kersey had to step up. This is the last time he's going to get to don the AWP here on H. Oh, that's unforgivable. Okay, makes up for it. ZTR even claims one back through the smoke. It's the two bottom performers here that have clawed an advantage back in this round. Cypher dead out in middle, and the Kersey Orb delivers a follow-up.
Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. Why did I say 2-0 at 11-7 on the full eco? Because now GamerLegion are back in the game. Absolutely back in the game. Money on their side. Momentum building, and Fnatic with tricky decisions to make. And do you have the balls this deep in the game to call something explosive? Like these B-pops that were working so well for Fnatic earlier in the half. Fear asked a lot of him to bail Fnatic out of this moment.
Just a series of kind of confidence boosting rounds here, right? Starts with that eco win, a 4-on-5 as well in that round. Kersey even missing the opening AWP shot, the one that looked the freest out of all of them, going on to get two more past that point. And a double up from ZTR to keep him tied. The floor is rising for GamerLegion. But a rundown out mid, Fear opening up. This is the buy-in from Fnatic, who risk it all on this round.
He calls it off. He could have gone chasing for res, but takes the 5v4, knows he's probably just going to die on that next fight. So Fnatic get to play the 5v4. They could reset off mid if they want. They don't need this position. They've been a B-heavy team. Torsen taking a main with his teammate, but they find nothing but blame. That's a big entry. Kersey just cleaned up. Jambo has had enough.
And that's one of the things that makes Jambo so exciting. He can use this AWP like a rifle on the entries, man.
Sure,
He's very exciting to watch, an entry AWPer.
Dude, he's running in there into an off angle against a rifle, and he just flick quick scopes. He's been doing that all day. And yeah, AWP gap here. It's showing.
That's a GamerLegion, this fight for survival. But now exactly that. They're just looking for overtime on their pick of Ancient. They're hoping that they can string together 3 rounds to try and start extra play. Gonna have to be a late in the day comeback here for GamerLegion. Fnatic, multiple chances to walk this one over the line, and Jambo really getting activated in these last few rounds, been a constant source of these opening kills. Such a delight to watch when he switched on.
Yeah, so sick. It's like that Ivy round back on train where he just runs into A and triple entries with the AWP like that. And is this it here for GamerLegion? At least they have the buy. The money won't decide the outcome. Dead mouse for Torsen. Plug that bad boy in.
It's looking better. It's looking back. Torsen returns.
But are GamerLegion gone, Harry? That's the question.
Oh, there'd be nothing worse than replugging your mouse just for one more round. So let's see if GamerLegion can dig deep. Oh no, wait, never mind. We're right back into one more. Hang on a sec. All right then, everyone. I want to see some good Blame F copy pastas. Get your best ones in. I want them original if you can. Don't want to have read them before. I like handcrafted copy pasta done the old-fashioned way.
Yeah. This 100-year-old diner still makes copy pasta the old-fashioned way.
It's a hot, fresh original. Handcrafted.
Bit of cheese.
Some cheese on there. And I'll have the strawberry daiquiri.
2 of those. And I'll have 2 as well.
A fruity cocktail, I think. With my spaghetti.
Penne arrabbiata.
You'll need a tray.
Food is hot. Back in the server now. This GamerLegion try to hang on. Is that the Brooklyn Bridge behind Rez? That's Inferno. Torsen Mouse working.
All right, we're back in. This time for real. GamerLegion lagging behind on their map pick. Ancient, a good map for this GamerLegion squad. They need 3 in a row to try and force overtime, or else their route to London ends here.
And I mean, we've been talking about, Cypher, London, all this stuff, but I think at the same time, you've got to talk about how this is just a huge opportunity for Fnatic to try and play a top-tier tournament on a stage somewhere we don't see this team or this organization for a long time. So what a chance it could be. Yes, this doesn't qualify you, but it gets you that 1 game away. Puts it in the palm of your hand. Eliminating the favorite of GamerLegion.
The entry AWP is a wild thing on Jambo.
Yeah, it doesn't get it this time.
Look at him go, man.
Yeah, careful.
No one else plays like this. Jambo still going and still killing. They don't deal with him the first time. CTR, the nade, will at least get revenge. Just 1 from the Jambo, we'll say, aggressive entry AWP path. Now blocked in Donut, 2 players there for GamerLegion. PR and Kersey have no info, no idea as to the whereabouts of Fnatic. They don't know what's happening. And that's kind of putting some extra pressure on these B players. There's a gap right now in red. CTR's having a look away. Eventually, Kersey moves around to take the angle. So there were like these little windows where pressure was on.
Crims is playing. Crims is playing right now. He's walked out A main. There's no one here.
PR spots him, deals with the lurk. That leaves Fnatic with just this B hit.
We're in trouble.
Couple of awkward flashes. Fear nails an opening, gets the spot on Torsen in the cubby, but they can't get past him. It was well worth Torsen fixing that mouse because he puts it to work in the follow-up round.
Yeah, they spotted 2 players, or at least heard them off of CT, so really not ready for a 3rd man in that B bomb site. A good gamble from GamerLegion pays off. Fnatic, tricky spot to be in with no money on a couple of players. They might just force buy. I'd almost want to see the eco on the rest. Because they're in the hole right now, looking for that final round of reg. Fear buys, he had 1400, he was screwed no matter what. So at least get some nades to try and make this eco interesting. Will it really be? B entry, pushing through into cave is ZTR 4 health. That's awkward, but flash is good. Bomb plant allowed, that's all Fnatic came for. Anything more would be great. Can they find ZTR? No. Crim's clutch of the decade, not to be. We go all the way into the final round of regulation.
Third and final chance for Fnatic to close. GamerLegion retightening their grasp on Ancient.
Overtime would be a different beast. Can Fnatic avoid it and close up this series? In a simple 2-0, that's what the headlines will read. Well, the GamerLegion want to complicate matters. Rez has been playing a great game. Has a lot to do. Spotting middle. It's team heavy B, they rotate round. PR indecisive. As Fnatic keep pressure on this side of the map. Rez loses info. Kersey, can't miss now. Only 2B. Torsen's got the block. Fnatic, they love going through this smoke.
Torsen with this jiggle. Spots the util coming over, insta-drops the smoke. That's a big problem for Fnatic. They've got a nade on Crims. Could be used to just blow this open, and yeah, that's where they go. Jambo, double entry. ZTR can't hold him back. This wave of Jambo washing over GamerLegion. And it's only Kersey and PR. 3-on-5 looking to go the other way. As GamerLegion might get stopped shy of this comeback unless Kersey can find a way back in. All alone in the clutch. And Jambo on for the ace. Walked over the finish line. Fnatic with a 2-0 finish, ending the GamerLegion run on their home map of Ancient.
A hugely impressive and much needed victory for Fnatic. Doesn't quite seal them the deal of going to London, but does put them one step closer. And beating GamerLegion, that is what dreams are made of for a team of their level right now.
That is a massive win for Fnatic. As you said, they haven't qualified yet for London, but they put themselves only one step away in a lower bracket where it's possible to make a bit of an upset. We know the other group has Spirit in the lower bracket. Let's be honest, there's no way Fnatic would ever beat Spirit. But here, there's an opportunity. NAVI or M80, that's possible. The last round right here, winning a 3v5, good trading coming into it. It felt like it was poised to happen at this point. Also, the VRS, we know they're currently playing at a LAN environment because they're playing a simultaneous tournament at LAN to gain more VRS.
Yeah.
Winning GamerLegion right here, that gave them an awful lot of points. This is about to turn out to be a very good week for Fnatic.
And not only that, I mean, they look great while doing it. I think GamerLegion had their moments. Fnatic had moments where they gave rounds away, but I think overall their macro looked amazing. They played that mid battle so effectively, and GamerLegion started to find a solution. But then you can respect that they needed a little bit of individual prowess to push them over the line. It is T-side Ancient after all. I think Fnatic looked great.
They really did look great, and so did BlameF. We were talking about him, we were highlighting him a lot of what he can do, and he was doing his best work on Ancient here.
Yeah, it was good to see BlameF show up here at Blast. He was a little slow to get started on train overall as of recently, though. As he said, it may be a little bit more inconsistent than he used to be, but make no mistake, BlameF is still one hell of a player, and when he's firing on all cylinders, as I said, he's a talisman for Fnatic. The longer they can keep him, the longer they can convince him that there's still potential within this lineup, the better. No BlameF, no Fnatic.
BlameF, for a time, I think, was the best trade fragger in the world. Partly when he was on Complexity, on Astralis, he never missed a trade frag. On this Fnatic roster recently, he's been going out first a lot. We mentioned he was 0-6 in opening kills on Train. You saw Cypher trading off of him. I think he does so well on maps like this where you have Cypher, you have Fear even getting those entries, you have Jambo entering with the op, and then BlameF can play his pace. When BlameF can play at his pace, he is arguably a player that could enter the top 20 in the world. He could join a team like Astralis, but he needs to be playing at his pace. They let him play at his pace in this map.
And just think of this, right? Fnatic got to play a grand final in a few hours, right? This is a nice confidence boost, is that? You know, that's going to put you a little extra spring in your step.
Bro, it's a massive confidence boost. They can win a LAN, you know, they now gain a lot of VRS. They have a chance again tomorrow to maybe secure a spot for London. It's massive right now for Fnatic, regardless of how it's going to end up later today.
Well, talking London, we need to talk to Cypher. He's joining us for the interview after this solid performance. Cypher, that's one hell of an important victory and a big team to take down. Just give me your thoughts and feeling on that game.
I mean, it's always good to be a fellow Brit. Obviously, Ash, you know, coaching GamerLegion. It's always nice. But, you know, we played good games, to be honest. We bounced off each other really well. We had great ideas. So, yeah, it's really good.
Cypher, you had a bit of a rough start, so to speak, in Fnatic. It's still early days. Are you starting to feel more and more comfortable playing in the New Jersey?
Yeah, I mean, again, like everyone's made me feel really good, like at home, involved me in every single round, and all this. This was really good. I just need to keep working on my individual performance. Recently, it's been really rough, but I mean, I'm slowly getting back, so it's good.
When it comes to you, you go for a lot of entries. Sometimes those are going well for you. Sometimes it feels like you're just putting your team into a 4v5. But does it feel like your team is kind of enabling you? They're just letting you off the leash and you can do anything you want? Or are they trying to kind of rein you back sometimes with these aggressive kind of extremity plays on B ramp, for example? Is it something they're pushing you to do more?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's part of the role, to be honest. Like, don't get me wrong, sometimes I do troll, maybe overpeak, overstep a certain boundary, like in a game. But I think that's kind of the way I play, you know? And they know the give and takes of what I bring to a team. And I think my role, especially if I'm not getting entries, I'm still there to create space, you know? And I think I do that really well. Like, I activate my teammates, so...
Cypher, give us a vibe check. You're playing a LAN final in a couple of hours. You just beat GamerLegion now as well. You're new to the team, new to the environment. How's the vibes in the Fnatic camp right now?
The vibes are good, to be honest. The vibes are very good. I mean, yesterday was a brutal day. We had like 6 hours sleep, was up to 9 to 2 a.m. It was kind of losing our minds, but other than that, it was pretty good. Good vibes.
Well, Cypher, thank you very much for joining us. Good luck in the grand final. Go get that win, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Much. Thank you. Thanks for having me. Goodbye.
Always well spoken, always well mannered, and you can see it, right? He's getting adjusted, he's getting used to it, but this is just confidence being shown and shining.
I'll say it like this: with the way we've seen NAVI struggle lately, with the way we've seen M80 play as well, it's not out of the question to think Fnatic could actually book a spot for London.
Yeah, this was a matchup where I thought this is within reaching distance for Fnatic to upset GamerLegion. They do it. I think, as you're saying, NAVI, the way they've been playing, this is within reaching distance. It's still an upset, but it's achievable.
Well, you're not even seeing M80, and M80 is playing against NAVI next, so enjoy some interviews, and we'll be back real soon with the game.
This is London!
Looking at the teams that are still here on this side of the bracket, how confident are you? Do you still believe you can make this run?
I am super confident in the fact that we can make it. I think the whole team is. We just need to show it on the server today.
And if things start to go wrong or things start to go badly, do you have some ideas? Do you have some solutions now?
I mean, we just need to forget about the frustrating rounds, because we only have now 2 best of 3s in order to qualify.
Yeah.
And there's no room for error, but there's also no room to be frustrated if we're still in the game. So yeah, that's the number one thing.
Today you're facing NAVI, but no overpass will be played here. It's their permaban. You showed it wasn't a problem against Virtus Pro. Do you think you can do the same here?
Yeah, I think right now in Counter-Strike, if you count out the very top, every team is struggling a little bit. So I think it's perfect opportunity for us now to beat NAVI, who have looked very good at times, but also have been shown a lot of signs of weakness. So I think this is a very nice timing for us to play them. They're still trying to slot in Makaze, who has really high highs, but maybe, makes the team a little bit more unstable in some ways.
Mm-hmm.
So I think this is a perfect timing for us to beat NAVI.
Well, M80 already pushed VP to bench Electronic. Now can they do some damage to NAVI? That's what we need to look at here, because NAVI, the start, when they came to Clone with Makaze coming in, it was all positive. We were all singing their praises. And since then, it's been down, 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 down.
Normally, when you bring in a new player, you get out of a player break, you're supposed to be better game by game, tournament by tournament. I feel it's going the different direction right now for NAVI, and I see some of the same issues, the same problems I saw heading into the player break before they made this change. I don't know what it is, Ru, but when I look at this lineup, and when I look at the vibes within that camp, the general mood, the body language, the way they speak to each other, I don't know what it is, but it does seem from the outside at least a team that does not enjoy playing Counter-Strike together. They're professionals, they'll do it, but if you don't enjoy it, it's going to hinder you.
Yeah, sometimes it sucks to talk about the kind of the black hole that is the vibes that we talk about with Elige and FaZe, but I think the reality is when you look at them in the game, they do look uncertain of each other, uncertain of themselves. They wait that extra second to go for a peak. They wait that extra second, or they go a little too early, like they're not on the same page sometimes. And that does come down sometimes to vibes, how much confidence you have in your teammates, how much you believe in the system. And I think that's been missing for them for quite a while. And Makaze, despite being everything you hoped he would be, just hasn't fixed it.
And that's it, right? One player change may have not fixed it. Some people thought they were going to make 2 player changes with it. Looking at Cologne, that result was good. But how disappointing are the next 2 results? Not making it to Bounty Finals, then insta-eliminated at EWC.
I think it is disappointing for NAVI, and it was a bit of a surprise. Them losing to 3D Max at EWC, that's a rough loss. Again, now they find themselves in a rough position. I don't want to hit the panic button just yet, but something needs to change during this tournament. You cannot have 3 tournaments in a row where it keeps getting worse and worse and worse. They are bootcamping right now, so seemingly actively doing something in order to change it. So I'm not ready to say roster change right now, but it also depends on who you can get. Elige is on the market right now. If you can get him, go ahead.
They've had time to bootcamp since EWC, straight from EWC into bootcamp. But Makaze has been the bright spot of this team, right? We have liked what we've seen from him, but now he needs the supporting cast.
I mean, you saw him against FaZe on Mirage. He had over 100 ADR. He was this unbelievable player, but not good enough. And that's the problem with Makaze so far. Great, and you can't put this on him, but just not good enough to push NAVI over the line. And that's not something that you should be saying about NAVI. When we talk about NAVI 2024, we're talking about a team that was more than the sum of their parts. They were getting so much out of every single player, and everyone was peaking at the right times. Now it feels like it's moving in the opposite direction.
I agree. I think for a long, long time, we've been praising Blade, we've been praising Alexi as well, but I think it's time to also look at those two and be like, what are you doing here, right? Can't you get the most out of your team anymore? Are you looking to potentially make a roster change? What is up with it? As much as we want to praise Blade and Alexi for when things are going well, which has been the case for NAVI when you look, I guess, back at the last 365 days, then overall it's been a good period. But as of recently, Alexi B's individual output, the output of the team, not up there. So Blade and Alexi B, find a solution or move on to something else.
Hey, Blade's back now. He's fixed his collarbone or whatever the hell was broken. Now he's all fine. Don't disrespect the GOAT like that. You can't do that.
I'm not disrespecting him. I'm just saying that if we praise them all the time, it's also fair that we point a bit of a critique towards them when things are not working out.
You got to start the conversation.
Start the conversation. Well, I'm not ready to have that conversation yet, but I will have a conversation around the AWPers in Wonderful and Slacks, because both of them, we suspected a lot more from Slacks when we first saw him, you know, on the M80 side, especially throughout this tournament. But Wonderful's kind of in the same boat, but it's been a longer time talking about
I would say this is somewhere you need to think of the comparison, because Wonderful's received a lot of criticism, but he's an opera where it's hard to find a replacement that would be better. He is a solid player that maybe just wasn't as good as you wanted him to be at times. Slacks, on the other hand, he's a great player when he's playing NA competition, but there's levels to this. Wonderful is a couple of levels above Slacks, and Slacks still has to prove himself against top 50 teams, even top 30 teams. He needs to prove himself, and this is a great example of a time when he could. If Wonderful has one of those off games, if Slacks could try and actually get a few picks on Wonderful, the same thing we saw Jambo do against Kersey.
Now, we saw already M80 can lose Overpass and still bounce back in a series. This time they won't even have a chance of playing it, so it makes the veto a bit more interesting.
I guess so. Ancient, Train, and Inferno, if my eyes are not making a fool out of me.
Yep, you can see them.
Yeah, they don't really work anymore. I think that's a decent map for both teams. I don't think there's any big surprise right here, looking at the bans as well. Navi picking Train, I guess that's interesting. I feel like there's more and more top teams who are heading into the direction of picking Train. It took a bit of time for people to pick up on the map, but now it seems to be a fan favorite by a lot of the teams.
I think when you look at Navi, I think they've been kind of looking for that spot in the map pool where they can be comfortable, because last year they had Mirage for so much of that time. Now they've got kind of a question mark. Where should they go? I thought they should be picking up Overpass, but this is not the team to try that against. The M80 is an incredible Overpass team, so map pool looks pretty much standard.
How much of a chance does M80 realistically have on Ancient? Because this was the Makaze specialist map, you know, where he can just dominate for, but M80 can play it well against regional competition.
I think, and it may sound a bit disrespectful to M80, I think it comes down to NAVI. If NAVI is just playing close to the normal level, let's say 70-80%, there should be no way M80 is winning this game. I do expect them, with the way M80 has been playing so far, to make the game competitive, but it's up to NAVI to fall down to the level of M80 if we want a close game.
This is a game where Lake, maybe against Makaze, could get something done. M80 do have an 8-game win streak on this map against NA competition. They have a chance, certainly.
They have a chance, but we'll have to see if they can keep that going for them here. Let's get to Hugo and Harry and see how the game unfolds.
Yes, here we are. M80 ready to take on NAVI. Hugo, you have some worries about this one. You've been jittery about it all day. Is this Navi woes, or what do you think?
It's Navi woes, right? Like we expect Navi to win this game. I'm sort of echoing the desk in that sense, but it's what level do we get out of Navi today is the big question. M80 already shot for the moon in taking a map away from Vitality, but you know, it's overpass. It's a bit of a new situation. It's where a lot of top teams have been struggling. Across a BO3, you would like to think Navi are good for it. Today they've got to prove it. Fnatic waiting in the final game of this group. M80 in the way. Can Navi just shunt them out of the conversation here?
We'll have to find out. Something explosive in the pistol for M80. As they all lean over here towards B. Gonna have a heaven jump up to deal with, but they're already past it. Sim with the spot, sees multiple players spilling in towards the cave, and now Na'Vi start to give chase. That bomb only just getting planted. And so Na'Vi right here, ready to retake. Before that bomb's even down, a Slacks double kill, 2 in the dirt. He's hunting down Ema over at ramp as well, and they get out. They get to assemble this post plant here. Both players ramp side. It's tapped, but there's the peaks. Lake knocks him down, him and Slacks with that pistol on their back for M80.
And when I've seen M80 pull off some of their best upsets, their best underdog games, it has been on maps like Ancient. So very excited to see if they can bring a nice rambunctious pace into this T side, thriving in the chaos, catching Na'Vi off guard in even round all the way until that 2v2 where they just swing together and win the fights. M80 take the pistol, Na'Vi take an eco. And don't be surprised if we see a quick game, a chaotic game out of M80. They know they need to ruffle Na'Vi if they want to win this match. Wonderful Deagle. In a difficult position to flash. They have something here. There's one. Good double tag. Swisher put low. Wonderful. Burning alive, but still here. Not for long. Lake comes in to sweep him aside. And so any danger avoided. As M80 take the pistol and the conversion.
Promising start for Lake. Back-to-back triple kills in these first 2 rounds. And I mean, that one, you were right, and the Wonderful had done a lot, you know, a tag down range. Double tag onto, I think it was Swisher, and the kill. But Lake chasing an ace. Gets all 5 up against the pistols. He's 8-0 to start this off. And this guy is swimming in cash. Lake's a gold.
McScrooge moment here. Jump in it. Here's Na'Vi's full buy, no AWP. Due to the early investment, they've even got an SMG to allow for nades on Alexi. Big cave side. M80, all outside of mid right now. Throwing in A execute. Hex trying to kick up a bit of a stink here, but it's a late mid take. And the A nades pull Na'Vi out of position. That gives M80 some room. Na'Vi realize very quickly this is a fake. But as they get back to position, the donut smoke renders mid M80s. So they get to take some space with this one. Break.
Nade for Wonderful used very early, and no one spotted on the back of it. Lake takes his timing. They clear Ema out in the red room. And now Lake just comes barreling through with support from Hext, putting pressure on these B players. Makazi picked up in the downtime. Wonderful out on an island here. Gets away with a lot of damage again, and 2 kills to keep this kind of interesting for Na'Vi. They're just so far removed. As they begin this rotate, they find Swisher quickly, rounds on.
Perfect.
And they will get past him.
Ooh.
Lake out in the red room. Bit seems aware of this idea. Spotted him here earlier on. It's a trade out of Alexi and left in this 1v1.
Both low though. Alexi has a nade, but probably going to keep gun out in this round. And how can you nade this position? Slacks perhaps has to call the bluff. Will Alexi stick this bomb? It's an open plant, unorthodox one. And Alexi just trying to find this quick kill, but it's not given away. Tap, Slacks, goes for a jiggle, got a full swing, and will win the round for M80. Last place Alexi expected.
Yeah.
I love that setup there for M80, just every step of it with the perfect reaction. When the donut regress comes in, B players are able to help out from heaven. Red control taken, Hex gets a big double off the Mac 10 onto the M4. And even though Wonderful gets 2 kills when he really shouldn't, M80 have an answer for everything.
I love that Slacks just uses the full breadth of the time as well, right? Like, an orthodox plan plays out towards main. When Alexi approaches the site, he's really hoping the bomb is planted anywhere else where the tell is a bit more obvious as to where that last T is. You could see he just didn't have the read, didn't have the info. Slacks could have been anywhere. And so not an easy clutch by any margin for Alexi B, and unable to stick the landing at the first time of asking.
SMGs come running, but Sin gets out of cave. Ooh, then he gets back in. The nade may land, but double MP9 rips his head off. An AK that Navi won't go for, and M80 just try and win the round by speeding up on A. Lake is pathing so aggressively in these rounds. Just staying mobile, hard to stop, 10-1.
Ema up top.
Oof.
Quickly brought down.
A little micro jump from Hex really offset his model.
They're wiggly, they're jiggly, they're hard to grab hold of here.
M80, they're used to this online play as well, right? This is a team that's been grinding, been playing a lot of cups, a lot of qualifiers, a lot of things domestically. It's part of the reason they have run away with Overpass as of late, winning it, you know, 14, 13 times back domestically in such a short period of time. But this extends to other maps as well. They are well drilled at the moment. That's the one thing M80 have. Win streaks on most of their maps. 8 here on Ancient. And of course, the level of opposition isn't that to compare to NAVI. But in terms of having recent experience, exposure, essentially prac, M80 are a scary team in that regard. So Navi can't underestimate their opponent here. Not in this lower bracket. We're seeing all the reasons why. Just very clean XX right now. Expecting Navi with stronger individuals to carry them through some of these moments. Perhaps in this gun round. Again, this AU till that makes Navi pull back from middle, but it's actually just a B contact.
Hex with the spot, now giving chase. He'll play into this a little bit later. He needs his teammates in B to not fall early, because he's got to be quiet on the approach. Awkward there for Slacks, caught out in no man's land with nades pulled, and the same fate for Swisher. Hex creeping through, gonna have a free kill perhaps. Wonderful, just went to check for this. Hex gets past him, they're on the defuse now, but there isn't a kit in place, so Hex does have time. That's a collateral, kills neither. Nade comes in, defuse denied. Hex with the 1v3.
Oh, what
he has had some fantastic clutches here on the run in the lower bracket. Hex adds another to the tally. That is beautiful.
That's a tilter for Navi. We know this team tilts. That is a tilter. Wonderful, even checked his back. And then he hits a collat orb shot, nades him off the bomb, re-peeks before they can even think about it. And it all goes so wrong in the B bomb site. Slacks and Swisher getting caught off. Doesn't matter when Hex comes in for the backstab clutch. And M80 keep the good times rolling. Uh-oh, Na'Vi. Not the start they had in mind, huh? M80 lining up a BX but Na'Vi have just come here and stacked.
I mean, also, this map for Na'Vi has been one of their, like, haunting maps where they've had a series of, like, weird L's to teams that you think Na'Vi should be able to fairly comfortably beat. The most recent one I'm thinking to is that game versus TNL.
Yeah.
You remember from Bounty, this was the map that TNL took off of them in overtime. That is another team that have had a lot of exposure in terms of just playing a lot of games, constantly on the grind. Another aggressive team. Can be hard to predict. Not too dissimilar to the situation around M80. A lot of reps in. Not afraid to get weird with it. And with some very aggressive pieces. Still, this round's getting a bit weird and wonderful.
Yeah.
Slacks and Sin. It's going to have to be the German contingent to save them, but they're worlds apart.
Oh, there's no better gun, so stick with the orb. Doesn't want to play back 10, and there we go. Got the upgrade now. 20 seconds. Ema at long. He is committed. If he gets caught on this fight, oh. Slacks volleying him out long, but Ema's just going to push through. Will he deny this plant in time? No. Bomb makes it down, but Ema wins the round. Man, if Slacks takes that fight, he wins it straight up. Surely. Ema one shot.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, Ema's doing something so wild there that I almost don't blame Slacks for not considering it. Like, quite frankly, that's not a great position to be in. Like, low health, solo B player, all the way out at long, it's way more common to see them play retake in those kind of situations, or just safer, right? So you're not committed to that fight. You play for the info. Ema didn't do that, and it's the unorthodox position he's in that actually nets him the round.
Okay, Na'Vi, that's one way to get on the board with a low econ round like that, but can they build? Wonderful breaking. Missed flick, not even close in mid. Slack stays on the AK. Lake tries to find his entry because he knows about this aggressive mid take. Very familiar. And Hex lucky to be alive. So the AK only does damage. They both trade out. Na'Vi retaking middle. Lake needs a quick shot here, and he's going to get it. Still in trouble. Wonderful could molly him out, so there it goes. Lake forced to smoke it. Can Wonderful wallbang with the orb, maybe. Lake fighting through, trying to just keep the pressure on while Hex just abandons him and runs towards B, looking for a weakened site. Ema climbing up, they have no idea. His timing is so good.
That's a free kill on the backstab. Bomb eludes M80. They decide to battle for this long control. What? Slacks
Bomb
hits the transfer. Bomb dropped back over at Cave, and that's where Ema was last spotted. He's going to catch them again with backs turned. Have they pieced it together in time? They get the spot, and there's Slacks to round it out with a fourth.
Dude, it just feels like a great day for M80 where they've come in confident, they've come in warmed up, they're all feeling good, they've slept great, and everyone's hitting. So many multi-kills, so many crazy rounds coming out of M80. And on the T side of Ancient, building a dominant half now against the heavy favorites of Na'Vi. Hex with a big clutch, Slacks with a huge round, and Na'Vi starting to tilt. Is there a hero? Is it Ema? Finds his opener. Makazi in middle has something as well. And Na'Vi come in swinging. Taking space away and a two-man advantage with it.
5-on-3. No excuse to give this one away, Navi.
Oh dear.
Good util to make Bit uncomfortable. You're telling yourself you still have every reason to win this round. Ema also caught. Alexi flung further forward, trying to battle this back, but he's mopped up after one. The route for a B plot has just opened up.
They're leaving, or they should. Hex goes in. Sin's big flanking. This is a crazy move for Sin.
I mean, look, at this point, if you're M80, you feel like everything you've done in this game has worked. You don't feel like you can set a foot wrong, and so they think, screw it, let's keep being wild, let's keep being weird. Let's lend Sin some time and put some faith in him on a big wraparound.
It might just work. Wonderful just checked and he missed the timing, so Sin, element of surprise and no kit. He gets him off the sight. Wonderful, long scope. They've read it. Sin won't hit that shot, but Wonderful is one from death. Hex might just play on his first timing as he takes another clutch here for M80. Confident calling. And it's only going to get better on this T side. 3 kills from Hex. NAVI just feeling like they're getting robbed. That's 5v3.
Dude, I think, you have a lot of battle scars if you're NAVI on this map. You have a lot of horrible memories of Ancient, especially from the last year. I want to give you a bit of a year in review of Ancient for NAVI. Every time of consequence, and this has really happened all the way dating back to like Shanghai. If you remember, this was the map where Heroic beat them. That was the close of that series, and that was what ended NAVI's major run. Heading into this year, any other time it's crept up in a series of consequence, it's gone against them. I'm thinking back to Astana. It was the third and final map where they lose in the quarterfinal to Astralis. I'm thinking Melbourne in the game that could have sent them into the playoffs. They fell to Liquid here, right? Cologne very, very recently, the final map in that semi. Admittedly, that one's versus Spirit, so it's a bit of a different weighting and a higher caliber team to the other 2 losses. But this just keeps up all the way through their year. EPL losing to the Mongols 2-0. It was the last map there. Bounty right at the start of the year. They lost Ancient in a close overtime to Team Spirit, who would go on to win the event. In every game of consequence, Ancient creeps up as a deciding factor for NAVI, and it always comes up short.
Oh, this one's not looking any different, is it? Another huge upset online. In the opening map for M80, building. In round number 9, NAVI just feeling like they have to go for it. They have to look for anything they can, but the kills aren't being given away. Slacks picks another one out of the picture, and Makazi, kill or not, this round is done. He knows it. M80, 8-1 up. NAVI looking for scraps, and Hex is just running for that kill. Even though they don't have money to lose, they know they can take NAVI with them. Punish. That is the play for M80. And so they shall. 8-1. Everyone playing their A game right now. Just a sick game, and now's the first pause for NAVI. Only now. Kicking in. It's not too late to save it, but it feels too late for the pause.
If you're M80, I hope you're just shooting for the stars here. Like, beating NAVI on Ancient, as we just established, not out of the question, not by a long shot. That should have been your thought coming into this series. But you could look to hand them their most dominant loss on this map in the year. And that is a statement in its own right.
So NAVI's changed positions on this map coming into this latest roster move. B anchoring. Makazi adding a lot of firepower in middle, the T side as well. This is so strange, and it might go better for Hex, because if Ema decides to leave, Hex is just going to get gifted the kill, but why would Ema leave? It feels like his team are going to get punished now as they walk into main with no realization. Ema's good for one
Watch
here.
it clear it.
What, they're clearing it? Why are they clearing that? NAVI can't catch a break. Makaze, so many losses. He's put up great games, but even here on Ancient, he joins his team in the graveyard. 5v3 save. They're locked out.
And here's the thing, like when you're playing this red hot, everything's just flowing. And so my guess there is Hext, even though they've hit like this weird timing, might have just said, there is a chance, you know, like you have to be mindful here.
Yeah.
There is that gap. Leg walks around very purposefully clearing that one position, knowing that it's the only way that round gets out of hand. And these are like details where if this is maybe a closer game and you're not feeling it, you're not absolutely dominating, maybe something like this just slides under the radar and Hext is a little more quiet, a little more withdrawn. But no, you know that Hext is a big personality. You know he likes to be loud, and with that likely comes a flow of info. Even this hunt at the end, knocking out one extra gun from the ranks of NAVI.
Hex is really just looking like such a great move to this team, right? Adding a lot of energy in this young roster, but also we have had a couple of these games where he just goes crazy in a supportive role at times and still putting on 13-5 on this scoreboard. 9-1. M80 running away with this. NAVI have nothing to show. Full A execute. They've been like feigning this a couple of times, but NAVI, every time they rotate out of middle, they see nothing A. Will this be similar? Makaze stays middle this time, thinking it is a bit of a ruse. A execute, laid up, bit in the bomb site. Gonna try and smoke his exit to try and fight here for this, but Hex just running and gunning, gets that beautiful entry. Look at him go! This guy's unstoppable right now, 15-5. Ema has to try and save them. He's been the only guy. Alexi follows up as well, 2v3, flipped on its head. Alexi spamming out Hex, leaves Swisher. Cold and quiet game in the clutch.
It hasn't really been required thus far. The 2 and 8 hasn't mattered on Swisher. But this would be a nail in the coffin if he can pull this clutch up. It's done. Time ticking away. NAVI threw caution to the wind in this 3-on-5. They scrapped with M80, kind of tried to play on their terms. And out of desperation, they lent in to giving that 3v5 a go. M80 maybe thought the job was already done, get a little lax, aren't ready for the Ema barrel out of Temple.
Yeah, Hex double kill, runs through the smoke into Donut as well, and all the kills just appear for NAVI. Full spam through. Nice double for Ema, that third piece in time in the site. But this is... These are scraps here for NAVI. Ain't no mistake about it. Looking for a 3-round half. Make that jump up heaven again. Ema still defends for 1 before he falls. Nice angle from Makaze in front of the donut. Wins his, and Slacks has no trade. NAVI are down the ramp, and they spot that cheeky smoke play. So right at the end of the half, NAVI waking up and doing something.
Hang on.
Dude,
last time they were in this position, they ended up losing the round. So
no.
Nothing comes for free here for NAVI.
No.
Hex dealt with, and that is a lot of the pressure removed. It's only Sin who's low on health, and they know where he is. 1v3 for Sin. And already NAVI begin rotating away. He's trying to feign them out with the footsteps, but Makaze on the line in mid confirms that Sin is not yet left. AWP now on this line, and there should be no winning this for Sin. Surely dead at the first turn of this peak. There's Wonderful to close it out. 3 is all Na'Vi get on this CT side. Slow to get going. Meanwhile, M80 showing up in great form.
Hey, my name is Kerrigan. I'm currently the IGL for FaZe Clan, and today we're doing some map analysis. The game we're looking at is Liquid versus Heroic. So first of all, you want to always play for some mid control, or at least throw some mids as the CTs. And most of the time, you actually are going to play 2B. So the third option is always, are you going to control mid with 3 CTs, or you're going to control B with 3 CTs as well? So what happened in the round is basically they took the option of starting 2 guys B, counter the early aggression if it comes in with utility as you normally see. But they wanted the CT side to fight 3 guys mid. So to set up the round, they have to figure out how to run a fight mid. The utility dump you get down in this, what we call pocket area in our team, is where there's a lot of HGs, a lot of molos and flashes, and CTs are swinging with it. In this case, what Liquid is calling for is a classic tactic that has been played on Ancient for a while. So they send the best swarm out mid, and Heroic decides to fight aggressive up window. They want to be in this area. So they send Twist out mid with 1 guy supporting from spawn, 3 guys running towards what we call A main with bump. And of course there's a default smokes mid. We all have seen maybe donut smoke, there's a little bit of everything. But the key thing here is the guy coming out mid, the second he sees nothing, I am pretty sure the call is walk A main. Because if mid is clear, they are playing for A side, right? It means there has to be players B and players A. So in this scenario, normally what they want to happen is that the guy's running out mid. Hopefully he gets a kill with the support in his back. But in this scenario, he didn't get the kill, but he got information about the 3 players in mid, meaning there is 90% chance no one is A. What they do next is the key element of Ancient. They're coming out well knowing the closest player is probably here, or he is in this area in spawn. So the round unfolds in this way that they're rushing out A main, the mid guy is coming back, the guy from red who supported the window guy is coming back to CT. So now this guy is smoked off from the angle here, so he can't really support the guy. Now the decision made by Liquid is really good. The first 2 guys rub in a hand, 3rd guy throws a flashbang behind the box over here that blinds the angle all the way into donut area. These 2 guys swing, they take out the donut guy. And now the key element in this thing is sometimes people smoke donut insta, but in this scenario Liquid decided to go in to take donut. Mostly important with that is that they can plant the bomb without getting spammed from 2 angles through the smokes. So they are actually getting a map area, because on Ancient A side you want to take an area, especially when planting the bomb, because there is nowhere to go after you plant the bomb. Liquid did the right thing. They went in to kill the guy, trade the guy that killed Twist in the middle, and therefore they had a good success to setting up the after plant and therefore win the round. I hope you guys enjoyed this map analysis by me. See you soon on Ancient.
Red hot for M80 as they come storming in to this series. It's their map pick of Ancient to open up. And boy, do you know it, 9-3 half secured for M80. A final little handful of rounds at the close for Na'Vi. Puts tremendous weight on this pistol round. If Na'Vi do want to have any hope of coming back, they need it.
Good thing we were not waking up. Now we're waking up. Let's go.
Na'Vi waking up. Better late than never, I say, but are M80 just first half merchants? Or first map merchants? They were against Vitality. Ema entry on the B site is Lake Wards down ramp, and now Na'Vi come in with a blistering pace. Double kill from Ema. Swisher, quiet game. And now it will begin to matter if Na'Vi do wake up. That's 3 from Ema. Hex has to save. And so we've got a game.
Stat pad for Hexed.
Yeah, do it.
No.
Because it's going to be a lot of fun to watch on this T side, right?
Hex is a little jump scared by that death.
Yeah, he's got all the emotes. He's got the emote pack coming soon to Counter-Strike 2.
And when they add pets, you can have a little Hex to follow you around, emoting.
I bet Hex can floss.
Hex actually was the backpack kid.
I knew I recognized him.
Another one. Oh, in the basket for Navi as Makazi. 2 quick kills from him on the mid play.
M80 coming with a cheeky play to pop through the mid smoke and cave at the same time, but Navi have realized that's a lot of resources. And so somewhere's weak. It is B. They've taken the site. They put that bomb back down, so might just have to be a double save here for M80 if you're playing the long game. Navi start believing again. Where did that MP9 go? I couldn't tell you. Oh, there it is.
I mean, honestly, for a little scavenge round, you've done well to arm yourselves.
Yeah.
2 AKs, an SMG. This next round's pretty threatening for M80. Navi have to take it very seriously.
They've put some sprinkling of utility behind it as well, so M80 are believing in their upset potential. Pop through the mid-smoke, you hit that flash, you turn back round, and you put that AK to use. Late gets a double. If Navi rushed beyond...
Oh my god! Okay, this is really nerve-wracking now for Navi, isn't it? Sim with the aggression on this MP9, here's them kind of falling away at the doors.
Oh, he wants to.
Swinging out now, a little too late. Gets the spot on 3 players, but with so much time left, it doesn't even tell you a hell of a lot. Flag's holding the fullback, needs this.
It's ugly.
Only gonna manage 1. And now it is a big question mark where Navi are going. They're T-spawn with a minute left.
Swisher, 2 and 12. It really does start to matter in rounds like these. He needs to hold his own. He needs to at least get 1 here in middle. But no armor D, just overwhelmed. Mid-round from Navi looking really solid as Alexi closes it out. Just moving around the map. And M80 can't get a beat on them. If Slack stayed committed on that wide angle, I think he could get multiple kills there, but Court trying to pull back. It's awkward. We've got 3 players really carrying the load here for M80. Is that enough when we get deep into a game? Because Ema, slowly but surely, been chugging along on this T side. He's ripe for the taking.
Like v Mikaze, battle of 2 aggressive pieces. Slack's here to back him up though, and that makes him a safe pair of hands, a safe bet over in middle. Here's the B hit for Navi. Swisher caught with util. The really rough game continues. Doesn't want to get to the end of this and feel like he's the reason M80 couldn't close. 2 versus 3 in the retake now, but it is 2 of these heavy hitters left up for M80.
Oh no. And the 3-2-1 swing comes in as they swap guns, so Navi hit that perfect timing to close it out in a 1v1 clutch from Wonderful. And another really close round, a what-if round for M80. And as you said, another round where Swisher just caught off. Just had no impact in this game whatsoever. And the worse it gets, well, the worse it gets.
Yeah, I think it's like, you know, you're just going to be in your head at this point, you know, like you're trying to be really safe, but then every single time you're fiddling with util, you feel like you're getting caught out, so now you're only getting more safer. This time he's like, oh, screw it, I only have a pistol, I'll get aggressive, dies to the MAC-10. That one's fine, that's a way more forgivable death. But I just think it's really, really rough when your kind of B Anchorman is in their head about where they're playing, how they're playing, always towing that line. Am I too aggressive? Am I too passive? If you never feel comfortable, NAVI are just going to keep bullying you. Slack.CEST trying to pull this one back. He's also brought Makazi down low.
Roll of the dice here for M80. Grouping everyone in middle. They get mollied off. And Navi were just waiting for this fight. They had 2 rifles staring at the red room. How about 2 more? Slax follows up. Bomb is stuck in middle, otherwise Navi would have taken B already. They need to guide Ema out. That gives time for M80 to set up inside of B, but they're still not well armed for this round. Navi are low. It's up for debate.
Sin trying to fall back. Decides he doesn't want to be out there on long anymore. And so it's just Slacks in this Deeg. Can't make a dent. Navi bailed themselves out in a round that could have got interesting. And now the gap is well and truly closed on this game. Maybe Blade was right all along. Navi slow to wake up, but now here in good form. And even the rounds that are getting a little bit weird, they're able to see through to the end.
And now, don't you feel silly about those really close rounds at the end of the first half, right? Those 5v3s that Navi break into. And the difference that those could have made. Now Navi feel like they can win. Now Navi have the proof. Slacks collapse!
Okay, that's gonna help. That goes a long way for Slacks. The follow-up's all skill. 2 shots fired, 3 kills found from M80 Zorpa. Efficient stuff from the Slacks AWP.
Swisher 2 and 15. Oh God.
Here's this like no comfortability at any point. You can just see in how he's playing. Slacks on for the ace.
Kill them all.
So it should don't matter if Slacks gets them all on this AWP.
He might. He really might. But Lake's coming in for the close. When M80 have advantage, they will push it.
Come on, Wonderful. Let's just let him have it. You know how nice this would feel. A 4-bullet ace. Give back, you know? You guys have been kind of wrecking them in this second half. Don't go hide and spawn, Wonderful.
Okay. First round on the CT side for M80. It comes after quite an absence. As Navi pieced together a solid comeback. 7 rounds in a row, straight broken.
And here's the thing, I think, you know, we're going to need this kind of heavy firepower trio to really be the thing that uplift them. Because, you know, Swisher ain't coming back in this game. There's no, like, recovery story. There's no big heroic arc. I think when you're this deep in the hole and you have this little solid ground to stand on, there are very few players that can come back from a game like that.
Yeah.
And so he is kind of out of the picture, right? But that's fine, because your other individuals are bridging that gap, and I think Swisher can make a comeback like for map 2 in this series. He just needs a change of scene and setting, because he's peak uncomfortable. But these 3 Hext, Lake, and Slacks hitting as hard as they are will be enough to make up for it, or at least it can be. They finally break through this streak from Navi. Let's see if they're able to keep it up. Slacks ain't gonna get collaterals every round.
Stuck in that red smoke. Get the nades, they bail. Swisher uses his util early on the B-bomb side. No cave control here for M80. So Navi take it. Swisher giving more util to block on B. Swisher put in position by his captain. And no mid-info, even Lake's checking CT from long. So a bit of fear here for M80 and well-founded. Navi have taken red room. Gonna be a B split. Stack in the right place, Slacks moving over to cover the back. That lets M80 look forward on B.
Gonna get here at just the right time. Right as Navi got into position, it's one from the Slacks orb. They learn about Ema as a second piece to this lurk. Lake picked up. Swisher and Sin, both the quiet pieces for M80, trapped back in cave.
Navi no.
Spam connects for Sin. Low players. 3 low players for Navi in this post plant, and Hext arriving down at ramp. Gonna be that next point of contact. He holds the shot. Another trigger discipline round from Hext as he tries to close the distance. Deals with bit, but it's Alexi and Ema. They don't know where they've gotten to. It's Swisher and Sin on the swing. And Swisher finally gets a kill with some impact here for M80.
God, I got so scared there that M80 weren't going to come out cave. Hex is pulling nades after showing his flank. And of course he gets peeked while doing it, but the trades do come through. Swisher swings so Sin can win, and both of them find a kill in that 2v2. Back-to-back rounds is a relief for M80. And it puts Navi's money under the microscope. Huge round win. Hex Heart giving out. Roller coaster round there. Navi gonna half buy. Just try and charge down Lake in middle, who somehow gets 2 full blind. Slacks there to offer assistance as well, and there's no going anywhere but back to spawn for Navi. They're gonna play for 4 rounds into overtime with their full buy. That means 4 chances to close your map pick.
Lake's ability to find kills while he's full flash needs to be studied. I don't know how he's been so good at it. But every single time, you'll nail him with a flashbang, it doesn't matter. He told me he plays, he practices with his eyes closed, sound only. I would believe you.
Oh my goodness.
Okay, well, not this time. Finally, it runs its course. The double swing is enough to deal with him.
Looking at the floor. 3 mid still. Are you ready for this? They want Hex to succeed in this position. He got in cover, and I think he probably called. They don't know. They didn't see me get here. So M80 won't play before him. Hoping Hex will not get volleyed. He forces the fight, and Makazi is so quick. 5 health. That is a nightmare for M80. Still double donut, could net something. Especially if Swisher can offer assistance from red. But as soon as Navi see the stack, we know they just speed up on B.
Kind of just the... Ooh.
Backflip.
All right, Swisher.
Gotta go
nice
B.
Little one and done. Follow up for Sin. Do you want to give this a go?
Why not?
Oh! Nearly. I mean, Navi certainly think they won't. right? Like, you look at who's alive, you look at the game they're having.
This is scary. This is really
They're
scary.
going to try and push up on
Oh my
short,
God.
smoke fades, and they will get out with the kills. NAVI running a bit of a risk there on the push.
That's how you give them the round, really, but hey, they get both kills. Whew. I think if Hex buys his time, he gets something there, but the whole map is quiet. He's scared they're walking into B.
Ragdolls are wilding today.
Yeah, they're going crazy, aren't they? Not live here. Got a tech for the Navi side of things. A moment to catch their breath. I think they need it. In a game that M80 know is far from done. NAVI waking up late in this map. But awake nonetheless. It's higher heights for M80 on this trio, but lower lows.
But it's also like the ballpark of what qualifies for a good round from Swisher and Sin is way lower too, right? Like one kill from either of them and you feel like you're in a great place. Sin and him get aggressive on this B side of the map. Swisher is fed to Na'Vi, but a lot of damage has been done here by M80.
Slack's in the right position to end this game.
Oh, nearly another collateral. Lake overran, but a TK in the mix. And that leaves it even. Low health on Makaze and Ema.
And Makaze so low from the util, he might just be done for. The bomb's gone. Alexi got 2 entries, only to get TK'd. And that's how this map could dissipate. Ema trying to win out the clutch 1v2.
Hext is still sneaking. Leaving Sin to his own devices.
Oh!
Remollied, really slowing him down. And from Hex not playing, he's being wild right now. They have the bomb. I don't know where he's going, but from him not playing, Ema is equally as confused.
Oh, it's bloomed on the molly. That's not good. He's dead. Surely he's dead. Taking steps through the smoke.
Gets out, and now Hex being so far away might be a problem. 30 seconds. Ema trying to clutch. Hex has had a series of great clutches across this tournament, though.
No
and
way.
his slow play leaves him in just the right place. Hex, more clutches in the chamber, and they shut Na'Vi down on Ancient.
Hext is the clutch, M80 is dominant, and Na'Vi couldn't get things going in that first half at all. Then they mount a somewhat mini comeback. They look like they might be able to turn it up a gear, and then it all falls apart once again. This was a solid play once more from M80 that we don't expect from this team.
I think we have to start giving out praises. I agree. M80 once more at this tournament. They come in, they play good Counter-Strike. That first half, that was very impressive. Not necessarily the best performance coming out, and NAVI sure we'll get into that, but for M80 to take advantage of that and basically secure themselves a win in the first half. I know it got a little bit close in the second, but they laid the foundation, so to speak, to make this upset happen in the first 12 rounds.
And that was M80 on all cylinders, but they had some rounds where they went down and they could bring it back because they do play like a team. They are understanding where the win condition is, how they can convert that into a round win, even from a 3v5, even from a 4v5. That's what Navi was lacking. Love to see it from M80.
And they can even pull off some pretty incredible 1v3 clutches.
This is where we have to be a little critical of Navi at times, that they allow a 1v3 like this, especially the way it went down, because we have the round starts out with a decent advantage for Navi. They get the trades out. It turns into a 4v3. You've got Hex with a good timing. He understands the situation he's in to go for the flank from here, but they start to close it out. You know, they're in the right position, the bomb gets planted, and Swisher, or the bomb doesn't get planted, Swisher's gonna get taken down. And Hext, Wonderful knows this is coming. He's aware of it, and you can praise him for the awareness, but he misses the shot, so it doesn't really matter. Then you're in the 2v1, sticking the bomb, and this looks like it's just a really wicked shot from Hext, but actually, Emma team damages his teammate. He hits his teammate for 20 damage, I believe, and then the nade, which wouldn't have actually got the kill. They would have won that round if not for the team damage.
No.
That's insane.
Oh, that's a problem.
That is insane. I mean, it's unlucky. You can't really fault Emma for that. You know, he's obviously trying to refrag at this point, but it's just crazy that NAVI even allows it to get into that position. There was a point where you could close that round and pause it. Hext has a Mac 10 behind a smoke in a 1v3. The bomb is not planted for him. Somehow, some way, NAVI finds a way to lose. And you said it. Wonderful was aware, which means that if Wonderful is aware, the rest of the team is also aware that's a possibility. Odds are that it's one of the dead players who told Wonderful, be aware of this. So it doesn't make anything on behalf of NAVI. It's a wonderful round by Hext, but it's not like he did something out of the ordinary right here. He just let NAVI mess it up over and over and over again.
Hey, he didn't whiff the orb shot. That's the main thing and the main part I'm going to look at there. But you spoke about M80 understanding how to take advantage of these rounds and get the wins. They continue to show it throughout the whole series.
Yeah, this is the next round I want to show is one where it's back-to-back-to-back rounds here. One I'm not even showing, where Wonderful is just a day late, a dollar short. He's just not quite there. I want to praise M80 for this one. They lose the player to the cheetah flank, and they understand this is how we're going to win the round. They immediately pivot into this aggression. But you have Alexi B go for the wide swing there. He's expecting Wonderful to go for a quick peek inside and hit the shot, and Wonderful just doesn't hit the shot. He just misses. He hits that shot, and you're still looking at a Navi round conversion. Instead, he misses. It's a 2v1, and that was a swing round. And again, that's right after the previous round we showed where he couldn't hit the no-scope on the player through the smoke, and there's a round right after where he does a very similar thing. Frag-wise, he did quite well, but there was just a few rounds where he just couldn't push it over the edge for Navi in what could have been a more competitive half.
And it's a recurring theme for Navi, right, Pimp?
It is a recurring theme for Navi, and it's something that is symptomatic of where they're at right now. They don't play good Counter-Strike at the moment. Obviously, second half, we move into that, and I feel like they're trying to monster a comeback, win the pistol, convert. You start to see them going again, but then these small mistakes as well. I don't want this segment to be a hate watch of Wonderful, but unfortunately, Wonderful is another player messing up right here. Again, trade coming in from Emma. Emma in particular had a great showing. He was involved in 10 opening duels in this game, really tried his absolute best to get it going. You enter your way into towards this bomb side, and again, Navi have an advantage. You know, let's not forget that all these rounds that we've shown you so far is Navi having the advantage. Wonderful decides to plant right here, right? They know that there's only one position they have to worry about, that's cave. They are aware that there's at least one player in there, and the only position Wonderful is not allowed to plant the bomb in is in the usual spam spot towards cave. I have no clue why he's not planning towards B long. Alexi B got the kill over there. He's already situated towards A long. You have a guy in towards CT spawn holding down the lane. Wonderful could have gone for a different plan if he wanted to. He didn't. He gets spams, and they end up losing the round. It's not necessarily, you know, to pinpoint on Wonderful that you're the reason why Navi lost right here. It's just these small, weird mistakes that you'd expect M80 to make, not Navi.
Yeah, you're expecting Slacks to be making those mistakes, not Wonderful. That's why Wonderful has been called out a little bit, and he looks so good for so much of the game, but there's just those moments where he just can't quite do the play he needs to make. And then on the other side, you have Slacks, who, again, he's needed to prove himself against European competition, because you look at him in their domestic matchups, he is an incredible player. He goes for so many openings, he's so effective, and we haven't seen it until now.
Well, he showed up in a big way, and you guys said he couldn't do this against European opposition. Is this a life game? Is this something you were happy from what you saw in the eye test? Is it what you want to see more of?
See, that's the thing. He hasn't been able to do it against European opposition, and this is a bit of a breakthrough. If he can replicate performances like this, which is basically the level he's having in NA when he's playing domestic teams, then yes, then we have a complete new situation. I think that's kind of where I'm leaning towards right now with M80. I feel like they're getting better and better. Every time I watch them play at this tournament, I'm positively surprised. So it's a team that is growing on me right now, and there's no doubt if they're able to take down Navi, if they're able to knock them out of the tournament and maybe even book a spot to the London finals, then yes, for Slacks and for the rest of M80, that's a massive step in the right direction to move away from this conversation that they're only good domestically within NA.
Well, Hext is a player who's not only good domestically right now, he's like the player we heard he was supposed to be a few years ago, but it never showed, at least in these games here at Blast.
I can't take anything away from Hexton. In this game, I have to say it. He had a great play against VP, you know, a great clutch. He had a 1v3 here versus NAVI as well. And overall, he's been having a great tournament. I've been here before, though, with Hext. I feel like I praised him, and then the following game or the following tournament, he's nowhere to be found. So I would love to see Hext find a bit more consistency. I would love for him to be the player that we thought he could be a couple of years ago. But when you look at his track record, there's been a lot of these, you know, almost there games, almost breakthroughs, but he never really follow up with it. So now he set the bar high again. He's shown us what he can do within M80. Hopefully, he continues.
Unfortunately, the story of Hext kind of follows closely to the story of M80, that they have these showings where they can take teams close. They did it last year to Spirit. They've done it against a lot of top teams in the past. They pick up a map or they bring two maps very closely. They did it against Vitality with the Overpass win. They need to close it out. And if we could see them pick this win up and then go to London, that would be an incredible breakout for the entire team.
Do we think we're now getting the Lake we wanted to see from when he joined? Because obviously he had big boots to fill. That was the problem he had.
I think he's been fantastic so far. I love the way he's playing Counter-Strike as well. Involved in so many open duels. Like he's the talisman in a sense. Without him going for all these space-creating duels, without him being so aggressive, I don't think there's a way M80 have looked as good as they have so far in this tournament. He's also quite productive with it. I know he's not winning every single opening duel, and you're not supposed to when you're playing Navi, but in terms of him creating space and giving the players around him confidence, providing for slacks as well, I think Lake is starting to actually turn up to the player that, yeah, I guess maybe we can use the phrase that he's the next big thing coming out of NA.
Let me hit you with a stat. In this event, so before that map,
plus 40%?
T-side, 48%.
48.
Opening kill participation. That is almost 50-50 that he goes for the opening kill in a 5-man team. That is unbelievable to have him do that and still get as many kills as he does. And I've talked before, he wasn't quite yet the Malbs replacement we wish he was, but he's getting there time and time again in this event. He's just showcasing himself that maybe he is ready to make that next step. Maybe he is ready to showcase his skill against top 30, top 20, top 10 opposition now.
M80 continue to bring more life out of their players and help them level up. And if they can keep that going on train, that could spell a big amount of trouble for NAVI. Remember, this is an elimination game. M80 are 1-0 and NAVI have their backs against the wall. We'll discuss how it can go down and what we to expect after the break. It's our elimination matchup. We're going to the second map, and it's a wild pick of Train coming out from NAVI. Became a confusing veto from the beginning, and even more so because Makazi has 2 maps ever played on this.
This is Navi Junior's permaban when it was in their map pool. Makaze has played 2 maps on HLTV total on this map, and he's not done so well when he's been on this map. Despite being a yard player, he's in the action. He needs to power up if they're going to win this one.
That's a pressure point. That's maybe something that if you're M80, you can look into and start there, you know, when you want to apply pressure.
Now, Slacks on Train is what I'm expecting to be a beast when it comes to all of this, right? This is Train. Open spaces, good orb fights coming in there, and if he can keep that up that he had on Ancient, it's a good sign for M80.
If you don't have short-term memory, you just remember us 5 minutes ago talking about Lake and Slacks having fantastic performances so far for M80 against Navi, but over the course of the tournament as well. M80 have played the map 4 times with Hex, 5 times in total the last 3 months, and the 2 best performers are none of Lake and Slacks. They're the 2 worst performers on this specific map. Slacks struggles a lot on T-side with AWP, doesn't get anything done, and Lake is not getting anything done on either side, which is an issue, because I feel like, as I said before, when Lake is playing well, when he's finding success with the opening duels, or at least taking the opening duels, he creates space for the players around him. So if he's struggling on a map like Train against NA opposition, and by the way, in the 5 maps that I'm talking about, they won in 4 of those games, and they beat him 13-6, 13-7, 13-0. If you have bad stats when you're winning that bad, it's not looking good facing Navi.
As your resident North American, let me flip that as a positive.
Okay.
Lake did quite well on Ancient. Of course, it is one of his better maps, but you come into Train, maybe he's got a little confidence behind him. They like to play very aggressive on yard, and if you're looking at Lake getting aggressive, if he can snowball that into this game, into this map, then you are looking at a team that was capable of finding wins, even with Lake having some tough games.
With what you're saying, though, is this a moment where Wonderful is expected to step up?
Wonderful is expected to step up. Navi is expected to step up. I don't really care about the fact that Navi right now are struggling and maybe in the worst period they've been in quite some time. Again, look at the 2 teams. Look at where they're at. This is Navi's map pick. They should be able to beat M80, and M80 is yet to beat a European team on Train ever. So let's see if that happens today.
This is exactly what M80 need. They need to close this one out 2-0. Don't let Navi wake up into this one. Close it out. And this is really where their best chance lies, given Makaze doesn't really know this map that well.
And let's not forget as well that if M80 takes down Navi right now, they're facing Fnatic in the decider in order to make it to London. That's a winnable game, so pressure's on for both sides, I guess.
Well, let's see how it goes down. Let's get ourselves into Train and find out if Navi can survive one more fight against M80 and take us to a deciding map with Hugo and Harry.
Oh, I like Vu's take, you know, you want to try and take Navi down in 2. You want to keep them sleepy, keep them on the back foot and end it here and now. But the numbers just don't speak to that happening. That's the scary part here. Pimp
Did the numbers speak to Ancient, Harry?
Well, yeah, I think actually, yeah, they kind of did, if I'm honest.
Okay.
Yeah, whereas...
They beat Navi?
Yeah.
Shocking.
Whereas here on Train, I don't know, M80 have never beat an EU squad on this.
Okay.
Haven't played many of them, admittedly. But I do think this will be a tall order. Still, they're playing good. They're feeling confident. So maybe that's enough.
Yeah, I mean, we didn't really have the typical pieces of Navi stepping up, even in that late comeback. Alexi ends top of the server, or top of his team, rather. Trying to match up with the Slacks, Hex output, the Lake entries. Swisher, I hope he's put some cold water on his face.
We're all looking at you, Swisher. You can be forgiven for the last map. You turn it around now. We said he needed a change of scene and setting, and so he will have that here. Lake secures a 5v4 for M80.
Kit down in con. They're going to need that. Swisher's got to be careful here not to die in this awkward position. How does Hex win that fight? I don't know. Swisher, oh my god, they don't check it. He gets out with 2. Swisher is back, and he's got a kid as well. Wonderful 1v4 on the clock, and Lake will not let it happen. The Julies and Swisher comes up with 2.
That is perfect for Swisher. That's just what he needed, man. After a dire time on Ancient, you tell yourself, it's not happening again. It's not happening again. I'm going to play better. I'm going to do better. I'm going to be better. And so 2 kills from him, clean stuff in the pistol. Nothing's going to bring your head back in like this.
Can't believe they don't see him there.
Yeah, that's the other thing. That corner's not very good to actually hide in.
Yeah, it's worse with an M4, right, because it sticks out, but even so, M80 will take it. I think Navi as well, you know, they're already in the hole and they start the T side of Train on a map they're fairly unfamiliar with. For Makazi, it's completely. For Navi, it's a couple of games. That is all they've got to show. And even though they took down Nip, Train specialists,
I'm like less worried about Mikaze underplaying Train than I am like a Kiyosuke on Inferno, for example.
Yeah.
Just because the map's newer, I think, you know, you can learn a bit more in the time that you spend on it, and you're at a similar level to everyone else anyway.
yeah, it's sort of new for everyone. It's not like now you got to play Inferno. You never
There's also
have.
just like less comparisons between like CS:GO Train and CS2 Train. It is reworked in a pretty huge way.
For sure. But, you know, despite Navi's lack of experience, they've won it every time except when they played Spirit. So at least they've got good memories on this map. Something to say about that. Bomb's getting planted here on this eco, but getting any further will be a predicament here. All that molly dodged in the smoke, but Deagles don't do it. And Ema gone as well, so M80, get that done.
And I guess like the final note on it, just to put the final point on the Mikaze thing, is like even in Pugs, only has 12 games on it. That's still more than Kiyosuke has in Inferno, which was in the map pool the entire time. So there you go. I think Mikaze will be fine.
Well, Navi though, that's the big question. Down a map, a late comeback, too late. And an M80 hitting it hard. Full buyout for Navi now. Pre-AWP. Double nade onto Hex, avoids the second one mostly. It's Navi set up, Makazi on Ivy. Navi with the halls control. Gamble. Gamble wrong. 3 on B. Swisher and Sin. Ooh, missed pop smoke as well. They're gonna back up, play retake on A. This is a peculiar round because Navi are gonna get a bomb plant. But it will be very late. Wonderful only now coming out main.
Mikaze with a chance to catch Sin, and nades pulled. Can't quite follow up on Swisher, but his teammates will. Trades come in for Navi. Gifted a free route to this bomb plant. They don't think twice. Just commit to this A walk-up. Lake and Slack seeming interested, but when they lose Lake backing the connector, it will just be the save for Slacks. There's solid ground to stand on in this retake. And Navi even giving chase in at the close. Ema comes for that gun and won't let them save it.
Navi are here mentally prepared to make this a 3-map series and close it out. They are the favorite left in the bracket between Fnatic, M80, and themselves to make it to London. As the Death said, you know, win this and the job is, in theory, easier. That's only theory, because Fnatic have leveled up. Slacks on. Oh god, he's blocked by his teammate. No, no, no. Oh, it's ugly. And Hex doesn't escape on B either. This has gone very wrong very quick for M80.
Frustrating.
Oh god, it's all, yeah. Derailed.
Swisher 0 to hero 1v4 MP9 clutch? Question mark?
No, full stop.
What if?
Bomb has been planted. I'm waiting. AK save would be lovely. But Bit
Bit's
is
gonna check this.
Oh! Just, you're cursing everything.
He decided it was clear before he knew it was clear.
Who would sit there? Swisher, AK save is good. Just run. Just run. He's fine.
He's already outperforming his ancient game.
Oof, that's actually an indictment. But at least good for the moment. Oh, he got stuck. Oh.
It's a really tilting way to die. Because in a way, I know you can say Lake's at fault, but the idea, like, so many teams do this where the AWP kind of drops up on the line, your rifler crosses into the left. They wanted to double push Pop Dog. They had a set piece in mind, but then the smoke blooms weird. He gets contact faster, so the plan kind of changes, and I guess that just didn't get relayed across in time. Lake ends up blocking him.
Lake did make the mistake of walking into the wall first, so he couldn't. His timing was bad.
It's like doubly wrong, yeah. Just rough. It's kind of a sad way to lose the round.
Swisher putting this AK to use, though, might find Makaze if he doesn't commit Ivy. But Makaze hears nothing, so taking that space, M80 big flank.
I mean, this is kind of interesting, though.
I don't know. They're going to walk out B. The flank will be too late to stop the bomb.
They're going upper with numbers. Just going to get there too late. Slacks hits one on the Deagle. That's going to slow Navi down even more.
Team tag.
Kazi, Ema both get a kill, and now Swisher's flank is being held by Ema up close. Swisher with the pre-fire deals with him. Flank on flank here. Makaze coming in through the back lines, held. And Lake will pick it up on the USP, now armed and a little more dangerous. Wonderful with the bombs crossing out late. Alexi providing cover. It's a weird round, but Navi get it.
Where are the comms? Alexi's holding ramp, throwing nades. He can hear. Wonderful can hear Lake running upper, but hey, it's fine. They get it done. Even if some moments of weirdness, and Swisher, who's toggled on, just for pre-firing down ramp. Hey, Navi, collecting some important early rounds here. Remembering the feeling of winning. M80, no AWP on Slacks. Gotta make do with less. Didn't quite get off the ladder before he threw that. It could have been a good nade. I'm just jump spotting on the ladder, but the lurk smoke out lets Navi scale. Oh, he did it! He did the wall bang! Oh, I've never seen anyone do that. Yeah, it's like paper. Replay, pull that up. That's so
the round.
sick.
That's the round. It's over.
Sick.
M8, you're out of position.
Now you're going to see everyone spam that all the time. I was waiting how long till someone got a kill with this. See, it's just cardboard, mate. It's just cardboard.
Looks more like plywood.
Yeah, shut up.
But it hits like cardboard.
You know what I mean. That's the word. Hex throw NS ...
Very sus.
Swisher toggled, so Alexi toggled.
Alexi said nothing you can do about that, to be honest.
Dude, look at the lineup, though. They just read it because there's no defense on B, so where could he be? Where could he be? That's pretty crazy, no? That's cinema.
Dude, it's also just sick. Like, you die instantly. You know, it's it was the headshot, just insta knocked Hex out of the round. It's not like one of those spams where you get at least a couple of shots to be like, whoa, what's happening? Like the spams through the upper, right? Like from kind of the holes where you can like spam pop, you have to tag them a couple of times. That's just an instant kill.
Welcome to Europe, buddy.
Yeah, Alexi's pretty cool. He knows all the wall bangs.
Nerding out. They win a round off a single kill.
If you want to look for a silver lining, though, losing a round that cleanly means that you get out with another buy here for M80. Save on 4, run it back. And aggression in towards Pop. This time it's 2 rifles taking the space, no danger of blocking.
Oh no.
We've seen this before.
Never again, stop doing it. It's so punishable. It's going through and he's timing. It works out.
Back, checks for it. And the bomb now split up from the other 2 for NAVI.
Spot on camera, Makaze. Hunting spawn instead. Wonderful. On the line, patiently waiting. Bomb coming out, T-Con. 1 minute on the clock, Swisher backside. He's played a great game here. In these first few rounds, this could be another important moment for Swisher.
Ooh, can't quite hold on. Makaze's able to get around him.
Hex rotating here.
Slack's giving chase, waits for that plant, decides to try and take a little shimmy around on the back of it, and leaves this in a 1v1. Hex last spotted over in com, but he decisively repositioned. Will Makaze read this? Steals himself away from a flank out camera and actually goes and claims the connector space. So with Z removed, Hex just hops on the defuse. Makaze's going to close the distance and he doesn't move a muscle. Hex with the stick, steals that round away, and finally M80 break this NAVI streak.
Whew. It's a nice clutch for Hex, just getting right on it. He heard Makaze push towards connector, and so he calls his bluff. Surprised Makaze doesn't jump on that opportunity, but the nade bonks him. That removes your audio. You don't know really what's going on at that point. You're in the dark. Big round for M80 to just be trading out here, and look, they're not going to come into this map like Ancient and dominate NAVI on a map that NAVI have barely lost since its addition to the map pool, 5-1. But if they can keep up, trade out, and maybe win a couple of rounds down the end, get a big eco win deep in the game, I mean, that's how you win this match v NAVI. You just got to keep up with the output. And hope you can break them. NAVI definitely looking a lot better, though, the longer this series has gone on. Still need more from players like Bit, players like Wonderful even. Haven't really shown much in this match. Tempted by the spam, Slacks fires back. He will rotate with that orb, leaving Hex alone at B. Kazi on Ivy lurks. And NAVI 4 strong in the halls. Kazi coming back signals that NAVI are executing. And again, so many hard outer setups. Leaves Hex alone.
Went full prey to any spam in this round at least, so on for a chance at the retake here for M80. Sin waiting with Util to try and flash the gang out of connector. And they all come spilling in into the guns of Alexi B. He got two of them and he's throwing punches.
Yeah, it feels like M80 are trying to play this site like it's CSGO, where you could just afford to play one player for info at the back, play really safe, go for retake, and we called it the most retakeable site in the game back at, you know, middle of CSGO, and it really was. The stats were outstandingly favorable for CT sides, but that's no longer really the case on this map on CS2. So that's why you see so many teams gamble inner in this game. And M80 twice over have given it up completely and have had nothing to show for it. They don't get a single foot in the door on that attempt back through connector.
Yeah,
NAVI take a lot of space.
I also just think like the way they're playing the solo hold, because I don't feel like it's terribly uncommon, but usually it's either like you'll have someone trying to go like 2 for 1 on over towards like Thomas on one of those little like crouch off angles, or if you're playing like the quad A lean, you're looking for pop space, so you have the quick reaction, that ability to flank quickly, and that wasn't there in that round for M80, and you can see how awkward it gets in those retakes when you don't have the ability to flank.
Yeah, coming out of connector is not fun. Even with that new box, right? Like you see T's take space, push past Thomas, get close. So time after time, NAVI might just keep executing B if they're getting given this much room. I don't know, M80 playing like 4A every round, and NAVI haven't really done A splits. They're waiting for it. AWP on B now. Slacks alone. Oh.
Well, here's the A play that M80 have been waiting for. Everyone over on this side of the map. Swish is 5-7 offering up resistance. It's getting run at, but he doesn't crumble, and now it's just wonderful. Needs the ace clutch. If NAVI are expecting to build upon this lead. They've got him pinned in out at Olaf. Low health on Swisher at the back of the site. Leaves him a little vulnerable with the AWP on the line. That's a big miss. Sin reacts, and thank goodness he does. Closes the gap on Wonderful the moment that AWP misses its shot.
It feels weird for NAVI because they don't even have a main control. They've been pushed by Lake up close with that util, and they're coming out pop, going for the bomb site. Like, Wonderful's trapped with a bomb. They can't even get out T-Con, and NAVI are trying to kill backside players and rotators. They kind of leave those A main players out to die. Not really all on the same page there on NAVI. So M80 just keeps scrapping. 4 rounds swap traded either way. Can M80 net 2 in a row and break NAVI's money? Double pop push, and there's nades out. Oh, disaster.
Just great for Lake that the first contact he takes is Bit, right? The one guy that doesn't have util in hand, and the moment he falls, Alexi is certainly dead. Shadow spotted. The flash is good.
They know Makazi's been on Ivy. Oh, Sax gets caught jumping up on that box, and Sin's patience looking to pay off this kill. If Makazi finds it, opens up a 3v5. A world this can happen. Ima is walking up on Sin right now. Oh, did he step? Makazi kills rotation. Makazi follows up. 3v5. Na'Vi making it happen. Lake boxed in by the Molotov. Needed that one, but even then, Makazi's on for his third. And Hexed, a heroic first map, has got to step up with another clutch. He's been good for them all day long. Orb heard, Wonderful hits the shot, and Na'Vi win a 3v5 in the clutch.
Unbelievable scenes, right? Makazi with some great impact out of Ivy. Undoubtedly a turning point player in the round, and that's after this double kill on the push from M80. You're not going to be in these types of positions all too often in this game. And so having that round get away from you is just a gut punch for M80.
I'm shocked Slax is caught on that jump. You can't jump on the right side of the box. You have to be wide left to get up on top of it to see over the smoke. Like, he should know that for sure. So really awkward movement that lets him back in. M80 bring a play to the field and find a 5v4. But as we've already seen, advantage, what does it mean? They run the rotate, so Alexi's heard this. Sin jumps through the smoke with the AK. That's not gonna happen. Navi react to the info. And if M80 want to announce their rotation so loudly, Navi will oblige. I'm refusing to allow myself to be interested in this round. It's only pistols. Easy. Unlucky. A great T-side building for Navi. Man, opportunity in this game, though. I think M80 are going to leave this half kicking themselves.
Oh, yeah. I mean, they could have done a lot more here. That's the feeling they're going to be left with. Losing the 5v3, but even in that round, like a chance to make it interesting. They feel like they're getting themselves in good positions and then just kind of flubbing the close.
Just haven't been able to deal with Makazi on Ivy. Sin playing very passive, and arguably too passive at times. Slack's never getting going. And Navi look to use Ivy in the final round of play.
Can't say you blame him. Whenever Makazi's wanted this control, it feels like he's been able to get it, and so now looking to link up with him and have him be that tip of the spear. Swinging wide. Slax just misses that timing, goes back for it. That reeks of desperation for Slax. He lost the initiative on that fight and just desperate for anything, went back for it a second time around. It's just Hex now. Navi looking to level up on Train, a runaway T-side, 8-4. They want to make this a 3-map affair.
I hear that you are up for renewal when it comes to our membership, and so I've dusted off your portfolio, and I would like you to give me your thoughts on what I consider to be one of the finest of Counter-Strike's cultural moments. Ahead of us, we have Inhuman Reactions by Hiko. You remember this well, don't you?
I do remember it. I can't escape it in some sense. It has become part of my life, just like Counter-Strike has. So,
I think that when we talk about culture, we talk about context. We talk about history and all these things that make Counter-Strike great. But the beauty of Inhuman Reactions by Hiko, by Anders Bloom, is that it's short and sweet. We play this clip.
the thing to really remember here is that we are in an era of Counter-Strike where the Swedes dominate everything. There is no challenge. Everyone knows they're the best, and Hiko is just this North American player. Sure, he's got a bit of a personality, he's got a bit of something going on for him, and then this happens. What is that?
Oh my God, inhuman reactions!
That is Counter-Strike in its essence. We see him go on to lose this round, and I think one of the great things that you said here,
Not even with an aimbot could you have got that kill, and Hiko
sometimes anything is possible. I think Hiko's very lucky Mr. Bloom, that you were there to elevate this moment?
Ultimately ended up being a big moment for both of us in many ways, even years later.
So when we think of cultural impact with Counter-Strike, I give this a 10 out of 10. And in terms of mechanics, that lizard flick that Hiko puts on display, I give that 10 out of 10 as well. This is a magnitude 10 shaking of the Counter-Strike world. 100% glory in my eyes.
Well, I would be remiss to argue with that. I will agree with your score.
Ah, fine taste. It's my pleasure to approve your renewal. You may continue casting Counter-Strike.
I appreciate your generosity.
Ah, yes. Oh, it's not on behalf of myself, sir. This is the Culture Clubhouse, after all. It's on behalf of all of Counter-Strike.
Well, together we will continue to build the culture even further into the future then.
Greater than ever.
NAVI mean business on trade. Makaze with a great half, putting a lot of pressure on Ivy's side. And M80 never able to catch their bearings. That 3-on-5 down the tail end of the first half really did leave a mark, and it went on to kind of be half-defining. Struggled to find their footing past that point, and it's left NAVI in a great position.
Fast out main, and Ima's there to deal with it. He's been a ray of sunshine in this series, and he burns them alive. 4 kills from Ima. Na'Vi take the pistol in style. Woo! Oh my god. It's over.
Yeah, it might be. Ima very happy with that, and justifiably so. A lovely little sequence. Full eco round out of M80. Well, that's a lie. Sin has bought himself a dig.
Yeah, but at least he tried.
He did try. It wasn't really like an opinion on that, it was just a fact, you know? Like, he did buy the deke. If I was gonna be nitpicky on it,
okay,
I would say I don't like it. So maybe there was an opinion slightly in there. But it's really not the end of the world. It's not worth losing your mind on a couple of $100 spunked on a gun.
You did what to a gun? Alrighty. If you've got a chance, M80, if you've got anything in you, it's got to show here. Swisher came back for this. Like Vu said, almost 50% of this team's opening fight attempts on T sides. Expecting more of that. Coming through the pop dog now, but boost up is a perfect counter. Hex gets closer, so Swisher lines up util. This is the X-Egg. Emo might just avoid the flashes from this position. Good check from Lake, man. He follows up.
M80's Beyblade, you just let him rip. And in he goes. A third opener from Lake. And they ain't even openers anymore, they're closers. This round's done.
Simple. Late go kill.
Let him cook? No. Lake and bake.
RV get roasted.
And once again is cooking. Not baking. Lake wants more, but he's not going to get more because the door's closed. Smoke down and the Saver Ivy allowed. Terrorists win. Still did more than enough. Still did his part in the round and then some.
All part of Sin's recipe. Just a normal check. Excellent work for Lake. Really coming into his own in this tournament.
Oh, there is about to be pop re-aggression here. I think Alexi's lining up the flash for this to happen. And he was hexed, and he's able to wrestle back those 2 kills. Goes looking for Alexi as well. Flash is streaming in over the top, but content with a 4-on-3 and blocked at the pop dog. M80 gonna slow down here, taking the pace out of the round. Slacks goes searching. That's the kill to open up the B play. Navi trying to scramble bodies around. Now decide just to commit to this save. That's really nice for Hext. Gets in that anti-flash position as they get close to pop. You're worried the timing's going to be there. Both players look towards the door, but no. Hext did not budge. And it's one thing, you know, getting to say you dodged the flash. It's another having to convert on both of those kills. The players swinging in. So he does a stellar job in this round.
The Death said we're going to see M80 playing heavy towards the pop main side and just doing these haze splits, and already that's proving to be true in these couple of gun rounds. Do Navi have a solution? Do they want to take this back earlier? Right now proving to be a problem already. They try the boost, it's a good play, it gets cleared. They try the flash, we have Anti. So Navi need to dig a bit deeper. They want to uncover this T side. M80 still believing. Navi full broke now. Just as saved M4. Triple nades, a B. And Navi play later. I think coming up, putting that gun to use. There's enough players here to cause a commotion. Re-molly. And, oh, leaving is so dangerous because there are guns available, but Slax doesn't want to commit on his own when his team are out Ivy. He takes the bomb to them. They need these kills quickly. They need to take space before NAVI get in position with these 2 scavenge rifles. Too late, they're here. Bomb, oh, no armor. Makazi overwhelmed. Could have, but didn't. Ema's turn.
You can catch him back turn.
Behind the box.
Oh, a little labored there, and Sin just swings out after the fact, so a recovered round for M80. We're starting to make some headway on this T side.
There's going to be multiple gun rounds they need to break through, though. And we're just seeing this pop control. NAVI test the limits with a B push on Eco. Do they go for something similar with guns? Because it came out pretty favorable for them. I mean, if Makazi had armor, I think he straight up wins that fight. So do NAVI keep the pressure on? Bit on B alone. No pop taken. They go for main first. Full send in for NAVI.
Two-man hold at the B site, and the bomb's still a long way away for M80, so doesn't feel like this one is looking to end there. I wonder if that block in main changes things.
Bomb's coming B. Pop is always your get out, but NAVI just took it.
Did make noise on that push on in, did NAVI, and now they commit to this. M80 all looking on. Sim with the nade pull, an awkward timing. And so that's the bomb dropped. Wonderful Zorp mops up the B play in the downtime. This one's going nowhere fast for M80. Slax can't bail them out. That double push destroys the M80 squad, and Swisher just left looking on at a foregone conclusion of a round.
I'm surprised that they're surprised. Like you said, those steps into pop should be a huge red flag for M80 that NAVI could be pushing and starting to flank. It's the only position in the map that M80 have no info on, and it's the most important position in the map. So yeah, NAVI just walk in, and M80 are caught with nades out, not throwing even util. They're trying to, like, get close to throw the nades. Ugh. So it's not really a pretty picture for M80 there after succinct pop takes. All T side. Time to go back to it. Yeah, like, you think you can peek that with a nade out? That's the most common position for a CT. They have shadow advantage. So here we go, M80. Gotta win this or NAVI will be locking them out. Warp in the pop, seed. Wonderful rotates out, but so to M80.
Well, NAVI have a bit of a read on this situation, or at least they think they do. 3 players lean over towards this B site, leaving just Makaze and Alexi holding the yard. Wonderful to be in a position to, like, quick rotate here on contact of these A players, and eventually with enough silence and 3 players over at this B site, NAVI might even get aggressive on their own say-so. That's what Bit's doing now. He's confirmed that there's no one here, and so NAVI have that much of a better picture as to where this one's ending up. Bit has essentially just saved them. They were gambled on the wrong side of the map because of that push, because of that reaction. NAVI have guns on in time. Plenty of players for M80 to have to break through. And the wonderful AWP not missing a beat. Only Slax, 30 seconds left to work with, and 2 players ready to swing him here. Not the prettiest kill ever from Ema, but one that was basically guaranteed.
Yeah, wonderful turret right now, turning into a formidable foe for NAVI. Just static at the back of the site, hitting his shots when they come to him. And M80, who've been scared out of Pop Dog in this T side for some reason, not going back to it, maybe thinking it's too predictable, but it's what got them back into this game. And now NAVI shunting them off their back, looking to take us to Inferno. There's a map that M80 made interesting against Vitality, yes, but it's still NAVI on a revenge arc, returning from a dominant Ancient and looking to level up here in map 3. Big commits for a double. Feeling confident. The proof is in the pudding. Exec on B here now for M80. Last-ditch attempt.
Oh, no clear on Ema. And that's unforgivable. That's going to end the map here and now. It's only Swisher left. NAVI able to withstand. Their train holds up where Ancient could not, pulling it all the way back to be a 3-map series after all.
NAVI managed to bounce back, and they had an incredible showing from the start. A little bit of fight coming from M80. They certainly weren't blown out of the waters, but they did look this time outclassed and outskilled in many aspects.
Their CT side sucked, to be completely honest, and I would have loved for M80 to just remain a little more competitive on the CT side, because I think what they showed on the T side in glimpses, at least the beginning of it, was positive. So M80, just like we saw in the first game for NAVI, they kind of lost the game and they lost the chances of remaining competitive in the first half, and that's a bit of a shame because this game could have been close.
I think when you look at it, M80 just weren't ready for the kind of style of CS that NAVI were playing, where they were avoiding the T-Con, they were going heavy through inner, they were going for inner plays, they were going for Ivy plays. Sin unfortunately died in some pretty bad ways defending Ivy, didn't give his team much of a chance there. The inner holds weren't great. I think NAVI just came in with a strategy, a style, a plan, and M80 just was never ready for it.
Well, looking at that, right, round 8 is one thing you picked out here, and this is where we get to see, I guess, some of the gambles start to fall apart from him.
Yeah, I mean, I like what you're saying, Wu. Simplified gameplay coming in for NAVI. Again, straight into an inner execute. Look at the timing. There's 1 minute and 10 seconds left in this round, and then you do the execute. Now, M80 is deciding to play retake inside, and that's fair enough. When you do that, though, you gotta have better positioning, and you gotta be able to withstand a bit of that pressure coming in from NAVI. It takes, from this moment, 3 seconds, and then the entire round is over. 4 kills in the span of 2 seconds before the retake even begins. That's NAVI simplifying Counter-Strike, just going straight into an inner execute, throwing good, decent utility, and then aggressing in towards the back line of that inner bomb site. M80 could not withstand the pressure whatsoever, and when you lose a round like this, where 4 of your players dies within the span of 2 seconds, it leaves a sour taste in your mouth if you're M80, because you feel defenseless.
I think Hex was just a little too passive there. And if you go back to a couple of rounds earlier, that was the first time they hit inner. Hex was trying to play passive. He was trying to play towards that ramp. And Alexibi just 2-taps him through the wall. And Hex is like, okay, well, this time I'm going to play somewhere else. I'm going to wrap back around CT spawn. And then they've just given up way too much room. They couldn't adapt to that style that you had coming out of NAVI. They couldn't find a consistent baseline to actually defend inner and defend outer. They were losing players in pop. They were losing players in inner. They just couldn't get it done.
And that sometimes is the way you have to deal with it, right? Not being able to stand strong enough, and now how you reset from it. But a player I think who did come into their own, we criticized them a little bit, is Wonderful.
Yeah, I had a better showing here. We said it. It's important for Wonderful to come in on train and find some impact. I think he did with the AWP. You have a couple of highlights with that exact weapon right here. Nice opening towards Sin. You said it yourself, Sin, a bit of a weakness on the CT side for M80. So for Wonderful to find, I guess, more productivity on the server and eliminate some of the mistakes that we saw on Ancient, that was a good sign for, dare I say, the future of this matchup, at least for Wonderful. It's not like he played out of his mind. I don't think NAVI played out of their mind at any point in this game. They just did what they had to do, right? They just executed, they played together, all the players showed up, and this was the NAVI we, I guess, was hoping to see from the get-go today.
I mean, this is the Wonderful that you see most of the time. He's, the Jekyll and Hyde of Wonderful. You sometimes have him have off games and he can really struggle, but more often than not, you have Wonderful hitting the shots he's supposed to be hitting. He's solid with a rifle. He closes out the rounds. NAVI come in with a great game plan. They understand the way they want to be playing CS here. Wonderful, he's there to just deliver that game plan, bring it home. And he does that most of the time. It's just the occasion that he doesn't is just so obvious when the rest of the team does show up.
Now, a player like Bit is the figurehead for Navi for now such a long time, right? The poster boy of the team. Didn't have a great showing on Ancient, did come more into his own on Train, but still leaves more to be desired. Imma's also there backing him up.
100%, you know, and I think that goes for all the Navi players in its essence. They played better here in Train. Again, no one popped off, no one took over the game, no one had to be fair. I think that was a great performance from Navi. The T-side calling from Alexi B was solid, and the game plan was solid, so it didn't really require Imma or Bit, for that matter, to completely pop off or turn around unwinnable rounds, etc., etc. It was just a very, I guess, calm and collected performance coming in for most of the Navi team. It's hard for me to, I don't know, to celebrate too much. In a sense, I feel like the level of M80 that showed up right here didn't require Navi to play out of their mind, and they just did what they had to do.
I think the reality is that, as you're saying, M80 didn't force them to do anything special. They could just play the return. They could take the volley and then send it back, and they would do it effectively every time. But this is what we were expecting from Navi to start this series. This isn't what you're expecting. They're down 1-0, and then they start doing this. This is what you're thinking. We're thinking you come out of the series, you go, M80 played a good game, but they're playing Navi. And right now we're saying M80 played a good game, but they're going to map 3.
Do things change a bit here now mentally for M80 as well? Just the fact that, okay, we even took a map from Navi as a positive sign. Now we just run through and see what we can do?
I mean, they're used to losing the first map and then having to turn around themselves, which we've seen at this tournament, so I don't really think so. Also, considering the third map that is coming up, a map they've played at this tournament, came close beating Vitality. We'll get into more of that later, but I think mentally, M80 have shown me that they're resilient for this kind of pressure. Let's be honest, they're heading into a third map against Navi, and no one is realistically expecting them to win, and yet they have a chance.
And they made it close on the second map as well. They didn't just get blown out. They lost that 8-4. They started the comeback. I think they gave themselves a little bit of confidence to head into the third map with as well.
Well, let's find out if that confidence can come into the third and deciding map between these two teams. It's Navi versus M80 after the break. It all ends here on the flames of Inferno between M80 and NAVI. Many may have not expected M80 to get them this far, but they have pushed NAVI and they have looked competitive. And across this whole tournament, they have looked pretty damn good as well. But you know what we need to look at as well is our fantasy teams and see how good they're looking. You can play along at blast.tv/fantasy as well. You can even make a team right now if you really wanted to. You won't get as many points for it though. You should join us from the start and get involved. And Pimp, this is your team, right? There's some picks I'm agreeing with here. There's a very interesting end take here.
I mean, someone had to be the bottom feeder, and Perfecto was mine. Apparently, it didn't go too well. I would say, though, it's way above average, and I guess according to most in this community, I'm just an average analyst anyway. So I'm delivering as expected, which can't be said for a lot of other people around here.
I think I'm probably lower than you on fantasy, but I did make one good choice. I picked Donk instead of Zywoo. I mean, what are you doing?
Well, Zywoo was sick during EWC. He want to come back. He wants to prove a point. And also, I think he was high on the list, so I just clicked on him.
Fair enough.
Your team might not be winning with that one just yet, but you can play along at home. You can join us for the
Go in there and try
the
beat
LAM
me.
playoffs
Yeah,
as well. Try
beat
Pimp. Aim at Pimp. Aim at his face. Punch it hard.
Yeah, beat me. Come on.
I like how you're just going to aggravate everyone to try and take this challenge on. But
That's what I do.
The challenge right now, I think, is more in Navi's side because M80 have nothing to lose from this game now. You're in a 1-1 series, you believe you can fight against them. You've proven yourselves that you can. You already did it against VP.
But that hasn't changed. I think coming into this game, I don't think Navi had anything to win here. I think Navi had to win this game. They have to make it to London. Otherwise, it will be another disappointing result at this tournament. And let's not forget that them winning here doesn't secure them a spot in London. It just makes sure they stay alive for tomorrow and the decider. So I don't know if I'm Navi right now, I am a little bit worried. Yes, I don't think the way they played so far this tournament installs me with confidence that they're getting better despite being at a boot camp. As for M80, every time I watch them play on the server, I'm positively surprised. I don't have high expectations for them, but they play well.
The problem is M80 consistently gets people close on this map. If you look at them this year, they took G2 close. They beat Furia barely. They've had so many close games.
Even
on
Vitality at this tournament.
Yeah, on Vitality. They've had so many close games on a map 3 of Inferno. So often they get to 10 plus rounds and they can never seem to close it out. They do have something to win here. They have something to gain. I don't think they're going to be happy just going home, having lost 2-1 here and shown that, we can take a map off of the top teams. They want to take a series here.
Well, let's see if they can. There's still a long road ahead of it. One thing I think they should focus in on is Makazi. He's come into this and he still seems to play like he's on Navi Junior because every time I see him, he's getting absolutely bullied on the B-bomb site or on Banana itself by Utility.
You're right. Just to set the context for Makazi, T-side Inferno rating so far, 0.76, I believe. It's well below average and by far the worst on his team. We know that. We've seen that. I'm sure Blade has as well. He's now at a boot camp, so I would love to see if something has changed. Maybe a little bit more defensive. Maybe he gets some more backup, some more help, some more utility to help him out. I don't know, but you're right. Something has to change in Makaze T-side because he's getting bullied on Banana.
One of the maps that Makaze needs to improve on because he's been so consistently good on this team. He's given them really the ability to hit higher highs compared to what you would have expected from Makaze coming from an academy team. And then you see him on Inferno and you see the weaknesses, you see the cracks in the armor. And this is a Navi who should never be losing to a team like this. We were thinking for much of the year they were underperforming, but they still were mostly only losing to Spirit. They were losing to Mao's Vitality. They lost once to Saw, and then they lose to 3D Max, and this would be falling off of a cliff. I tried to ask ChatGPT, when was the last time Navi lost to a team outside of top 25? And it said they lost to M80 in Blast London. That's
it's predicted the future in a bad way for me.
That would be a devastating loss. I mean, regardless, Makaze has a bad game, a good game. They need to be able to bring it over the line. They've got Bit, the anchor, to hold on to Inferno. This is his map. This is his home turf.
I'm glad you mentioned this because it is his home turf. You will always think of great moments from Bit on Inferno. Recently, it's feeling like he's scrambling to make plays and then make uncharacteristic mistakes here.
Yeah, there's no doubt that Bit is not firing on all cylinders right now, but I also do think he's the type of player that he's a little bit of a comfort player. I see him as obviously not the same player type as Elish, but in terms of knowing he performs significantly better when the team around him is gelling, when the team around him is giving good comms, when he just has to focus on his crisp aim, that's when you get the most out of him. If there's too much noise going on around him, if he's not sure what the player next to him is doing, or if he's not sure what the call is, then he has to all of a sudden start focusing on communicating a little bit more and maybe a little bit less on aiming. So I think the more we get Navi gelled together, the more we get to see of Bit as well.
I think so often when you look at anchors, they're kind of victims of their circumstance. It's hard to see an anchor that pops off on a bad team and you really think is that much better. Heavy got on G2, maybe is the only one when he was on OG, you were noticing it, but that's a very aggressive anchor. I think Bit is a little more laid back at times. He just holds his bomb site, but if everyone's falling around him, if he doesn't have support, doesn't have that flash support coming in behind him, he's gonna struggle. I don't think he's gonna struggle against M80 though.
You say that, right? I just learned as well that M80 will start on the CT side. So if we see this Makazi problem you were talking about, Pimp on the T side, this could be them again having to fight from behind and struggling.
Sure, but I'd expect Blade would have anticipated that. I'd expect they would have been working on that during the boot camp, and if anything, he must make adjustments in the game. I will say though that to me, it's just a must-win game for Navi. Like there's no way that you can allow yourself of losing this one, and I think we're back to the same notion we had with Team Liquid. I don't care how. I don't care if it's scrappy. I don't care if it's it's not pretty. Just get the W. That's the only thing that matters. Right now though, I'm pretty sure that all the Fnatic fans, well, some of the Fnatic fans, if they have any, are looking at this game thinking to themselves that this is a game that they would love M80 to win, because it's going to be Fnatic versus M80 for a spot in London, if that's the case.
Well, let's get ourselves into the game. Let's understand how it's going to go down here on Inferno with Hugo and Harry.
A must-win game for Navi, but I'm going to call it ahead of time. M80 are winning this series, Hugo.
Okay.
The numbers weren't there on Train, and it looked like it. That was pretty dismal. There's no denying it. But M80 have a better track record here. Navi also some recent and notable L's to teams that you think they should be able to best on this map. We're talking about Makazi and some of his struggles here on Inferno, so there's a lot to think about for Navi in a matchup that they are heavy favorites in and has had to go the distance if they want the dub.
And the same situation happened the other day. M80 came in against Vitality, they stole that first map, and then Vitality reverse swept, ending on a close Inferno victory, but it was close. Can M80 change the script? 13-10 last time, now they look to fight Navi to finish off this series. Navi who have warmed up into the game, but an M80 who started so strong. They've had a read in this pistol, 4 at the corner, ready to erupt. They go together, Navi see it, they get out. You can only go so far.
They kind of get out, they're stuck. Trapped at Banana, stuck by the stack, and it's only Ema left. Now he's had a bunch of great pistol rounds, has Ema. But a 1v4 clutch, is that asking too much?
Surely. Time wasting with the smoke, bomb control. And no way in here for Ema. He's found a way to isolate a kill. I like it.
You're certainly not ready for this routing. Sin has missed this timing. Sin is dead. Ema has guaranteed himself one more kill.
You've got to get more than one.
And he plays the discipline. Knife pulled for Ema. Bomb picked up. Both players in front of him. He tries to play to evade. Now down to the 1v1, and you can feel it getting away from you, M80. Ema with another fantastic standout pistol round. The blade is pulled, and Ema shanks them on his route to London.
Oh, that's just embarrassing for M80. No other word. No other way to win that round. From T-spawn. And then M80 just feel the stress. They feel like they have to chase him there. That's exactly what he wanted. Gets Blade out of his chair. Let this man rest. Oh dear. M80. They learned their lesson early in this map. Apps pop, Alexi classic. That railing won't stop them. Ooh. Nice trades, but not enough. That's a save. That's how they do it. NAVI converts.
Hey man, these pistol rounds, man.
Yeah.
Just been a driving force for NAVI, getting them off to great starts. And I do it with a knife too. A knife as well. The T-spawn reroute, the wrap round, man. Everything about that is perfect. It's all I'm thinking about.
Beautiful.
Oh, the end of the round. Just show me even one more time on the cameras. I just want to see him. That's not Ema. There he is. Look at that guy.
Ice cold.
The Pistol King.
Yeah, he's won both CT pistols here for NAVI in these last couple of maps. Or rather, the last 2 pistols. Ugh. Now, I said they won the conversions, but they haven't yet.
An Alexi Classic. An Apps Pop, perhaps.
Once is not enough. Do it again.
And Makaze here at Banana just to keep a exit route open.
Oh, he's walking.
Maybe even more than that. Smoke hits him. That forces a player of Makaze trying to put pressure on this B site. But now blocked at the apartments at the 40-second mark. Alexi brings them around on the short instead as their hands are tied here. They feel forced into this crossfire. Ema's head on a swivel, and with Wonderful here to help him out, they battle through the stack.
Not an easy round for NAVI, to be honest. Even when they speed up, there's still 3 inside of the bomb site. That pit apps, crossfire with the site, and NAVI managed to break through. Even that was claustrophobic on short. But Wonderful moving quick, and NAVI starting their 3rd map very strong.
Terrorists win.
Inferno.
Yeah?
That's what this might be.
Inferno.
Yeah.
Ah. M80, they already know they've kind of bungled a huge opportunity to be in this position, 3-0 up.
You can start to move on and kind of heal from the wounds of the pistol if you win this first rifle round. And that's not a bad way to start. Makaze, bullied at Banana, has not been enjoying the T-sides here. And so the nades find him to open up. Great util off the top of this round. And already you'd like to think you've done enough.
First time. This is Inferno.
Again, the smoke hits him.
Nothing worse.
Forcing Ema to commit to the fight, and into Swisher they go. Only Bit remains. Oh, God, just crossing in front of each other there. Terrifying. Okay, everyone, stay calm, M80. Don't lose a 5v1.
That would be difficult, I think. It's not exactly been a laser in this series.
Ever since the refresh round, though, I am never, ever calling it. Second smoke in. And so you'd like to think that that really does seal the deal. It also doesn't have a CT smoke anymore. And so he'll go no further. Couple of kills down Banana with nades for M80 is massive. So often it's just kind of trading damage. That's what you're looking to do. But 2 like spaced out nade kills as well. It's impressive. Good util for M80.
Yeah, kind of nothing you can do about that, NAVI. Really unlucky these smokes are hitting them on the entry path as well, because it not only gives a huge audio cue, but it slows you down as well. Not as badly as it once did, but it's still very annoying. So Swisher looking to, again, outperform Ancient in just the first couple of rounds of the third map. So he did on Train, but last map he didn't really have his team behind him. We need Slacks to show up, especially on the CT side. Orb again. Wonderful's got his.
Nice slower round from Mikaze. Not gonna fall prey, not gonna fall victim to those nades at Banana again. Someone who likes to be very aggressive, you can understand why Banana's a bit of a hard place to find yourself, right? If you go too quickly, you do get that barrage of util, and so in a lot of these rounds, Mikaze is going to be starting off at like half health. Now, that's not all the util gone at B. They do have a nade on Bit. They've made sure to hold on to this so that they can nade open the smoke, but Bit is a long way away. And they're going to get blocked again. They just play straight through it while util's in hand for Swisher. Takes it out with 1. Sin looking for something on the spam here. Gonna deny the bomb plant. 20 seconds left, and Slacks has even got 1 over the smoke. Nade on it. Sin collects another. It's just Mikaze left. 1 versus 4. And Slacks with an instant trade. No clutch today. M80 with a convincing round.
Decent B-hold for Swisher and Sin, considering it's Swisher full blind, gets his gun out last second, still hits the headshot. And so many people try that wallbang on Coffin, but rarely does it connect. Sin finds the lineup. Nice double up. With the nade break on the smoke as well. Open season. So NAVI immediately running into the wall since these guns have come out. Now broken themselves.
Hema with the deagle.
This ain't Regali.
I know. Romanian pistols have been hitting hard, man. Maybe Ema can channel some of that. Pistol rounds have been his bread and butter.
Ooh.
Tried his hand at that first fight. Wasn't able to connect anything. You do have this top mid control if you're Navi, which feels quite nice, honestly, and you might just look to do something with that. Lax from Slacks as he's flashed off long. Down to give up this space. The bomb's gone back towards B. A CT wrap is now taking shape for Navi. There's actually a lot of pressure being put on here. Swisher with an important reposition, gets himself away from the danger zone, but this B site feels so claustrophobic. Worried about CT, worried about the B site spillover. Sin and Swisher alleviate the pressure.
They both just focus on their own fights, knowing they...
Bit has to die.
Yeah, I think they'll grant it. I don't think M80 kind of team is going to let him run out of time. They just come for the kill, clean as can be.
I wish they did. You
Yeah,
made that really punishing.
It's underdone, definitely, especially in that situation. 10 seconds, you have bomb, he can't win. That would have been very punishing, but whatever. M80 are just happy to be streaking rounds, 3-3. When you consider they only lost the 3 because of Ema's miraculous 1v4. This could have been a really solid start for M80, but at least shows that they are here to compete in this third map, as they did against Vitality, doing the same to NAVI.
I also just think, you know, it's a great way to like put some distance in your mind between that first pistol round and losing it, and now, you know, you're right off to the races once you bought the guns out. Flawless so far since they've made an appearance. Not dwelling on the past, instead looking to the future, RM80. Always slowing down these Mikaze takes at Banana, retake util, no one even playing behind it. It's kind of a fake from Sin. Mikaze's not really having the game where he can afford to call the bluff on that.
4-man crossfire in middle is potent.
Which is not something you'll be considering if you're Na'Vi because of that retake util on the B side of the map. They actually get aggressive now. Slacks posted on a deep line with this orb. That's the B player removed. Hex stops the spillover through short in the apartments and has time to back up here. Makes it into the mini pit. Now he's got support from his teammates, Swisher and Lake lend a helping hand. And a convincing shutdown on that mid-take. M80 continue picking up steam. They're now in the lead.
Hex mechanically has been an absolute delight to watch today. I mean, the first map was something special, but he's really showing up when called upon in difficult positions, giving us multi-kills. It's been full of them this afternoon. Really nice addition to this M80 team, not just out of the server, but in as well when they need him. 4-3, 4 rounds straight. NAVI not getting close, particularly in any of these rounds either. So more pistols. NAVI just maybe want to pop here in middle. Slacks has got to be very careful not to give over an orb. That's what could. Oh no, they through the volley already. He's full blind again. Good util lands for NAVI, but bailed out by Lake. That railing's a problem. And Hex solves the puzzle here in pit.
It's a problematic railing in more ways than one for Na'Vi right now, man. They are getting wrecked. What? Wonderful waiting in the smoke, but it's an instant trade for Slack, so no danger in that 1-on-4.
5 rounds in a row. Na'Vi, they need to get back to this B execute, and they need to get Banana off of Sin, because considering these stacks and the passive play at B, feels open for the taking, but the nades have been a real problem for Na'Vi.
I think as well, like, there are times where, you know, you kind of like lob in, because Sin's been using the retake util as like a bit of a ruse to give the illusion that they're taking that control back, and more often than not, it's just him there alone. And sometimes you'll see teams do that and it just doesn't work at all, right? Like, the T walks through the smoke, maybe they're even already at car and they're kind of edging the smoke in the first place and they see that no one's there. But because it's Mikaze in this position and there is a bit of a microscope on him and he is struggling on this side of the map, and in the early stages he was getting naded to death at the attempt to take Banana quickly, he's been pretty passive there. And so this ruse for Sin has worked every single time. M80 are anticipating a bit of a change too, by the way. thinking these A plays just haven't worked for Na'Vi. Let's lean very strong towards the B site right off the rip.
Insane commitment. They can't stay here. They just have to drop the nades over. So Slacks will arm his team on the triple B. And despite the util, still playing inside of the site. Here comes the re-attack. Pushing back with the smoke flash. And Mikazi blinded gets his. Swisher looking to commit. Dangerous decision. Alexis threw that smoke. Swisher's pistol breaks him. 12 and 2 on Swisher. Remember the Swisher of Ancient. 6-kill map. Absent. Couldn't hold his mouse. He's come through in this third, looking to rewrite his story. Alone on the B bomb site now with Sin perish. Lake rotates out. Swisher has still more to do in this round. We've seen Na'Vi be keen to go through the utility on B. But disadvantaged already. Lake's rotate beginning. Here come Na'Vi. Surprise, surprise. Swisher takes one more. He saw him. He's going to pre-fire him. Bit's dead. No? Molly comes out. Lake has to repause. Wonderful low. This retake is on.
They've armed Slacks with a collection of flashes, so the rifles go and take position. Slacks gonna flash for them through the windows. Bit makes a move now, and with Wonderful holding his own. Oh, he really has to now. Low on health, back of the site, Wonderful. Boxed into a corner, tap on the bomb. Wonderful, that's clean! Does he have any more? Brings Hex down low, and it's real close, but no time. Wonderful.
Oh.
A crazy clutch, low health, back of the site. It was never going to be easy for him, and he makes it happen.
Just bursting that AWP out of there as well. And Hex is the one feeling the pressure, making steps, gives it away. Wonderful's able to tuck for one more second. And that is the second that decides it. Those flashes don't look very effective when the pillar is in the way. Wonderful dancing. And makes the money for Na'Vi.
It's a great round from Wonderful, but this has to be like the start of something for Na'Vi. That's their first rifle round win in this game, and so even though the score is close, it doesn't really matter if you go back to losing now. Really, all four of these rounds coming down to big, heroic individual performances. Lake, how's he still going? Gets out with a third. And so we arrive again, the same two. Wonderful and Bit for Na'Vi. Looking at an unlikely round.
Oh, he knew what was likely happening here. Pre-fire on the jump, but Swisher goes back to it. Can keep the 3A strong. Wonderful may give it another go, and Swisher's nowhere to be seen, so if Na'Vi want to do something, they have to make up their mind and do it together. 40 seconds. Bit's gone. It's all Wonderful. Another clutch, but this one probably too far gone already.
This is just, you know, this is like the alarm bells should be going off right now for Na'Vi. This is the only map in the pool right now that's got a T-side lean to it. That's true for Na'Vi. True for all the squads. And so this idea that you're about to lose out on this T-half with only one rifle round to your name, it is a big, scary prospect.
And I feel like they still haven't even really seen what's in store at B, right? By the time they get there, they're doing it in disadvantages, having lost players early. And so, yeah, they're getting into post-plants, but, you know, Banana's just been such a problem to get through. A variety of setups, M80 willing to take risks and gamble, do these quad Bs, quad mids. They know they have to take risks in order to beat a heavy favorite like this, and the setups have been super strong. So Na'Vi looking for these last couple of rounds with a broken buy here. Got a hero Galil brought around this saved AK. Slax is all patiently waiting. This shot, but he gets to fall back. NAVI tried punish on long, and again we have this early rotate, believing in their call. 4 strong on this A site. Slax has support. And this smoke's never pushed him off the angle, but oh, luckily it doesn't. Makazi takes his kill. They jump out of apps. There's more players in the site and the pit, and NAVI just gets strung out one by one, dropped. Every step of the way, M80, smile on their face as they look for a 7-round defensive half.
And if it wasn't for 2 insane clutches for Navi, this would have been an even more dominant half against them.
For sure.
Wonderful's 1v3 and Imma's 1v4, the only reason that they have these 4 rounds to their name.
Ooh.
Alexi looked to add another clutch to the tally. Tap on a sim, but he's only got 25 seconds here. Time really is of the essence. And with no info as to where these other 2 players are, Alexi's got his work cut out for him.
Saw him.
Lake plays a little safer in the site, knowing he could just waste time here and that would be enough. Alexi gives it his damnedest, but not enough with that crossfire set up. The CT side in a very powerful position. And a few 8-4 Na'Vi here on the CT side of Inferno. That leaves you in such a powerful spot if you're M80.
Yeah, I can't believe that we are really talking about this. As dominant as it is, and I'd like to draw attention to which rounds Na'Vi have won in this game, and it is just that one clutch for Wonderful in a gun round, and then the pistol that Ema wins that should never happen, that just gets converted, and even then, those conversions weren't super clean either, so Na'Vi don't have anything to rest on in this game, and this would be an unreal upset for M80 to find. A galvanizing win on a technical map. M80 maybe bite off more than they can chew here, throwing themselves at Na'Vi in this final round of the half, but Lake still has something to say. Refusing to go down on this B-bomb site, he in fact goes back for more. 3 on 4. He doesn't want to concede everything. So stays in the chokehold at the top of Banana. Trying to finish what he started. App steps heard. Hex finds this. Suddenly a 5v3 is equalized. Na'Vi are in a predicament. Bit gets past him, but you don't get 2 chances against Bit. He's quick. Lake, 1 Molotov to stop this. How many seconds can he really buy? Nata pulled. Lake follows up. He is dead. That should be Navi's way to close the half with 5. It's not pretty. It might not even be enough, but it needs to for Na'Vi as they try to claw back Inferno.
All right, listen up, people. There's a lot the government don't want you to know. The ramen deep state operatives. You can just put in cold water and wait a little longer.
We interrupt this broadcast to bring you breaking news from the downtown area. An active robbery is taking place at a grocery store.
The following footage was captured live at the scene of the crime.
Put the noodles in the bag. I want every flavor. Move quicker.
Scalpel. Batwing. Suction. Fork.
She said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
This is a never-before-seen meteorological event. Please take immediate shelter. For your own safety, I repeat, do not go outside. You must shelter in place now.
I'm gonna have to pressure you for an answer now. What's it gonna be?
Is it pot noodle again?
That's correct. Congratulations, you're through to the final round.
We're getting word globally that pot noodles are raining from the sky.
This seems to be a global phenomenon, with chicken and mushroom appearing from the north, original curry flavor hailing from the south. Experts appear to be baffled by.
Il y a des nouilles partout!
Nadie esperaba esto. Creo que lloviendo pot noodle.
Meine Damen und Herren, es regnet Pot Noodle. Das ist nicht gut.
M80 are but rounds away from eliminating NAVI, with little signs of life from the NAVI squad on their T side of Inferno. If it weren't for some heroics from the likes of Ema and Wonderful, this could have been an even more one-sided game. 5 rounds is all NAVI have to work with as they now move onto the CT side of Inferno.
Yeah, well, we saw M80, do the same thing against Vitality and take it the distance on Inferno. It was the T side that let them down. They started there, they got 4 rounds, and even though they had a solid defense, Vitality eventually broke through. M80 can't afford to have this T side let them down here, being so close to taking down such a heavy favorite in this lower bracket. It blew them out of the water to start Ancient. Navi woke up on train. And here in our finale for the series, M80 better seize this opportunity. 4-1 stack, Navi, they've lost the pistol almost certainly.
Oh, a bit dead straight away, and yeah, the rest of them on the other side of the map. M80 can't afford to take 2 shocking losses in pistol rounds. They're so entrenched here. There's not really a world in which Navi should pick this one up. And now very, very tunnel vision on this play up through short, and that's let Wonderful sneak in through the back line. M80, this might be too much to bear if they fall down twice over in these pistols, so it's on a lake to try and save them. Dead at the hands of Alexi, and the defuse in, and Navi with another head-turning pistol keep the dream alive.
How the hell do they win that? 5-on-4 for M80, all the positions locked down in the post plant, and Navi just come through with seconds to spare. The odds of winning that round feel so impossibly low. And M80 jump the gun and give them the fights.
Nice, boys. Come on.
Guys,
Nice,
focus, we can do it.
Good trades, boys.
Nice.
Believing again, Navi with another robbery pistol round in this third map.
M80 with a force. And a desperate attempt to try and maintain control. A-side split. 3 players out through short. Sin and Lake both get their openers. Wonderful overran. And so M80 brush off that pistol round, taking the risk of the force buy, and they live to tell the tale. That is a huge sigh of relief for M80. not giving up this lead yet, and a chance now to strengthen their grasp on Inferno.
Yeah, you can laugh off that pistol now that you've won the force buyout. You put Navi in a horrible position, forced to save, and forced to buy around it for the remaining couple of rounds. So M80 make up for a very ugly post plant with a quick lane pop. They re-establish themselves now as favorites in this map. 2-round lead, money advantage, favored side. It's all to play for here for M80.
Just winning that round feels so huge. Because now NAVI scraped together a force of their own, and it means if you're M80, you're within touching distance. You're 1 or 2 rifle rounds away from winning this game, providing you can convert now.
Yeah, it should be 10-6 before NAVI get a full rifle round, but that's unless they catch them off guard right back. Don't count Navi out from doing that. They got retake utility that forces Lake wide, forces him into a fight. Yima gets that trade, but space retaken, and they don't believe it right now. I mean, Navi rotated before M80 even did. Ahead of the game on this one. Yima gets back in the bomb site in time. Third piece on this hold. M80 looking to perhaps repeat that previous round. Double abs. Navi goes searching. Hex, he's meant to be throwing the flashes for them to come up lane, but going long anyway. Turns around in time to get one. Sees the second as well. Hex with a chance to end this round, and he's done it. Double kill up. Makazi's rotate too late.
Wonderful.
And Wonderful only a pistol, unless they over... Wait.
They don't know. They have no idea. They think it's clear. They haven't checked for him. Wonderful. One in the back. That one's free. The next they're gonna have to cost him. Out with a swing. Wonderful. Making magic happen. Slack shuts it down.
Oh.
And M80 by the skin of their teeth, right their wrongs, the late trade on Wonderful.
You feel like Wonderful's just meant to win that with the map that Navi have had, relying solely on clutches. That would be his second huge 1vx from the back of a bomb site. And that could have again bought Navi room in a map they have no rights. But Slack stops it, and M80, a sigh of relief. They do get to redeem their 3 rounds, and yeah, Hex is just relieved. Now it's just pistols. Navi have to be near flawless once we hit the buy round. One flash to complicate matters.
Oh, God. Nothing feels too safe here. Going into the stack, they're going to leave. A lot of damage sustained. But info to play with for M80. They know at most it's one guy here. Ima's had some great pistol rounds in this series. But all alone with this Eagle. Spotted now, living on borrowed time. They're quick to deal with him. Wonderful. Let's make it. Oh my God, the bomb's right there. Planted at his feet. He goes searching for a little bit more. And so M80 able to brush that one aside. Here's the gun round for Navi. And this is where, if they do want to come back, if they do want to save themselves, this is where the resistance has got to start.
God, you just have no room for error on a map like Inferno. It's so save heavy, where rounds can be ripped apart off of one kill in the right place. This feels like the worst place to be for Navi right now, and M80 looking to earn their victory in 3, looking to prove it in a long, drawn-out match. Despite Navi's clutches, despite Navi hanging on, M80, they want to make a statement in this rifle round. They just want to go for the pop, go for the throats. 2 in the sight, that's it.
And the abs pop against NAVI, trying to have that be the instrument of their destruction. It's a ballsy move for M80, but they've broken through. Ema keeps the round alive, keeps NAVI in with a chance.
Wants that smoke, he just wants it to bounce back to him or his teammate, but NAVI throwing a fake smoke right now. Makazi's flanking from the long side. If there's a kit, it's dropped because NAVI don't hold one, and Sin's found the headshot, flicked back to Makazi. They've cleaned it out, they've figured it out. One player left, and they know exactly where he's coming from. With no kit, with no smoke, Alexi knows this one is too far gone. M80 win that first gun round, and it may be one of NAVI's last.
Yeah, NAVI now have a horrible decision to make. At 11-6 with just this one gun saved, what? Do you put money in now? Do you play for the overtime? Do you play for the flawless 6-round streak? Both horrible options. And it's going to be down to NAVI to decide as M80 are in the driving seat. But this M80 squad, they wanted to come out of this event with more than just a map off of Vitality. Map wins here and there versus top teams. They wanted to show how much they've grown.
Well, not only did they kill VP and force a roster change, now they may be taking down the top dog in this lower bracket. And going into a final day of play against Fnatic, another unproven underdog squad. M80, it is within sight, but don't get ahead of yourself. Bit, Apps, Inferno, AK, they don't know either. He grabs that kill. They're going to speed up on the other side of the map, look to take over B. Don't jump the gun. Kazi, Alexi, hold on. Through the smoke, come M80.
Kazi up close, blinded. Alexi tries to move in, awkward time for the team kill here. As now Wonderful joins the ranks of B, but this whole time, Swisher has been reapplying some control to the apartments. And it's rare in situations like this to still have a backdoor, right? When they lose the initial presence over towards Apps, you're kind of thinking you've cleaned up if you're NAVI.
Bit just re-info flash, but Swisher's already out, and Swisher, who just had a horrible first map, has been the difference maker in this third, but Bit gets back in time. That AK put to use, Bit with a hero gun. Looking to be exactly that here, blocking them at the first entrance. Lake still finds his kill, and there is a rifle picked up for Alexi, but Wonderful's got nothing.
Both players for NAVI out here on short. Lake makes it into the pit. He's been on low health the entire round. The nerves are clearly setting in. There's been missed util in this post plant. As you're a little bit shaky, you're a little bit twitchy, you know the game is riding on it. This is meant to be the free one, and Wonderful's 5-7 collects. NAVI are still in this thing. Low econ round, but Bit putting that AK to work, and the rest of NAVI holding their own. They keep themselves alive on Inferno.
Some good karma for NAVI. They take the high-risk eco to try and do it on gun rounds, and they win it out with less. That hero AK saves the day for NAVI. And even though they overwhelm him, they put themselves in an unarguably favorable 2v2 post-plant. Mistakes are made. Nerves are shattered as M80 dropped the ball in that 2v2. Is that something they'll come to regret? Only time will tell. NAVI start triple B with the AWP as well.
I mean, it's in these type of moments, right, where you recognize you're feeling a little bit nervous at the momentum, the momentousness of the occasion, the idea that you could best NAVI. It's a very real possibility. And this is where, you know, you either level up and you don't succumb to that pressure, or it overwhelms you. We won't know what M80's fate is till they decide it. Close series versus Vitality, taking a map off of them. Beating VP so hard, as you say, that the team disbanded. Will this be remembered as nothing more than a nice try? Or can M80 break through again? Still have that chance to ruin Navi's money. Still have their chance to tee themselves up, to lay themselves up for an easy finish on Inferno.
Back to Banana, this AWP is not fired. Molly forces Wonderful out, and he just takes a shot on his departure. Is that warning the AWP enough to send them back into A, where 3 players sit for Na'Vi? 30 seconds, Bit getting into a prime position. Alexi, that smoke implies they're going mid to B, but he knows there's no time for this play. He's going to play the block instead, get in the way. Swisher spams through, but he has to push his smoke, and Alexi knows that. Up short come the rest. Alexi does his job, but they are in the site.
Ema full blind, but not firing off. Might have done him some favors there. He's just dropped the bomb. They have to go for it straight away. Slice doesn't get there in time. The realization for M80, that bomb gets away from them. And they don't piece it together fast enough. A last-second hit as the hour is growing more and more desperate for M80.
Ema's full blind, and it wins them the round. The flash that stops him from firing drops that guy in the site with the bomb. That's what wins Na'Vi the round. That is the margin. So close. And he did all he needed to. Disastrous way to lose that round for M80, and you can just feel the heartbreak in a couple of these rounds hitting hard. Did M80 feel desperate enough to pick up the pace and just go for this B execute? Oh, full blind. AK picked up, Lake can't find that entry. Since Molly does do something, but it comes at the cost of 2. M80 been getting this top B control for free. Now it comes at a cost.
I hope we have an M80 timeout on the way. Regardless of the outcome of this round, just something just to calm the nerves. You can feel that eagerness, that pull just to try and end this here and now. And it's in that chaos where you're so close to victory.
Missed it.
It makes the moment feels like it just goes by in an instant.
Oh my god, it might pay off. Lexi jiggling wide, gets a spot. Got to have clean entries here if this is ever going to work.
Sin leads the charge. Rest of his team in behind him. They overwhelm Ema. Are they ready for Alexi? Playing it close into the oranges. It's out with his one, and it falls to this retake. Both players for Na'Vi scaling up through Banana. It's been a pretty quiet series for Bit, but it was him with that hero gun that started this streak for Na'Vi. Is he able to keep it going? Nades rain in onto Swisher. Hexed. This guy has been Mr. Clutch for M80. So often able to deliver in these high pressure moments. But this is the most pressure yet. This is the tallest task yet. And Mountain in front of him. Is he up for the task of scaling it? Hexed with the first. Cut down. Wonderful denies the clutch. And the comeback continues for Na'Vi.
11-6 to 11-9. And each of these rounds within touching distance for M80. But none of them theirs. Coming down to clutches. Coming down to the clock. Na'Vi saving themselves from the brink of defeat every single time. And M80 finally running low on money. Pause does come through. You wanted it, you get it. But Na'Vi will take that breather as well.
You're
things tight.
Able to feel and see the nerves in how they're playing, right? And it feels like, you know, up until this point, everything was flowing. Everything was very seamless for M80, but now it feels like this gargantuan task. You already feel like you're losing this game, even though you're not yet losing this game.
It's the pressure. Na'Vi have been under it more than once. They would know what it's like to win.
I mean, it's also like the idea of a system is supposed to make you a little bit kind of resilient towards, right? You're meant to be able to deal with pressure a little bit better, and Na'Vi don't always embody that, but having protocols, responsibilities, it's meant to make you harder to ruffle the feathers. That's a big pickup for Lake. Bit falls first. Ema reclaiming these kills in mid, and Wonderful now hiding in the apartments. I don't know if they're going to expect him. Last time it was him going unnoticed that caused problems for M80, and it might be that same case again. He's still Johnny on the spot in the apartments. 5-7.
Whoa, 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 whoa.
Oh, he wrestles it back. Disaster strikes for M80. Hex dead, and the gap has closed. There's one round on this game.
Hey, they go back to their NA ways. You have to admire them for it. Just a quick pop, walking through the smoke, trying to catch Navi off guard, playing with some ego. That's what you do want to see from M80 in this game. But now to harness that in a gun round, when you feel like you've thrown away opportunities, when you've let Navi back in, that is not an easy thing to do. And this is your gun round. This is your best chance yet. Oh, the best chance was behind you. This is all you've got. Good grenades from Navi, but they are responded by M80. If Slacks hit his better, that would have been a lot of damage. Orb at the logs. Bit unorthodox.
There's anxiety for success. There's fear of failure here for M80. And one hell of a battle to overcome in just a couple of rounds.
Navi just stoic, unthinking machine, winning clutch rounds despite the pressure of elimination, staring them down every single time. One wrong step from Navi and this game would have been over minutes ago. If you stayed in it, it should get easier for Navi. They've withstood so much already. Wonderful. Forced off. Ema on the corner. They're not going to get time to clear him. He forces the kill. 2 from him. 25 seconds. Ema's got more to do. Master of this series here for Navi. He's kept them in it long enough, and this one's done. Save your gun. 1v4 for Sin through the smoke. No time. 11 apiece. 5 straight. Navi breathing down M80's neck in this final map.
Counter-terrorists win.
And all these thoughts, they're getting in the way of the clean CS that M80 have been playing all day. You can feel the anxiety. Overthinking every move. Doubting yourself all of a sudden in a series where you've had no reason to do so. Navi, they care not. Another timeout burned. M80, the time is up. Navi are here.
Navi.
And your worst nightmare might come true.
Yeah, Navi haven't been calling timeouts. This comeback's been all them. Just want to keep the momentum rolling, and even though M80 have tried to break from the action, these rounds have gotten cleaner and cleaner for Navi. This was a Navi facing a devastating elimination. And now it's a Navi favored to go to that final day against Fnatic, a team they've already beaten in this tournament. And look at the money.
Dude, the hope for M80 is like a low econ round like this does alleviate some of the burden and pressure, and you're no longer choking. You've already kind of done that, right? Like now the game is tied. It's no longer about letting this win slip through your fingers. You've got to dig deep and come back again. Sometimes these rounds you get a little glimmer of the Counter-Strike we've been seeing up until the choke. And so let's see. Pressure off a little bit, as they're not supposed to win this round.
Wonderful whiff.
This shot for Wonderful.
Wonderful
and that's
whiff.
going to cost them the B site. Breakthrough for M80. Caught on the cross. One back from Alexi. If you're NAVI, you're still very interested in this round. Your money is fine regardless, and M80 are anything but comfortable. Twitchy and nervous. Can NAVI try and make something happen in a man-down retake?
It feels impossible to lose this round, though, for M80. I know there's been some buzzer beaters that NAVI have managed to squeeze in, but how do you even begin to get through these choke points? Util will only go so far. NAVI have to force these kills, and they're not coming to you. No one's even pushing. Forget the money. NAVI, look away. And M80 on a force by pop, a single wonderful miss is all it takes.
Terrorists win.
Alexi leaves the B site for a moment, and look what happens.
It's a huge step in the right direction for M80, but as they've learned, this game is a long way from done.
But I mean, that's...
Right, they managed to break through on a low econ round where the pressure's slightly lower, but it's not gone entirely in these rifle rounds. This is the time for M80. If this game goes OT, that is when NAVI will exert full control.
Triple B now, they don't want that to happen again. Been waiting to see M80 go for one of these executes on B. That's more of a just pop contact play. And a bit of a luck, but the manpower. M80 match point.
Oh my god, it's the exact same setup, exact same players, and they're just going to run it back one more time. This time Wonderful can't miss. This time Wonderful has to hit, only going to get out with one. Mikaze overran, and the B site once more. The hope of M80.
What a ballsy call. Back-to-back here for M80, and NAVI can't save this time. They've got to give it a go. They've got to throw everything in this 3v4.
A bare minimum. They're here faster. Alexi gonna leave it to a chance. Smoke push is cut down. Ema scrambling, looking for anything, but there's nothing to be found. And with Bit locked out, 4-on-1, M80 overcome. They were choking this game. They had a psychological battle raging the entire time. And they had to dig very, very deep to get these final 2 rounds on the board. There just isn't time for Bit to win this. M80 collect. They wanted to show us their growth, and they do it there in those final few rounds, dodging the choke and in with a chance of making it to London. For NAVI, this is a string of early exits. This is representing a bit of a shocking trend since their debut back in Cologne. First at Bounty, then EWC, and now an exit in the lower bracket at the hands of M80 at Open.
A shock and horror moment for NAVI, falling to M80, not making it to London, and even when they got 5 CT rounds in a row, they look like they're going to claw their way back into this game and fight strong. Just the simple B hits devastated them.
Yeah, it's not a secret that NAVI not making it to London and NAVI being eliminated by M80 is a massive, massive surprise, especially the way it happened. As you said, Wonderful unable to hit this kill, Mikaze unable to do anything over the course of the entire map. M80 wins this force buy. You think to yourself, okay, NAVI, fair enough, it's 1 round. You'll force this in 1 to overtime. You'll show the experience as you did up until this point where they were making the comeback happen, Boo. But then it happens 1 more time.
That was M80. I mean, they were in their heads. M80, I thought were winning this game for much of the game, and then you have NAVI, they pull that streak back. M80 start to get in their heads, they start losing. They lost a 2v2 on A, they lost the pistol, they lost a bunch of clutch rounds. You think M80 is gonna fumble it like NACS has done so many times in the past, but then they just have these 2 explosive calls, and they have the utility saved up. They didn't waste the utility, fake taking mid, doing all this other stuff. They have the utility in both times to smoke off CT, keep it smoked off. They even smoked off Church on the first round. That is unreal CS from M80, not what you want to be, not what you're usually expecting from this type of team.
And I think that's where we have to point the conversation first. Yes, it's a massive blowout for NAVI, and it's a hugely disappointing loss for them, but M80, throughout this entire tournament, have played good Counter-Strike. They really have impressed every single game against Vitality. Even when they lost, they remained competitive throughout the entirety of the series, and now they stand here in the lower bracket having knocked out NAVI. Tomorrow they'll face Fnatic for a game to qualify for London, which is within reach, which is a winnable game for M80. every single time they joined the server so far this tournament, they have been a positive surprise, and I hope they get to do that one more time against Fnatic.
So often it's easy to be negative about the team that lost. And there are negatives about NAVI. I don't think they adjusted well enough the last couple of rounds. You had Makaze and Wonderful get targeted, but you have to be positive about M80. They've done so many good things. The calling's great. The fragging's great. They've got iconic clutches coming out of Hex. There's so many positives with M80 that I do hope they go through to London.
And can't you say this, right? Their mental strength is like, this is old M80. A lot of times when you would see crumble when they were so close to that final hurdle. It hasn't happened now twice. First VP, now Navi.
Yeah, I think that mental resilience that you're also kind of hinting a little bit, Wu, saying that normally you'd see NA teams, you'd see M80 maybe falter for the pressure, which we kind of got to see in the second half as well. They were getting into their own heads, and you were sitting back with a feeling that, oh, you kind of missed your window of opportunity. But I'll say it like this. I think M80 still had glimpses of that. I don't think they were that mental resilient in this game. They were just facing a team that is completely out of it when it comes to that department right now.
Sometimes you need this type of win as like a landmark victory, because I said before, they lost the 5v4 on pistol. They lost the 2v2 on A site. They had another 2v2 where they couldn't plant the bomb, even though they probably had time if their player realized it. They lost the 2v2 on B where Bit flanked. They had a lot of clutches they lost. There was a lot of situations that felt like, if you play this in a group stage earlier on, maybe they win these. But then to have the call, to have the balls to honestly go back for that B hit, back-to-back Tech 9s going up banana, it's a landmark victory. I think you could get over mental issues with this type of win.
Well, Navi have been eliminated here at the Blast Open London. We've got Blade joining us to discuss through some things. Blade, I know it's a tough loss to stomach right now. I want to just ask from your perspective and from what you saw, how disappointing is this loss for you guys?
I don't think it's so disappointed. After 3D Max loss, it was more disappointed. So at the moment, we're just staying in reality. We know that we just need to work hard. And it's not a one day, so we just need to play tournaments after tournaments and just bounce back. So nothing like crucial happened for us because we already build a strategy for next 2-3 tournaments. Just playing and improving our game. We need more synergy and just basically to get better decision making. I think it just needs time now with the new lineup.
Very interesting, Blade. Do you think it's more in-game that you have certain issues at the moment, or do you think there's also partly out-of-game stuff that you need to work on? Is there like a balance in that right now, or is it mostly in-game?
Well, I think all our losses are not the same. It's always something different. And for example, if we speak about FaZe, I think we started very slowly, and this is basically part of online games. If you're not playing it a lot, it's hard to tune in instantly because LAN environment is a little bit different. And like we activated kind of like in the versus FaZe most likely on only second side of those two. I think it's, for example, can be for us a conclusion how we can jump into the game with the same energy insta, which we can do on LAN sometimes. But like I said, the 3D Max was a little bit different. It was more like really bad synergy, like uncharacteristic mistakes. Like if you remember, we lost so weird rounds. And this game versus M80, I think they played pretty good. And I think we had a good game plan versus them, what we want to do. And after this, let's say, losses we had, I think we lost some confidence. And you saw it, for example, in Ancient. I think the way how we wanted to approach the game was kind of easy from our side, but we didn't do it because I think too much, let's say, like separate thoughts, like not, like if you're playing the round, you sometimes thinking about something else, not about what you want to do, let's say, right? And for Ancient, for sure, was this problem, like that we are not in time doing something we spoke about. And this is, I think, lack of confidence because you're losing, and after that, like we spoke, and it was much better map. And after this, we jump into Inferno, and Inferno is always like this. It's like some gambles, some crazy highlights, and I think you get a really good comeback on City side. And at the end, I think we also were quite good in reading what they want to do. Like last round, they knew that they will do this round, and we wanted to molly and just kill them there, basically. But it was not like a situation.
Well, Blade, thank you very much for your insight. Commiserations to you once again, but we'll see you at future tournaments.
Thank you. Bye.
Very honest, always very open with his answers and how he views it all, right? For him, it sounds like it's more of a time that it's going to take throughout all of this, but it's crazy to think where they were at Cologne to where they are now.
I'm worried, to be completely honest. I'm glad Blade feels he has an idea of how they want to approach this for the next couple of tournaments, and sounds like he still believes in the project, but there's too many question marks surrounding Navi right now for me to be not worried. You know, Makasi, I'm not completely sold on him being the guy that is fulfilling the roles of JL. There's been good moments. This tournament hasn't been positive. Wonderful is still a massive question mark to me. Emma is a little bit hit and miss. Bit is not playing at his best. Alexi B as well. I feel like the entire team is just one big question mark, and it's for me, for that reason, very hard to get a sense of where they're heading right now.
I mean, you have to respect the coach that doesn't say, I don't know what's wrong.
Of
you know,
course,
I don't
yeah.
know what's going on. I like that he has ideas, he has thoughts. The way he says it about Inferno, that it's a little unlucky. The problem is, you're supposed to get past that luck as Navi. You're supposed to be able to overcome that. There was some plays that you saw M80 making. They really liked that mid-aggression, and Navi saw it coming, but they couldn't counter it. They couldn't get on the same page to have a player post up and not let Lake swing out, not let the op peek down mid. I think you missed a lot from Navi in terms of, I think they did have a good idea what M80 was going for. So many times it looked like they were one step behind where they needed to be to counter it though, and that's so often the problem with Navi. They need to find a way to get that next step forward.
Well, guys, thank you very much for all your thoughts. We need to quickly keep things moving. So we're heading to a break, and when we come back, we're getting into Spirit taking on Liquid.
This is London!
Now, Liquid, they're a team that I don't believe you have faced in an official before, just looking on HLTV. How much do you know about Liquid? How prepared do you feel for what they're going to be showing on the server?
I don't really care which opponent I face. I just play, so I don't care who I play versus.
View Spirit as the best team in the world right now?
It's tough to say. I think that maybe currently, yes, right at this moment. But it fluctuates a lot at the minute between Vitality and Spirit. I think Vitality had their run. Now Spirit is also on a very good run. But I would say they are definitely the top two contenders, or like the two contenders for #1 at the minute.
Any particular weaknesses you noticed in their game versus Furia yesterday?
We have analyzed a little bit of that, and for sure some of the we have a few takeaways against them, but it's not the place to reveal them. But we will look. We have some few things that we will focus on that hopefully will catch them off guard.
Spirit stumble versus Furia yesterday and now find themselves down in the doldrums of the lower bracket. 2 wins are now required to be securing playoff berth, and their first opponent in the server today is going to be Team Liquid, a team who, if we're being brutally honest, has failed to deliver on many accounts throughout 2025. Question is, can that all change today? Joining myself for Esports to find out exactly how it's going to go down, I've got Maui and Dupree up here on the desk for what is going to be a very high pressure game. When we're looking at both of these sides of the equation, there's so much at stake for both of these teams.
Of course, for Liquid, it feels like you're trying to recover your season, trying to make something of it. You have the pieces, you have a coach behind you. At this point, what more do you need in terms of excuses other than time? And for Spirit, they just have to recover the loose ball after they fumbled a pretty bad loss yesterday to Furia. Yes, I'll give Furia a lot of credit, but that was definitely at times in Spirit's control. They just dropped it.
And Spirit obviously looking for that revenge from yesterday. I don't think they were satisfied with the loss against Furia, but then on the other side with Liquid, as you mentioned, Mao, like they're trying to recover. I'm still at a place where I don't even feel like Liquid has had a season. You know, it's been looking so bad for them for the entire of times that, and we're still waiting for that thing. When is it actually going to change? When are they going to be looking better? And with what they have in terms of the organization, but also their players, I mean, it's just very unacceptable. And sure, we also left with a feeling that they have a team where they should be doing a lot better, but there's just so much synergy missing, so many things that is not working their way. So they are obviously just keep hitting their heads against the wall.
I feel like one time I've been excited watching Liquid was in that Vitality game because they made it so competitive, but still just no wins. And that's kind of been the story of basically throughout 2025 when we're looking at their event placements, just not really making any deep runs at all.
Which Vitality one? Bounty, EWC, take
Bounty
your pick.
was
No,
better, I would say.
Yeah, no, it is. Definitely was. Now, for Liquid, what's also on the line here is VRS implications, okay? If they drop out here as early as it looks like they're about to, if they lose to Spirit, who are the favorites in this matchup, there's really not much more for them in the season. They have to start playing local lands. I think they're already signed up for a land in Poland that they pretty much have to win if they want to secure their position in the major that's upcoming, especially given the fact that now with their roster assembly, they're a European team now. They don't just get to skate into the major given that they have an America slot anymore. They only have 2 guys from that region now. So what was supposed to improve this team in terms of firepower and tactics with the in-game leader rifler upgrades that they got, it really actually kind of put their backs against the wall here.
I think so many people, including myself, were excited to see Shui coming to this lineup, and I think that is sometimes the case when you are looking for an in-game leader. Sure, it's hard to find a guy that is really good in-game, but also has the leader capabilities. I don't know him personally, so I don't know specifically what he brings to the table, but when you look at where he's been previously in Mousesports and just his way of leading that and actually becoming more competitive, sure, he was replaced. You think that Shui is a great in-game leader. He has a lot of things that can bring to the table and hopefully elevate this Liquid team, and I think that's what they were hoping to get. I just haven't seen it yet. I just don't think that Shui has elevated Liquid in any way. It's not like they're looking better when they did not have him.
No.
And that's kind of hard because you invested so much in getting this guy to elevate it, but he just cannot make this jigsaw work.
That's the thing. Eye test is one thing, Mario, as you will know, but the stats also don't lie when we're looking at those for Liquid.
One of the worst T-sides in Tier 1, even with Flashy joining also. I mean, the last 6 months with Shuhei have not been all that good, just barely north of 40%. And with Flashy, it's been more or less the same. Yes, the eye test looks a little bit better. I do think that the stats lie slightly here just because they played Vitality in 2 consecutive series. That is roughly, I mean, take your pick. Spirit of Vitality, the toughest team to beat when you're on the T side. So I think the numbers are lightly deflated, but still, they need results at this point. We can't keep talking about potential or what the eye test shows.
And they are just very reliant on their CT side. They can't really get the T sides to function. And I think there's like a funny aspect with Flashy coming from his time in Navi. Maybe he's trying to implement a kind of a playstyle that was working because he's been catered by Blade. Maybe it just doesn't fit his players, and that's always the hard question.
100%. Looking yesterday at Spirit and the arrival of themselves in that lower bracket, just purely from an entertainment perspective, that was an amazing series versus Furia. But if you're in the Spirit camp, you're going to be kind of looking at that series and going, hey, there were moments there where we could have totally changed the tide of that game, where arguably they had full control and they let it completely slip away.
I mean, Chopper and Zway should actually teach a disaster class. That was one of the worst ways to grief a duo that has lifted you so high in Donk and Shiro and really dropped the ball on your ends of the map. I mean, Furia were targeting those guys repeatedly, especially on the first map of Mirage there. For Spirit right now to even find themselves in the lower bracket, that's a shell shock, okay? You're coming off fresh a couple victories already in the season, Bounty, Cologne. You need to be looking at the whole team and saying, why is it just 2 versus 8?
And it's so rare that you get such a bad, like it's really rare you get a bad performance out of the duo of Shiro and Donk. And even with Donk putting up a 1.7 rating yesterday, they still managed to lose, which in some sense is kind of unforgivable. And sure, that is one of the issues that could be on the brink of Spirit, is that if the flanks and where they just try to avoid going into Donk, that could be a case that many teams might try to exploit.
Any issues you're seeing with the map feeder here? We've got Dust 2, Mirage, and then Nuke if we do need it as a decider. What are you thinking?
It's brutal for Liquid here. The maps that you want to play are the maps that Spirit want to play. The middle ground maps, really, they're not going to serve you whatsoever. Dust 2 is generally the pick of Spirit anytime they're facing an opponent that's outside the top 10. And having Nuke as the decider, that's oftentimes another map that they'll play for teams, just elite teams too. So, I mean, there's almost no win condition here for Liquid unless they just went incredibly hard on anti-stratting and game planning.
I just don't think there's a case that Liquid can win it. Like, I honestly don't think it's a case. Like, also looking at the maps and the recent performance, the way that Spirit has been playing, I just honestly don't think there's any way that Liquid can even win a map here.
I think when we look at yesterday for Spirit, like, sure, there was a myriad of issues going on, but namely when we look at his way, particularly on that Mirage, he was not having a good time, was he?
No, I mean, I feel like what happened there for Zwei is that you see everybody else is popping off. You see that Donk's having a good time. And I feel like a lot of people can relate to this. When you see your teammates sometimes are just carrying you so hard, you feel like you're freed up, that you can go for your individual plays, your individual peaks. But it actually ended up really hurting their chances on those defenses. Like second round of the game, he dies to a rifle that's peeking out ramp because he's just wide swinging. He's just thinking, okay, I'm going to collect some ecos because even if I fail, Donk's probably going to pick things up. But no, the mid-rounding of Fury was too good that if he gave up an easy death, as he did many times, then Fallen had great ways to mid-round around the man advantages, and if he just kind of gives up his life as carelessly as he does today, that he did yesterday, I'm going to have a lot of questions about his future on this lineup with the looming Tanir pickup.
Well, either way, it's going to take a marathon for either of these two teams to be making it onwards to London. It's Spirit versus Liquid with Connor and Mo.
It's a bleak picture being painted tonight by our experts. Mohan, are they negative Nancy's, or are you also kind of riding those same doubts?
You can be negative and right, unfortunately, at the same time. I will say that maybe we don't believe in Liquid that much right now, but we also don't believe in Spirit that much right now.
Fair.
Because, like, we actually saw a point in which Don can be on an A+ day, Shiro can be right beside him, and they can still lose 2-0. They lost to Furia yesterday. We can't forget that. So as much as Liquid are all potential, but never actually closing these games out, we also saw Spirit kind of reach a new low in some weird way, at least in terms of recent form. I think Furia played excellently yesterday, but no excuse really for almost 3 out of 5 players on Spirit. And even though Maui perfectly characterizes Fido is awesome for Spirit, at least Liquid are going to be comfortable the whole way through.
Let's see what Comfort can do for them. 5 versus 4 to the catwalk kill. Pressure on Zwei as he's supposed to get flashed through. Actually just finds one through smoke. That's a hell of a recovery, but it is still a pretty vacant bomb site as far as Liquid are concerned. Plant to come in, ultimate. Very key for him to hold this flank, so a nice insta-headshot on Donk. You don't always watch Donk hit the ground that fast.
Usually it's him doing that, yeah.
So ultimate, I love this. Full retreat. Get the hell out of there. There are multiple bodies still coming. You've got man advantage. You've got bomb down. Nade will find Nafly for half of his health, but he hasn't moved a muscle. Ramp player, blindsided. Zwei comes through, but then, whoa, okay. Blink and you miss it. A trio of frags for Liquid to close out Pistol.
Looks like a great pistol so far. I mean, Liquid are a team right now, feels like they can also lose in the ways that, you know, there's almost spiritually complexity with how not clutch they are towards the end of games. That on top of the fact that they can't close out on T side. These are 2 questions that we'll have in this match. So I like that we start here because T side we can put on display for Liquid, and for CT we can put Zwei under question, who's going to be playing long.
Okay.
He's just struggled so much, I feel like, to do anything even remotely comparable to Magic's after replacing him. Just one more superstar, though. They'll be good.
Just one more. They keep farming them. The internet's cranking them out faster than we can find teams for them.
Yeah, no kidding.
You know, I think sometimes it can also maybe feel harsh for Zwei if you're a Spirit fan, but you have to remember that, like, Spirit were already at the very top. They weren't world #1, but they were so much better than so many other teams. And that's why, unfortunately for Zwei, despite his lack of experience, despite his younger age, he's going to be criticized hard. You want to be on, you know, top 3 teams in the world?
Yeah.
Everybody is waiting for you to fail, essentially. All of Magic's fans want you done for. Donk on the doorway with Chopper right behind him. Ooh, oh God, you thought you were gonna get away with it, Liquid? All 5 players dead. Nothing happens there because you tiptoed your way into Donk. And while Furia may have survived a donking yesterday, he was at the top of the board. He was doing what he does. Team Liquid, not anywhere near as successful in converting this one.
I mean, this is them coming out try. No pre-molly on the door, no flash to walk out with. They literally just said, let's just take a risk and go for a contact, explode maybe for this mid B. Totally wrong play, obviously, and hard to justify when you have the utility. Sometimes it can be great when, well, you see you've avoided a setup entirely, but that's not what happened. There's Donk just getting more info too.
You know, I think one of the beautiful things about, we're going to be talking about Furia and versus Spirit, I think, quite a bit tonight, just because it's the most recent game tape we have of a Spirit loss. And like you said, like a new low, quote unquote, just because it was such a unique loss where Shiro and Donk are up there. Very frisky Fallen calling yesterday. Tons of different ideas, tons of different looks. Some rounds, you know, Galil's here, not a single grenade. Other rounds, only Tech 9s, but a ton of grenades. Kept Spirit on their toes. I don't think Liquid have that in them. We'll see, because I think they need it.
Why'd they just do this so quickly? This ran back up to the cat split. It could have been a long play. I thought that was going to be the moves. Minute 10, lots of time. CT's probably a little nervous after that first kill.
Naf stomping as if there's no possibility of this. So this round's done now. Two backs turned to Shiro. And him and Zwei gonna help out one another, sandwiching the Team Liquid run out long. False confidence that that part of the map was cleared as Zontic's nade to end it.
I love comms on that round because that's like a weird situation to rush. I think if you make a long rotation, you know, you don't want to do it too late because it takes forever to get there, but they got that kill really early. They don't try to go for anything.
I don't know if we're allowed to request certain rounds. You know, we've never really asked production to stick a TeamSpeak in for
just
us.
Throw it in out there, see if it happens.
Throw it in there. Let's see what happens. Yo, production, we want that one.
Yeah.
I want it.
I would love it. A call after that Deagle kill.
Yeah.
I want to hear Team Liquid's beginning of that round when they run up cat and run long.
We're gonna try it.
All right, I have had a off microphone conversation with production. They're on it, Mohan.
All right.
Well, what else can we ask for?
Production, I want ice cream.
Yeah, grande latte, 2 pumps caramel, whipped cream. That sounds like hell. Can I get a move on this Team Liquid Glock round? You know what I'm saying?
We get a fast forward, maybe.
Yeah, what the hell? Trying to play all across the map. These Glocks going down. A dink from lower tunnels. You know, puts Shiro on notice for a second, but...
Odds of a plant?
0.
0.
0 odds. See ya. On to the next one.
I'm going to have a hard time if this Liquid lineup doesn't work out. It's another lineup that I just think, I look at it, I'm like,
why not?
Why not, man?
Why not?
Why not?
It's
like from the coach, even getting at Flashy seems like a great idea. Like, we could talk about Shuhei on this lineup, it not working. But like the constant is Liquid. It's not the individuals, right? A lot of them are
so many times
make sense to sign them.
So many times Liquid makes a move that we all think, yeah, that's the right decision.
Like Nerds, that sounds like fantastic.
Dude, you can go back so far and just make sense of all the Liquid moves, and yet realizing the potential.
Dude, I mean,
I don't understand.
Like Shuhei's an IGL at this point. Oh wow. Shuhei's an IGL at this point that is known for having the praise of Kerrigan as being the next up, you know?
Yes,
like,
I mean, I remember...
We saw him pull GamerLegion to a major final after getting cut from Mouse. This is the first project where it's not worked.
There was a content piece not too long ago, maybe a year or plus, where Kerrigan was asked to make a super team, and he wasn't allowed to be on the roster. He put himself as a coach so that he could give the in-game leadership to Shuhei.
That'd be a deadly combo, I still want to say. But for whatever reason,
That's how much praise he got.
Look, we're getting into this zone where it's sort of almost like Nip, you know?
Sway gonna find one. Rifles this round, of course, so Liquid, your odds back where they should have been after winning pistol. Twists is gonna catch a second kill. Chopper returns the favor back towards Catwalk. Twists in with a third. And a nade softens him up. Twist damn near dead to that, hanging on as Shuhei gets burned back. So again, should have converted the pistol win, but you win the next round where you actually have guns. There's still something to stand on as this T side will go on. Zontix loves in these clutches to just burn the first 10, 15 seconds so that everybody kind of lets their guards down. And look what it gets him. A nugget of information so that he can build the picture. Because Ultimate is starting to depart and he knows the next player's on Cat. He jumps up well aware and Shuhei takes his head off. But anytime you clutch against Zontix, you have to know he waits 10 seconds.
Yeah.
He always waits 10 seconds, bro.
He never leaves. He waits and he plays clutches down to the final second. So, but yeah. Okay, so we got a good long take on the pistol. And we have another good long take here on this full rifle round. Solid entries. It's a simple round, but sometimes it doesn't have to be anything more than that.
Production has reported back that the Team Liquid call wasn't anything too interesting. It was just a quote, "We don't have time, hurry up, go Cat."
It was 1:10.
Yeah.
Time for what? That's what I'm saying. Like, why were they rushing?
It makes no sense. 1:10.
I guess like 1:10 in real life isn't a lot of time.
True. Chopper fades back. The moment you get close to that bomb site, you get the utility coming out. Missed chance for Shiro. You got to keep yourself real small as you try to crawl away top mid to get away from this op.
I think they wanted the bomb to go that way. But I don't know if that even helps Liquid. It's a very heavy alien. Like, even Shiro's there's an op on A, and it's not even Shiro. They're going to just walk into this, right? Good flash, though, gets him out. Oh, nice shot, Nafly.
Well done.
And now it gets scary for the A-side players.
Pressure on Zway and Chopper. Oh, but while blind, it's a good lineup for Chopper. Sway swings into it, cuts off one side of this, and Sway didn't think that someone could come climbing up so fast. Shuhei making a big move here. Shiro on the scene. Shuhei is trying to catch another player off guard with just how aggressive he ends up playing, but I mean, that's bomb down on Catwalk, so he had to go all the way out to elbow. He needed to run that risk of going deep, and when Shiro comes up from the staircase, it's all guaranteed. Spirit using that opening Shiro kill through mid to close this out. 2v1. Naf needs to just walk away.
Maybe it's a touch unlucky. They have the flashes both on long. That actually works to kill Donk. Then this flash here, actually both thrown from short. Very, very solid stuff. Like, they both landed. They got them kills. But when they tried to flash through this one, they jumped through the smoke. The spam came down.
Zway is having a great start to this game.
Yeah.
Good.
Yeah, where Zway struggles specifically is when he plays long. So we aren't really watching. The irony is that Liquid, both their good rounds have been A hits, but it's because Zway hasn't started there.
He will remain under the microscope.
This and A-side Mirage just his most important spots right now. Because he's supporting Donk on that map. He's supporting Shiro on this map.
Ooh, Shiro falls back. They're coming through that, buddy. And your teammate's throwing nades. Zway pops in. Oh, Chopper's frag finishes off what Shiro and Zway started, and what honestly definitely kept Spirit on their toes. That sudden pop out, I mean, the op of Shiro falling back looked desperate. Zway was throwing utility. That was scary for Spirit, but Chopper with a triple kill at the end of this. A well-placed frag grenade takes the wind out of Liquid's sails, sends Naf towards long where Shiro's op can find a moment of comfort, and within that, another Spirit round win.
You're not getting the insta-kills when, you know, you could punish on Shiro here on Long as they're crossing up to Cat. Wow, that's great. He's a full player. And with just that extra second, with everyone still alive, Utility's landing in the right spot. Is Snapfly the first player in history where he tried to cut himself from the roster and his team didn't let him?
Potentially. Yeah, guys, I don't think I should keep playing.
It's got to be the best review of a teammate ever.
Yeah.
Just,
Bro,
he just rocks.
Yeah, he genuinely believed he didn't deserve the seat on Liquid after Austin, and his teammates believed otherwise. He's been trying to get back into the upswing of things. Donk is 3-3, while Spirit win 5-2. It's a bit of a rarer sight, but there is some success coming out of this Chopper's Way Shiro A defense. Donk hasn't seen too much action. Rips the head off one, sends what was also through the doorway back into middle. And they'll try to climb up to perhaps test this A site's metal yet again. Frag not deep enough. Shuhei jumping around though lets them know there is indeed somebody there. They know damn well, they've got a good idea of it. And you can sacrifice yourself, Shuhei, so that the space is taken. But within that space, no kills barring Twists 1. Again, desperate Hail Mary type moment. Shuhei offering himself up just for the push over, but you get no further than elbow, Team Liquid.
For Spirit, they've got them in spots where all their utilities landing in the right. They kind of understand exactly where they're going to exec, what timings are coming. It's feeling like the play is looking a little too standard from Spirit's perspective at the moment. And Sway having a better day is obviously helping too.
Shiro looking pretty rock solid yet again as well. That was a component of yesterday's play. He did, I kind of think, slow down on Mirage.
He slowed down, yeah,
he slowed down.
He kind of slowed down for a whole map and a half, actually. Yeah. Like, he had a really good first start, and then didn't do a ton in the second half, or the second map.
So we will watch this, as we did the start of Mirage yesterday with praise for Shiro, but we also have to kind of keep him to the truth, which is his ability to slow down sometimes catches up to him. Can't be letting that happen again.
Also, we got Spirit freaking. What about him? I mean, Liquid played that close to Vitality 2 games in a row.
Liquid and Vitality?
Liquid.
Sorry.
Let's go, Liquid.
Sorry.
All I want to ask from you guys is that you do your fucking best, and let's beat these guys, okay? Let's fucking have fun and beat these guys.
L-I-Q-U-I-D. Let's go, Liquid. Have fun.
We got some cheerleading from Flashy, and, you know, it's possible. Everything else is well prepped, and they have the ideas and everything, but they just need to be in a mood that they want to fight for each other for everything to work. Like, I could believe if that was just the issue, because I can't really understand what's going wrong otherwise.
What's going wrong is Shiro's 12-2.
I mean, that's yeah. That's right.
You know, you play middle, you know you're going to give Donk a chance to dominate. You go A-site, try to test this Opper. Well, all's like, good if Shiro's missing, but he isn't.
It's like when Complexity show us how many opponents they could almost beat, how they could almost win Sydney, how they could, but then they always lose. it's not a matter of game plan or tactics or anything. It is just mental, so.
It's in the mind.
Maybe Flashy's getting to the real important stuff here. Look at the timing. Oh man, Liquid just looks so legible. It looks like the Spirit. They've got this covered. Ooh. I mean, even just that kill is gonna scare them. The long player just pushed. Can they just go cat now?
Still just sitting here. You know that op's trained on you.
This is not a
don't
good
go
round.
back to top. So they're not. They're just going to try to barrel through Catwalk again, just trying to brute force their way through. Shiro takes a look at Long. They have at least found that timing while Shiro was clearing elsewhere. Honestly, Spirit offering this opening, their nervousness about Long, because they think to themselves, no way Liquid just barrel up Cat. But that's exactly what Liquid does. They keep it simple. They force their way in. They've got a man advantage in the post plant. We've got a slow crime up from Zontix. Chopper gets a kill and no immediate trade. You said that they need to die for each other. Well, Team Liquid give away man advantage. Nobody else peeks. Another duel here for Donk, and they wait until that Cat player comes through, then they force the issue. Nerds coming out with a multi-kill is a much-needed moment here for Liquid. Spirit, I still think, almost wouldn't, they couldn't believe that Liquid would just go all-in Cat, no long play.
I mean, it's because of the amount of time left over, and because Wei had pushed long, they know for a fact, an unchanging fact, that there will be no long on this A hit. And that means for the A site players, they have a big advantage. They can play open spots, not actually have to play towards long or check it ever, and they can fight. And so Liquid were pushed into a spot where they have one option, it's obvious, and there's 15 seconds, they have to go. But this shot helps out a lot. Yeah. They take Shiro out right on the corner.
That's what I'm saying, is like, you just paint this beautiful picture about why Liquid has to do that, and I'm surprised to see Shiro still checking long.
Agreed. Oh, wait, he goes check long.
He checked long, and that's
maybe
at the same time Cat push.
Yeah, that's right. He wasn't even turning from a flash, so that is strange.
Yep.
Like, Zway is at the top of middle.
Yep.
There is no time to go back. So, and then also Chopper leaves. So...
It's kind of rolled out the red carpet for Liquid there.
Yeah, it is a mistake for no reason from Spirit.
To be fair, 2 seconds that Shiro walks away, but it's in those exact 2 seconds Liquid pull their trigger.
I mean, there's 15 seconds left, you know? Just believe in it for a second.
Sure.
It's coming.
Yeah, I mean, believe in it for 2 seconds.
I wonder why Chopper was leaving. I mean, it could have been a mid-B in the end. That is one, like, emergency option that they could have been going for.
Donk pushing middle with an op. Yep. All right. I'm glad that didn't work.
Good protocols here, Liquid.
Actually happy that he gets punished for that one. Insane move for Donk. One of 2 snipers that Spirit are working with in round 10.
He's been opping so much more lately.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. I wonder why.
Maybe just saw what Molodoi did.
Nerds is starting to tap into some potential here. Headshot over top of the ledge for ultimate, and Catwalk starting to bear fruit for Team Liquid.
Maybe that flashy pause, man. I'm saying.
All right.
Maybe it was just an emotional thing. They needed to get it together, but the trades are coming in now.
They haven't lost a round since Flashy gave him the pep talk.
That's right. I mean, sound tactics, right? Like, Donk eats his full flat. He has no chance.
Yeah. You and your goddamn flashbangs.
Is Chopper a streamer? Or is he just a professional?
Just a professional.
I love that.
Yeah, I feel like this is where he takes meetings with Team Spirit, you know, head staff.
Yeah.
All right, guys, I got a great opportunity for you today. We're going to go 45 stocks of...
what was it? You Bentic or whatever? Hubistics.
What's that?
From Sopranos.
Oh.
Eubistics.
Oh, Eubistics.
Yeah. Can I pay with my credit card? Zontix just talking to all his girlfriends on the tech pauses.
Yeah.
It's hard being a pimp.
Kind of drives me crazy when I feel like my teammates are on their phone in the middle of the game.
Yeah.
I always leave my phone, you know, even putting your phone on your desk and during a game of Counter-Strike, like that thing's got to be on the other side of the room.
Oh, what?
Yeah, dog.
No, that's I don't.
Dog. You reach for that. If you reach for that phone when you're dead, you're not even playing
matchmaking game.
Yeah, you're not playing the whole game. Okay,
Yeah.
well, to be fair, but matchmaking is like it's about as high as I get. So
Okay, yeah.
you know what I mean? Like that is my major, brother.
Okay, fair enough.
Better leave that phone at the door.
Yeah, I don't have those kinds of rules. I'll be eating Doritos.
You know, it was like
mid-match.
M80 Sin said it in the post-game interview the other day. He's like, just because you're
pot noodles.
Yes, of course. Just because you're dead doesn't mean you're out of the round. You know, you take over the comms for the guys still playing. And dead talk is a real skill in Counter-Strike.
Yes, but it should never be used in a pug. Only in
professional play.
Only in team games. Yes, 100%.
What if I only have 4 friends and we play together all the time?
They could talk when they're alive. It's good enough.
As long as they're not reaching for the phone.
Yeah, don't call people.
Well, you got places to go? You got things to do? When you click accept, you dedicate 40 minutes of your life to me and my win. I'd die for my teammates.
You'd die for teammates in real life?
I'd die for my teammates.
In real life?
I'd jump in front of a car for...
anyone
for Bob the Headshot Machine 255.
Okay. Sure you would.
I'd take care of his children.
Really?
Bob's
a made man.
Hey, man. You accept that matchmaking game?
You're in the family?
Blood pact.
Blood pact, okay. That's actually unbelievable. I hope I get on your team. It sounds like a winning squad.
Hey, Mo?
Yeah.
You're already on my team.
Okay. For life.
Yeah, bro.
What if it's just a green screen?
It's high quality.
A green screen with Glosson blur.
I'd give him credit. Credit where it's due. You know, it's pretty crazy that M80 or Fnatic are going to be playing on the stage in London. Have you thought about that yet?
That means one guaranteed Brit.
Why?
Cypher at Def.
Oh, Def. That's true. Sorry, he's lived in America for so long.
Yeah.
He's been in America since I started watching Counter-Strike.
Yeah, he has been.
Wow, a Brit guaranteed on top. Plus Mezzi. They're growing.
Plus Mezzi.
Back in London last year, there was only one.
I know, it's kind of nuts. And to be honest, again, it's like not Cypher getting carried there. It's Cypher carrying there.
True.
It's pretty great.
True.
So that'll be awesome.
Not to take it away from Def, but I would rather have the Brit on the stage.
Coaches are allowed on the stage.
On the stage in the server.
If someone gets sick, Def would play.
All right. You're hard to pin down today. LeBron James.
Donk. Guys, Michael Jordan or LeBron James? Nerds. Oh, shit. I just didn't read that actually fast enough at all. Okay.
Back to the action. The action that has been leaning Team Liquid. 2 consecutive round wins in the last 2 rounds of play, doubling their round count. Off of the back of a lapse of judgment on the cat hold. And a donk op getting fully flashed in the first 5 seconds of the round. Limitations in Chopper's 5-7. Nice double spray down here for Nerds. Nerds was so quiet. I believe 1-7 to 7-8. At the very least, 1-6.
That's a shutout.
So great recovery on his behalf in these last few. Ultimate trades donk out. And any round you can keep donk on a single kill is a good round. Naf holding tunnels with the op. This is weird. 2 ops left for Liquid.
Yeah, this is losable, but you know what? Naf's making the right play.
And he hits the shot. Opens up that B-bomb site. Perfect slice to come through. No resistance now. Something different, right? We get what was this consistent cat hit time and time again for the first 2 rounds. And when I say first 2, I mean the last 2.
Mm-hmm.
And then a changeup. A cheeky mid to B with a starting double op. And Liquid suddenly have a 5-round T side with another round to go where the CT's economy is in the bin.
You gotta love it, to be honest. And I love the highlight of Nertz getting back into this game, because he's somebody who kind of always has to get kills. Like he's going to be going for these like soft lurks in a lot of T rounds, and I feel like he has a lot of agency over when he takes fights. I know he's still also instructed for what he has to do in general, but a lot of the micros up to him. A lot of kills he gets, he's in untradeable spots. He's just going to, use his wits, I feel like, to find entries and aim, honestly.
Great recoil control. I think the desk was so bleak about Team Liquid's chances tonight because we just watched Furia win despite Donk being at the top of the board. And so it just kind of felt like a given, like that was going to happen again. But we didn't really have a conversation on the desk about if Liquid could win because Donk is underperforming. And that is where we are now. 11 rounds of play, looking like a mortal.
You always have to wait till the end of the game, unfortunately.
Of course.
Because he gets he'll just get like three Ks in a row to close.
Yep. He'll get frustrated, weaponize that to his advantage, and come flying out with, like you say, 3 multis in a row. I expect it to come. But 12 rounds into play, and it hasn't yet. Thing is, T-Side's up next. Then he's going to be let off the leash.
Now you're negotiating with yourself.
I am. I think I've lost. We'll see if Shiro does, because he hasn't been over on this bomb site.
He spotted. Oh, flash
Missed
good.
The flash.
Oh, barely.
Shiro, perfect. Zontix here to help out. Ooh,
nice, Nertz.
They're
Very
really
nice.
able to scale up on him, and so Nertz making the most of this. Ultimate gives cover to the window. Team Liquid on the rebound. 3 versus 5. A chance to plant. Ultimate goes back into tunnels where all that's left of Spirit are coming.
If he hits this, it's done.
All 3 players in a row lining up, and Ultimate peeks in, catches the one in the middle. So the MP9 catches him off. 3rd player moving through. They didn't expect Donk. It's him versus Twist, but Twist moves quietly around that smoke into the doorway. Soon that smoke will fade, and Twist will still have the cover of outside of sight. It's going to be a tough cross for Donk. And Twist has the better weapon, but Donk has more health. And corner by corner, Donk is starting to figure out what's clear and what's not. Twist goes so passive on this one. Planted behind the tall box. Donk trying to figure him out. Twist slow to the play. And as he comes through the door, he'll hit that instant tap. Twist lets Donk trip over his own 2 feet. And Team Liquid close a T-side with 4 rounds straight.
This is the Blacklight Hot Seat Trivia. This is where we're putting some of our players to the test across their Counter-Strike knowledge. They'll be sitting in absolute discomfort to start off with and unlocking potential of the chairs to find some comfort if they can do the questions. First man taking the challenge is Falcon from Undersea. How are we doing?
I'm doing very good. I'm so excited.
I got Simple with me from FaZe Clan here. All right, you ready for the questions?
Yeah.
Which team famously completed a 0-2 comeback in the E-League Boston 2018 major to win it all?
I guess it was Cloud9.
To win it all?
They won, yeah.
Cloud9.
Yes, there you go. You started off very strong. What was the most iconic map for Astralis during their peak dominance in 2018-2019?
2 maps, I know, I think. It's Dust 2 or Inferno. Could be Dust 2. I think Inferno.
Inferno?
I think it was Nuke.
Easy, yeah?
Bля, wait, sorry. No, Nuke, I forgot.
Which team won the first CS2 major, PGL Copenhagen 2024?
Natus Vincere.
There we go.
Navi, Natus Vincere, yes.
Where would you want to adjust first? You do the back?
Yes, now it's better.
Oh man, I'm ready.
All right. Which player is known for pulling off the infamous jumping double AWP kill on Cash?
Markelov? I don't know. Guardian?
It was on me and on John, Cold Zero.
On Cash?
On Cash?
Yeah.
It was simple, yeah.
Sasha Simple Kostarev.
You got it correctly. Which team was known as Choke Clan for a while before finally winning a major?
FaZe?
FaZe Clan.
Correct. All right, what do you want to change now? What do you want to get more comfy?
Like this.
Okay, I will just leave it like this.
Which player got VAC banned in front of a live audience?
I forgot.
Ah, that's Indian guy?
Yeah, what was his name?
Man, what was his nickname?
First letter? F.
Forsaken.
Yeah!
For a second?
Yes, that's the one. Which organization was once banned from all majors due to a coaching bug abuse scandal?
Is it a really famous organization?
CIS region, famous.
CES. Okay, I know.
Legion, right? Legion, this?
What's the first part?
On H, right?
Yeah.
Hard Legion?
Yes, there we go.
Yeah, it was Hard Legion.
Ah, see? Look, I helped you too much. Damn it, I shouldn't have helped you.
Thank you, James. Thank you. Thank you, man.
Thank you very much for playing.
You.
Congratulations.
Jokes aside, we had a very successful tactical timeout here for Team Liquid that then strung 4 rounds in a row to close this out 6-6. I thought Spirit were going to make up for yesterday by dominating Team Liquid and eliminating them from their chances at running to London. But suddenly, game's open.
Yeah, no kidding. And I mean, you know, the way that he said it, there wasn't a lot of gusto to it. It was sort of just felt like almost a Taz pause. That's just going to be some empty words. But then, you know, it kind of feels like, again, maybe these are just the simple words that Liquid needs, because we've seen them play close to great teams so far in the last couple of weeks. It's not a problem of everything going wrong. It's something very specific. Maybe they're getting close to figuring it out.
Yo, Naf, settle down, bro. 30 bullets later, just in case somebody else was coming through that smoke. 5v3 off Nafly.
Kind of wish Twist was playing off of Nertz in this spot.
Instead, he'll go all the way to top middle, leave Nertz alone, but Nertz has got 2 guns, so doesn't need anybody to watch his back. No trade, though. This is going to take Twists, finding the right timing. Instead, they'll steal the Berettas and go back towards B. Molotov for ultimate's gonna flush him out. Oh, nice tap. Naf trying to play around into the peak as well. Flash goes through, that blinds them. Naf now stuck in the tunnel. Oof, gotta be careful or you are going to let them into this site. Naf gets his triple kill and rips away the quad. Beretta's on the front of tunnels, and Spirit remains stubborn about trying to push through, but never found success.
I mean, let's go Nafly. The first 2 kills means that no matter what they've got going on in mid, they're in a pretty solid position. When Nerds dies, I'm thinking, all right, maybe there's a world where Spirit can actually find a way back to either A or getting another kill without a trade. But when they come back to B, you've got Nafly in the corner, you have the K-Sharp position played by Ultimate, and it's a strong spot. Shots are hit. Liquid are in the lead.
Scout damage to put Shiro's Glock down low. Sorry, what was that last thing you just said?
Liquid are in the lead.
One more time.
Liquid are in the lead. Let's go Wickwood.
Let them have it. Fomus goes down with 1. Flashbang makes it awkward as Twists. Yeah, gets around that corner. A little sketchy for a second there. Obviously not wanting to let bodies hit the ground, but Naf is on the scene. Desert Eagle finds damage. Look at the health here. Okay, if he hits that kill on Nertz, then it's 21, 29, and 9 for the other 3. Donk could damn well pull that off. Instead, 4-player stand, good money made by Liquid, and a 2-round lead.
Here's the other thing about it.
Hit me.
Liquid suffer in their big games because of their T-side. So CT, this is where they're actually their scariest by far.
You have a valid point.
Historically for this team, on Dust too, like CT side, this is where they almost make enormous comebacks happen. They've actually had quite a good T-side now to look back on.
Nertz is lucky to still be standing here in the bonus round for Liquid.
Yeah, him with his little MP7.
And Ultimate with his dinky scout. Yeah, AK's gonna tear through you. What I was waiting for was this. Donk on the T side, AK in hand, pistol rounds be damned, save to the Sway side. This is now where Donk is supposed to go full force.
Not a fan of the standard lay of the map on a round like this. They're kind of playing like they just lost the last rounds. Now they'll kind of be enslaved to rotations. Yeah, I would like to see Liquid make a stack happen, even if they don't have information. And we've got a under-minute timing. Shuhei's going for a flank. This play is coming up cat, actually. So he's in a really good spot.
Twist towards ramp with the best of the guns. Laying down the util.
Oh.
Wide swing out from Zwei is good. Nertz will catch the player trying to drop out. Shuhei's flank comes through. But Nertz got a second kill just now, somehow with all those players there, and Shuhei's late nade banks off the back wall. Zwei, if you want to impress us, that would have been the one. Instead, Team Liquid, despite man disadvantage, despite MP7 and Scout, walk away with another round extending this lead, and that is Nertz again. Remember, bottom of the scoreboard for the first 7 rounds. 1 kill to his name. All of a sudden, a double kill MP7 from the pocket of that A site.
We get the preset lean after the first kill goes down. This is Nertz moving over first. This is the first good move that Liquid make. Like, they actually take some kind of gamble in a spot where they have low guns and they lost 1 player. And then Shuhei takes another risk of pushing long a little early. It's still possible for them to come there. And his rotation's excellent. The nade kill with the first frag on the M4 as well. Everybody moved well. It's become now a 3-round game with a chance at 4. A force down here for Spirit.
Can call it a... Oh, God. Oh. Okay. Hang on.
That stings.
Shiro's still looking like a monster.
Was that an op that just got hit? Uh-oh.
Yes. Yes, it was. And now Chopper's got his paws on it.
God, that's such a big upgrade. Oh, the spray down.
And same time, we get a Nertz single kill over on Shiro. So the Oppers dropped out of this for the Spirit camp.
Oh, Willow.
Awkward here because Chopper just gave the op back to Shiro, and we've got Nav still holding on to his smoke. Damn. 4v5 to a 4v Chopper. Team Liquid again. I mean, you just said it was a 3-round game. It's about to be a 4-round game. It's also an 8-round streak.
It's an 8-round streak. It's a pretty unbeatable looking CT side at the moment. So the amount of money that's just been made, I think Spirits have got to be high on Liquid. The response, we don't know when that's going to be now. With that investment, I think this is going to be quite a humble buy here for Spirit. Nice play from Shuhei again. It's back-to-back rifle 2Ks from him, right? He makes that retake happen up the A site. That's a close round. Here, with that 2K spray down, this round, there's basically no chance at all for Spirit.
Spirit, full buying on 2.
Oh, okay, yeah. I guess they have the op, so they want to buy down behind it.
4 rounds of loss bonus.
It's still not that great.
Oh, he's selling. He's selling. Shiro sold.
Oh,
Shiro just sold it all back. Ooh, man, coming out of spawn with like some awkward timings.
Yeah, it never looks good to second guess yourself. I can understand why that looked. That was a hard decision to make because like it's a decent buy if you have an op.
Right.
But like,
take a tack pause then.
You know, you're right. Yeah, that's the moment that you would do it.
I mean, especially in an 8-round streak, even just to break up that momentum, let alone because of the economic back and forth. Instead, incendiary down in front of tunnels, no follow through off the Zontix nade. This mid to B split is getting ever closer. The majority of Liquid smoked off towards mid still. Chopper gets Nap on that smoke, but Nertz is over top of the boxes. Ultimate's gonna miss one as that gap is being closed on the B site. Zwei taps into Nertz. We go 1v1, Shiro on the doorway. And he goes up to the window. Shuhei looks away, was thinking about it, but of course, Shiro, you give him a little space. He will play for the win, especially in this form. And so that streak of rounds for Liquid comes to an end after 8.
That's nuts. He gets 20 off of this. He gets the up upgrade that he was looking for. Didn't even have to buy one for himself. Ultimate does a bang-up job here in the B site. The 2 up kills that he gets, if not for this Wei Tech 9 kill, well, they're actually in business, so I don't even know how that came down to a 1v1. It looked like Liquid were in a great spot, especially when we looked at Ultimate get those kills and stay alive for so long. A stroke of luck here for Team Spirit. Now they've got to turn it into a rifle round win.
Ooh, flash to get Naf onto Plat.
Oh,
but he ain't gonna get out of there.
A find, my gosh.
Tries to jump back over, offers man advantage to Spirits. Donk climbing up, insta-kill. It's good on Liquid to get the trade frag, of course, but with the nade, Ultimate down to half health, and so it feels like Spirit, with a minute 15, can group and play the advantage.
You know, don't start shaking now, Team Spirit, because genuinely, when Donk has died, we don't know what can happen. Of course, it has been Shiro to take over recently.
Ultimate hangs on to
That's
the angle.
Nice.
Shiro walking in, and so he gets his counterpart down for the count. Oh, the climb up there for Shuhei, at least just to spot it. Nade to slow them down, soften them up, and
He's
pop
been so
them.
good.
Another chance as Chopper crosses out. But it looks like, oh no, with the bottle, now he knows. He's already up into elbow. Fire spreading at his feet. Chopper ready for that one. Zontic's 4 kills to his name. Up on this angle, he gets tagged.
Wow, through the wall. 17 health left over for Zontix, but still standing.
Nertz lets him know. Sees that bit of skin.
I think he got spotted falling back to the ramp too.
Nade to the top of ramp. Chopper swings into the opper, and there's no trade out of Nertz. There's also no kit for him. Chopper playing it onto ramp. Zontix taking this huge route back around the catwalk. Nertz is thinking about going and clearing. This is the correct call. He finds Zontix.
How'd he figure that out?
Again,
Chopper.
No kit on him. Time is already at that 10 seconds. He's got to let this one go. Chopper wins out the 1v1 by simply hiding.
Ooh.
And Team Spirit cut that lead down to a measly 2-round difference.
That was a must-hit shot out of Ultimate on the ramp to regain control of that retake. So it's another close call, as it has been for a few rounds now, but in favor of Spirit now, back-to-back. Untimely death for Nafly in the B site, just jumping to a new spot.
Unfortunate, because he had just jumped into a new spot, but then decides to jump into the old one.
Yeah.
Trying to get away from it, and the op hits a zinger.
Ants in his pants there.
We've all been there. And this insta-kill from Donk, first bullet.
This might also have been an overcommitment out of Shuhei. The volley came, he kind of knew it was going to spread to him, wanted to take the duel. Being up there, you're in a pretty solid spot, especially if you hear the tag, you're going to be extra vigilant.
Saved op goes into Ultimate's hands. Nertz with an M4 trying to be the savior. Timing versus Shiro looking good. And he hears that stomping as well, right? Shiro's not masking this audio, so Nertz is going to continue to get this threat behind them.
Man,
again,
Twist has a USP this round, but this flank.
Yeah, they gave Nertz this rifle. This was bought. The only saved weapon, Ultimate's AWP.
They're kind of probably wondering why no one's peeking. They're here trying to watch stuff. Oh, he just takes the flick.
Donk's gonna cross over. Puts that AK into Nap, but it takes him a while. Longer than you expect. Twist's USP kill. There comes the M4. Just shaving Shiro off the tail end of the long push. Zontix has bomb, and he's got to be careful. If he dies pushing up to Cat, this is done.
It's got 3 players now making a quick decision to go for the re-aggro. I love they're joining up with Nertz. This op has been taken out by Chopper. If he gets his wits about him, you never know if he catches his flank. The CTs are just running at this, and they're not looking to clear it.
P250 misses shots. Oh, he still gets both.
1v1 now.
Shuhei kills Zontix, and
Oh!
Shuhei double scout.
What a shot! No chance to click here for Chopper. It's a headshot for Shuhei.
We're watching from Chopper's POV because he's got backs turned to him. He misses the first 3 P250 shots, recovers, kills 2.
Not clearing that's insane.
And Shuhei just cracks that scout for the double.
Not clearing that is so insane. Like, it's so likely that someone plays car after you've just seen that long flank when your teammates are on the site. And literally, it had to be a headshot. It's insane from Shuhei. Shuhei, as an individual here on the CT side, has brought up a few brilliant plays in some of these 2Ks.
Liquid by just enough to make that happen. Save the op, give Nertz the rifle. Nertz's recovery within this map is exactly what Liquid needs. Somebody had to be excellent tonight. And when you look at his 16 and 13, you'd think, yeah, okay, but no, remember how it started. Gives Liquid a little bit of comfort. Scouting Galil's, for the most part, on Spirit. But does anybody else's gun matter when Donk has an AK? Most nights, it's enough. Tonight, looking different. Yeah. 11 and 14. Even that kill top ramp last round.
Remember, this is Donk's best map. This is Donk's best map by some enormous margin.
It's like averaging
stats this year.
Above a 1.6.
He's like averaging a Cato all year long.
And right here, right now versus Liquid, a shell of himself. Nade exposes them. Ultimate, not going to give Zway any room to extend towards sight. That Donk AK looking for its victims, crosses over into the bomb site, ever closer. Ramp duel coming his way. Shuhei finds Zontix. Support inbound from the other side of the site. And this is Liquid just locking into the comfort zone. Trade frags looking good. Shiro still out on elbow, has been the beacon of Spirit's hope. And they give him room to plant this. A 1v4 feels impossible because Liquid shut him down after the plant and give themselves 4 map points.
They've been crushing here. That's another round where Donk gets totally neutralized. Liquid on 12. And that is in a half where Spirit, the 2 rounds they brought back, that could have really rocked their mental. They've been in good shape, man. They've looked pretty resilient. Again, ever since that flashy, it's not even attack pause, right? It's sort of a leadership pause. And it sounds like, again, a fluff speech, but it feels like exactly what Liquid wanted to hear now that we see them actually putting these rounds together. They went from, I think, 4 out of 5 players with a negative KD to 4 out of 5 with a positive KD. This is now their game to lose.
They've won 10 of the last 12 rounds. They've done it with half buys. And unexpectedly versus a Donk that is seriously underperforming compared to his standards on this map. And the activity, right? Team Liquid playing to win. However, offering over opening kills. Zontix still locked into lower tunnels. Will have a teammate come back because he's got wind of another.
Very interesting spot. NAFLI hasn't peeled back yet. They're going to come. They should be able to trade this, that's for sure.
Oh, he activates, but right on the edge of the staircase like that. Comes up Team Spirit. Ultimate gonna just sprint into the site. A window peek towards tunnels. As they emerge with that smoke, they already have car control. He'll catch Sway on the cross. No second kill for Ultimate. Car control's great. Donk looking for kills. Over towards long, starts to get rolling. We said that as this game goes on, you'll start to expect his multi-frags. And I'll say it, even at 12-8, it is never too late for Donk's arrival.
No, it's not, because he can just get 3 multi-kills in a row and be back to his usual standard. So, all right, that's one really strong one. Well played here for Zontix. He's getting hard cleared by 2 people coming in. He looks like he's pre-aiming the top of the tunnel, so it had to be a bit of a flick for him. He had a Galil too, so not the easiest job, and he handled it. And that's Zontix who's 5 kills. Oh, wow.
Lucky to
playing
be alive.
With fire for sure.
That was...
Yep, he's there.
Liquid dangling a little more than they should be around that corner.
Like Spirit are going to be kind of scared about just committing to long control because they know the flanks have come in a lot for Liquid. They've got away with them more times than they haven't, and even though last round didn't work that well, they know they're going to be on a bit of a timer. Also, Shuhei has just been overperforming here as an A player in these situations where there's a lot of pressure on him. Now this one's actually a position where Donk does an entry. He's here, green box, lurking, waiting to play the post plant and ensure the round. Can his teammates get to the site without him?
This feels like it's going to be on Zwei with Zontix on 5 kills. And a bit further back, Zwei's chance to rip it open. There's the Opper, his double kill connects. And that's going to get Donk into the play, creeping up behind Twists. A 5v3, very comfortable and extended even further. There was very little counter pressure coming out of Liquid on that long play.
Yeah.
We see the first little jump spot on the corner of long, and then nothing until a flash at maybe 20 seconds later. And at that point, you already had 3 players from Spirit with that strong top-mid lock-in from Donk.
That was good from Zwei. I mean, he was well supported. He did that Donk impression extremely well. And I think, Ultimate's lucky we don't watch it from his POV because he did have a chance to stop all that or at least get one trade back so they could have a chance at holding this site down. But here we see Donk plays his role well. It's another multi for him in the end.
Back-to-back 2Ks.
Yeah.
But it was Zwei that wins this round. There's been a couple of misses now coming up from Ultimate. We saw his POV when he tried to snap down onto Donk on the long corner just over smoke. Missed. This time, just as we watched Zwei's POV, that cat peek, missed.
Yep.
And that's a miss
he's had a
that
good game.
Would have saved the player in front of him.
He's had a good game, but these rounds are the ones that count. When it comes to the question of can you close, it feels like it's a whole nother challenge. Team Liquid without any funds here.
Wow.
This one will go the distance.
And this is where I'm just going to reiterate what the desk did. So many close what-ifs, could-have-beens for Team Liquid in the last month. The single elimination at Bounty and EWC was close calls for Vitality at the hands of Liquid both times, but that's all it was, close calls. It would be a real tragedy for Liquid if this is yet another one. They were trailing at one point. 6-2 was the Spirit lead out of the gate.
I mean, if you can almost beat Vitality twice, then you could have beat them, sure. This Spirit game, it's in with the same window of form. You have all the same ideas. You have all this same potential. You're playing another team you could beat. The VRS implications are still massive. This is still another chance in that same window. We aren't looking back at 4 months ago. They were pretty good. They're good right now. They've shown within rounds they can be. But without this game, without being able to play further in this tournament, having to go to the locals, not being able to play another team like Spirit of Vitality again, this is the last chance to impress everyone, to show that this project has actually made some progress.
And right now, for London specifically, this event, they're playing with house money. This was a last-second stand-in for another team that dropped from the event. Liquid were banking even more so on that local Polish that they're going to soon. Even more so to Fissure 2 with the big prize pool and therefore the big VRS implications. This is bonus. This is breathing room. And
maybe it's a bit of a loan shark, though, because people are going to use it against them if they lose.
Sure. Well, then
at least it only cost them a point, but yeah.
Then just close this.
Yeah.
1 round left in regulation. A lot of cap presence here for Spirit. And on any other night, you would be happy to see Twist a part of this hold, but he is the one player still struggling on Team Liquid. Ultimate behind him, no op in hand. CT's now down to a single flash as Shuhei incendiaries deep into long A where nobody is home. Spirit to 30 seconds, go out middle instead. And that's on Nerds. Insta-kill from Donk. A desperate NAF versus an entire Team Spirit. And he tries to pre-fire into the tunnels, but he's not gonna find it. CT player trying to just crawl through smoke. Ultimate ends up looking foolish. It's an inactive Team Liquid that lets Spirit slice through the middle of the map. Nerds with nothing extends play now. Team Spirit push this to overtime.
Yeah, and it's a great round and a great shot from Donk. Of all people, to be honest, it is a little bit from the bottom of the board from him today, but the Maltese come through. 3 rounds in a row. Nobody has X Factor like Donk. When it matters the most, that's when he gets better. Nobody else does that like he does. Well, at least Liquid locked in overtime, guaranteed. This can be sort of a reset mentally, but they know that Spirit are going to be the ones who are happy to be here.
You got Shiro on the brink of 30. Donk is on the recovery.
Huge tag on Nafly on that op going into B.
As if his job hasn't been made difficult lately with full health. Down to a quarter. Disassembling that boost in Suicide opens up the bomb to move. Zway taking a glance towards Long is going to use this flash to get out to 0 resistance. Forward cat play for Liquid. But you're not going to find any targets top mid, Ultimate. Long and tunnels are where Spirit reside. What a battle of patience between Zontix and Nav. They both just sit here. This double op at a Nav trying to make the most of overtime.
He doesn't realize, though, Nav, that there could be someone on his side.
Ooh, Zontix.
He's just free.
Gonna shoot through what was left of him. Fast scramble out of Nerds here. Donk is in tow. A lot of space created here by the Zontix walkout into Nav. And Donk's gonna catch the rotator, but this is all a ruse. There is still this A place coming through with Bomb. I mean, Bomb is right here on play. They're gonna clear it. Twist decides to just try and confirm, and Shiro goes down. Bomb is over towards Long at 30 seconds.
30 seconds. Shuei, can he save the day? He can go pit with this op. This is such a classic move in Dust 2. This is where funny moments happen, to be honest. It's gonna be a hard shot for him. They're gonna try to clear him from high and low.
It's no laughing matter, but there's also no smoke to cover.
Oh.
Shot, Zontix, insta-headshot back the other way.
Oh.
And the same 2 that open up the B site are the ones that close on A.
That was the one version of that round I was hoping wouldn't happen.
Yeah, it wasn't very funny.
Yeah.
You said it was going to be funny.
Technically, that is the funny thing that could happen, but it's just so serious right now. Wow, that's a crazy shot.
Remember that time we said Zontix was like 5 and 14?
Yeah.
Yeah, look at his score.
Yeah, his bounce back. He did get a 3K eco spray and I was watching. I've been pocket watching. All good.
I've been hate watching from the bushes. Ultimate tries to make a move. Shiro way too ready. And so there was a moment in this match where we were talking about the Liquid streak and the total takeover as Spirit's momentum disappeared. But you let him get to overtime. So it feels like we're gonna talk about just another what if could have been type moment.
Yeah, Ultimate might be on fraud watch for those last few in regulation. And I hate to say that, but like he actually had a good game. But it was the clutch rounds that he couldn't come up with a shot. And Twist also, I mean, you know him for volume of kills on Team Liquid. It's not been there right now. But the game is still going. There is still a chance to pull this back.
Donk gonna try to charge in. Hasn't found him. Player sitting outside tunnels picks one up. Donk, fast reaction.
Monster.
He's looking for you, and you hide from him. You reveal yourselves, and the moment both those players catch impact, they both die a second after. Donk is so ready to tear your head off on a moment's notice.
Just didn't even think about the fact that he might be having an off day. It just doesn't matter. Every single one of these last rounds just kills and kills and kills.
You know, Shiro doing a fantastic job of just
heard from that.
Keeping things afloat long enough for Donk to find his groove. Shiro on 30 kills with that closer.
Damn. 30 and 13, that's handsome.
You know, with Maladoy in the server yesterday, Shiro wasn't the best op in the game, but he was still finding his impact. Tonight, hands down #1.
Yeah, at least it's both halves this time.
He follows through, doesn't cool off. looking for the clean sweep in overtime's T side. Sway will connect on Shuhei towards Long. And Donk gonna keep the pressure on this A site. Everybody standing both behind him and Sway. Blinded his ultimate, down with nothing. Like a hot knife through butter. Spirit just smoking this CT side. Not one player finds a way to hold Spirit back.
Another multi. Donk 21 and 16, just like that. From 10 and 13, it feels like 5 minutes ago.
Wow. That killer instinct kicked in for Donk.
Not a single CT round here in overtime after such a stellar CT half.
3 map points for Team Spirit after all that effort for Liquid to take over their pick. Regulation left blood in the water, and the Megalodonk started circling. It's been hitting that W key harder. And the headshots have been instant. Desk discussed the struggles on the T side. We had Liquid show us enough. They're gonna have to step it up and tap back into what made this game close. Closed out Regulation, the 4 consecutive T rounds off of Flashy's paws. They've got long control now with Zway in pit, but Shiro at times has felt immovable this evening. And Zway's gonna win his head-to-head versus Twist, who will continue to struggle for Liquid. At least the trade comes out for the pit player. Shuhei trying to apply pressure, but caught throwing the grenade because Shiro doesn't waste a moment, just jumps on that chance to get back into the kill feed, as will Chopper, cutting them down one by one. Team Spirit damn near through a 6-2 lead. Liquid's rebuttal was real, but it goes up in smoke and we'll forget about it because one map between Spirit and eliminating Liquid's London hopes.
And that comes off the back of Liquid being a stone's throw away from closing out this map. But Maui, there seems to be a seismic shift that happens towards the end of that second half. Spirit, they finally get their ducks in a row, and it's just too much for Liquid to handle.
I'm really impressed with how Spirit was able to mount that comeback there. I mean, the T-side comeback with Donk just actually finding ridiculous entries as he's making all these kinds of entry routes look so easy. I mean, he makes going into a bomb site that has 14 angles that you need to clear look so doable. He makes every angle clearing look so manageable. And I'm not also going to say some of his teammates really showed up towards the end 100%. Also. I'm definitely more proud of Zway in this kind of game than what he had versus Furia, where he was definitely a big problem. Didn't play flawlessly, but he gave himself so much cushion from a lot of really key multi-frags in terms of defending and even on some of their attacks as well.
I think it was crazy to see that, like, at least 70% of the game, Spirit just looked very disjointed. Like, they made a lot of like poor decisions and they didn't get the trades going. But then the last 30%, they played like we know Spirit can play. And apparently that was enough to actually beat Liquid and make the comeback, which is quite impressive by itself.
It was kind of nuts, like the different tales throughout this map, right? Because let's be real, Spirit, they started off this map very, very strong. Liquid, they win the pistol. How do Spirit then just immediately halt the conversion of that?
I mean, we have it. I mean, round 2, where Liquid gotta look back at this one, okay? You could have won this game, but going through mid as dry as they did is ridiculous. This is so absurd. And look at the spacing and the timing. Like, I can let the play speak for itself because you watch that back and you're simply just seeing it and you're just shaking your head the whole time.
They put it on themselves. I mean, this type of play, also the way they went down from catalog into middle making noise. If there would be any guy, and there was a guy closed doors in this case, you know, he would just be like, guys, they just dropped from cap, but they're probably gonna walk contact out mid. And that's exactly what happened. Like, the first contact out of mid is a 5-7. That's the first contact they get. And then obviously the MP9 is playing anti-flash because he's ready for that kind of play. And they just make it way too easy for Spirit to win these type of rounds. It's just like, instead of using a little bit more utility, maybe doing some kind of execute play where you actually utilize your guns. This is the exact play that Spirit want Liquid to go for.
There's one thing, one player just pushing like that, then 2, then the 3rd. It's just like, what are you doing?
And I feel like you could even catch your breath after every kill.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, what, one fight? Oh, a second. Oh, a third. Yeah. It's just like the delay in it. It just felt like, okay, are we going to... That's the moment where I thought, okay, we're just going to see the old Liquid that we've seen for the last 3 months here where they're not on the same page whatsoever.
No.
But they did mount a comeback of their own.
Which is what is so impressive when we look at the later stages of this first half, right? They seem to be a little bit more synergized, actually attacking a pretty similar area of the map together as a team unit.
We had round 9 where it kind of felt like this is a round where the control was actually looking pretty good for the Spirit side. Zway pushed out long by himself, got a lot of information, but look at the clock. I mean, there's about 37 seconds left, and Shuhei in this moment could have actually made things really complicated for his team. He could have called to reroute, could have called for so many different plans, but he actually just waited a little while. Shiro ended up having to doubt his position towards the car, had to swing back to check long A because so much time had elapsed, and then they just send it all the way up short side. It's not the most complicated solution, but it's one that I'm actually sometimes glad that teams do run, where if I went back and watched how VP Electronic would have called that round, he would have said, okay, I want one guy to go tunnels now to make sure that I want one guy to go back to long. I want one guy to, and it's like everything would just fall apart because he gets fritzed in those moments. But no, actually Shuhei keeps things very composed and just goes with what he thinks is the best win condition there. And he really outlined it to be, just go up cat, guys. It's fine.
And sometimes it's just about the simplicity. And I think that is sometimes what I just want to see out of Liquid, specifically when they're in this type of scenario where they are not playing the greatest. I just want to play them the numbers, especially they had some sort of a game plan coming up on Catwalk. You know, Catwalk has been a place on CS2 that's been very efficient with scaling up with AKs, and I think they actually just tried to do this. The first time around, they do actually get punished a lot by Spirit, but that didn't really shook them. This round I really loved. Like, they actually have very deep smoke. Instead of allowing Spirit to set up some sort of flash play or do actually controlling the pace, they're the one to actually say, okay, 3, 2, 1, we string through the smoke because we expect someone to be behind it. And even if the guy behind the smoke would have actually gotten that kill, they most likely would have traded because then they put them up in a fair position. And I think that is what Liquid needs to do more of. And that was what they didn't do in the beginning of the game, but that's what mounted their comeback.
And that's what, made them equalize at the half, and then we go into the second. They're the first team to get to double digits. Then we slowly but surely see Spirit waking up into this one. I think we should look at the last round of regulation because this was just a great play from Spirit on their T side to kind of fake out Liquid and ultimately just winning so many more aim duels and making Liquid look a little bit frazzled in that moment.
I couldn't believe that this worked out as well as it did. I mean, Donk, though, the way he actually clears the mid to B is so absurd. I mean, we saw that back in slow motion, the way he clears the angles out, but Chopper actually sold a fake here. To his credit, he actually had a plan for this kind of strategy where they took the cat space, it pushed all of the defenders back from Liquid to their bomb sites, essentially, and then they were able to execute a mid to B that was completely unperturbed. There was no one in CT that was flashing through the smoke on the mid to B to slow them down or anything like that. Like, that was Donk on a warpath that was really just unbothered for that first kill.
And it felt like Chopper decided to go back to a style where he wanted to play with a little bit more of pace and also wanted to just make sure that everyone knew exactly what they were doing. Because coming into this game, it did feel like they were disjointed. They were making a lot of bad decisions individuals. So overall, I think it was great to see Chopper actually just picking up the pace. They got the momentum going and he just kept pushing it.
100%. It took a while for Donk, admittedly, to be warming up into this one, but a player that was ready from the get-go is Shiro. And that's what you want to see from the Orca of Team Spirit.
It's funny to see Shiro get so many kills, and I talked to myself and I said that, how did he just get 30 kills? Because it just feels like he gets one kill there, then he gets another kill there, so when something he's saving, whatever. And it just reminds me sometimes of how Device would actually come into this type of game. Like, he would occasionally have a game where he would drop 30 kills and you're thinking, how did you actually get 30 kills? But the thing about these type of operas is when they're just so good at making the right decision in so many moments, they put themselves in a position where they most likely just get that one kill. Then, of course, if their teammates fumble around, they will get a kill while saving. They're good at keeping onto their gun. So they just put themselves out there to be a nuisance, and I think that is the case with Shiro. I think Shiro is maybe not like the most flashy stopper, but he's just very consistent, and he's so good at positioning himself in where he needs to be.
Positioning, I mean, that's definitely the key term there, because on CT side, he's choosing the right spots to get free and honestly kind of easy kills a lot of the time. I mean, if you can create, I would rather get an opper like Shiro that creates 10 easy shots for himself in a half than the opper that hits 10 incredibly hard shots per half. Like, making it easy is why he is so consistent. And also the fact that he's such a complete player. Like, CT side, he's in the right spots. He's reading the rotations very well. T side, he knows exactly within the strategies what he needs to post up on. for the rebuttal from any Liquid player as they try to get back in the round.
And when we talk about any Liquid player, the opening on the other side of things just wasn't the same level from Ultimate, right?
Ultimate had a couple moments. He had like these little mini pop-offs, like a 2K here or a 1K there, you know, but I don't think he was able to slow down Spirit nearly enough as where Shiro was able to just every round, you know, that if he's presented an opportunity, he is getting a kill. So the head-to-head here feels a little bit unfair because, I mean, I don't think this was actually until really overtime. I think Ultimate was around like 19 and 18 or something, or maybe he got one kill throughout all of overtime, but it's just that once that hit and Spirit had all of their utility, all of the firepower, that's when he really slowed down.
I think he second-guessed himself a little bit, to be honest. We had that one specific round in Lower where he actually decided to go for very aggressive play, go and get that one, but just turns around for no specific reason because he's like, oh, this is probably going to turn out bad. I might turn around. And I think that is sometimes part of his issue.
It is Spirit to be turning the tides in the first map of this elimination series, and their map pick lays in way. I'm going to be real, it didn't look so pretty yesterday versus Furia, but it's Mirage awaiting on the other side. Now today, you've chosen to pick Mirage versus Liquid, even though you struggled yesterday versus Furia. It seemed like yourself on the anchor position, Furia had a clear game plan to try and get the better of you. What did you learn from yesterday's game that you won't be repeating today versus Liquid?
I don't think it is about the plan of Furia. I just played so bad game, like maybe my worst half of my career. I don't think, I don't know why, but it should be much better today.
And hopefully it is going to be because, yeah, like how honest when he was there, that was just a dire performance from him yesterday on that CT side Mirage.
I'm glad that he acknowledges that it was bad. If there was any single semblance of denial, I would have been furious, actually. I mean, he was just losing rounds for them left and right. I mean, the way that he played round 2, where he just wide swings into them as they're coming out ramp, is just kind of ridiculous. That was the kind of game where I watched it and I was like, Zwei, you still need to prove yourself on this roster. I know Donk is one of your best friends. I know you are friends with Chopper and Shiro, but that's not going to save you right now. So I want to see him just center himself, especially when he swaps to the CT side A defense.
I very much agree, and it also just puts extra pressure on the likes of Donk and Shiro, which I think is necessary, because if you can consistently hit your anchors and do good and actually get into favorable situations so many times that Donk has to salvage these kind of situations so many times, then you will have a good chance of winning your game. And I think that is what Furia had a good chance yesterday. Every time they would go to, for example, let's use Zwei as an example here, go to the A bomb site, get that kill, get that CT control, that would place Donk in a position where he had to overperform, and he's only going to bail you out of these type of situations like X amount of times. Like, he's not going to do that every single time. So there could be a win condition in that department.
Lots of eyes going to be on Zwei on this one, but surely pressure is more on Liquid, right? Because we painted the picture in terms of those VRS points, which Liquid, they need to get their hands on those if they have any hope at making it to the major at the end of the year.
Scrawny talked about it on the cast a bit, just the fact that, you know, if they lose this, then it's do or die at the next events. And you don't want to put too much pressure on yourself for some random Polish LAN, okay? I'm sorry, I don't know the name of it right now, but it's like they're just going through the scraps in terms of trying to find any victories whatsoever. Getting Spirit here would be a huge win under their belt, and I almost feel like they need it for their season.
Pressure is certainly on for Liquid, but question is, can they change the tides? Opportunity presents itself on Spirit's pick of Mirage.
Birch Cup, Maui Snake. It's
he
the
just
Polish.
Googled it.
The Polish Birch Cup is what Maui Snake was looking for.
Maui Snake.
And that's where Team Liquid will be attending. Get your tickets now. Maybe. I don't know if it'll be a good time.
Yeah, that is pretty cool.
Yeah,
I think that is a cool thing about VRS.
Yeah.
Is like, probably Liquid wouldn't be there if they don't need the VRS points, but because they do, you got more people going to these lands on a local scale all over the place. It's awesome.
Yes. Let me just, throw it out there. Like, we're talking about this, like, Liquid are going to show up and dominate a bunch of no-names. Teams that are in attendance, Wildcard, BetClick, Apogee, OG, Ents, Ninjas in Pajamas, Monty, Big, Liquid, Fnatic.
Yeah, it's just a very big tier 2 LAN, essentially.
Let's take Fnatic, for example, who are about to soon enough, play for a place in London. If you need to win this Polish Cup for the VRS points in order to attend the major, Fnatic are there. Are Fnatic a walkover opponent for Liquid at the moment? I don't think so.
No, it's not a guaranteed win at all for Liquid. And a lot of teams are there for the same exact reason, because they're around the same ranking. So it'll be actually pretty exciting to watch, I think.
Because they all want those points.
Yeah.
And only one can truly walk away with the cup. The Birch Cup.
The Birch Cup.
For now,
hopefully Liquid, they're looking to play this game and not have to rely on a match like that or a tournament like that, but they just blew another map.
Sure.
They had a lead. They had a pretty sizable lead, actually. And they made a comeback in there. They had a CT side to go off of. Didn't get a round in overtime, man.
Nothing.
And now they've got to play Mirage.
Oof. Good luck. And just to be clear, the Birch Cup actually will deliver, if they win, more VRS points than any online wins here for this first half of London. Liquid need more than just this win tonight. But if they don't win tonight, they're getting nothing.
But also, we can't act like that they just need the bare minimum. They need all the wins they can get just in case.
Yes, sir. Nap, Beretta's ready to go while Blind, the trade, understandable. Chopper fast to hit the ground and plant that bomb. Shiro's got a bit of footing inside of Connector. Chopper, you better survive a little bit, because if not, this bomb site's already been seized by Team Liquid, and once Shiro gets this kill on ultimate, priorities, my friend. He goes for the A rotate frag, but there's no way to stop the defuse, so Team Liquid...
Oh, wait a second. He was so
take
close.
Take a pistol. Woo! Shooting sharp enough to have stopped it. Unfortunately, a bit late to the party there, Shiro.
Yeah, he was actually about 1 second away from having a chance. Nice try. Needed a bit more of a defense from his teammates.
That's a high-pressure window jump he just made.
Yeah. Shiro has great movement.
Oof. And now we see why Nerds was able to get on the site so quickly. Beautiful headshots on the player bench and front sight. Triple kill for Nertz. You know, it's a great chance for Nertz, who was able to tap into potential as Dust 2 went on. Start stronger on Mirage. Maybe that will make the difference for a Liquid that just lost in overtime.
We just had the interview with Zwei talking about how he said it was maybe the worst half of his career playing A-Site Mirage versus Furia yesterday. And we watched it. It was bad.
He's right.
So now we get to see him play again on Mirage. Just gonna assume it's gonna be better than that, to be honest. Like, this is probably on his mind for the last 12 hours straight. It took a lot to go wrong for Spirit to lose yesterday.
Sure.
It really did.
Yeah.
It just all happened.
You know, and that's not to take anything from Furia.
No, not at all. I only say that because on Furia, they were also just getting carried by Molodoi. You know, they were getting carried heavily on Mirage.
Ultimate against the wall of the A site, looking for a conversion this time around. Remember, they won pistol. Liquid back on Dust 2. Force buy, shoot him up, spat him out. Just like Spirit are doing here again. Bomb a bit delayed to the plant as default burns. No immediate challenge out of CT just yet. Nertz locks into the corner. Bench is cleared out by the 2 Canadians. And so man advantage for Liquid in the retake. Kits on Nertz deep in CT. If Chopper kills Nertz, then this retake, which is a little bit slower from stairs at the moment, is going to be an act of desperation. But Nertz waits just the right amount of time. Oh, Chopper!
Oh my goodness.
Back-to-back Galil kills. The force buy coming through because Spirit's in-game leaders got a triple kill this round. Twists, tucks his tail, and walks away.
That's quite a play. I think we just get into a spot where Nertz peeks expecting to see someone. Wow. I thought it was going to count against him. A count against Chopper that he doesn't spot Nertz in that moment. But it ends up working out that they start scaling against the A site to get to triple and assume that Nertz has full vision on CT. There's someone there the whole time. Heads up play from Chopper. I mean, he stayed active the entire post plant here to look for kills. It's really well done. Such a great play. Ducked right underneath those Nertz bullets too. Like it was a movie.
You know it's a nice play when Donk's eyebrows are raised all the way.
Ooh, Miroslav. Zone ticks. Going right for the A site. And Liquid are also waiting for them there. See if they commit fully or not. Making it look like a cat split with these smokes, but...
Ooh, nice flash.
Really good.
5-7 makes the most of that one. Sway unable to get the double down. Twists, woof, gets out just before. Shiro never... Okay, chases him all the way. Signs up for the scout fight. Does get tagged there, Shiro that is. So he'll be sitting on 30. Chopper next to him. Zontic's up in Palace. Naf on a long flank around through T-spawn. 35 seconds. Feels like Twist is going to have to be a critical part of this Liquid hold yet again.
They're looking for lurkers, but Naf has them locked in. They're checking their flanks. Oh, that's a big kill to get.
Okay, Chopper, we see you. From the Galil 2K to an instant deletion of Twists. Naf slowly getting into position, but Nertz, it feels like they're trying to bombard him out of here. He's going to feel so... Oh!
Nice shot.
One tap with the 5-7. It's an M4 for Zontix, but a good element of surprise here for Naf. Chopper has the plant, commits to it fully, and Naf just lets him get that gun back in hand. Where's Chopper coming from? He leans back against the wall. Oh, and he hits another headshot!
He is too solid right now. What is this output out of Chopper? A 1v1 straight up versus Naf?
A Nafly who had him pinned against that wall. 5-7 highlight reel this round from the ramp push to that beautiful one tap out of Nerds.
Oh, that kill. I love Twist spot is great in my opinion. Like, it only took a few more seconds for Naf's full flank to come in. Yeah, he could have maybe tucked more under balcony, but they didn't have full info. He was watching his flank. Even Nafly was second guessing it for a second. Overall, he had a good spot to get an extra kill. Chopper is just too sharp though right now.
6-1 kickoff here on Mirage. Donk still looking for his first kill while Chopper is 6-1. Have you ever seen that?
I don't think so.
And you see
Once
a lot.
in a dream. Yeah.
Yeah, 4 eyes.
This is like Tony talking to Bobby about his weight.
Yeah. What do you weigh? 350? Molly in front, pistols. Ah, unlucky they line up like that. Not saying they get away with much, but even a Zontic's kill, an M4 could have been something more. Twists into the frying pan. Cooked.
Liquid have so much potential.
I've been saying that for years. Through all the different versions.
For five years.
5 years now, yeah.
5.5 years.
I mean, I'm still cheering for him.
I am because I look at the team and I still see a team that can win. Not seeing the results, but I'm not looking at this team and go, this is the clear roster move that needs to happen for this to all change. You know, I do look at last map and I say, Ultimate, it's a great game until the 4th quarter. Mentally, maybe something's off there. But that's about it. I don't know.
At the same time, though, it is so tiring giving them like half points.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, this is the last best of 3, really, where, you know, they're going to play a top 5 team in the near future. This period. So, you know, it is exhausting, but at least it'll be over soon. And if they're...
Ooh, hold on, try to capitalize on the mid-aggression. Shiro gets bested by a Famas, 2 versus 2 with health advantage. Bomb, though, gonna sprint towards that B site, and it doesn't look like Nav's gonna stop it. Chopper, gets wind of it, but doesn't react fast enough. So Sway with another chance to impress us.
Full kitty utility, 100 HP, a lot of time before the CTs are gonna get organized. Ultimate's only walking over right now. Let's see how creative Sway can get in this 1-on-2. Now, this spot is excellent for getting a first kill, and you can push forward. But with the bomb placed where it is, he can't go too far.
He hears that ultimate climb over towards Catwalk, though.
Yeah, so immediately he's going to try to take a clip off on Cat.
While it's smoked. Smoke's about to come up. CT's coming through it. Oh, my God. Running through with knife out.
The HE actually kills Ultimate here.
Ultimate's going to try to be the diffuser, but because of the damage, the nade's going to bomb him. And so Sway wins the clutch.
Not too bad.
Here's the run of Ultimate over, but Ultimate coming through, literally, trying to take the smoke to put it on top of the bomb. So he takes damage. He's a sitting duck. Lucky to even survive that first burst.
Yeah, they try to put pressure on the fact that it's planted there because, you know, without the HE, he has to come out and peek. But because he got that early damage in, put himself in a great spot. So well played here for Zway. What they're really concerned about is him playing from there and then having a Molotov. Not so much an HE. Those are usually gone in the first minute of a round.
You know, just while we are still kind of half somewhat on this whole, like, what's Liquid's future look like, it's the, I forgot the name of it, Birch Cup in Poland up next, followed by Fissure 2, right? You said, like, their next, you know, won't have a top 5 opponent in some time. I'm just opening the Fissure 2 team list. This is 16 teams in attendance. Liquid is literally the lowest ranked team at that event.
Oh, wow. Actually, yeah.
They are
and they've got Mongols and
in the
Falcons,
Valve ranking at the moment. And they'll be going up against, Mongols highest rank, Mongols, Falcons, Aurora, Furia, FaZe in their current form. You know, I'm looking at this team list and thinking, who does Liquid beat? Lin Vision,
on a good day, all of them.
Yeah, maybe. No, Liquid get close on a good day versus all of them. Because the wins have been so elusive. So elusive. Flash into the ramp. And the Deagle trades, but there are 2 Spirit players there as well.
They're kind of just like a more stylish version of complexity.
Yeah, okay.
They're hotter. People
got a
like them
little-
more.
Yeah, yeah. It's, you know, bigger names.
Same exact results.
Better reputations.
Better haircuts, just like same losses. It's like tough.
Naf trying to find his angle, offers up some health, does stop bomb.
Yeah.
But everybody else gets found out. Donk and Shiro tapping into their potential. And it's looking easy. 5-1.
It says something that Spirit picked a map after their loss to Furia, you know, really telling us that, like, yeah, it's just an off day. Like, there was a confluence of events that probably won't happen twice that really went south. Donk's catching up to Chopper, man.
So it's Birch Cup after Fissure, for the record. After Fissure. Fissure first, 2 weeks from now.
Oh, okay.
Liquid can lick their wounds, swing versus the top teams, should find form, and then get to go down.
Gotta love
to a
Counter-Strike,
Q2.
man. Always another chance.
Just another event. On to the next one. Next thing you know, it's October. Which, I mean, I think technically
Halloween.
that's fall.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, it's very solid here from Shuhei. It's a lurker down. A little awkward now for Team Spirit. They're trying to regrip middle. And the CTs don't have any eyes on it at the moment. I think they're pretty happy with Ultimate in this position. If this does still become an A-split, they're sort of ignoring the death of Zontix. Then you've got a really good spot here for the CT side. Just Ultimate again, he's in the winning spot.
Ooh. Now he's feeling kind of frazzled because there's too many targets. Nert's holding on to jungle, will let Ultimate focus a little bit more. Nert just runs from the next duel. My God.
And okay.
Donk gets a second kill, but Shuhei's still continuing to trade. Nice adjustment, but Twist is there. This pinch between the site players and the jungle players is really where this one ends for Spirit. Unable to kind of get through, attacked at the back every single duel.
It's because they went forward with, and they kind of had the ghost of Zontix. You know, they came forward. The A play, they pretended there was still someone in Palace, right? This is the spot they were looking for, was to have Zontix come out and get that final trade on Shuhei and then have them split the site that way. They still managed to kill Ultimate with him like missing one shot and then just dying. But they had all the rotations around him to support it.
Slick pace on this one.
Ooh, ran by that.
Donk looking for his as already we've got footing down on the A site. Very quickly trying to get into it. Donk down for the count. Zontix nade tracks over. Tech9s have charged up through ramp and found a completely empty A site. This was a Liquid looking for mid fights.
And Zway, he got here so quickly, I think they actually don't know he's up here.
It's wild that Liquid wanted these duels in mid, do an effective job of killing Donk, but I think Twist does have...
yeah, but they can't get him out. No. They can't dislodge him from this position.
Twist's got an inkling, unless Zway overplays his hand. Yep.
I don't think they're going for it, though.
Nah, everybody else still too far gone, so Twists will take a look at it.
He's just trying to scare him.
Trying to keep him up close. Chopper, the only man really left here to deal with it, and that could end up costing Twist his life.
Assuming he left the top middle, so he'll get away with that.
All right. 3 survive on each side, but it's as simple as running the bomb out ramp with Tech9s.
Yes, it's Chopper's Tech9 kill that just wins it, doesn't it? He gets around triple. They even take out Donk early, too. Look at this.
Bop. I mean, Chopper is looking like an animal.
He's just hitting shots right now.
Dude, Mirage has been his map. Think about all the impact he's had from getting into the depths of the A site, right?
Yeah.
Not necessarily the entry out of ramp, but once he gets past default, he's got multiple moments already, sitting on 7 and 4. Spirit with a 6-2 lead. Full buy back in their hands, unlike last round. And Liquid not looking nearly as confident about getting into an early mid engagement. Ultimate, my friend. Gonna need to see that op impact soon because this half nearly wrapped up. He's got 1 kill to his name. Oh. But that tells him 2 players inside of the bomb site, right? The trajectory of Twist's grenade and spotting Naf back by bench.
Man, they just give up ladder as well. I mean, all of Cat instantly, the T's moving into positions. The CTs are extremely blind right now. It looks like they're close to so much information. They really have no idea what's going on. They're trying to get a clue back, know if they need to help out Naf, and they're making a good rotation. Yep. Yes, yeah, they are.
Yep. Spirit may not anticipate a 3rd player here, but Nertz is still just floating by market. Oh, Naf,
wow,
dead instantly.
Dirty. That's filth.
Huge entry frag from Zwei, pressure on Twists. He's been playing well on Mirage, and he's gonna drop Zwei at least, but now a second from this pillar.
He's fragging now.
4v2, Shiro's Tech9 gets the better of him. And at 15 seconds, they take a pause for a moment. He'll plant empty pillar, no cat control. Nertz is barely alive here. Gets away from the frag grenade. Shiro chipped down, but op in hand. Supportive utility from the rotation through market, and majority alive here for Liquid. Moving that 3rd piece over is key.
That's really good. Twist, you could see him fighting for info inside of the window, trying to get any clue. Obviously, it was looking a little suspicious. The B split that was coming in, I don't know if they got a visual, but they were right about it. When Zwei got this kill, however, I was like, oh man, they're going to survive it, even though there's a stack. And then Twist, look at this kill. How did he pull that one off on Donk as well?
Playing in the cover.
Such a better map for him than it was on Dust 2.
Twist slides out with accuracy. We literally just watched a round like this, though, where Chopper had a Tech9 and owns the A site. Liquid gasping for a sigh of relief. I feel like they get half of one with that last round, but you've got to bottom out this economy for Spirit. And then we'll get a lull in the action, because again, it is Spirit out middle from both ends, and no real test to stop them. This Twist's Nertz crossfire.
He's gonna hit that arm.
Another jiggle, and Nertz is done.
Wow. Wow, I'm shocked that he survived that.
Just gets the elbow back in cover.
Woo. Close call. Good shoulder spots matter.
Nertz felt the wind break on that one. Ooh, insta-kill from Twist. Nicely done. Dropping Shiro like that. Confidently sticking around as well. Goes right back in. Drops a second op because Zontix picks it up.
He drops. Does Zwei get the op? Yeah.
Twist just single-handedly clearing out apartments. Barely even supported by Util. There's a 4th kill if he wants to drop Donk as well. Look at these corpses that Donk's got to stomp over to get a piece of Twist. Quad kill from Russell Van Dalken.
Barely had to move, man. The magician. That's beautiful. It's night and day from map 1. I bet he's struggling with that because, oh, they would have been so close with him.
I mean,
as we have been saying, no better late than never.
Yeah, any player with any multi-frag last map could have pushed Liquid over the line. Obviously, Twists from the bottom of the scoreboard to now the top. Wishes he could have had that back on Dust 2. Donk reaching out for the Deagle. This could be Liquid making a respectable stand at the end of the CT side. Again, question on their T halves at the moment across the pool. So anything less than 4 would have felt like doomsday. Kill 4 pistol players. And sitting pretty on 5. Naf with a confidence-building exercise here on the apartments.
Solid, just like Dust 2, back in at the end of the first half. Of course, unfortunately for Liquid, it's the CT side. They're not making a full court press here, but these scraps might matter. Massive game out of Twist so far. I love that graph the more I see it.
Yeah, fun graphic. What will Blast think of next? Ooh, okay. Donk's gonna just barrel at you, Napfly. You got the eco kills last round, but now Donk comes back with an AK. And this is another moment where Donk is on the brink of ending a half. Negative KD. Doesn't always happen.
Doesn't always matter. Back on Dust 2, he got those back-to-back multi-kills and then won the game.
Sway sits in the corner of B-side. Oh, unintentional lineup on Twist. That is just unlucky for Twists by definition, but
Donk got a kill.
Strong close as it is Spirit to take a 7th.
Welcome to Masterclass. I'm here with Rops, and we're going to be going over ramp on Nuke. So I wanted to pick your brain on how you play this position, some of the starting spots, how you play this at such a high level. So thanks, Rops.
Oh, fantastic. Let's start. The first thing is just the rotation part of the ramp is, well, you can give it up. You can go B, play the B bomb site, take a position here. Maybe they come after you, because sometimes the T's, they want to take ramp, but they have an idea after what they want to do. Maybe they want to execute on B, or it's just for pressure and they go back to A or make a wrap around heaven.
Okay, so what about some of the best starting positions in your opinion? What do you go for in terms of starters?
Well, I think, the classic thing is the utility. I like the CS2 smoke is very big, so I like to do a smoke which goes deeper. It covers perfectly the doorway here. And one of the classic positions is just the headshot angle behind the box. It's a strong position, but I think this the meta has shifted a bit where the T's really, on a high level, they really clear this angle. I prefer not to play this too much. Just maybe for information, we'll go for this and instantly drop down, and I can get a rotation to B. Maybe Zaivu, for example, in my team will, pick up the rotation here. And then really off angles, which I like, would be somewhere around here.
Oh, wow.
Because this, I have a green crosshair and the white kind of blends in.
Oh, yeah,
So
sure.
I like to have it just on this door frame here. And it's not really an angle which people clear that often. They look at this box here, and now they kind of swing for backup under heaven. So you kind of miss this angle here sometimes.
Say they have lower control already, you know that they're getting down secret. Yeah. What are the spots that you would like to play to just defend the B hit?
When I have time to rotate to B, so they might be in double doors or single door, I will try to always make it to this position here, which is really nice. This is like an angle where the guy actually has to jump up.
Oh, yeah.
So you won't see me as you go here, but you have to jump up. But yeah, if you go like this, it's gonna be an easy frag, guys. I'm gonna catch you jumping in the transition. The T's have a reaction just going crazy with the single door, opening and then clearing the whole site like this. So this goes really fast and you can easily be caught by that. On B side, I think position also is, this is like an off angle here to hold the B hit, because you're kind of secured by all angles, but then again, you can peek everything. And again, if they strafe on you, it's really fast. So you have to be ready for everything.
Okay, thanks. Really appreciate it. And thanks, Rops, for joining Masterclass.
Thank you for having me.
I tried to lie to you. I said Donk was going to end that half with a negative KD, but right at the end, he pulls a 9th frag out to go alongside his 9th death. So, again, he's not he's not looking invincible tonight.
Yeah,
but
that is something.
I would say now after,
but you know, isn't it even more impressive?
Yes,
like,
it is.
Again, like let's highlight why Liquid lost that last game.
Yeah,
Probably because Ultimate doesn't get any more multis after like the last 5 rounds.
Yeah.
Donk, multi, win. Woo. All the entire comeback.
Multi, Vita, win.
It's the impact goes so far beyond the KD.
Yep.
The timings of his multi-frags, the later the game gets, the better he gets consistently.
You know who's else found consistency in this series?
Zwei.
And Chopper.
And Chopper.
You know, Chopper actually ends negative KD, but had some of the most impactful moments on the T side, flying out A side, and they both also look better on Dust 2. After we watched Mirage yesterday, CT side specifically, between Chopper and Zwei, Maui Snake described it as a disaster.
It was a disaster, yeah.
Now, today, we'll see if they can find an improvement, but all 3 other halves have been solid from the 2 players that struggled. Twists, though,
he doesn't stop fragging either. He has been amazing.
I just, you know, and look, they could still win Mirage. We could go to a 3rd map, but unfortunately for Twist, when I see the 17-7, I just think, man, where was this on Dust 2? Because Liquid could genuinely be up a map right now. If he even had half of this impact.
Liquid could genuinely be up a map. That is literally like conversation for every map they play.
For the last month.
For the last months.
For the last 5 years.
For roughly half a decade.
No. Not exaggerating. The last month has been just a tale of so close.
Yeah, let's look at it.
Ooh, nearly. Ah, almost.
And important games, man. So many important games.
And again, I think the format really, you know, the format was really brutal in this back-to-back single elimination events of Bounty and
they've also had, what's crazy is they've also had really hard draws. Like at every event.
Oh, it's not their fault.
They lost to FaZe and Mausen at Cologne. I mean, it's not like impossible, but tough draws.
Sure.
EWC, 1 match you play against Vitality, you lose.
Yeah, right.
They lost the Bounty to Vitality again.
For the sake of all the North American Counter-Strike fans, we will find the excuses.
Austin Major, 22-19 versus Mouse. In their O2 game, they drew Mouse. Remember that?
So many close moments.
Yeah. And they're getting hard draws, and then the crazy part is they're also making those games super close. But they aren't winning any of them. None of them.
And that is why.
When they beat Furia, it felt like they won an event. Because it's been so long since they had a good win.
Burning through the first half of this round to get close to the cat hit. 3 defenders for Spirit on B. Oh, yeah! Chopper, 5-7, upset Nerds. See ya!
It's the whole B split just done.
And now we got this pistol crossfire on the A side of things. Shuhei gets traded.
Dink again.
And they're still gonna push with the MP9 hot on their heels. Zontic sprays it down for the 3rd time this series. A pistol for Liquid goes up in smoke, losing to the Force buys. But at least it's close.
I don't think $500 pistol should be able to one-shot. I don't even care.
I don't think Liquid should lose 2nd rounds after winning pistols. But hey, that's just me. It was close. Unlucky draws. Oh, the 5-7's too good.
Wind was blowing east.
Air quality was poor. I had a cold. The hotel breakfast was mid. Mercury's in retrograde. Tech9's out ramp. And they're gonna get stopped right there. Trying to push through the smoke, but not alongside one another. Nerds first, Shuhei 2 seconds later, and all 5 players of Spirit stand. CT side looking stellar out of the gate with the Force buy into conversion. but it's as the game goes on that we got to still keep Zwei and Chopper under a microscope.
Yeah.
Not because they're playing bad tonight, but if you missed that game against Furia yesterday,
They got to make up for it.
they genuinely have to make up for it. Even if they blow this out of the water, even if they finish 13-6, I still want to see an improvement from both those players.
Because they owe it to Donk. They owe it to Donk.
And they owe it to their fans.
No, just Donk. They owe it to Donk. They totally... He had a 1.7. They got 2-0'd.
Yeah.
What?
Zwei bests NAF in the anti-eco. It is Glocks across the board for Liquid. Donk is now 14-9. The moment I said that he would have a negative KD, he has turned it around in 4 rounds.
Of course.
Classic.
His dust too. We said, okay, he's got the 1.68 on the entire year. Here he is, negative. And then they come back. Not only do he recovers with all the multis, they win the game. They weren't supposed to win Dust 2 at all.
Nope.
No, it was too hard.
Glocks go up in smoke. 10-6 lead. Comfortable looking CT side. But it's the guns up next. If there's any hope for Liquid still in this series, it's the guns that come up next. Insta-kill for Donk. Shiro swinging. Oh, he got that
another
second.
one, yeah.
Ultimate over towards Chair, just gets wrecked. Connector player cleared out, though. You give Twist a chance. It takes a bit of labor because the first fights come up Spirit.
Wait, that...
Off the reload, Zwei, he's doomed.
Yeah, big
Twist
time.
is able to lock into him with a triple kill. I mean, this round felt wrapped up. Twist and NAF, side by side, recover this.
There's only one man for the job. His name's Chopper. He's coming in on the flank.
This was 2v4, if I'm not mistaken. Triple kill for Twists. It all happened so fast, hard to keep track of.
Kit is in jungle. Where's that bomb planted? Is that opposite triple?
No,
yeah.
CT side triple, I think.
Okay, okay. It's just becoming not possible unless you just get this kill. You get this kill. You get
Kit's too far.
All right, and then just throw the smoke. All right.
NAF's gonna be here to close it. It's a full house from up north. Twist triple. NAF on a 2K. Yeah. 2v5 technically, but a split second trade on Shiro.
Yeah.
So we'll call it 2v4.
Fair enough. Well, that's the reaction from yesterday. You don't want to see that too much either.
No, you don't.
You know?
You also wouldn't see it on land.
It's not going to help you get better, I'll tell you that much.
Yeah, that's the thing.
It's not going to help you recover a bad day.
I find sometimes when we go to the online Counter-Strike, you know...
Yeah, people are alone.
I always wonder if it's like, it's because you're alone so nobody can kind of drag you out of it.
Yeah, you know, I mean, you're more embarrassed to do that in front of your teammates in real life, so... And that's a good thing. All right.
But we are all still watching. Caught on the reload again. Shuhei gonna try to get it going. Shiro, though, misses the adjustment for the double. It's got Donk right behind him. This is looking like a tough nut to crack. Shiro missing shots, however, as Zwei comes up from catwalk and poor NAF is just pinned in behind the van. A missed shot from Shiro yet again. Nafly, one bullet. All he's got. And now stuck in the reload. That's where Shiro will find him, and it is one step closer to the finish line for Team Spirit.
I'm a big fan of the fast plays here for Liquid, and it worked last round with Twist especially. Coming up Cat like the juggernaut, but here on this B play, they get shut down pretty handily. I mean, yeah, you have Shuhei get this one kill, but between Donk and Shiro, it felt like they never really lost control of the site.
tiptoeing their way to the finish line. You know, Liquid, credit where it's due. The pace of the rounds is trying to keep Spirit on the edge of their seat.
That might have been another chance for ultimate, huh? When he was sitting there on safe plant.
Mm-hmm.
It's like he had such a good start in this last map, and then he just started dying every round, and he hasn't recovered since.
Twist dead first. Oh, wow. Dude, Donk and Shiro side by side inside of an A site. Nobody wants to be on the receiving end of a site hold like this. And while Sway maybe struggled yesterday, the support system's right there to make sure there's no pressure on anybody inside A. Shiro and Donk make absolute mincemeat of Liquid. Again, we get a faster tempo. The connector player almost gets the stairs kill, but almost isn't gonna cut it for Liquid because almost is all they ever get. And right now, 5 map and match points to eliminate Liquid and really crank the pressure in terms of them and the conversation for the rest of 2025. This second season with the Star Ladder Major months away, Team Liquid are on the brink of a free fall. Barely holding their Valve ranking in this moment, and Tech9's all that keep them from being eliminated with pressure forward from Sway. Another attempt to just pop, another attempt to just hit, but each and every attempt is met by success from Spirit. Everybody stepped it up tonight. Chopper and Sway making up for it as they needed to. You give enough runway over to Donk, and he recovered a poor start to Dust 2. Never looked in the rear view. Mirage also looked mortal, but then out of nowhere, doubles his deaths. And Shiro, the star of this series for Spirit. Team Liquid go down, and Team Spirit, one best of 3 away from locking in London. Either G2 or FlyQuest stand between them and their chance to defend their title.
Spirit survive here at the Blast Open, but for Liquid, that is such a costly defeat. We talked about it before coming into this series, Dupree. The VRS points are just so valuable for Team Liquid, and yet another situation where it slips out of their hands, and this could potentially be costing a spot at the upcoming major.
This is not the first time we see Liquid actually pull out some good rounds and actually have a chance of making the series competitive, and they should have closed out those two to give them more chances of actually winning the series, because you don't really get more chances than Spirit than you do like you already got, and I think that is a case for Liquid also happening against Vitality, where they actually make it very competitive and they show they can actually play up to the good teams. But as soon as they actually fumble these leads and they don't close out the games to actually pull over the finish line, it just seems like I wouldn't say they give up, but they simply fall back to like some kind of a place where they have lost a little bit of faith in each other and the situation, and that's just very hard to pull back from.
I mean, this was a game that I feel like once you do let Dust 2 slip, then this was not going to get any easier. I mean, Mirage already a map that Spirit probably thought a lot about after what happened to them yesterday. And I feel like even though Chopper and Zwade played maybe like 10%, 15% better reach, maybe a little bit more, Shiro played like twice as well. So it's almost just more star power is what actually got Spirit out of it today.
Yeah, 100%. Dupree, I don't know whether you've ever been in a situation similar to what Liquid are facing right now, where, you know, you're continually making changes, bringing new people into the roster, new ideas, and on paper, it looks like things should add up, but just no matter what you do, nothing seems to fit. Like, I mean, it's $1 million question, but how do you get out of a slump like this?
Yeah, that's a great question. I think that if anyone out there, if Liquid had the answer, they will just pull that one through. I think what is the most difficult part is the whole change of direction multiple times. One thing is you have another leader, and maybe you have another coach. Like, it just, you constantly try and find the key to success by changing something up, and that is not always going to be like the thing that's going to make it for you. Sometimes it's also about grinding it through, finding a new identity, make sure that everyone's on the same page. It's so much like it's very hard. Like, what is it, like harder said than done? Easier said than done. That's what I mean. It's definitely a place that I've been in multiple times of my teams where it's constantly in a position where you hope that it's going to change soon, but it's actually making the right decision that is so hard to find.
I need some more Team Liquid vlogs because I feel like when I'm thinking about all the players that are on this team, with the exception of Ultimate, they've all tasted success and actually quite a bit of success in the past, and so I feel like they all just kind of have their own ways of doing things. But then when everything is synergized, it almost just seems like they want the most, like the things that have worked the best for Liquid from what I've seen from them lately have been really basic plays. But at Bounty, it was some of the more complex plays. So I'm not really, I'm having a hard time really juggling. Do I like the simple ones more, or do I like these super layered strategies? Because on a given day, one will work and the other will fail.
Such a tough situation for Team Liquid to be finding themselves in. We do have Flashy on the line for a few departing words. First of all, commiserations. Thank you so much for giving us a couple moments of your time. What happened on Dust 2? Because you guys, you equalize at the half, you get the lead in the second. Where was the, negative turning point for you guys?
I think the biggest issue was on Dust 2 is that once we were in the driving seat, we started to play more to not lose instead of wanting to win. And we started to cut corners in the round, which is not acceptable in our system. It shouldn't be like that. And whenever we have the full effort throughout the round, we can play really good complex rounds or simple rounds, depending on what we need in the moment. But as soon as we start to overthink a little bit, we get into our own head, we start to skip steps and lose rounds that we shouldn't really lose.
Flashy, I mean, I feel like, working with Shuhei, even though we definitely, or at least I have given a lot of praise to him in the past, it feels like he's having a tough time putting this together with Liquid. And you were right there with Blade and that Alexi B combo. I mean, what do you think? You saw an incredibly successful duo in terms of tacticians on your last team, and now you're seeing Shuhei having a little bit more difficulty with this. I know he's great, but like what's going on in those camps of like in terms of mid-round control and everything? Like why were there steps that were skipped?
I think we are getting ahead of ourselves in many moments within the round. It's not on Camille, it's on all of us as a whole. When we are on the same page in the round and we are connecting the ideas, it's much easier to finish the rounds for us. But as soon as we are trying to be more individualistic, we're not focusing on each other, we're not connecting the idea, then it becomes extremely hard to win a round against these teams, because they can punish you right in the moment that you make these mistakes.
You've been put in the shoes of leading this Liquid squad, and what has been the most difficult part of becoming a head coach for this team? Because there's a lot of things you need to work on, and there's probably still things that you need to start working on. Where do you see yourself in this project, and how has it been for you to transition to becoming the coach you are now?
I think it's going well. Obviously, our results, unfortunately, not showing it right now. All we can show up right now is the close games against Vitality and now Spirit. Unfortunately, we never managed to push it through the line, through the finish line. But overall, I feel good in my position. We are having a good chemistry with the guys, and we are trying to get on the same page in terms of knowledge, and because we are all having different backgrounds of knowledge. And once we manage to connect it all, it will take some time that our system will work a lot better instantly.
Flashy, thank you so much for your time. Glad to see Team Liquid exiting here, but good luck in your upcoming tournaments as well.
Thank you.
How much are you kind of reflecting upon those answers, Maui, and going, okay, yeah, there's a certain amount of time that these players obviously need, the coach new coming in as well, needs to have to be clicking together. Like what kind of time period are we giving this current Team Liquid roster?
I feel like you always know what a roster is after 3 months, roughly. Liquid, after acquiring Flashy, it's really been, around 2 now? Starting in July and around Cologne up until now in late August. So I would still give them another month and a half before I really write everything off. They have a lot of tournaments ahead of them. I feel like if I'm really going to look at the team, though, and I feel like he mentioned a lot of individualistic plays. Like people are going for their own kind of they're trying to work a mid-round for themselves instead of listening to what the overall structure is that he's trying to create for the team. That's kind of what I was referring to before we even started talking to him. I just feel like, Twist came from a super successful phase. NAF has played with the Grand Slam winning Liquid. Nerds played with a Snappy that had like all these great early mid-round ideas. And then Shuhei had a way that he wanted to lead MOUZ. It's like all conflicting schools of thought. So trying to put it all together has to be a very difficult task.
Sadly, Liquid eliminate here at the Blast Open, where Spirit do keep their heads. One more squad has to join that eviction list, though. It's going to be either G2 or FlyQuest after this break. Next game, obviously, at the Blast Open, going to be against your old organization in G2 and your old teammate in Hunter. Did it make sense when you saw the news that Hunter was taking on the role of in-game leader?
Yeah, I mean, I think in the past, they wanted him to IGL from memory, and that's what I've heard. And he's always been like a really good second voice, like secondary IGL on the team. So it kind of makes sense that he would take that eventually. I think he has like a really good mind for the game, and he's always giving his ideas and opinions to the rest of the team. So I think naturally he'll be a good IGL like over time. Maybe in the beginning it's a bit rough, of course, like it always is. But yeah, I think he's got like that natural instinct about him. Like he's always like trying to do things for the team, as I said before. So he's always kind of been like that secondary voice. Even when I was on the team with Hooksy, Nico, Hunter, like those three are the ones controlling the middle of the game and stuff. So yeah. Yeah, it's not really too much of a surprise to me.
Yeah, no, it makes sense. And considering you said, he's very new in terms of this being his primary role, does that make G2 more beatable in your eyes today?
No, I wouldn't say so. I feel like they have 5 very strong individuals, and you've seen in Hunter as well. Like, of course, he has some shaky games when you're IGL, but he's been pretty consistent, and he's been pretty strong individually. I don't think he's going to lose that or anything like that. So I think like they're more balanced right now. I feel like they have just 5 individuals who can play pretty consistently, and yeah, when they're doing that, obviously they're a very scary team, and yeah.
Your next opponent, of course, is going to be FlyQuest. What do you make of them since adding JKS to their roster?
I think, well, like, since also now looking at how they play and everything, I think they have a good style. They have, like, different options in their playbook. I think we shouldn't underestimate them, for sure. I do feel like we should be the favorites, but then at the same time, looking at us, it's been so many like top teams we have played, so it's hard to figure out what's our level at the same time. So it's gonna be important that we take this as any other match, not to get too much ahead, not to fall too much like behind or anything like that, but just to focus on the right things for us. So I think for sure like they're a good team and we shouldn't underestimate them.
Thank you so much, Thor. Good luck versus FlyQuest.
Thank you.
All here at the Blast Open. For FlyQuest, they managed to tame Legacy in their last head-to-head, whereas for G2, an opportunity to qualify directly to London was squandered last night by MOUZ. Now, if you didn't watch the game yesterday and you just looked at the scoreboard, you might be slightly deceived, Peter, because the numbers made it look like, a somewhat competitive affair. That first map, though, it was anything but, right?
Yeah, and I have more positive things to say about G2 than I have negative things actually at the moment, because I feel like when I'm watching G2 play right now, they've actually made a roster that can compete. Sure, there's still a few blank spots that needs to be filled out, mainly in my books that looking at the opposition. I think Sampaio is still trying to get back to his former self, but I do feel like with the likes of G2 having a new identity, a new in-game leader, and trying to puzzle things together, I still think that they are competitive. They will comfortably beat teams below them. Every time they go up against the top 5 team, they average a 9.6% of the 9.6 rounds, which is pretty good for a team that has been put together so recently. So that puts them in a position where I could say that it's not great, but it's definitely not terrible either.
For a lot of people right now in 2025 that don't go to college, that barely got through high school, they go to coding boot camps. They go to these workshops that are essentially 90 days and you just learn front-end developer work as fast as humanly possible, and you try to get a job immediately. That's the stage Hunter is right now in his in-game leading. He's got some bones of calling right now, like Saw's really bootstrapping him right now to figure out just like the basics of what's going on there. But a lot of it is calls out of spawn, just execs right away. They rush a lot, and it's not really feeling out the mid-round as much as you would want, but I'll give him time on that front.
Yeah, it's one thing to, as we've heard time and time again, to be calling some pistols back in the old iteration of G2, be calling some rounds on some Hearthstone as well. It's a whole nother thing to then go into this as your primary role, right? And sometimes we're seeing some of the teething issues with that.
It will take him some time to get used to that, because it's a whole new role for him. It's a new identity he needs to create. He's at a state now in his career he maybe felt that was his best decision, and of course becoming an IGL is not gonna make you a great IGL overnight. It's something that really takes time, and as you mentioned, Maui pistol rounds, like spawn calls, that is like the easy part. You need to earn your money in the mid rounds, and that is where I think Hunter still has a lot of things to learn.
G2 still going with that Ancient though, despite their T-side struggles yesterday on it. Do you reckon they just think FlyQuest is a different, I mean, they are objectively a different level of opponent than Mouse, right?
Without a doubt, I'm kind of surprised neither of them wanted to play Inferno. I mean, both of these teams like it. It's used to be called Inferno, and honestly, like Hunter really likes calling on that map too. I'm kind of surprised we didn't see it in the first phase.
There got to be something to the fact that they actually still want to play Ancient. They obviously believe in their playbook, and they probably want to make up for the miss that happened yesterday.
Well, we do get Mirage, we do get Ancient, and potentially Dust 2 to be rounding this one out. It's time to kick off our final game of the day. It's G2 versus FlyQuest.
That's right, Freya, and potentially also some fireworks. I feel like this is one of those games that can get sloppy enough that we're just going to start tapping into Hunter telling 5 guys to charge down a bomb site. Because in those moments where, you know, Hunter, he may be having his classes and lessons, as Maui Snake was alluding to with analogies and whatnots, but sometimes Hunter just runs outside for recess. And I think that's where there is still a lot of power in G2. This isn't a team you'd want to play dodgeball against. You know, maybe they can't code, but they can still whoop your ass. So look out.
Yeah, they can still fight. Yeah, you let them onto the yard. They're going to be able to get scrappy. They're going to win a lot of rounds off individual entries and things like that. I think this is the kind of game, I think as Dupree tried to say, that they win. This is the kind of opponent that they are really good at right now. And for FlyQuest, well, I think the upside is that they are getting better and better. And I think that we saw a lot of promise, especially in their last series. Uh-oh.
You just missed that?
Oh. Where did that even land?
Who knows? Arkansas? Manitoba? Slaughtered. You try to get out that. Your smoke didn't quite make it to its destination. And that couldn't have gone easier for G2.
Was that their top con or smoke? Or where did it even bounce to?
It looked like it landed somewhere in connector. But not for a connector, I don't think. Thought it landed connector roof.
Yeah, it's top con smoke.
Oh, it did land. No, they didn't miss.
Yeah. I was like, what is that? Anyways, G2 didn't have to look behind them.
Yeah, they were just ahead of the smoke. That's the problem with the smoke like that. Everybody on top of it. And now, no smokes to be found.
One thing with FlyQuest's T-sides is it can be kind of standard. And I think that it, versus some opponents who aren't going to poke them, it's okay. But they just have to be wary of the fact that, like they're going to eat a lot of HEs if the timings are here for G2. They're really comfortable when the attacks are going to come in. And that dink was louder than it was impactful.
Melted.
Barely any damage. 2-0 start, and we're talking about no kills here at all for FlyQuest.
No kills, not yet, but saving with the Glocks last round. It's AKs across the board next. And G2 didn't waste any time buying SMGs in this second round, so we go 5v5 on the rifles. Spirit versus the winner of this match for a spot in London. And remember, Spirit, reigning London champions.
It's always raining in London.
Fair. Oof, nice shot, Netic. Catching Natus, extending around the cat corner. Mulb's just happy to rattle rounds downrange. And JKS taking his sweet time up in the palace is the only player not currently taking a look at middle. Bomb shifts back. Vexite clearing out the apartments, making sure nobody from the B site got active. This
just
nade,
love this nade right now.
So meta.
And love how they just, people just stand here, hope there's not 3 in a row. More utility coming down. It's a really important part of the map to control with lurkers coming out from underpass, whether or not you know they're there on the CT side. Well, mind you, this is a 4v5, but I'm seeing ways out of this situation. JKS. Oh,
I was gonna say this was one of them, but
yeah.
Heavy
now,
God.
no, this is really important because it's Palace when the play's coming in for sure.
Ooh, good recovery from Ins.
They still have Heavy God up here.
Yes, sir.
There's a 1 molly on Vexite.
Somebody gonna have to jump to challenge.
There's no molly on Vexite.
They just take a look at it and they let him get close. Heavy God's still just hanging on to Palace. What? They just wrote it off. They turn around to stop it, but it's already a kill from Heavy God and Hunter. Plant being not even fully covered. Ooh, that does not inspire hope.
What are we missing here?
I don't know. Let's take a step back.
JKS didn't know there was 2.
That's it.
He didn't because he was against the wall.
Right. Yep.
He wouldn't have heard it. Heavy God's the only one who pushed out.
No, that makes sense.
Okay, so that's why they just had no clue about it.
Yep, makes sense. But it is Heavy God that gets the kill.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, that's
small detail, but it is Heavy God who got the kill in Palace, and they forget about him.
Yeah.
Malbs no glasses? What the hell?
Gotta protect those marbles.
That's a tough pill to swallow if you're FlyQuest. A little
It's like
struggle
a
like that.
multivitamin.
Mm-hmm. Like one of those.
You know, if you turn your head to the left, it helps.
Helps what?
You can swallow big multivitamins and things, no problem. It's like a physiological trick.
I don't believe you.
But you're gonna try it.
Yeah. So. Malbs will try the underpass peek. Tech9's come flying outwards. Ooh, Matistink. This is suddenly a scary round for G2. At least in terms of damage. Heavy God afforded a fallback. Ooh, he's gonna come back, eh? Yep.
Yeah.
Oh, Heavy God sensing it.
They're getting caught by everything.
Everything so far.
Everything so far. That's right.
Only 4 rounds into play, but what could have been for FlyQuest with that opening kill on Malbs and a ton of damage on Natus. Now, Sunpius, we don't always talk about strong starts since he's donned the G2 jersey. 6-0 at the moment. Feels like his fans have been asking for more.
See how wide he goes on this. Yeah.
He finds the ins kill. And Vexite pops, so great recovery for G2 considering they lost Malbs early, making sure Natus stayed alive, everybody else just slots in, and that was a moment of just like individual confidence, right?
Yeah.
Heavy God getting into connector as he pleased.
On the upside, FlyQuest have 3 top fraggers. On the downside, they all have 1 kill.
That's definitely a downside. More than an upside.
Hey, it's 1 upside and 1 downside. That's not so bad.
You're stretching, but I'll let it go. I don't think JKS is having fun in the first 4 rounds of play, but he's got an AK in hand now.
Oh, sorry. 4 top fraggers. All right, big opener here for Regali. I'll stick it around because they want to take some kind of small risk, but doesn't see anything. FlyQuest hold their cards close. This one will end A still. But as we see from the map, and as we've seen in previous maps from G2, they're fine leaving Hunter B. They actually really underserve Cat a lot in their rounds.
Oof. Oh, okay. Ince gets over.
Oh, it worked.
Heavy God catches the other side of connector. Sunpius, we've already seen him drop a body from this angle. Flash will get him to preemptively fire. Oh, they caught wind of the connector player. Heavy God is bringing it to the table tonight. And Sunpius missing a shot opens a door still for FlyQuest. Trying to cross over. Vexite, it's a one and done because Heavy God continues to tear through. Triple kill for Heavy God. A lean back into connector gives Regali space. Remember, he started this 5v4, but he can do nothing more than get an additional kill, finally finishing Heavy God. The trades are good for G2, and the start is great.
It is. I hate to say it, but this is piss poor for FlyQuest. We've seen so many better rounds from them so far at the Open. We've seen them make that comeback, that stalwart defense that they put up versus Legacy as they close that series. That was as an underdog as well. They can do so much better than this. And right now they literally look so lost and they're just not watching any of the right things. Ince walks up under like connector looking backwards. There's options, right? There's moments right here where it could be G2 looking foolish if they were just sharp enough, a little bit more aware. But they're missing every punishment opportunity. And now it's 5-0. It's quick.
It's quick, and it's also confidence building for Sunpius, for Hunter, and for Heavy God. You've let the money go. Check out the cash here sitting in the G2 coffers. So hero AK moment for Vexite. Quite a few tools to play around with, but Malbs, down he goes.
Nice.
Again, we've been at the very least seeing FlyQuest with 5v4s.
Yeah, they had 3 5v4s now.
Now win a round.
Yeah, win one of them. It's one of those stats that just only makes things worse if they don't actually convert.
Third time's the charm.
Is it, though? This is the hardest one. They've got low guns. They can't get that AK back from Malbs either.
They've got the utility to blanket the site. Flashes make it awkward. Oh, nice. JKS. Nade does a ton of damage.
One
JKS, yeah, 1 HP left over. A spray through that smoke. Doesn't happen. Hunter holds the trigger. Heavy God hears them climbing closer.
This is still retakeable. They have to be careful.
AK in the hands of Netic now. Vexite low health, so he offers it over. G2, 3v5. What are you gonna let them get away with? Kid on all 3. Oh, clears the garbage, continues the spray, and the trade's good. Now, that's the one gun that they had down. The 2 tagged players from the first 2 frags are also a part of this. You found Vexite in the back of the site. Hunter keeping the pressure up. Sunpius can smoke the bomb. It's not planted for the last piece, and they've got it. They make it happen. Retake comes through. Still with time.
Wow.
6-0 the CT start.
Well, I moved from Tetris in that spot. This is another position they could have delayed for time, actually. A retake 1 here. It's a winnable retake. It's 3v5, as you can see. So it's not even a 4v5 now. It's a 3v5 with some extra time as well. This 1D and staying alive on 1 HP, you'd think that would be enough. I want to give G2 a lot of credit here, but when teams lose 4v5s, they lose 3v5s, the other team could be amazing. You're still not supposed to win. You're still not supposed to be close. That opening kill is supposed to be worth something.
Ooh. Malbs has been pressured by the presence and utility out middle, but this time he gets away with the kill. You know, you think of how many opening moves he's made. He's 2 and 4. He's the one piece that hasn't gotten off to a strong start. Not that it stopped G2. I'm just looking for
it's only made
it.
It's made it more embarrassing. They just keep killing Malbs of all players, and then it doesn't matter. And then Sunpius is 9-0, and Hunter is 8-0. Oh, don't let him live.
Oi, oi, oi.
Damn.
Cue the Sunpius kill. Bomb down in the apartments. Irretrievable.
10-0.
50 seconds if they want to go back and try to grab it, but I think these weapons, barring an opening on ticket, need to be saved. Smoke's gonna fade in window. Malb's gonna keep the pressure up. He's gonna jump down in a second.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, he's got so much support on catwalk.
Okay.
No? No Malbs?
Well, he's just tired of...
Do it.
Tired of untimely deaths this game. All right. Damn. FlyQuest are getting bottled right now. They're getting murked.
Slammed.
We watched them play well last 2 series, like
Yes.
really well.
Yes, we have.
It's kind of a crazy reputation G2 have for themselves right now. Like, they're having trouble breaking through because I think like they don't play as smart CS as like any of the tier 1 teams.
Sure.
But when it comes to everyone below them, they absolutely dumpster them.
Sure. Well, I think back to, so yesterday, if you didn't get to see, or the other day, excuse me, G2 versus Mouse. It was Mouse. I remember that we had a listen in from G2. Because on the T side of Ancient, they couldn't get anything going. And it was MOUZ's CT-sided utility that just kept them so muted, right? They would run at any bomb site, get slowed down, get weakened, get damaged, and they just said like, these damn grenades. It almost felt like they were mad at MOUZ for playing off proper utility. And that's the G2 T side, is it's not always elaborate. And versus that tier of Counter-Strike, it's not good enough. It's not. But
one more 5v4.
No.
This
Why'd
is where
you have to say it?
You lose this round, like this one's gonna end up being a headline, to be honest.
That's what, the 4th 5v4?
Yeah, and maybe 3rd, and then 4, and then 1-1 3v5 as well. So, not to say they're gonna lose, because once again they shouldn't.
But there goes the equalizing kill. All in a hit inbound. A smoke in front of Sunpius would deny him all vision. There you go. You can take the site, except for during that moment when things get exposed and Heavy God tracks Vexite down. Bullets whizzing through. Sunpius takes a ton of damage.
Oh, the nade misses.
That coulda, shoulda. Instead, Sunpius to give cover as Hunter gets closer. Flash around the corner. He's blind on the dumpster, and JKS with the trade from around that corner, just looking to finish off what started as yet another man advantage. In's on half health. Heavy God about to swing into him, and Ings gets the better of it. Sunpius up on the retreat. My God, they've done it.
They've done it.
5v4 advantage for FlyQuest nets them their first round win.
And will Sunpius die too? Yes, he will also die. 10-1. And they finally broken through. Nicely done. I mean, team, if you can manufacture this many 5v4s, you are doing something very well as a team.
And I'll extend that and say if you can manufacture this many 5v4s, you could still put together, let's say, 4 rounds of a half.
Definitely.
The first round win has materialized. Now just do it again.
That's the tough part, man. You create windows like that, like, how many teams are gonna get a 5v4 every round and a half? It's not, it doesn't happen. See what they can do.
Shot from Sunpius is a chance for top mid control. Mobs will continue to float around out here. He tries to get in through Con and looks like he's got a chance to escape, but good amounts of early damage for FlyQuest sets them up nicely again, but damage doesn't stop Sunpius.
Man, they're moving, like, there's this one kill that happens, then there's no idea for a second, then FlyQuest are slowly moving into their exec again, thinking they're being really sneaky, but no one's moved.
Just lacks a bit of lubricant.
Yeah, and maybe some complexity. They need to have something else.
Sunpius finds one with his knife out. Ince hits the ground and follows through. There you go.
Okay.
3v5 chance here for FlyQuest. Can't win 5v4s, but maybe 3v5s. Ince is hanging on to the bench as they go triple market for the retake.
Nice shot.
Beautiful adjustment out of Regali to make sure that this one looks like it's in the realm of possibility.
Now that one wasn't easy, and no smoke here makes it kind of impossible with the op up there. He's gonna be able to toy with you. They're looking to just get exit, so it looks like FlyQuest will do it from this position off the 2 Ins entries, 3v5. Yeah, but to be honest, it's not like the way that this round is called that's granted them the opportunity. Was his raw individual efforts. I think there's just too much of a pattern of like all of the rounds coming down to one engagement, one piece of contact, one tactic.
And in this case, one hero pushed down through B. But obviously with that streak of victories, G2 had given themselves money to work with. It's all spent here for the 10th. Back-to-back rounds for FlyQuest. Early look at that B bomb site. As they go for some cat play, this creates a pocket of timing to just barrel through B. Sunpius is gonna land the shot. JKS with nothing. Regali, very critical trade. Out towards middle. Netic gets his, and Regali just pieces together this entry into the B bomb site. Still hanging on to the bomb. Can't throw it out there, buddy.
Yeah. So nice there from Netic to get that second frag inside of middle. Or his first trade, but both cat players going down off of that one. It's because some pies tried to re-peek into the window. It's another great round from Regali with his 2 kills.
It starts to put, you know, a bit more value behind those 5v4s they were able to establish. You said it. It's how many teams could get so many man advantages? Sure, they lost all of them at the start, but since they got the first one over the line, 3 rounds straight, you know.
It's nice. Again, they were playing so well for like this 0-5 start was some of the worst CS that we've seen them play so far at the Open. They're definitely making up for it now with these 3 rounds.
Yeah. Good, because it was going to be one of those scary halves that would have been, you know, embarrassing as far as even they would have considered
This is another team I'm big time cheering for. I mean, they got JKS finally to, you know, come in. I feel like I know it's kind of silly, but I like them as this org, FlyQuest, and their branding and their team and their lineup right now. I'm not going to say it's perfect or that they, you know, don't lack some talent, or maybe we'll have to make a move in the future to really take it to the next level, but they're in such a good spot. Having at least JKS come to play with them. So yeah, I'm cheering for them to maximize their potentials. We're looking for, over in Australia, for someone to bring it back to the Renegades days, right? That's what we're looking for. I like Vexite a lot. I like Netic a lot. You know, I think they have some pieces that it's like, yeah, these are the best moves you could have made to give these kids a chance, you know?
And bringing in JKS brings in value. He's got a wealth of experience. He's won some of the biggest trophies in Counter-Strike. Also brings the potential to bring in other big names. Woof. Good on Regali to just hold that line. Doesn't get frazzled by the pistol shots, right? Waits for it, gets it. And now finally, a chance for FlyQuest to, dare I say it, just have a bit of fun. To hell with your pistols, clear through A site. This round goes down smooth. Feels like you had to fight for your way into the first round win. 4 in a row, though. 4 in a row and a 5-round T-side ain't half bad when you know in the back of your mind that you had chances, and another 3 could have actually been, say, an 8-round T-side for FlyQuest. Now, unable to close
with 5v4s, absolutely.
Yeah, unable to close those rounds is their fault.
Yeah.
So I'm not trying to sugarcoat it. They know that too.
They just went from looking so lost to looking so solid.
They figured it out.
So credit to them.
And on top of that,
7 damage.
You know, G2's T-sides, valuable. Mob's working for it, gets 1.
Oh, I'd be so mad if I was Regali.
But tons of cash over on the FlyQuest side of things. So easy op rebuy. Final round of play. A 7-round streak with only 2 bomb plants for FlyQuest to the 4-round rebuttal. And now there is real pressure on G2. Heavy God loses the duel by 11 health the difference. Good on JKS, only his 5th kill of the half. But the hell with the T side, it's almost over, FlyQuest. You did break through, you did improve, and you've put G2 on notice. Natus trying to dodge a flash, gets traded out by Mobs. We hit 50 seconds, but mid belongs to FlyQuest at the moment, and they're gonna walk through that smoke on the reload. Mobs does get the new mag in, hits the headshot even, but doesn't topple ins. And a 2v4 where their hand will be forced into a retake, but first Hunter takes his sweet time before leaving. And so you get one back. Sunpius finds an angle. The bomb is crossing, but the fire doesn't go deep enough, and so maybe this is just one last chance for FlyQuest to kind of get embarrassed. Another op-shot connection, and that damage done earlier on ins could come back to haunt FlyQuest. 2 versus 4 here for G2. Damn near pushed over the line. Side quest. That's what it's feeling like. This 5th round, not necessary. They spent a little time on it, but G2 will connect it in the end. 8 CT rounds for them to swap sides.
We're here with the famed Team Vitality Brit, and you're going to be taking us through your settings. We're also using the brand new Asus ROG 600Hz monitor, 0.1 millisecond response time, so let's check it out. What's the first thing you do when you sit down at a PC?
First thing is probably the NVIDIA. Like always put full screen here, keep the Hertz 600, whatever it's set, and then color settings. I never change the brightness and the contrast. You keep the same and change everything else, like the brightness and the feeling on the monitor afterwards. Digital vibrance, I usually put around 75%.
Orange boy.
Yeah, I like it pretty colourful, so sometimes like even put it up to 100 and then all this kind of stuff. This is out of my realm. I kind of keep the 3D settings the same, and then for the monitor settings, like I say, the brightness and stuff, I try and keep it quite low. Like I keep this around 65 and the contrast the same. I will change the blue light filter 0, and then the colour 5000, and then saturation I'll put up a little bit as well, so like 60. And then the gamma, I think it's 1.8, so it like brings the brightness up a little bit as well. Shadow boost, actually keep it level 1. And then we're good to go for the monitor settings. And then I'll usually go in game now and then just see like how it kind of feels.
Yeah, you got some binds, I've heard.
Yeah, I think I can change it. Sensitivity I use 2.2.
400 DPI?
400 DPI, 2.2.
Have you gone up or have you gone down?
Yeah, I was at 1.8.
It's hard to do on CS2. I feel like you need higher sense.
Yeah, I think if I felt like if I could get used to a bit of a higher sense, then it would just benefit me.
Okay, let's go video settings then.
Of course, always full screen, 4:3. 1280, 960.
Classic.
Feels good even though it's fast. Always stretch, sometimes black bars for a couple practice games or a deathmatch session. It feels a bit different, and then after that, like go back to stretching, it just feels like I'm playing a new game. And all of a sudden you feel so fast, like your aim feels crisp, and I don't know, like for me, just a huge refresh in the game.
And look at those hertz.
Yeah, 600 hertz.
More hertz better, right?
Yeah, you always got to max it out. Brightness stays at 93% for me.
All right, let's take us into the advanced video settings. This one is always debated.
Yeah.
Do you have anything special? Any tips here for getting the most out of it?
I always put it like at maximum FPS 0, just try and get the most, especially when you're using like the 600 hertz, nice to just max out the FPS. Keep 4x high, like the top I keep all default, and then the texture filtering I max out to 16. I think this one you've always got to keep high. Like shadows, in CSGO you could still have them like medium or low and still see shadows pretty well, but in CS2 like you clearly see the difference. Got to still make the game look good, especially playing 1280, 960 SA.
Get the wins where you can.
Yeah.
This was the CS setup brought to you by Asus, so thank you very much, Mezzy, and best of luck in Blast Bounty.
Thank you.
Unfortunately there for the FlyQuest boys, tapping back into an awkward moment at the very end of the half. We had close rounds and close moments that could have been a 4-round streak, but then another hiccup, Mohan. So have we just gotten back to the awkward, embarrassing moments? Or do you think that maybe the CT side will put it all behind them?
I think 5 makes a big difference. You know, like 4-8 versus 5-7. Also, the nature in which they lose the round with JKS pushing out early from the halls with a full kit of utility, 100 HP. His teammates, it's just a done round if you just slowed it down. And maybe you think, yeah, we're not going to lose, but look at the result now. Like, it's wildly different. So now they rely heavily on this pistol round win. Their CT sides have been good.
And G2's T sides middling. Dual Beretta's up. Oh, can't hold him back through the smoke. Malbs has been looking for so much action with the way he's been playing mid-aggressive out the gate. Now he just gets to barrel out through the A ramp, and he finds his Hunter off the top of triple. And suddenly, one back. But one won't be enough. You've got players slotting into their post plants. Bomb on the other side. And Vexite trying to, with the element of surprise, slice through sight. Netic gets found out. Into the action, but 3 players survive for G2, and they will take this T-side pistol and the momentum that comes with it.
I do like the fact that it's Nightmare difficulty, because again, we see FlyQuest CT here on Mirage be like really impressive. Though it does also vary game to game. Like they did have like 9 rounds straight versus Legacy, but in their match before, like they struggled somewhat. You know, for example, like JKS is always going to be under balcony, and that's just a key spot for him. But it also means that you can game plan around that. We'll see what G2 think about it.
In's getting that scout. Further from the middle, opens a door for G2 to just slice through map control with ease. He'll take a challenge off ticket, I'm sure, but it looks like he might miss his timing. Smoke in front of him, nothing for this scout to shoot at. It's 4 USPs between G2 and their 10th round. Oh, through smoke, he does find it. Netic drops the bomb momentarily. Another player here from bench. Great damage from Regali. And good on Inns to at least get some kind of impact going despite not having line of sight. Headshot here would be massive. But Sunpius and the awkward shelving angle catches him off guard,
That
so
angle
G2
is like,
convert.
That angle is just a guarantee.
So good for one.
It always gets you one. And the reason is because people could be on the site looking in the window. You cannot just hard clear that.
Can't prioritize that.
Yeah, they could be anywhere. So it always works, guys. Try it in your games.
I do all the time. Even when I shouldn't.
The best thing is you get the kill and then suddenly market's yours. And you can just turn around. It's another example of why that stack never works, but it does its job. It gets a lot of kills. It's the right site to be on. But you see, even with all those kills coming down, G2 never really fully lose control.
Charging into con, Netic's got early warning. But Malbs heads up, insta-kill. Again, he's been looking for these duels in opening moments, continues to do so. Inst down with nothing. A swap out of the MP9, but not fast enough. Hunter double kill, hot to the trot. Bomb will just churn through this site like nothing.
It's a set play that they love to fall back on. Malbs was spotted. They knew exactly where and when he would appear inside of Connector, but that's his aim coming through. That's exactly why they send him to do that. He is so good at hitting that first bullet headshot. That's a dry run straight out of the strat book. Very tough for FlyQuest now. How are they going to get their feet on the ground in the second half?
Terrorists win.
Just feels like G2's tempo is too much to handle. Kind of catching FlyQuest off with it out of the gate. Again, you saw FlyQuest kind of get into their groove as the first half went on, but you've lost that margin of error by only having 4 rounds of a half. So even if we do still see FlyQuest get ahead of what is this maybe unexpected tempo, okay, great, you can improve the score line, but 1 or 2 more hiccups, this map is done.
Yeah, maybe 1. You just got to buy, and you're probably going to make some bad buying decisions because of the score. comes with the territory of having to put up a massive comeback. So,
and it feels like G2 believe in themselves enough that even if we know their T-side has some limitations, they'll just start swinging like madmen out of the gate.
I mean, mentally, you almost resigned to the fact that you just had so many chances to make this game better. You know, they're all gone now.
They're all gone.
Yeah, pretty much. Now it's just like a bitter grind all the way back if they can pull it off. This G2 entry pack is looking fierce.
Pai is already emerging, looking for his 20th frag. JKS on an A side of Mirage. If there's anything that's going to save FlyQuest, this could be it, his second connected. And Vexite emerges through smoke, but with nothing but damage. A ton of damage, sure. Mobs and Heavy God barely standing. Bomb yet to cross over on Hunter. And a triple ticket play here by FlyQuest.
2 MP9s, an op on this retake. No mollies, no HEs. Those would be so valuable. 14 HP though, surely they can't win this.
There's so little health left on the majority of G2. They just pause, they wait. They are allowing FlyQuest to make a move, to arrive potentially in the middle of this Heavy God crosshair.
I do like it, the way they're playing here. I mean, if Inz is going to walk out on the other side of triple though, he has a chance to catch Heavy God. Oh, and
nice
now
snap. Now the player backside could take his if he wants to. Heavy God's gonna move first. He's the only one they knew about. So Mobs takes the perfect moment to catch them off. Hunter getting closer. And that bomb plant, now Nedic knows about both. Hunter off of the plant, but right in with the kill. And each one of those 3 G2 players deliver impact 3v3 to take them to 12.
That's the exact impact and that you want to see. So good in that spot. Considering the HP bars, FlyQuest searching makes perfect sense. JKS does an admirable job of getting his 2 kills. But they really displaced Vexite's aim up here, and he couldn't contribute a third. The damage could have been good, but again, like, you really couldn't have played that 3v3 better if you're G2. They got to be proud of themselves for that one.
Great call to just completely pause.
Yeah.
They just all hide in the bushes and wait for FlyQuest to emerge.
And the shot on Inz is insane.
Honestly, Mobs has gone from kind of flopping around in bottom mid as a CT to now I feel like getting an opening kill almost every single round of this T side.
Oh, yeah.
It's been him, barring 1, max 2.
No, this is going to fly in the face of the stats here for FlyQuest CT on Mirage. It was looking mythical for a second, and now it's looking extremely fallible. Are they going to end this without a single CT round?
It's feeling that way. And the scoreline is going to tell of a flop, but not of what could have been. Multiple lost 4 versus 5s, a 3v4.
Oh, the flank on here too. I guess Regala gets his kill, but then what does he do?
Does he even? Because the Apartments players just start trucking through. Fast tempo on this one. Hunter guarantees deep market control, and G2 have not skipped a beat since switching over to the T side. 5 rounds in a row to close this before FlyQuest can manage to get anything going. Their recovery in the first half was necessary, or this would have been even more embarrassing than it is. But so many missed opportunities is not going to make it feel any easier for the FlyQuest squad. JKS knows he runs through the smoke, he is dead, and the flank eventually binds it. Hunter pauses things to make sure that 3v3 doesn't come out over on the A site, and Mirage is all G2.
A story of super high tempo CS in the second half for G2, and back in the first, a tale of turning around some crazy man disadvantage situations. I love what Connor was saying there. That would have been an even more embarrassing showing for FlyQuest if they had not made a couple of those rounds in their favor in that first half. But considering this was their pick, Maui. Like, I expected more from FlyQuest on this.
Woof. Yeah, it's not going to ever help when you lose 5 man advantage situations on the first half. Those are all going to be rounds that FlyQuest look back at and think, how come we didn't convert these? How come we didn't group better? I would even say just sometimes in the situations where they have more people than, they have the man advantage, they just couldn't even get the trade sometimes on a lone defender. So a lot for FlyQuest to probably look back on, and it won't be too favorable.
I think it was Natus who put it out that when you get this amount of opening in the beginning of the rounds, then you're doing something right. Then, I mean, the beginning of the round looks good, but puzzling it together and connecting the dots, that's where I feel like FlyQuest is struggling quite a lot. And it was just a showcase throughout the game that they would actually not be able to close the rounds unless they would actually put themselves in a situation where they won the round by that play they were going for. Because if they were going for a straight execute and they just won, they would win the round. But if they get like an opening kill, then to rotate back and do something, that's very difficult for them.
I mean, you touched upon it, Mary. There were so many examples of FlyQuest having the man advantage situation, and then it just slips out of your hands. We've got a couple that we're going to touch upon. Round 3, let's dive straight into that one, because once again, as you mentioned, opening kill going in the way of FlyQuest.
I think round 3 is a great example of one of the things that I think FlyQuest is really lacking, because we do see G2 now in a disadvantage. They actually go for a palace push here. JKS gets a little bit unlucky with the timing and actually gets caught off guard, and pay attention to the fact that it's Heavy God getting the kill. We do see Instant trading the frag back onto mobs, knowing that there's still a guy gonna be stuck somewhere at the A bouncer because he cannot cross back, but the FlyQuest players are so unaware where Heavy God is, they just completely forget to look back at A apartments. And also for this later stage of this round, Sampayas allows himself to jump from stairs into sandwich when Nedic is running to CT without getting the call that he's actually getting chased down, kills Nedic, and then kills the bomb planter. Like, there's so many things in this round that just doesn't add out for a top team.
That's the thing. As for a top team, you would just hope, hey, the calm is that I died Palace. There's a guy that's probably Palace still, but they were looking in all these directions as if that wasn't the case at all. I don't even know. The guy that was standing on default with the bomb planter needs to probably only be holding. Like, that's the one thing he needs to look at, because if it's planted default, it's either the guy can kill you from CT or from Palace. So to not be looking there is just inexcusable in that moment.
It's funny you say that, because we didn't run the JK's interview that I did earlier, but I posed a question to him: what's the biggest weakness of FlyQuest at the moment? He said communication. That's it. And it's moments like that which just epitomize that. You think that's bad though? Round 6, it gets even worse.
I mean, yeah, we got another one. Before even just we could run the clip, but I mean, when the communication, like, 4 of you are speaking Australian. Like, it should be fine, right? Okay, yeah. 3v5 retake on this one. Heavy God's able to get one, is instantly traded, but this is just way too much from Hunter. Like, the fact that he gets the kill onto a player trying to make their way in a sandwich, like, why? I don't know why. I don't think you need to get all that much more. The bomb is, though, planted default, and so standing Tetris, standing ramp in this kind of situation does feel bad, but I just feel like sometimes the FlyQuest guys, they just have a little too much happy feet. Like, just pick a good spot and stick around with it. Like, it's got to be outlined in your head immediately. Fundamentally, what are the strongest positions in a post plant for us when it's planted default?
What's Australian?
G'day, mate.
Okay, but coming back to the communication talk, I mean, let's just put it, I mean, obviously with my career, communication in Counter-Strike at a very top level, that is always going to be sometimes difficult, but it's something you need to get as close to master as possible to limit that kind of mistakes. And what is difficult about those type of situations that we've just gone through is that specifically the one where we have Inns getting the kill onto mobs and connect, you need to be looking at the names and then analyzing, okay, what happened in the beginning of the round. Yes. But at the same time, Inns, he's the voice, but he's also the eyes for the guys coming out of ramp, because the guys on ramp, if they're behind a smoke, if they don't see the situation correctly, Inns is the one that is the key in this one to actually tell the guys he did not cross to CT. He's still going to be somewhere inside of apps or somewhere on balcony, and that's like kind of the dot that they're missing.
Yeah.
I mean, just so many details that are seemingly overlooked, or that the comms probably get jumbled because they're trying to figure out what the next part is, but then it's like they lose a piece of information from 15 seconds ago. Those kind of parts are just so frustrating, because if FlyQuest can get those openers, like, come on, we don't want to see any bad CS, and when they lose those kinds, then it feels like the quality of that game isn't as high. That's all.
Okay, I feel like we've done our due diligence of dunking on FlyQuest. Let's look at some of the positives. Sampayas, he's back, and he was hitting some really nice shots in this one.
It's good to see Sampayas have these stand-up performances once in a while. I still think there's like too big of a gap between them, but this game around, he was just feeling very comfortable. I only got to play a little bit with him in Falcons, and that was the case for me, that he would occasionally go into situations where when he was forced out of his comfort zone, that's where he started to struggle. And I feel like when his team believes in him and he can control the game by controlling where he wants to go, that is where he feels most comfortable. But as soon as he gets pressured, if he doesn't get the same openings, if he constantly has to make these decisions where he needs to go somewhere and actually be aggressive, that is where he lacks a little bit of comfort. And it's just good to see him, but we still want to see more of this, because this was a 1-1 out, and there's still a lot more for him to do.
Yeah, it was great to see him do well. It was great to see that the T-side calling from Hunter was flawless. I like that he just kind of kept up the pace the whole time as as well. And I don't want to see Sun Pius or Hunter slow down going into map 2.
Well, tell you someone who's going to have to be speeding up, that is FlyQuest. As one more map could potentially separate them from elimination here at the Blast Open. That's going to be going down on G2's map pick of Ancient in just a few minutes. I just want to begin by recapping the game yesterday versus MOUZ, because particularly on Ancient, T-side seemed to be a little bit of a struggle for you guys. From your perspective as a coach, what was the problems that you were encountering on that map?
I think it was a combination of couple of like after plans lost and then a couple of good calls by them as well, where they played aggressive in the middle and then towards the B side, which like maybe caught us off guard a bit. I would say it was those two things mainly, like on the T side of Ancient.
And mentioning that aggression, it was kind of instrumental for you guys to try and make a comeback on that map as well. But there were moments where maybe there was a couple of players with a little bit too much aggression, like not to throw anyone under the bus, like MOUZ on the last round of Ancient, Natus as well on Mirage. As a coach, when you see those kind of small mistakes being made that ultimately cost you the game, how do you approach those kind of in the post-game debrief?
I mean, yeah, there's some of these like over-aggression, small moves happening. I think it's still a sign that we are like a young team. We haven't played so much together, and sometimes it's also like miscommunication, something happening in the round that will end up making us make a move that is not needed, basically. So I think it's just a thing where we need to be patient. I think we are working on the right things, but at the same time we can't expect to have the fix like overnight. We can look at the situations, we can talk about them, but they might happen in a similar way, but with different details, I would say. So in the future also, I think it's also about being patient like that. We are gonna try to fix everything we can, but give it some time, basically.
Didn't feel like G2 were being too patient in that first map because they were looking pacey. But it's time to check in with Novashots.io to see what our portfolio is saying, because I don't want to be modest, gentlemen, but we've been cooking. Where are we going to be putting our hard-earned points as we move into Ancient?
What do we have here?
We're looking at
Hey, you're looking at tomorrow already.
Hey, M80 is playing Fnatic tomorrow.
Yeah.
Am I right or am I right?
You are right.
You're not interested in buying G2 at all? We're going straight for tomorrow.
Nah, look at how low M80 or Fnatic are.
It's true.
Can I get you guys on board with M80?
Give me 2 super quick reasons.
2 super quick reasons. 1, Swisher's actually playing well. 2, Hex is actually bringing a lot of fire to that team.
Okay, I'm on board.
A lot of energy.
Yeah.
Okay.
All in.
All tactical reasons. Very tactical, technical reasons.
We have made a lot. And of course, it is free to play at home. So if you guys want to get involved in the action, sign up, head on over to Novashots.io, get some credits to be playing with on that one as well. Either way, we are going to be playing Ancient very shortly. Now, looking at yesterday, G2 versus MOUZ, T-side, as I was just saying to Saw, it wasn't good. But FlyQuest, they're a different level of opponent, right? They give you more hope for G2 in this one?
Definitely. I feel like G2 is definitely going to have more than one round on the T side.
Fingers crossed.
G2 actually had some decent ideas in the starters, but then it's just the fact that they just kept getting crunched at lane over and over again. And when I think of FlyQuest, and I think of the guys that are going to try to do the crunching this time, people like Netic, Vexite, Ints, I'm not really as scared if I'm G2 as I was when it was Exertion running me down, when it was Torzi, when all of the riflers, Spinks were getting in my faces. I just feel like G2 is going to be handling all that pressure a lot better. I would like to see, though, FlyQuest look at some of those demos, or to look at that demo, to see the nade combination that was setting up the MOUZ players as well as they were set up so that they could get such easy fights down lane, boosting across to get a guy onto that upper shelf area, just shooting down lane. Like, I want FlyQuest to have some plans here in the early rounds.
It would be very easy to win a counter if you just copy paste it, right?
Yeah.
You did mention it yourself that it's actually kind of a different kind of caliber of players that's going to go up against them now. So I do think it's going to be difficult for FlyQuest. I hope that G2 don't fall back in the same trap if they actually get punished by continuing to try and get that same kind of B lane presence. I want to see them take mid a little bit more. I think it's going to be better for them to actually divide and play with that aggression we saw on Mirage, because that paid off for them. So just start from the get-go. I hope that we get to see a little bit of what Ancient can bring for G2.
We're painting a pretty bleak picture. Is this the end of the road for FlyQuest, Maui?
Probably. Okay. Again, so many things that I like going well with this FlyQuest project. Again, it's almost like reminiscent of Liquid. Every move feels like an upgrade in some way on paper, but then we're just not getting those results over the line. But it would be cool to see them at least take the fight to G2 and push us to a third.
An uphill battle for FlyQuest nonetheless. It goes down on G2's map pick of Ancient.
Not just a hill, Freya, feeling like a mountain after the nature of some of those rounds back on Mirage. Now you go to Ancient, you know, and G2 have shown us no crack in the armor whatsoever, right? Like, they didn't make any of those, oh no, G2 type mistakes. They were, in fact, coming from a man disadvantage way too often. Feels kind of untouchable. Now, the one thing I'll say is we did watch G2 get completely owned by the MOUZ CT side utility on Ancient in their last go of this map. If somehow FlyQuest can replicate that utility, if they're bringing that to the table, then I think maybe you can keep this T side at arm's reach.
Like, it's cute to be able to get all the 5v4s. You don't convert them, you pay for it. You lose in the way you did. It doesn't really matter you got those 5v4s. In fact, it makes the story worse. So the only way out of this very undignified moment is through winning the map, is through winning the series now for FlyQuest. And for G2, well, we know the threat. It's going to be the same style of threat that we saw in Mirage. It's going to be a lot of rushes. It's going to be a lot of explosive plays into the CT side. FlyQuest are getting tested right away.
Right off the bat, straight into the B site. Hunter leads the charge. Oh, just all the way into the cave. They're trying to take, okay, never mind, it's Natus. Either way, great double kill for Hunter. And
Not a good start.
Right back to where we were on Mirage.
They're a threat, man. Let's see. Smoke coming in for the retake here for JKS.
It'll block off 2 at least. Ooh, no, they're going to boost over it. Do they have an angle? Yeah, it looks like Hunter's got an angle. Oh, Mobs is going to close with a double.
No kills.
And it was crazy to watch G2 switch over to the T side on Mirage because, again, just rushing every round.
Yeah.
Right? Like, the majority of what we witnessed in the first map was G2 having to play reactive to whatever FlyQuest was up to, and for most of that, being down a man.
It's kind of like, they kind of like play versus Heroic, which explains why they're able to bully everyone who's like a rank lower than them. And then they just don't have the complexity to take it, to elevate themselves just yet, because Hunter's so new at this and whatever. But for now, this style, they know how to build momentum. Like, they really know how to play with confidence. They know how to make your opponents feel like you think they're less than you are. Yep. Like, that's the kind of CS that G2 put on display. And, well, now it's Ancient. It's their pick.
Ooh, the USP Cube.
Yeah, the USP Cube. The cheerleader stack here in the A site. They look like worms with...
You?
Yeah.
I hate worms.
They look like a bunch of... I bet they take off their helmets and look like Earthworm Jim. Remember that guy?
Yes, I do.
Yeah.
It's a good thing worms don't know they're alive because they just eat dirt all day.
You don't know that.
I'm willing to bet. Down you go! Toppled in a quick instant. You know, what's beautiful about this G2 and their ability to snowball and run with momentum, like you say, is like, they're just as individuals also kind of all crafted in that direction. Like, barring Natus, who we are seeing is able to kind of roll with that as well. At one time or another, everybody else on this roster just runs away with games and has been part of teams that did snowball in the past.
Yeah.
You know, I'm thinking even back to like Heavy God with his Cloud9 stint. Like,
definitely.
That's why he earned this spot on G2, was just by being that boulder that you could not outrun.
Yeah, so Pi is back on ends.
So if they add complexity and delicacy through things like utility, then they're going to be a real force to be reckoned with. But speaking of nades, this smoke cuts off vision, and a great spray through is In's first frag. In fact, it's FlyQuest's first frag.
Mobs is going to die like that sometimes. But it's important that they stop him because he nearly got by. There's still a lurk in place. You want to see FlyQuest actually do a full reclear of middle now with their donut players, the Regali inside a window. They want that peace of mind, I think. It's kind of weird that they have 5v4, but they're letting window just stay here and be a threat to them. Now they're kind of like leaning towards the B site, but they don't even know if it's not A. This could have been a full A main split as well, so even though it's 5v4, it doesn't feel like it for me. I think the only thing that's good is that they've, you know, preset the lead to B, which is correct.
Excite with an SMG versus 2, and it's a clean trade from Natus, but yep, Dink is good.
And here's that lurk, and now it's a threat to JKS.
Oh, but he's running with a knife out. Completely writes off this threat. That's a bit of lack of awareness. Hate to call it as it is. Hunter, I mean, another one. What is
going on?
Nobody ready for that one. Luckily, Regali at least has got something to say about it. Doesn't get all of them just yet. Little tag damage there on Hunter. 1v2 for Hunter once he grabs bomb. Has just barely enough time to plant, but won't even try it. Thinks Regali will gun him down. So Regali saves the day after 2 players of FlyQuest inexcusably get caught off guard.
That was just a mess. That was very, like, that's honestly just unlucky for G2 that they don't pull this back. There was a very clear moment where FlyQuest should have gone and just gone for map control after getting their first kill, and instead, like, how could they leave mid open for that long when it was actually totally smoked the entire time and not assume someone else could have come? Someone else could be lurking. There could have been 2 on the push in the first place. Maybe that's why they're losing their 5v4s. They're not actually maximizing the 5 players alive.
Mobs gets into his corner. Doesn't look like they're considering this.
No, he didn't.
Man, there's a dampening of the senses.
Yeah, the awareness is, it's like the first 5 rounds of Mirage. They got it together afterwards, but why does it take so long to wake up?
Feels like G2 kind of given a chance to slap them around a little bit while they are still half asleep. You'd think the rude awakening had occurred on Mirage, not back-to-back maps, but here we are again, post-plant for G2 with man advantage. Regali taking a sniff at sight, smoked off, and doesn't get that Hail Mary spray onto anybody, so they'll tuck tail, save this one. G2's T-side goes up 3-1.
They're just too confident, too quick, too snappy to make decisions, to be rocked by it. Sort of this level of play right now, so FlyQuest got to step it up quick.
Terrorists win.
Why is Natus always so mad?
Yeah, see, even when they win.
You're right,
yeah.
you're right, yeah. I said I didn't see him that way, but I mean, maybe I'm just thinking of more land than anything.
It's kind of funny.
You know, like we said, you're stuck in your room, you kind of get away with being a little extra sassy.
It's almost like his camera's lagging by minutes or something.
Fast move by Son Pius.
That works. It's 2 rifle round here for FlyQuest. To be fair to them, there might have been a lot of stock put in the Mirage performance just to get that one, to bring it to a third. But
It's funny, like, just trying to remember again the game versus Mouse, I could see what would have happened if G2 weren't down at 50 health every time they arrived to a bomb site, you know?
Yeah.
It's like, the utility from Mouse was impeccable. I want to, you know, I want to go back and give it, even, we praised it during the match, but it gets extra value now because clearly G2 have legs to stand on within Ancient. They were just so canceled out by utility. I'll even go double check the score of that T side from G2 so we can compare it 1-to-1.
oh, here's that push down for Golly. Spotted. Ooh.
Nothing.
Yeah. You can try to save this gun from Netic. That's the only thing really worthwhile right now.
Bye-bye.
Full control here for G2.
Yeah, for the record, that was an 11-1 CT side for Mouse.
Yeah.
That's how much they made G2 look like chumps.
Good practice.
Yeah, actually. No. I mean, honestly, right? Like, I'm sure the game tape's so valuable because if you have...
I mean, Mouse have tier 1 mid control. They have tier 1 awareness on lurks. They have tier 1 B control. Like, they did everything at the highest possible level that game. So little of it came down to aim.
It was also just... But there was still just moments of confidence where it was aim. Like, Xerxin climbing up onto Xbox to fight lane. Like... You know, once the nades had established themselves as separating the teams and the lead was going and the money was flowing, then Xerxin and Jimmy start swinging. You know, you let Mouse build confidence over G2. It was impressive. Mouse almost lost that game by letting G2 get back into the CT half.
Yeah, but it was lucky.
Ah, that's what it was, huh?
Yeah, it was. You were there.
Lucky Larry's Lobster Mania.
Remember Heavy God when the game's done?
What do you say?
No, like that, like how he comes alive.
Ah, yes.
When it's all basically over. That was just the meme from yesterday. He's been great here. Great on Mirage. Heavy Goud.
Dropping nades on you.
Please don't tell me to forget about this.
Ooh, good push through the red room smoke. It's a big challenge. And it's Vexite to actually make the difference towards Cave while we watch this mid-fight go down.
Pretty solid for the CTs.
That's where man advantage comes out from. You've got to sign up to the early fights, fight fire with fire. But what scares me is the way FlyQuest lose track of the round as time goes on.
And when you're talking about his window, like a number of times a player in CT over on the B side just gotten killed. And now they're like loosely worried about it. But if they wait long enough, that is G2, The CTs will also now have to be worried about it being a cave lurk, a long B play. They aren't moving, they're just watching. I love this from Sunpius. I mean, just joining up to go for a split. FlyQuest are super concerned that there's some kind of play actually happening here. Regalia from up above. This is the way they can win this round.
It's a good pinch coming through. CT Molly goes out. Regalia swings out, lines him up,
nice.
Cleans house easy. So good on FlyQuest. 6th round of play. They find their 2nd round win, and they keep majority alive all the while.
Yeah, really sweet stuff.
Feels like, again, you know, you get caught off by the pace at the start of this map, but now in this round, you're stepping through the smoke. You're taking that extra fight. You're forcing the duel against G2. G2 are the ones that are drawing them into this kind of fight fire with fire situation, but at least FlyQuest show us in this round the mechanical ability to go tit for tat.
Mm-hmm. And they go for the open fight inside of Cave. They could have just gone for mid control if they wanted to. FlyQuest had to play very active there to make it happen. Now they're starting to turn up the temperature with their utility. No damage done though. Be very careful. Lurks are coming.
Sunpius loses the duel. Didn't do a lot of damage on that one either. Hunter getting it back in Cave. Opens this towards B for G2. Remember, bomb's outside of the site, so that'll take an extra second. That'll slow things down. Inns is on the other end of this. Oh, but Natus doesn't let his guard down.
That's kind of crazy, man. Pushing through that smoke. The B split was definitely possible. Like, the T's are very worried about this. It's a very compromised spot now for Nedic.
When G2 slow it down, they tend to come out on top. You know, in stark contrast to FlyQuest, we haven't really seen G2 throw any advantages in the series so far.
You can see them building chemistry in the slower paced rounds for sure. Oh, he got spotted. That's, oof, what a shot.
Yowza.
That's unfortunate for JKS, but that was the one guy they were looking for, and they know now they can just overrun A.
Great camera work.
Yeah, that was awesome.
You know, people give a lot of praise to main observers, and they deserve it, like Chev, here for Blast, working at the moment. But I think cinematic observers also tell the story in all of these sorts of angles. You watch an event with no cinematic observer, and suddenly you feel so much less interested. So shout out J-Raz and Milo, all right? Bringing it together to tell the story from start to finish. Using this.
Yeah, I think we're so lucky with the amount of layers of production additions that have been added over the years 100%. That it's almost just like you go watch a broadcast from like 6 years ago, and it's like watching Paper Mario.
Yep.
And I'll watch a speed run here or there, but
if only the casters could get their act together now. Clean headshot, Mobs. Good on ya. Again, into the action. Natus turns, and it is a bloodbath again. Up in the line. Hero moment for Regalia needed. Slowly, JKS inching over. Fire doesn't at least hit the feet, so...
They know he's here, though.
Yeah, but did he fall back or did he push forward? That they don't actually know. No, they figure it out by straight up charging into him. JKS on the scene versus 4 down low. G2's T-side tearing through him.
Man, this is just dirty out of G2. Every piece of utility is landing in a spot that either threatens or tells your opponents exactly where you know they are. There is absolutely no room to breathe here for FlyQuest. They don't really know what's happening. They don't really know, I'm gonna be honest, they don't really know the reactions in some very typical positions on Ancient at the moment. Hate to say that because that makes it seem like there's no chance that they can win, but unfortunately it does feel like Mirage was that important because G2, again, they got great practice versus Mouse. They show what it means to be able to have an 11-1 half versus them when we look at that game. When we look at this, Malb being able to get out middle as much as he is, the amount of times that they can take timing, play fast and play slow. They've walked around the map and look like completely cohesive, in control totally. They're not taking much utility damage at all. I'm not really seeing almost any way in which FlyQuest can win this without luck.
Especially on a round where it's a hero M4 on Vexite. Acts of desperation soon to come from FlyQuest. Can't just sit here and take it all night long. JKS 5-7 solo frag because it's a quick reaction over from Sunpius to cover the other side of it. And so down goes that rifle with nothing.
And this, you know, if they go to improve their Ancient, it has to be starting with what they do mid-round on mid-control. They have some opening tactics to get kills there, but they need to know how to come back and get it, how to use it for flanks later on. Just another freebie here for G2 as they walk into the A site. They're feeling good.
Laughing their way through this T-half. Now, I don't want to entirely write off FlyQuest just yet, but let's talk about the bigger story with what they'll achieve with this victory. Waiting in the wings is Team Spirit. A Team Spirit that looks mortal, right? And a Team Spirit that, if you remember, was directly challenged by G2 at the Blast Bounty when they had their choice of any opponent in the top half of the pool, and they went straight for Spirit. That was the best moment that highlighted the fun elements of Blast Bounty's format. It was the only team that had the balls to swing big, and now they'll get it again with a playoffs on the line. And we had this conversation with Mouse as well. The confidence is what you need to carry your way through the event. You couldn't just limp your way through a FlyQuest victory. This is G2 looking to show they are cut from a different cloth. And while tactics and nades are still to be fine-tuned, firepower's here. This round down to the 3v5. FlyQuest with a couple opening frags. It's a third frag for Vexite and Inns that keeps them in this. Ton of damage done and no bomb plant. FlyQuest, don't throw it. Heavy Cock from the corner gets a 2K, but it's majority alive for FlyQuest, and we saw the importance of stringing together a few rounds at the end of Mirage. Go ahead and do it again then.
Yeah, it's not too late to get 5, that's for sure. I mean, here's some good timings on smoke spams. It's quite a standard round. They get the 5v4 again, shutting down the lurk off the B push. They've been looking for that kill. Blowed up the smoke here, and CT spawn paired it with a great flash as well. So that's a good tactic. Something nice to see here for FlyQuest for sure. It's a more standard round. It's not mid-centric. There are no late round situations where they've been suffering a bit more, but it does the job.
Head in the games, boys. Head in the game. It's not easy to get to the top when you start down under.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it really to speak to.
Listen, guys, we need to fucking focus, okay? God. Like, we are failing. It's third time we are failing starts. We can't fail anymore, okay? We need to fucking focus and do what we need to do on the start of the round.
It's true.
Interesting. I mean, they have got the 5v4s quite often. Not here, though, on this map, so that's fair enough.
He's got a point, though. When Malbs kind of unleashes himself in middle so early, every millisecond counts out of spawn.
Yeah, so this will be the most ambitious attempt. They take down mid-control. Malbs is still here waiting for it. The lurk in B, there's no one in the site at all. At all!
They take over cave.
And Malbs still gets the kill.
He takes it a little bit later. He reacts to the utility. Sure, FlyQuest look good out of the spawn and timing. Natus helping Sunpius get that next additional kill. At least the ump here for Fnatic has something but I mean total.
Oh my gosh.
Cave flames, and Vexite doubles back to clip Malbs on the flank at the very least. Almost on the money with the spray down, but doesn't look like they're taking a look at this. I still give that timeout to Trues. But putting it together off the back of that is a whole other story.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it sort of felt like the Liquid timeout where it is like, we just need you to play better than this. You do need to focus up. Like, some of the things that are happening, they should be obvious. You know, Malb's taking mid control on G2. This is not the first time he's tried that. He's been doing this exact same style of attack for years now, literally. So, you know, as a coach, you want to go deeper. You know, you want to talk about what happens in the last 45 seconds of a round, what to do when you lose mid-control, all those reactions later on, but you can't even get there if your team is not prepared to just throw some of the basic utility in the beginning in a map that's going to offer you up some CT's favored starts.
So many critical fine-tuned details, and you've got to string them all together in a sequence. That's when Counter-Strike is played to the highest level. That is what you've got to piece together to stop a very aggressive and very confident G2, because they've just now had the flawless T-side to end Mirage into a heavy momentum-based T-side at the moment.
Can't ask for more.
FlyQuest, even if they get this 4th CT round win, have failed to win 2 consecutive rounds on this entire half. Just sprinkling in one here and there, and I'll be blunt, it's not gonna cut it. A 4th round maybe gives them a lifeline with Pistol to get back into this game, trying to push the series to Dust 2. But Ancient looking like a G2 playground.
I love the call here from G2. Like, they wait out mid.
Yep.
And this is where FlyQuest have just frozen up. They've just got into their good spots. They give up, kind of, and go back to just rotating around the perimeter so G2 can walk into it for free. Why go fight them there?
The timeout alluded to the starts of the rounds, but this one's going to be decided by the middle.
That's nice.
35 seconds left over. Man advantage here for FlyQuest. Confident setup in cave with Vexite.
And FlyQuest, they don't know that it's B.
And Malbs is yet to flank.
They're coming in to watch this. Oh.
Missed shot could end up being costly. Sunpius setting up Util from the back behind the doors. It's him, Heavy God, and Hunter to try to charge up that ramp. Inside of the red room, Malbs will strike. This is going to start to pull players back off of B. Hunter gets his. Netix ump. Oh, it sets it up for the team kill. And a Sunpius clutch to close out the T side. A much-needed 4th CT round win. Sunpius blindsided, and so they do get it. This is FlyQuest to fade away from some early mid presence. Malbs doesn't get away with too much, but is for enough with G2 playing as well as they are. Umich remains posted, now no support.
And but with the deep information, if they don't disrespect this, or if they come forward, well, it's actually come to the point now where his smoke can take over. He doesn't have to put himself in jeopardy. They're running through this. Oh my god, they're actually gonna come, yeah.
Oh, no way!
Double no-scope collat.
Oh! Easy pickup for Navi. I mean, they laugh in the face of this attack. 5th player in's the only one that gets a kill. He'll double down Monacy, but he's already down to a quarter HP.
But old habits die hard, it looks like.
That's 3.
Man.
But he only has 3 health left. That should be the end of him.
There's only 2 guys.
Yeah. He's going to use the smoke grenade to cut off Alexi.
Could they mess this up? 25 seconds, and Monacy is seeing red.
He wants to make it happen.
Oh my god.
Oh, no, wait, dude. This is a 1 versus 5 straight up, and he has time to get bomb. He should have this red with another smoke. Oh, my Monacy. 1 fake. The nade doesn't come through. Now, he's got enough space to commit to this. Monacy, a pure 1v5. And as Emac tries to get out through that smoke, Monacy's just dodging all these bullets.
He's terrified. Ema's looking behind him for a push through. Time's ticking away.
I mean, how could you not be horrified? Monacy, the prodigy, has pieced together 4 frags in this 1v5 ace clutch. And Ema, his head is on a silver platter. A miracle from the magnificent Monacy.
The Flames and Dagster. Getting this bomb down is scary. Flames is taking real estate, but ends up getting punished. Liquid hold, and they win these fights. Just Dexter left to get past, but he's an iron wall at the back of the site. Moving around, kill number 3. Oh! Dexter! Make some noise for him, that is incredible!
And you've got JL and Wonderful.
It's this fight, JL and Wonderful, or in Fame, excuse me.
Very key. Fame slips up, getting ever closer. JL thinking about going to help as Wonderful puts that op over to the corner. That could come back to haunt him. Tough spot to get the multi-frag. But the CT's sitting and waiting for a little longer. Molotov goes to Cave.
If Fame waits this long, this might come back to bite him.
He's got the kit, and that kit could be so key.
You gotta go, VP.
He needs to move. Bombs, oh, beyond! Oh, welcome to Wonderland! They lock down that post plant like it's nothing!
We've been sat here waiting for FlyQuest to step it up a notch. Mulbs is yawning in the face of his opposition at the moment because he just had a field day playing as he pleased throughout the T side of Ancient.
Solid from G2. I expected it, I guess, after what we saw from Mouse. I think that test really just set him up to really learn from their mistakes and be a bit better and sharper and everything. And the aim was so good here from Mulbs too. So in his role, with his confidence and his play style, it all lined up. Now the CT's leaning the exact same way to play. The T's are coming in. This looks scary for FlyQuest. They desperately need this pistol. No one in B. No one.
Dude, good read here by G2.
Is that an HE? Oh, yeah, that's going to sting.
Heavy God goes down. Nade goes deep. Hunter tapping out with Sun Pius. And that takes the momentum out of it. It also drops bomb in possession of G2.
Yeah, they have to go get the bomb. Unfortunately, they can't run this back.
There's a smoke in front of JKS and a smoke in front of the other two. So while main smoked, JKS actually opts to go red room instead. This is looking like a full controlled situation from G2. Launders, tell me how FlyQuest breaks through.
Natus. They have to kill Natus. They're going to come in from behind. It's the only way to get the CTs to turn around and to start overcompensating on different angles. JKS has to be the one to fight him. They come in from Donut. Well, Mulbs is supported perfectly, knowing that the flank can't come in. Sun Pius is a great angle to fight from, too.
Ooh. Sun Pius giving a kill. So JKS actually the last to activate of the three.
Yeah.
Mattis just doing as he pleases back in spawn. Actually turns his back. Oh, he comes to check it.
Now they have to turn around.
Yep.
Now they can start pushing in.
You see the power of finding that kill back towards CT spawn. Regali barely standing. Hunter's Berettas on the corner of main. And remember, bomb is right in front of him, but he's not actually going to keep eyes on possession. He's going to let him scoop it up and go for some kind of a plan. Big push from Sun Pius back around behind them. Hunter dies. Sun Pius, it's on you now. Bomb to be planted, 4 health, the cover, but you let JKS get that Glock back in hand. This is a 2 versus 4 recovery for FlyQuest. Up close and personal,
There we go.
JKS gets it.
Very nice. He really tried to slow play that one, let his teammates peek first, but ultimately the game plan was right there. That's the only way to compromise position on the sites. Everybody on site was ready for a split from A main and Donut. The only way to actually make this interesting was to flank through window. That was something new.
That was a great start to the round. They bend it. Uh-oh, B-stack ahead of the rush. FlyQuest trying to skip steps. Will it work? Heavy God, they know he's here. He's pulled off the 1 frag, and they will keep up that pressure. So good on FlyQuest. This is what they wanted. They signed up to the possibility of the stack, and they still just forced their way through it.
Yeah, nice. Not overthinking this one. Getting it over with. Getting that bomb plant down. 4 up. Hunter can try to find some exits. They're watching for him, but they're also just walking by. Let's see. Nice.
Good clear, JKS. Good clear.
It's clean. 2-round game just like that.
But a 2-round game versus a G2 that showed the ability to hold back a team like Mouse with this CT half. It wouldn't be G2 without a couple weird ones. And that 2 versus 4 pistol, a warning sign. Chill, bro.
Just 2 modes.
It's okay.
Angry and pissed.
Everything's okay. Why you have to be mad?
Pretty excited to see what they can do with this just little bit of leverage. It's max difficulty, you know, they really had that first half was, they could have offered them a lot more, but I was expecting to be impressed by FlyQuest today, even if they didn't win.
Would you consider yourself impressed yet?
No, not at all.
Okay.
The best thing about this game so far is this last pistol round.
Give it a bit more time then.
Yeah.
Hunter fully white. Heavy God's Deagle connects. Oh no. No, no! These are pistols without Kevlar.
All right.
Recoverable for Fnatic, but if they all swing, he's done for. Oh no! You impressed yet?
I'm not impressed. I'm not impressed by your performance.
Unarmored Deagle and 5-7.
Unarmored, you said? So now what do you think about these $500 pistols, Connor? Do you think they should be able to one-shot?
Well, I think if Vexite wasn't jumping in the air, he would have had a better chance to get that kill. Yeah, 5-7s are strong, I'll give you that. But we can't nerf all the CT guns.
Why? It's like pretty CT-sided right now.
I really like the 5-7.
Just give them more money.
Just give it, yeah.
Give the CTs more money.
Just throw some more
to
money.
buy their crummy guns.
Okay.
All right, all nerfed.
Here, congrats. Have some crummy guns.
Have a FAMAS. Shut up.
It does feel like Valve is kind of pushing us into buying the FAMAS more and more
that's
often.
all they want. They just want people to buy FAMAS.
It's a fun weapon, dude. Something about bullpups.
You're falling for it.
Stockholm Syndrome.
Is that also a bullpup?
The FAMAS is a bullpup, yeah.
For like 12 years, I called the AUG a bullpulp.
Yeah, it's true. I was with you when we discovered that.
1.6. Extra pulp.
Oh, it's a great flank.
Dude, what is happening?
That's the problem, man. You just give him a little bit of room, and he will instantly climb up through middle and destroy you. So momentum taken back over by G2. Malbs is looking for a hell of a rating at the end of this one.
Yeah, he's cleaning house. Brutal. Not fun right now. As you can see on JKS's expression. They got smacked.
Boom.
So fast on this flank.
There are dead bodies falling into Mattis's crosshair.
Yeah.
Malbs is bulldozing them into his teammates. And now, unfortunately for FlyQuest, down to the Glocks. We said that pistol was instrumental, and it was an awesome 2 versus 4 that they managed to pull off. Convert it versus the B stack, and then falter to a 5-7 Deagle A play. That's a tough pill to swallow. Like a horse vitamin. They're huge.
Oh, that's a real thing?
Yeah, you can give horses vitamins. They're huge. Trying to get the jump on Malbs, and you do. It's a mistimed jump on Malbs' behalf.
Yeah, what is he? Just throwing this whole thing away?
His rating will take a dent, a divot, as Sunpius cleans up and keeps Fora alive.
Yeah. A divot of HP, how much is that?
12.
12, yeah.
Yeah, you know.
Okay.
12.
Maybe if you pure it.
11-6 lead for G2. Again, a G2 that is looking to take a swing versus Spirit tomorrow.
True. You got to build up a resume right now. You got to get them scared.
A Spirit that is still recovering from what some call a disaster class between Chopper and Sway versus Furia. But we did see a recovering Team Spirit tonight. The floor has risen for Spirit 24 hours later.
Oh, Fnatic dies. He's the only one outside B. Coming in for the late mid. And Malbs isn't leaving, he just throws his own smoke. These are perfect protocols here. Establishing, I think, teaching FlyQuest a lesson about how to hold on to the map control. Look at how constricting this is. FlyQuest are left with A main, and it's sort of at the will of G2. They said, yeah, have A main. That's great.
I mean, A main control failed FlyQuest when they were up against Pistols. So why wouldn't this triple sight hold feel like it's got something to stand on? Incendiary ahead of them at 45 seconds as the utility comes out from FlyQuest. And they have no smokes after these ones. So they're gonna try to follow through with the flashbangs. Hunter playing ahead of it. Has a good angle to try to cause problems. Then the backside player activates.
Two.
Oh, he got that second. Dude, by a sliver of a second. Sun Pius gets away with the multi-frag. Heavy God emerges from behind the sight box. That's 12 for G2.
Yeah, it's just a non-factor at the moment here as far as G2 are concerned. And to be honest, like, yes, I think I've been very disappointed by FlyQuest, but also like how impressive is this in terms of the map control, everything they're getting right now. G2, they're locking this one down. And they're looking prescient because they're putting themselves in a spot where they're safely getting map control. They're fighting back in middle. There were a few little moves here to try to make G2 feel insecure. As soon as they attempted something, G2 pushed back, won their duels, took the space. It's a round that was done before the exec even happened, and now it could be the last round of the game.
Yeah, man, they're just gonna try to brute force their way up through the ramp. This just feels like FlyQuest want it done as fast as G2.
Come on.
You have been made into mincemeat, and G2 will finalize a confident result tonight versus FlyQuest to get a swing at a team they themselves want to beat. It's a Team Spirit G2 rematch on the line. They will play for a spot in London, as will M80 versus Fnatic. We've got 4 teams here still looking to lock it in. Obviously, M80 Fnatic, they're looking for the big one. That's a huge ticket still up, but nowhere to be found tonight where FlyQuest.
A punctuation mark for G2 in this series tonight, and I feel like they deserved it after the series that we saw yesterday versus MOUZ, because sure, MOUZ, different caliber of opponent to that of FlyQuest, but it wasn't like G2 were putting up a bad fight. Just looked a little bit more sloppy versus a top tier opponent. But today, they absolutely dispatched of FlyQuest.
Turns out yesterday's G2 cosmetic comeback was actually signals that they were actually a pretty decent team, okay? I actually really like the T side that they had on Ancient this time. I went back through all the gun round data for G2 on Ancient. They've never gone into middle that much, okay? Like they've in no Hunter era G2 on Ancient have they pushed into window that much. I love that they were just exercising way more map control this time around.
Specifically that, but that's the thing that I was missing yesterday. So it's good to see that they either changed their game plan or just had a better ideas what they wanted to do. It was good to see that they could also go in that direction. And as anticipated, this was like G2 just ate these guys for breakfast. You know, like they are a team that are just good enough to beat these teams very comfortably, and then against the better opposition, I wouldn't say struggle, but they still have a lot of things to work on to make that even more competitive.
Get to see your boy Malbs looking pretty sharp on that map as well, which is something that we love to see. When this kind of whole rebuild for G2 was coming about, I was a little bit skeptical of how exactly he would handle things. Turns out today it was light work for him.
He said himself last year that he was the best player in the world on Ancient. So he better be good on that second map there against FlyQuest. I think that he actually still had some problems there on Mirage, but Ancient, a completely different story. I mean, Debris and I were actually having the conversation while we were watching mobs, though, on Mirage, that there does seem still to be a little bit of discomfort, especially around Connector.
I feel like when watching Mirage, when Malps plays it, it's more like he's forcing himself into plays that other people are doing. It's like he's been watching a lot of demos that, okay, maybe this guy decides to go for this, let's try this. It's not like it's come as natural as it does when he's playing the likes of Ancient. There's like a huge comfort comparison to having this one. So it's good to see that he continues to perform on Ancient. I think on Mirage, there's still a lot of things that he needs to do better and things he needs to learn, and he just doesn't have that comfort zone as he has in other maps.
Who's the MVP of this series for you, Maui?
That's a good question. I kind of want to go Sun Pius just because he exceeded my expectations so much.
Good one.
I'm going to go with Sun Pius. You know what? Screw it. He might not have been on the scoreboard the highest or every... he was highest on the scoreboard. Well, I win again. Okay. Well, from the eye test, he was actually excellent. And now from the stats test, he was great at both. So, no, yeah, I would definitely take him for what he did on Mirage was just kind of... He was just stomping FlyQuest. Like every time they tried to do anything, he was getting multi-kills with the pistols, getting multi-kills with the op. It was really nice to see him just have a little bit of a resurgence because he's been probably the one guy that's been underperforming for this team so far. Yeah,
unfortunately with the good 4G2 just sadly come the bad for FlyQuest. We do have Ins on the line for a few departing words here. Thank you so much for taking the time to join us, man. Can you tell us from your perspective what went wrong for you guys on Mirage when, you know, you had those man advantage situations and they slipped away from you consistently?
I'm not entirely sure. I think we just made a lot of individual mistakes, especially in those man advantage scenarios. So, yeah, it obviously cost us in the end. I think if we go back and watch like the Mirage T side, it probably should have been a better score from us. But yeah, it's disappointing. But yeah, just individual mistakes and communication errors.
I don't think anybody really wants to look back too hard on this right now. I know that you guys are in a period of transition, it looks like. I mean, you guys have moved away from Urcast. I mean, what's the future with the coach position there? I know you were working with, JRT, the assistant coach for these games, but I'm not really... What's the future for the FlyQuest coach position?
I think we're looking at options right now. Obviously, it's been only a couple of weeks since we departed, like Urk departed, so we're just looking at options and we're going to do some trials and see what fits best for us. But yeah, obviously JTR standing in, he's been really good for us and he's been with us for a long time and he's got a really good mind for the game. Although I'm looking for mostly someone who can help me develop as an IGL as well. That's like the main thing right now.
And I want to challenge you a little bit when it comes to the communication part, which you just touched upon, and it's something that we've heard before that you guys have been struggling with, because you do seem to find the man advantage, but you're having trouble connecting the dots. And taking into consideration that you are a team that all speaks like fluent English, are you where's the main issue when it comes to your communication? Is it because of the initiative, or is it not just clear enough?
I think it's initiative. Like you just summed it up, to be honest. Like we don't take enough initiative, and also I think we get extremely panicky and nervous, which can cause just mistakes and something that's been a problem for a while, and we're still trying to work on it. But also, like sometimes I think it's just laziness. Like sometimes we just like check out, it feels like, and we just lack that initiative that we all need, and we all need to be on the same page, and that's the main problem.
Just looking at the future for FlyQuest as well, are you guys going to be, returning back home to Australia and New Zealand respectively? Are you staying in a boot camp? What's up next for the team?
For us, we're going to stay in Denmark for about a week, and then after that we will be heading home, and then I think we have a couple tournaments coming up that aren't announced yet, so we'll be going to those, and then after that it's just the boot camp for the major again. That's pretty much it for us. Well, best of luck with everything moving forward, and thank you so much for your time. Thanks, guys. Thanks for having us. Yeah, just a gutting way for FlyQuest to be exiting the tournament here, because there are moments where we see signs of life coming out of FlyQuest, and then they're completely halted with moments like this.
It's been like this for the last 3-4 months, if not more. That it's just that the quality is just not good enough. There's just too many mistakes, because they can create situations that are good for them, but they just let too many of them slip, either because of individual mistakes, being communication. Maybe they don't make the right decision when it's actually needed, and also just initiative, as Inns talks about. You know, it is so important in nowadays Counter-Strike that you try and stay proactive. You want to search for that kind of information and always try and put yourself in the best possible situation with what you have to work with. And I think that is just where FlyQuest just does not have the quality as of right now.
It's probably also really just tough. I mean, again, you have a team where the levels of experience are so vastly different. I mean, JKS has been really at the top of the mountain with a couple of the teams he's played with. One, you know, he's lifted a bunch of tier 1 trophies. Ince, on the other hand, great for Australia's sake, Oceania's sake, but, you know, he's still kind of finding his legs as an IGL. And then he's just bringing in Nedic, who hasn't played any tier 1 CS at all practically. So, I mean, it's just tough to try to combine all those schools, especially when they're just using an assistant coach right now.
Yeah.
So I hope they get some more support behind them soon.
Yeah, fingers crossed. I mean, there's been a hell of a lot of heartbreak going down today, hasn't there, Maui? Should we recap exactly what we saw on day number 5 of the open online portion? Because we began the day with Fnatic taking on GamerLegion, right?
Hey, Fnatic won twice today, okay? So congratulations to them for winning Draculan and also beating GamerLegion. They're on a streak right now, okay? So they're looking really, really surprising in terms of just the teams that they're taking down, the confidence that they have throughout some of these matches. So props to them as they move on.
Second game of the day, we did have Maui's new favorite team in the likes of M80, probably creating today's biggest upset by taking down NAVI. NAVI still seems to be struggling, and as of right now, we're still going to be looking at where they're going to go to actually get these improvements, because right now, NAVI is once again looking at a very disappointing result.
Bro, you said even if they won a map, that would be a win. They won the whole damn series, Maui. Let's go.
Let's go. That's surprising. Liquid, on the other hand, couldn't quite win a map. Very close, though. Extremely close. But I'm sick of how many times they're going to get close. Like, how many times are you going to get close against Vitality, close against Spirit? I want to see some real victories. Unfortunately, that is not happening today.
No, eliminated here from the Blast Open. We can recap exactly what's gone down on both respective brackets, because we have a very tasty treat tomorrow. Vitality and FaZe, neither of them going to be eliminated, one of which will be going through to the semis or the quarters as we move onwards to London. But the lower portion there, Dupree, M80 versus Fnatic. I like this because there is a brick guaranteed on either side. So I win. Who do you think is going to win?
I've actually seen stuff from M80 that pulls me onto their side, so I think the M80 has a chance of actually doing it. I think they have been looking better at this event. I think they've taken some good teams down, and I feel like it's not just because they've been lucky by pulling off some lucky strats. It's actually also their individuals, namely Swisher and Hex, I think has been doing pretty good. So it's good to see that they have a little bit of an upswing, and I hope for them that they can manage to also take down Fnatic tomorrow to book themselves a spot in London.
Group B, however, we of course do have an upper bracket final there between Mouse and Furia to see who's going to be going through to the semis. And then in that lower bracket, Connor alluded to it perfectly during the game. We get a rematch of what was G2's choice of opponent back at the Blast Bounty. This is going to be hopefully a spectacular series. I don't know whether G2 have, the shoulders to withstand the pressure of Spirit, but either way, I think it's going to be a fun one.
Hey, at the last Blast Open, it was actually G2 that upset Mongols in the lower bracket game to make it all the way to Lisbon. Why not another upset from G2? Okay?
Why not? Why not? Should we take a look at what is on the cards for tomorrow, as we do have our final day of the online portion, the qualifiers, moving forwards to the top 6 in London, as we've already talked about. A couple of seeding games there. Between those two qualification games, though, Peter, I think it's probably clearer which one is going to be a close affair. I'm thinking it's going to be full through maps, probably overtimes with that Fnatic M80 game, right?
I think we have some very interesting games tomorrow with many different storylines. Surely the Fnatic M80 one is like the underdog of the tournament, actually going to book themselves into the playoffs. But then I'm also very excited to see how Spirit is going to go up against G2 or the other way around, actually.
It doesn't really feel right that on the same day in a tournament you have FaZe playing Vitality, and then you also have Fnatic playing M80. But really, to Fnatic and M80's credit, they pulled off some upset victories to put themselves in a position to also secure a spot at the LAN.
Yeah,
it's going to be an incredible day of Counter-Strike. Thank you so much, everybody who has joined us. We will be seeing you same time, same place tomorrow for the final day of the online portion of the Blast Open 2025.
free throw, no man, I'm busting if you're coming at me though. Busting if you're coming at me though. Busting if you're coming at me though. Man, I take aim, no free throw, no man.